Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 4 of the series. Chapter 4:10, Defamation, 2. Jun Wuxie stared coldly at the farce playing out before her eyes. That Li Zimu could really act. Outwardly, he seemed to be always trying to smooth things out, but every statement he made was in fact condemning Jun Wuxie further. His sentences were often littered with words like Jun Xie, stealing, and snatching his well-deserved spot in the spirit healer faculty. Persuasion in such a way would have no effect but to defame Jun Xie further and also hang up a halo upon Li Zimu for being so magnanimous. At that moment, Jun Xie was surrounded on all sides by the youths, and the seniors in the dining hall were all just watching on to see how the show would play out. Not a single person among them was willing to step forth to speak out on Jun Wuxie's behalf. Whether the truth was as the group of youths had claimed it to be did not matter an ounce to all the other disciples there. Move. Jun Wuxie stood up and said, her cold eyes staring at the youths blocking her passage. Jun Wuxie's eyes made the youths freeze in place. They had never seen anyone's eyes so cold and chilly. Those eyes made them feel like they had just been doused in icy waters and it chilled them to their bones. But they recovered very soon and regained their earlier bravado. It was just a puny brat before them. What did they have to be afraid of when there were so many of them? Jun Xie. Do not take things too far. Having committed such atrocities, shouldn't you at least apologize to Zimu? Do you know because of your actions, Zimu's destiny to become a spirit healer was almost dashed? Another youth saw that Jun Xie was refusing to apologize and trying to leave, added adamantly in displeasure. Apologize. Jun Wuxie's eyebrow raised and those piercingly chilly eyes swept through the crowd to land on Li Zimu. Li Zimu was taken aback, but he remained silent. He knew the truth behind the matter and he was sure Jun Xie knew it too. If Jun Xie were to reveal the truth and uncover his lies before everyone. Li Zimu calmed himself down quickly. So what if Jun Xie told them the truth? The suspicions buried within everyone's hearts had sprouted. Even if he was to tell everyone that this was all a misunderstanding, no one would believe him and think that Jun Xie was just trying to find excuses for his shameless actions. With that belief, Li Zimu puffed up his chest once again. That's right. You should apologize. A youth at the side shouted. Jun Wuxie laughed coldly at that moment. She found that she really deeply despised this group of noisy and brainless youths. I'll say it one more time. Move. Jun Wuxie's eyes turned frosty. What? What are you saying? The group of youths were shocked by what Jun Wuxie said and they widened their eyes in shock. The brat actually had the cheek to ask them to move. How could anyone be so shameless? All right. It seems you would not be going down without a struggle. I would personally like to see whether you would be able to walk out of here today. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed dangerously and her spirit power started to envelope her in an orange glow. The little black cat that had been in her arms hopped up onto her shoulders and stared with its slitted eyes, looking at the bunch of youths who didn't know death was almost upon them. The orange flare reflected in the eyes of the youths surrounding Jun Wuxie and they were suddenly overtaken by fear. They had only remembered that Jun Xie was the youngest among the new intake of disciples and he was also the smallest in size. They had outrageously forgotten that Jun Xie also held the strongest spiritual power among them all. They instinctively took a step back. But when they saw the tiny little black cat on Jun Xie's shoulders who did not look like it would pose any threat to them, they pulled their hearts back down from the top of their throats and calmed themselves. He was just a orange spirit and he possessed such a weak ring spirit. If a brawl was to break out, they would still stand a good chance against Jun Xie. Li Zimu stood at the back of the crowd observing Jun Xie's every action, and the wicked smile on his face grew wider. If Jun Xie were to lay a finger on the other disciples by attacking any of them, he would have undeniably broken the academy rules. He would then be immediately thrown out of the academy altogether. Chapter 4:11, Defamation, 3. Once Jun Xie was thrown out, Li Zimu would not have to worry about his lies being exposed anymore. And it would be beneath a revered master like Gu Lisheng to get involved in such common disputes between mere disciples besides being shown up as favoring some disciples over others. So, as long as he could get rid of Jun Xie here, he would forever be seen as the suffering victim. Sparks flew around the commotion within the dining hall and a faint black mist had started to envelope the little black cat. Jun Wuxie's eyes were already icily frosty. Her personality might be rather distant and she did not like to mix with other people, she was however the kind to refuse to back down from humiliation and abuse. "What are all of you doing there?" Suddenly, a shout reverberated throughout the dining hall. The shout sounded like thunder and hurt the eyes of everyone within the hall. A figure streaked past them, coming suddenly to stand beside Jun Xie. The big and tall figure blocked Jun Xie's tiny frame completely from the crowd before Jun Xie, drawing all the unfriendly eyes onto himself. "Say, senior fan." The group of youths who had been about to pounce on Jun Xie realized who the tall figure that stood before them was and the frenzied atmosphere immediately subsided. The towering figure before Jun Xie, blocking the youth's way was none other than Fan Jin. Fan Jin's usual carefree smile had suddenly disappeared without a trace and his face was now dark as thunder, his fiery gaze sweeping over all the youths surrounding Jun Xie. Fan Jin had just stepped into the dining hall when he had immediately spotted that frail and tiny figure surrounded by a whole group of menacing youths. Seeing such a quiet and withdrawn little boy standing alone and helpless within the aggressive circle of youths evoked Fan Jin's protective nature. He did not hesitate a moment and rushed to stand up against the mob. "What do you want with Jun Xie?" Fan Jin asked sternly of the unfriendly youths with a frown on his face. Fan Jin's fierce glare swept over the newly admitted freshmen and they suddenly felt their knees shaking before the towering senior before them. They knew who Fan Jin was. He came in fourth in the last Spirit Battle tournament. Throughout the whole Zephyr Academy, the only people who were able to best him in battle numbered only 3. And the fact that he was also the adopted son of the headmaster gave Fan Jin an invisible elevated status that the youths did not dare provoke. Even most of the other senior disciples did not dare go against Fan Jin, and it was a given mere freshman would not dare to even so much as squeak in protest. We just wanted Jun Xie here to apologize to Zimu." The arrogance previously seen had now completely disappeared as one of the youths murmured, his head hung low between his shoulders. "Apologize?" Fan Jin's frown grew deeper. Yes. Jun Xie had almost stolen Zimu's position in the spirit healer faculty and almost caused Zimu to miss his chance to become a spirit healer. Jun Xie should apologize for that. All we are asking for is just an apology and we did not do anything to her. Another youth defended his companion's actions softly, adamantly feeling they were not in the wrong. Just an apology. Fan Jin's eyes narrowed as his gaze swept over the overturned table and the shattered bowls and dishes, and he laughed coldly in his heart. A whole group of youths surrounding Jun Xie completely, and creating such a mess. If it was just an apology they sought, they wouldn't have needed to create such a mess. What do you mean by stealing Zimu's position? Jun Xie was the disciple that Master Gu had picked. I do not want all of you spouting all this nonsense. Fan Jin said with a deep frown. Senior Fan, you do not know. The youths asked upon hearing Fan Jin's words, their eyes suddenly shining in hope. They had just been thinking that Fan Jin had always been known upright and fought for justice. How would he choose to stand up for such a despicable miscreant like Jun Xie? It seemed like Senior Fan was still unaware of what has happened. Know what? Fan Jin asked impatiently. He had been training the whole morning in the Beast Spirit faculty and had just finished. He did not hear anything of the tumultuous news that had spread throughout the whole Zephyr Academy that morning. Chapter 412, Defamation, 4. Master Gu kicked Jun Xie out of the Spirit Healer faculty early this morning and said that Jun Xie was not a disciple of the Spirit Healer faculty at all. The real disciple that Master Gu selected was Zimu. You can look here, Senior Fan, Zimu is wearing the jade emblem symbolic of the Spirit Healer faculty, and Master Gu had personally pinned it on him. The youths hurried pushed Li Zimu to the front, who had been hiding at the back of the crowd all this time. Li Zimu's skinny body when pushed to face up to Fan Jin's towering frame immediately went limp. Li Zimu might have been smug about having been accepted into the Spirit Healer faculty, but he still did not dare face up to Fan Jin squarely. Fan Jin's brow furrowed as he stared at the weak and frightened Li Zimu before him. Although his eyes were filled with disdain at Li Zimu's actions, he was certain that the jade emblem on his chest was indeed from the Spirit Healer faculty. What was going on here? Fan Jin remembered very clearly. On the night before the new disciples were admitted, Gu Lisheng had asked Fan Jin to see him at the spirit healer faculty and said to him that he had set his eye on an applicant who had enrolled into the Zephyr Academy a couple of days ago. He was waiting for the new disciples to be admitted and would bring that disciple straight into the spirit healer faculty. Gu Lisheng had explicitly said the two words Jun Xie, and there was definitely no mention of anything near Li Zimu. Even the uniform that Jun Xie was wearing was claimed by Fan Jin himself, and he had handed them to Jun Xie together with the spirit healer faculty jade emblem. That had only been barely half a day ago. How did things become like this? What's your name? Fan Jin stared at Li Zimu and asked. Li Zimu. Li Zimu was quivering under Fan Jin's stare. Your jade emblem was given to you by Master Gu? Fan Jin asked again. Li Zimu nodded while trembling, and he stuttered as he replied, It was pinned by my master himself. Fan Jin's frown grew deeper. He knew his memory was fine. But things have gotten so confusing. The boy standing before him was totally useless, he was even unable to stand upright before him, and he was the disciple that Uncle Gu had set his sights on and decided to carefully nurture with all his heart. That was not possible. That was the first time Fan Jin doubted Gu Lisheng's eye for spotting talents, and he wondered if Gu Lisheng was ill. I think there must have been a misunderstanding in all this. Jun Xie did not steal your position, and do not let me hear anyone bring this up to bother Jun Xie after this, or I will not let that person off easily. He was not able to find anything weird in the situation before him, and Fan Jin decided to quell the tension here for the time being. It did not matter whether Jun Xie was the disciple Gu Lisheng chose, and Fan Jin liked Jun Xie anyway. He found Jun Xie to be a quiet and fiercely independent junior, and he saw nothing to dislike about the boy. With Fan Jin's warning, the other youths did not dare to object and nodded vehemently, not daring to say another word. After seeing that the group of youths had backed down, Fan Jin finally turned to Jun Xie and saw that he was still enveloped in his spiritual power's orange glow. He hurriedly coaxed, I know you would not do such a thing like that. Don't let them affect you so much. If anyone gets hurt here, there will be no end to the trouble that will come after. He might not have faced Jun Xie all this time, but Fan Jin could sense the intense murder in Jun Xie's eyes. Fan Jin himself had been shocked when he saw the cold, chilling murder in those eyes. He suddenly realized that if he had not appeared when he had, the ones taken down would not be Jun Xie, but the ignorant youths who had surrounded the tiny figure before his eyes. Under Fan Jin's patient coaxing, the murder in Jun Xie's eyes faded, and the pair of clear eyes regained back its cold calm. Without knowing why, Fan Jin heaved a big sigh of relief when he saw that. Chapter 413, Defamation, 5. With Fan Jin's stern warning, the other youths did not dare object, but their eyes showed that they were not convinced. On the second level, Senior Ning observed everything that was going on, and her attractive lips curled up. She raised a hand and pointed it at Fan Jin, who was saying something to Jun Xie, and said, Fan Jin messed up big time. It seems that the brat Jun Xie can really put up a good act, having fooled Fan Jin so completely. I think, if that brat had not revealed to Fan Jin that he would be admitted into the spirit healer faculty, I do not think Fan Jin would have been so eager to be his mentor. I wonder, now that his hopes have clearly been dashed, he must be feeling mighty disappointed. Don't you think so, little Yen? Yin Yan's face was split with a wide sinister smile. Seeing Fan Jin's hopes completely dashed made him happier than anyone else. Remember the year you had just been admitted? Fan Jin was supposed to mentor you, but he totally disobeyed the vice headmaster and adamantly refused to lead you into the academy. Do you still remember the humiliation when everyone laughed at you? Senior Ning turned her eyes to Yin Yan to say. Yin Yan replied with his eyes narrowed, I will never forget that day, when Fan Jin brought me untold shame and disgrace. That year, Yin Yan had just been admitted into the Zephyr Academy, and Fan Jin had not joined the Spirit Battle Tournament yet. He had not been ranked and was selected to be a mentor to the new intake of disciples. At that time, Yin Yan had been allocated to Fan Jin. Yin Yan's innate talent was rather strong, and he had caught the eye of the vice headmaster. He had specially instructed Fan Jin take care of the new junior, but who knew Fan Jin had suddenly refused him outright, disobeying the vice headmaster's request, and stormed off without even giving Yin Yan a single glance. Since that day, Yin Yan became the butt of many jokes among a lot of the other disciples. Being rejected by Fan Jin had made him look to be too weak, and if it had not been for Senior Ning, who had extended her hand to help him by accepting Yin Yan as her ward, he might have left the academy under the jeers and abuse of the other disciples. Soon after, Yin Yan had been fortunate enough to be selected to join the spirit healer faculty, and that had wiped the slate clean for him. But Fan Jin's rejection had left an indelible mark on Yin Yan, and he had not been able to get over it. Isn't this a good chance for you? Let Fan Jin take a good and proper look at you now. At how outstanding you have become after he rejected you before everyone then. And how weak the Junxia he had picked himself actually was compared to you. Senior Ning coaxed with a benign smile on her lips. Yin Yan smiled darkly and nodded. My senior is wise, your junior has learnt a lot. After saying that, Yin Yan walked down to the ground level. On the ground level of the dining hall, the noisy commotion had died down with the appearance of Fan Jin. Don't worry, I will go ask Uncle Gu what is really going on. Fan Jin looked at Junxia's cold and expressionless face and was somehow feeling helpless. He did not doubt Junxia, just for the fact that Junxia had broken through to an orange spirit at the young age of 14 was what many people could never even hope for. Moreover, even being so young, Junxia was nevertheless extremely sensible and intelligent. All these traits could not have possibly escaped Gu Lisheng's eyes. And now, he was being told that Gu Lisheng had picked the douchebag Li Zimu over Junxia. That did not sit well with him at all. Junxia replied simply, no need. Fan Jin sighed and patted Junxia reassuringly on the shoulder. Forget it, don't eat here anymore. I'll bring you someplace good, I guarantee the food will be better than what they serve here. Junxia nodded slightly. Although she wasn't hungry, she did not want to reject Fan Jin's good intentions shown to her. Junxia had come a ways since her being reborn, and she was just starting to be able to accept the good in others, and was gradually learning to accept and reciprocate. And just as the two of them were about to leave, a voice suddenly rose from one side. Having senior Fan protect his junior Junxia might be completely understandable, but if the junior had committed a wrong and do not even offer a simple apology, that might seem just a little bit too much. Chapter 4:14, Defamation, 6. All heads turned at the source of the voice and saw Yin Yan smiling at Fan Jin and Junxia, who were just about to leave. Upon seeing the white jade emblem hanging on Yin Yan's chest, everyone knew where he was from. A spirit healer faculty disciple had actually stepped forth. Fan Jin had said earlier that there had been a misunderstanding somewhere, and his unique position and esteemed reputation had made many of the seniors to start to doubt whether the events had really happened as Li Zimu had said. But now, a disciple from the spirit healer faculty itself, which had been the focal point where all this ruckus had stemmed from, had suddenly appeared, and condemned Junxia for not apologizing. What did that mean? Did that mean that all the disciples of the spirit healer faculty knew the truth about what had exactly transpired, and they have a good reason to be making things difficult for Junxia? The scales that had been balanced by Fan Jin had suddenly tipped precariously again with Yin Yan's appearance. Fan Jin stared at Yin Yan with a frown. Junxia stopped in her tracks and stared at her roommate, who was adding fuel to the dying embers. There had only been 2 instances when Yin Yan and Junxia had encountered each other, but that had been more than enough for Junxia to know Yin Yan held great enmity for her. Yin Yan walked slowly towards the pair. When he saw all the heads turn towards him after he spoke, he laughed in glee in his heart. The show was just about to begin. Having senior Fan being protective of Junxia really shows us the care and concern you have for your junior. But if you want everyone to forget the whole incident just because of that care, not many people would be convinced. Whenever a wrong is committed, punishment should be meted out. Trying to take Li Zimu's place to enter the spirit healer faculty obviously shows Junxia was in the wrong, and even if we spare him any punishment, a word of apology is still necessary at least. If not, wouldn't it make people think that the Zephyr Academy do not even differentiate between simple right and wrong? Just because a disciple is shielded by you, they can carry out any wrongdoing without fear. And have the victim's disciples swallow the humiliation in bitter silence. Yin Yan's voice spoke neither too fast nor too slow, and every single word was driven deeply into the hearts of everyone present. Yin Yan's words insinuated that Fan Jin was using his fame and position in the Zephyr Academy to erase Junxia's wrongdoing and using his influence to force Li Zimu into submission. His venomous words had trampled upon Junxia and taken a swipe at Fan Jin at the same time. As expected, after Yin Yan's words, the dining hall erupted in whispers of guesses and debate. Fan Jin's face darkened immediately. He might be the headmaster's adopted son, but he had never relied on that identity to complete anything that he set out to do. Instead, it had been because of his unique situation that he could not afford to be less hardworking than all the others, and fight to be more outstanding before he would ever be acknowledged. But Yin Yan's words was effectively trying to undo all his years of effort put in. Yin Yan, do you know what you are talking about? Does anyone have any proof that Jun Xie had done any of that intentionally? The world is full of misunderstandings, and how do you know this is not one of them? Fan Jin asked with his eyes narrowed, as he pushed down the rage threatening to well up within. Oh. From what Senior Fan is saying, does it mean that Senior Fan knows the truth? I would really like to hear it. If I have misunderstood Jun Xie, I will apologize to him. If I haven't, I would ask that Senior Fan not to be overly protective, as it is always good to learn from mistakes. If not, if Jun Xie were to stir up any more trouble in future, wouldn't he think that Senior Fan would have his back and not fear the consequences? Yin Yan said with a smile. When he saw Fan Jin frowning in fury, Yin Yan nevertheless felt comforted. Fan Jin's brow was deeply creased. If he knew the truth of the matter, he would have revealed it all earlier and not have allowed all these youths to defame Jun Xie like this. But he had only just gotten to know about this, and as to what had actually transpired, he had not had the time to find out as yet. Yin Yan was however still pushy, not showing any signs of letting up. Chapter 4:15, Defamation, 7. Yin Yan's words that defended injustice made Li Zimu shocked. When he had gone to the spirit healer faculty earlier today, he had met Yin Yan. But the senior had not shown himself to be the least bit cordial, and Li Zimu would never have thought Yin Yan would step forth as a disciple of the spirit healer faculty here against Jun Xie. But from Yin Yan's words, it was obvious that Yin Yan believed Li Zimu's side of the story, and that greatly bolstered Li Zimu's confidence. With that reinforced courage, Li Zimu went along with Yin Yan to say, "Actually, I had really not intended to stir up any trouble with Jun Xie in regards to this matter, and was hoping only for a mere apology. If he had realized his mistake, I would still see him as a fellow disciple and forget about the whole incident." Li Zimu's and Yin Yan's duet only served to drive all the other disciples into seeing Jun Xie as a despicable and incorrigible person, throwing dirt upon Jun Xie's personality and reputation. Fan Jin fumed as his rage grew. But Jun Wuxie only stared coldly at Yin Yan and Li Zimu. "Mistress, those two are in cahoots and attempting to tarnish your name. Let me take a bite out of both of them." Having just awoken from its injuries, the little black cat was eager to give its body a little exercise as it licked its fangs. If it was not for Fan Jin's appearance, it would have easily sent these idiots up to meet their maker with its mistress, and they would not have had to hear all this nonsense. "No rush," Jun Wuxie said, narrowing her eyes. They wanted to play, she was game enough to take them on. They still had long days ahead of them. She would return what they gave her today, 100 times over. Just as the atmosphere in the dining hall was getting too oppressive to even breathe, Jun Xie, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Senior Fan, let's go eat." That cold chill voice that sounded throughout the dining hall somehow broke the oppression and made it easier for everyone to breathe. Fan Jin was shocked a moment, and he stared at Jun Xie with a questioning look on his face. Is the kid aware of what is happening here? He still had to mood to eat. If things here were not handled properly today, and even if Jun Xie were to stay on in the Zephyr Academy, he would definitely face harsh times ahead of him here. Attempting to take the place of someone to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty, with such an accusation over his head, Jun Xie would be viewed through colored lenses by teachers and disciples alike, whichever faculty he ended up in hereafter. However, Jun Xie did not care about any of this. After saying that, he turned to walk away. Before she finds a way to improve the spirit healing technique, she could not afford to be found out on what she would be doing. But once she completes the technique, Jun Wuxie's cold eyes were suddenly overcome with the frosty murder once again. The other youths were all still quivering before Fan Jin's presence and did not stand in Jun Xie's way. Fan Jin stood, his feet still rooted to the ground in surprise as he saw Jun Xie's back getting further away from him. He suddenly recovered and rushed to catch up with Jun Xie. He did not dare to leave Jun Xie to walk alone and unaccompanied throughout the Zephyr Academy after this incident. A brawl had been on the verge of breaking out earlier, and the one who had been the target had suddenly turned and walked off. Without a single word of explanation, and neither showing any intention to apologize. Jun Xie's nonchalant attitude almost made it seem like he had been an innocent bystander and the ruckus had absolutely nothing to do with him. Everyone within the dining hall were flabbergasted by Jun Xie's shocking words, and even Yin Yan was suddenly thrown off and did not know how to react. He had prepared and filled his whole chest full of thought-out words meant to disgrace Fan Jin in front of all the disciples present, but Jun Xie had suddenly denied him of the chance. She had not been confident of ridding herself of the enemies completely then, so Jun Wuxie had decided not to rush into her vengeance yet. When he saw that the figures of Fan Jin and Jun Xie had disappeared past the doors of the dining hall, Li Zimu, who had been standing on one side, rushed to come before Yin Yan and bowed deeply in acquiescence to say, "Thank you, Senior, for your words of justice." Chapter 416, Defamation, 8. Yin Yan was not able to achieve his objective and he was feeling rather frustrated. Hearing Li Zimu's voice filled with adoration, Yin Yan turned and shot Li Zimu a scathing glance. Words of justice. He had no interest in defending such trash. Just at the moment when Yin Yan was about to lash out, a figure drifted gracefully to come stand beside Yin Yan suddenly. "Since you and Little Yan are both from the Spirit Healer faculty, it is only right that he defends you and not allow you to suffer any injustice." A young and beautiful girl approached the pair, and when Li Zimu saw the ravishing smile shine upon him, he found himself suddenly stunned. Li Zimu could not take his eyes off the beauty before him. "Senior Ning." Yin Yan quickly swallowed his admonishment when Senior Ning came close. Senior Ning graced him with a gentle smile and turned her gaze on Li Zimu to say, "To have gained entry into the Spirit Healer faculty, it must have been due to your own abilities. Get along well with Little Yan there in future." Yes, sure, say Senior Ning." Li Zimu was mesmerized by the beauty and was not entirely conscious, and just addressed the beauty as Yin Yan had. Senior Ning gave him another gentle smile and she threw Yin Yan a look before the two of them left the dining hall. Even after they had left, Li Zimu was still lost in rapture. Outside the dining hall, Yin Yan wore his displeasure upon his face. "Senior Ning should not have wasted your breath on such trash. My master might have accepted him, but he had not even given him any instruction in the technique." When he saw Senior Ning grace Li Zimu with her smile earlier, Yin Yan had felt his heart constrict. Li Zimu was timid as a mouse and Yin Yan despised him totally. Senior Ning looked at Yin Yan and her smile disappeared slowly from her face. "Little Yan, do you really think Master Gu will accept just any nobody as his only disciple for the year?" That Li Zimu might look dumb, but for him to have won Master Gu's favor, there must be a reason behind all this. Remember this, just maintain a superficially amicable relationship with him. If he turns out to be useful, it would be best if he is used by us. Yin Yan fell into silence a moment and erased all traces of his displeasure from his face before he lowered his head in deference. "Senior Ning is right as usual. I have been ignorant. There are very few spirit healers around, and any additional one will only increase our might. The Li Zimu is dumb, but he is also easily manipulated. And his conflict with Jun Xie can be further exploited. After seeing the way Fan Jin defended Jun Xie today, can't you see that Fan Jin had placed high importance on that brat? If you have something against Fan Jin, you should make your move through his tiny little ward. Fan Jin is always careful and it has always been difficult to find fault with him. But whereas for the little Jun Xie, it is relatively easy." Senior Ning gave a light laugh. "People with weaknesses are the easiest to take down." Yin Yan's eyes shone brightly, immediately catching on to the meaning behind Senior Ning's words. "Rest assured, Senior Ning. I will make sure to get along with that Li Zimu and not allow Fan Jin and Jun Xie any peace." Senior Ning nodded in satisfaction. If that Jun Xie does not stay on in the Zephyr Academy after this, then all of this won't matter. But if he is to stay on, make good use of Li Zimu. His tumultuous days are just beginning, and remember to not leave any traces that would link any of it back to us. If we can make Jun Xie get into big enough trouble, his dear mentor Fan Jin would be dragged in together and would definitely at least be reprimanded by the headmaster. Yes. Senior Ning and Yin Yan were plotting how to make use of Jun Wuxie to hit out at Fan Jin here while Fan Jin had totally cast away all those worrying thoughts to the wind and was leading Jun Xie across the expansive campus of the Zephyr Academy before they came to stand before what seemed to look like someone's living quarters tucked in a corner of the Zephyr Academy. Chapter 417, The Fan Brothers, 1. Off the main thoroughfare and through a tiny patch of woods, a snaking pebbled path wound through the grass leading a short way to a small bamboo forest. Unless one was aware of this place, no one ever knew that within the grounds of the Zephyr Academy, such a quiet and tranquil little spot existed. Fan Jin led the way, bringing Jun Wuxie to come to this place. Out in the courtyard, a youth about 15 or 16 years of age was sweeping up the leaves from the pebbled path, and when he saw Fan Jin and Jun Wuxie approaching, he hastily went up to greet them. "Eldest master, you've arrived." The youth's eyes were filled with adulation for Fan Jin, and when those eyes fell on Jun Wuxie, they were soon tinged with query. "Yes, and I've brought another little one to freeload for lunch. Is little Zhua having his lunch now?" Fan Jin stated his intentions unashamedly, and that incited a suppressed chuckle from the youth, totally unable to dislike Fan Jin's candidness. "Please enter, eldest master." The youth opened the door with a smile, and he extended the same courtesy to Jun Wuxie. The gates made from bamboo were pushed open, and a wind chime hung at the corner of the door chimed. Within the pristine bamboo forest, the chime tinkled clearly and was very pleasing to the ear. Fan Jin turned to nod his head and led Jun Wuxie into the courtyard. The courtyard was not too big, but was exquisite and delicately furnished. The dwellings seen from within the courtyard were not extravagant but simple and succinct. There were 3 dwellings built up, and at the side of the quaint yard, a little spring ran, emptying into a small pool. The water was so clear you can see the bottom of the pool, and red koi were swimming within, stirring up small ripples. With just her first glance, Jun Wuxie loved the small yard, and the peace and tranquility in here. The two of them were still walking when they saw a frail figure appear at the door of a bamboo dwelling directly facing them. It was a skinny and weak youth. The blue clothes which had been tailored for him hung from his body, looking a size too big, and the delicate face was deathly pale, even his lips. He stood slightly bent over, unbecoming of his young and supposed to be exuberant age. He was holding a bamboo walking stick in his hand, and he was leaning his weight upon it. The youth looked to be frighteningly frail, but he possessed a pair of clear and sparkling bright eyes. Those attractive eyes were smiling, and when you saw those eyes, it made one forget the frailty of his body. The moment Fan Jin saw the youth, he widened his steps and strode right up to hold up the youth's tottering body. "The noon sun is so strong. You should be good and stay indoors. What are you doing out here?" Fan Jin asked with a disapproving frown on his face as he helped the youth slowly into the bamboo house, and he did not forget Jun Wuxie as he turned to him and said, "Jun Wuxie, come on inside as well." The youth turned his head to look. At Jun Wuxie, the curiosity in those clear eyes piqued. He was assessing Jun Wuxie, but the eyes were still friendly and were not offensive. Jun Wuxie nodded to the youth, and she followed them inside. The furnishings on the inside of the house was just as simple as it was outside in the yard, without any excessive decorations. Fan Jin helped the youth to sit down on a chair by the table while asking Jun Wuxie to make himself comfortable while he himself sat beside the frail youth. "Big brother, aren't you going to introduce us?" The frail youth looked at Jun Wuxie, smiling earnestly. Fan Jin replied, "This is Jun Wuxie. I had told you about him earlier, the new disciple I would be mentoring. And Jun Wuxie, this is my younger brother, Fan Zhua." Fan Zhua looked at Jun Wuxie, and his eyes sparkled with his smile. "So you are Jun Wuxie. If my big brother had not told me you were already 14, I would have thought you were only 12 or 13 looking at your small petite frame. You should take care to eat and drink well every day, and not hurt your body." Fan Zhua had a weak body himself, and he knew very well how a weak body dragged him down. Chapter 418, The Fan Brothers, 2. Jun Wuxie looked at Fan Zhua sitting before her and immediately realized the identity of the frail boy next to Fan Jin. The headmaster of the Zephyr Academy had 2 sons. The adopted Fan Jin, and the other one was the youth looking smilingly at her, Fan Zhua. Fan Zhua was the headmaster's biological son, but he was born with a weak body constitution compared to others. He was 16 years old and seldom stepped out through his doors. Because of Fan Zhua's weak body, the headmaster could be said to have spared no efforts and spent endless riches on huge amounts of fortification medicine and elixirs to keep him alive. To people outside, few knew what Fan Zhua looked like and only knew he suffered from a weak body constitution. Jun Wuxie discreetly observed Fan Zhua's countenance. Under the loose clothes, the emaciated body was barely skin and bones, which made people wince with worry to see. His complexion was deathly pale, and under his thin skin, his blood vessels were visible. The torment brought about by that weak body could not be comprehended by an average person, but in this instance, even under the agonizing pain, Fanjua had nevertheless maintained a stout heart. His genuine smile was not one that people would usually link to a boy who might lose his life at any minute. Jun Wuxia had a good impression of both of the Fan brothers. Fan Jin had defended her repeatedly, and that might have contributed to her having easily liked Fanjua, as birds of a feather flock together. Haha, little Jua. You've hit it right on the nail this time. To be honest, I brought little Xia here today to freeload off your scrumptious food here. The food in the Academy's dining hall not edible. I know you have lots of good stuff here, so hurry and ask Jing to whip up something for us to have a taste or two. Fan Jin said, laughing. It dawned on Jun Wuxia that the place Fan Jin had mentioned that had great food must have been here, and he had intended to exploit his own brother all along. Fanjua laughed along and seemed used to his brother's frequent exploitation. He shook a bell on the table with his hand, and soon, the youth Jing came rushing into the room, still holding a broom in his hand. Young master, what do you need? Bring us some food. Jing slipped out quickly to go prepare. Fan Jin laughed out loud in satisfaction and turned to Jun Wuxia to say, Little Zhua's body is weak and usually has no appetite. Common fare would only further discourage his picky palate, and our father has instead arranged for lots of good stuff to be prepared and sent here. Let me tell you this, if you ever want something nice to eat in future, just come find little Zhua here and you won't go wrong. Fanjua did not mind, but instead gave Jun Wuxia a smile and said, Don't listen to my big brother's nonsense. The food here is just average, but my body is unable to digest normal food properly, so my father has made some special arrangements for me. If in future you find yourself unused to the food in the dining hall, you can just come here. Having another person to eat with would make it livelier, and I'll have some company. The smooth delivery of the duet from the two brothers might have been rather impromptu and unplanned, but they truly meant every single word they said. Being around these two warm people, Jun Wuxia felt a tiny warmth light within her cold, chill heart. Thanks. Jun Wuxia replied. Fanjua was still smiling, and his eyes were fixated on the little black cat standing on Jun Wuxia's shoulders, and with a questioning look in his eyes, he started to ask, This cat? That is little Xia's ring spirit. Fan Jin said. Can I have a closer look at it? Fanjua's eyes did not move as he looked at the cat longingly. Fan Jin turned to look at Fanjua, and then he turned to look at Jun Wuxia before he said hesitatingly, A ring spirit is not just any ordinary animal, it should be all right. Jun Wuxia looked at Fan Jin, not understanding what he had meant, but Fan Jin only smiled. The little black cat could feel that its mistress had a rather good impression of the two brothers, and they had been rather nice to Jun Wuxia as well. The cat finally gave in and jumped down from Jun Wuxia's shoulders to land on the table, before walking slowly to come before Fanjua. Chapter 419, The Fan Brothers, 3. The little black cat came to stand before Fanjua. His unwavering eyes stared at the little black cat while his breath slowed considerably, and his pale face showed a tinge of nervousness. The little black cat tilted its head when it saw Fanjua become so excited that he could not even make himself raise his hand to touch it. The black cat gave up and extended a tiny paw and put it on Fanjua's hand that was resting on the table. Mistress, in order for you to integrate into society, I have even sacrificed my body. Do you see that my love for you is real? Jun Wuxia heard the little black cat's proclamation, and the corner of her mouth twitched a little. However, the expression on Fanjua's face was frozen, his clear eyes filled with shock and excitement. On his usually pale face, two faintly pink clouds suddenly appeared. The little black cat stared at Fanjua, speechless at the expression it would have expected to see on a shy new bride instead of Fanjua. He had been the one that had asked to be allowed to touch, and the little black cat had readily been willing to sacrifice its own body, and in the end, Fanjua was the one looking like he was the one having been taken advantage of. Fan Jin saw the expression on his own brother's face and coughed lightly before he turned to Jun Wuxia, looking a little embarrassed, to say, Little Zhua has a weakness for furry little animals, but animals have never taken well to him since young. Little animals do not seem to like him too much. Although the little black cat was a ring spirit, it was nevertheless the first animal to initiate contact with Fanjua, and Fanjua's heart had almost melted away at the little black cat's touch. After hearing Fan Jin's explanation, Jun Wuxia surprised Fan Jin when she nodded in agreement and said, Soft and furry, nice to touch. The little black cat put its paw over its face. So. It's Mistress had found a comrade that shared a common interest now. Sure enough, when he heard June Wuxie's words, Fenjue lifted his head and stared at June Wuxie with sparkling eyes. You like them too? June Wuxie nodded gravely, in all seriousness. Then would you come here every day for lunch? I will make sure Ah Jing prepares something nice. Fenjue's cheeks grew rosier and his sparkling eyes were fixed on the paw upon his hand. I will. June Wuxie nodded to agree. Everything that happened in the dining hall today really got on her nerves, and if she did not have to go there anymore, that would save her from having to dirty her ears and eyes further there. Fenjue's face broke out into a wide smiling, blooming like a flower, and his eyes seemed suddenly filled with life. The three youths chatted for a while, and Ah Jing had prepared a table full of goodies as he brought them all out. Fan Jin, whose stomach had been filled with exasperation in the dining hall, suddenly felt them all drain away as he looks at the feast before his eyes. He asked his brother and June Xie to hurry and pick up their chopsticks while his own pair flew over the dishes in a flurry, emptying the dishes on the table, in moments. That speed did not leave June Wuxie and Fenjue a single chance. When the other two were just about to pick up their chopsticks, all that was left on the dishes were some gravy and some slivers of vegetable garnishings. I'll ask Ah Jing to make some more. Fenjue turned to June Wuxie, looking embarrassed for his brother's actions. His brother's appetite was directly proportionate to their body size, 1 Fanjin to 10 Fenjue. Fanjin patted his bulging tummy in great satisfaction. And when he looked up and saw that Fenjue and June Wuxie had not even moved their chopsticks, he finally realized that he might have gulped down his food a little too fast. Ahem, I think you guys can just carry on. I just remembered that there is something I need to do and will need to leave for a while. Little Xie, you should stay and accompany Little Zhue after finishing the meal. Normally, there is only me and Ah Jing around, and Little Zhue does not get the chance to interact with anyone else close to his age. I will come pick you up later. After saying that, Fanjin blew out the door, kicking up a draft. The little black cat lay on June Wuxie's shoulders lazily, and its whiskers trembled as it looked in the direction that Fanjin had disappeared, quick as lightning. Expecting its mistress to be a chatty companion. Is Fanjin's brain in the right place? Its mistress' social skills were close to zero. How was she supposed to be able to carry out a decent conversation with Fenjue, who had lived almost like a hermit all his life? Chapter 420, Gu Lisheng's Rage, 1. After leaving the bamboo forest, Fanjin made his way hurriedly to the spirit healer faculty. In front of Fenjue and June Wuxie, he had appeared to be his usual self, but the incident in the dining hall had greatly perplexed him. How did June Xie get kicked out of the spirit healer faculty? And just who was Li Zimu to stir up such a ruckus? In the spirit healer faculty campus, Gu Lisheng was checking on the disciples' progress in their training when the door into his office was pushed open. He was startled a moment before he looked up to see Fanjin panting heavily at his door, and his face broke into a smile. What brought you all the way here to see me today? Fanjin entered the office and closed the door. He asked immediately, it's regarding June Xie. What is really going on? Where did that Li Zimu sprout up from? Uncle Gu, have you made a mistake here? While he was making his way here, Fanjin had compared that Li Zimu to June Wuxie hundreds of times in his mind. No matter which way he looked at it, that cowardly Li Zimu had only gained direct entry into the main division based on a not-too-shabby ring spirit. That weakling had absolutely no innate talent to even speak of, so how had Li Zimu managed to drive June Xie out of the spirit healer faculty and taken his position? Gu Lisheng was taken by surprise. He had not expected Fanjin to have come see him regarding this matter. It was a mistake, haven't I already said it? Gu Lisheng asked. Uncle Gu, what is so great about Li Zimu? If you really had no intention of accepting June Xie as your disciple from the start, why did you give him hope in the first place? Do you know how badly all the other disciples in the academy are cursing and scolding June Xie now? Fanjin had always respected Gu Lisheng and had developed a fondness for this elder who did not put on any airs. But in regards to the matter with June Xie this time, Gu Lisheng had really lapsed in his consideration of the parties involved. To Gu Lisheng, it might be seen as a matter of little consequences, but to a new disciple who had just been admitted, it was a catastrophe. If he had not chanced upon them today, he did not know how badly the youths with Li Zimu would have tormented June Xie. Hearing Fanjin's accusatory tone, Gu Lisheng was feeling rather confused. What are you talking about? cursed and scolded. What is going on? Gu Lixing felt that there was more than what he was hearing from Fan Jin, and he hurriedly tried to ask more about it. What else could it be? It was your beloved newly accepted disciple, Li Zimu, who brought along a gang of his to make things difficult for Jun Xie. Accusing Jun Xie of stealing his position in the spirit healer faculty, and that you had never fancied Jun Xie. It was Jun Xie who came running to you on his own and got thrown out of here by you personally. Fan Jin said, a little exasperated. Gu Lixing's face turned white. Nonsense. When did I ever say that? Never fancied Jun Xie. How would he miss such gift? He had set his sights on that little kid the moment he laid eyes on him. And the facts had shown him that he had a good eye for talent. Jun Xie had fully understood everything about his spirit healing technique within the extremely short period of time to burn an incense stick without practical practice, and was even able to point out its inadequacies. However, it was precisely because of that Gu Lixing was afraid that Jun Xie would waste away his time here in the spirit healer faculty and allowed him to go learn how to train and develop his ring spirit in the beast spirit faculty while researching on ways to improve on the spirit healing technique. That would allow Jun Xie to pick up more knowledge and also shield him from prying eyes and ears while the technique was still under research and development. But his considerations for the little kid had backfired badly, and that was something Gu Lixing had not expected. Fan Jin felt that things were not as they seemed after seeing Gu Lixing's reactions, and he forced himself to calm down and related the incident in the dining hall today in detail to Gu Lixing. Gu Lixing's face contorted with rage after hearing what Fan Jin said. Those were the exact words from Li Zimu. His face darkened and his voice turned low. Fan Jin nodded. Gu Lixing's face turned dark as thunder. Chapter 421, Gu Lixing's Rage, 2. What an audacious Li Zimu. Gu Lixing was almost bursting with anger. He had recruited Li Zimu into the spirit healer faculty only to round out his plans. Jun Xie was to be protected by staying hidden, and he had had to arrange for another disciple to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty to avoid raising any suspicions. He had accidentally bumped into Li Zimu on the first day the new disciples had been admitted and offhandedly chosen Li Zimu to be the disciple. As for the matter with Jun Xie, Gu Lixing had explained it to the headmaster and Li Zimu, saying that he had made a mistake himself and it had nothing to do with Jun Xie. The intended purpose for his explanation had been exactly because he feared that the other disciples would deliberately make things difficult for Jun Xie after leaving the spirit healer faculty, and had used his position as the head of the spirit healer faculty to take on the blame for the error. He never would have expected that after telling Li Zimu the truth of the matter, he would actually totally disregard his words and spread such malicious rumors. Seeing an impostor disseminating such vicious rumors that brought such calamity to his most treasured disciple made Gu Lixing almost want to tear Li Zimu to pieces. Gu Lixing stared at Fan Jin in perplexity. He knew very well that in such a situation, it would not help much even if he were to step forth to explain himself once again, as the vicious rumors had already spread and taken root throughout the whole Zephyr Academy. The way things were now, Jun Xie's days ahead in the Zephyr Academy could only be extremely difficult. Fan Jin, I have always trusted you and know that you are a trustworthy person. I would like to ask you to take good care of Jun Xie. The truth is, Gu Lixing told Fan Jin the whole truth about Jun Xie. He decided to do that because of two things. Firstly, he fully trusted Fan Jin's strength of character. Fan Jin had come up to him to argue on Jun Xie's behalf, proving that Fan Jin saw Jun Xie as a person he would fight to defend. Secondly, with such vicious rumors swirling heatedly within the Zephyr Academy, Jun Xie's days in the Zephyr Academy would not be easy even in the Beast Spirit faculty, and without Fan Jin's protection, Gu Lixing did not want to imagine what Jun Xie would be put through. Hence, Gu Lixing had decided that he needed to let Fan Jin know the full picture. Fan Jin had listened calmly at the start and became deeply shocked when Gu Lixing finished telling him the whole story. He stared wide-eyed at Gu Lixing in incredulous disbelief and stuttered, "You are saying little Xie can improve the spirit healing technique?" Great heavens! What was he hearing? Fan Jin knew clearly how precious the spirit healing technique was, and Gu Lixing was actually telling him that Jun Xie had fully comprehended everything about the spirit healing technique within the time needed for a single stick of incense to burn out. He just could not believe his own ears. Yes, it still sounds absolutely unbelievable to me as I tell you this, but all that I have told you is the truth. This is a matter of gravest importance, and before Jun Xie completes it, he would have to shoulder all the curses thrown at him and suffer under the injustice. I hope that you can take good care of him during this period and try your best to make his life in the academy a little easier for him. Gu Lisheng pleaded with a sigh. Uncle Gu, you can be assured that I will not allow anyone to bully Jun Xie. Fan Jin said, thumping his chest with confidence. He might not be able to assure Gu Lisheng of much in other areas, but shielding Jun Xie was a task he was rather sure he could take up relatively easily. With your assurance, I am a bit more relieved. Gu Lisheng smiled weakly. It had only been through Fan Jin that he realized Jun Xie's current predicament in the Zephyr Academy. He really had not expected the Li Zimu that he had offhandedly picked would be the main instigator behind all this turmoil. After knowing the full picture, all of Fan Jin's doubts were cleared. Realizing that Gu Lisheng was the one who put Jun Xie into the Beast Spirit faculty, he had stated that he would definitely keep an eye out for Jun Xie there. After receiving a few more words of caution from Gu Lisheng, Fan Jin left the Spirit Healer faculty. Gu Lisheng was deep in thought. Whereas, Li Zimu, who was still caught up in glee at his new position, was completely oblivious to the fact that he had greatly angered the last person he should displease even the slightest in the Spirit Healer faculty. What awaited before him in the Zephyr Academy was not the fame and fortune he envisioned, but utter failure and an absolute crushing defeat. Chapter 422, Beast Spirit Faculty, 1. That very afternoon, Jun Wuxie put on the Beast Spirit faculty's jade emblem and was accompanied by Fan Jin as they made their way towards the Beast Spirit faculty's campus. Due to Fan Jin's presence, the other disciples did not dare to be overly brazen with their actions. They had only gathered together in groups whispering to each other while they pointed repeatedly at Jun Xie standing beside Fan Jin. However, what was being said among themselves could not be heard. The junior and senior disciples in the Beast Spirit faculty were taught separately, and after Fan Jin brought Jun Xie to the class for the newly admitted disciples, his face was etched with worry. Little Xie, I'll be going now. If anyone says anything unbearable, do not take it to heart. And if anyone bullies you, just tell me about it and I'll teach them a lesson. Fan Jin said, shaking his fist visibly before the other disciples in the class. Fan Jin had always been known to be peace-loving, but in view of Jun Xie's predicament, he was prepared to defend Jun Xie even if his reputation was to be damaged. He would only have to wait for the day that Jun Xie succeeded and their grievances would all be righted. Jun Wuxie looked at Fan Jin, and she suddenly thought that he was very similar to Qiao Chu before she nodded slightly. Fan Jin spoke a while more before he left, his brow still creased in worry. Fan Jin had just stepped away when the whole classroom, who had been wary of Fan Jin and had kept their silence, heard a voice suddenly exclaim loudly. I was just thinking who that was, and it turns out to be the Zephyr Academy's most shameless. So, you couldn't get into the Spirit Healer faculty and have condescended yourself to come to the Beast Spirit faculty. I had thought that anyone who was thrown out of the Spirit Healer faculty were immediately expelled from the Zephyr Academy altogether. It seems I was wrong. A youth with a sneering smile said while looking at Jun Wuxie, and she recognized him to be one of the youths from the group who had confronted her in the dining hall with Li Zimu. That depends on who you are talking about though. If you manage to grab on certain right connections, nothing is impossible. You are talking about the headmaster's son after all. He just has to open his mouth to plead a little and he would be able to keep anyone he wants within the Zephyr Academy. Didn't you hear? Senior Fan had said it before all of us here that if any of us dared to bully Jun Xie, he will teach us a lesson, you know. Another youth quipped. Although neither of them intended to lay their hands on Jun Xie this time, the daggers they shot from their eyes were obvious for all to see. And they were not afraid that Jun Xie would hear them either. I would advise the two of you to not speak too much about that. Mind you, that person has the backing of someone of great authority. They were able to retain someone who was supposed to be expelled from the Zephyr Academy that easily. Maybe with a few more words from them, they would get us all expelled instead. It would be better to keep our mouths shut. The youths laughed as they spat out their venomous innuendos, and the atmosphere within the class grew more and more stifling. There were tens of them in this batch of new disciples who were admitted, and they were further split in two halves between the Beast Spirit and Weapon Spirit faculties. All the over 30-odd disciples in the class were admitted together with Jun Wuxie. And among all that number of disciples, not a single one among them held any kind intentions for the lone Jun Wuxie. The little black cat upon Jun Wuxie's shoulders shot the ignorant youths a lazy glare. How childish. Jun Wuxie was completely unaffected by those insults and insinuated accusations and walked slowly towards a corner of the room to sit down, to wait for the teacher to arrive. For those three loudmouthed youths, they suddenly felt rather slighted when they could not incite any response from Jun Xie. But with Fan Jin's forewarning, they did not dare touch a hair on Jun Xie, and could only rope in the whole class to ostracize Jun Xie for them. The teacher for the new disciples admitted into the Beast Spirit faculty walked into the class. In a moment, the deafening noise in the classroom died down. All the new disciples sat up straight in their seats and ceased all their boisterous behavior. Qian Yuan he swept his stern glare around the class and finally spied a tiny lone figure in the corner, ostracized by all the other disciples in the class, and his brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 423, Beast Spirit Faculty, 2. Certain things that I have talked about earlier this morning was supposed to have been finished and done with. But as we have new disciples who have just joined us for the afternoon class, I have no choice but to speak a bit more on it. When you are in the Beast Spirit faculty, we have rules that you have to adhere to. As a disciple of the Beast Spirit faculty, all of you will have to work hard to fight for the glory of the Beast Spirit faculty, and not go around stirring up controversies, or I will not hold myself back against those culprits. And, I am only a teacher here that will provide you with guidance and am not your master. In the Zephyr Academy, only the person who is willing to give you perpetual guidance till the day you leave the Zephyr Academy will be your master. Qian Yuan his eyes drifted to look at Jun Xie in the corner a few times as he spoke. When he saw that Jun Xie was still expressionless like before, his frown grew deeper. I do not care if there are any disciples among you who have close relations with other teachers, as once you are here in the Beast Spirit faculty, you are a disciple of the Beast Spirit faculty. If you think otherwise, it's better you leave now, and not waste everybody else's time. The Beast Spirit faculty has no need for such wastrels. If anyone intends to gain any advantages through any dishonest means, I can tell you now it would just be your own wishful thinking. Qian Yuan he might not have mentioned any names, but his words had been directed straight at Jun Xie, insinuating his lack of morals. When the other youths heard Qian Yuan they cheered for their teacher in their hearts. This teacher of theirs had been known to be righteous and unbending, and he absolutely despised people who resorted to underhanded means. It seemed that Jun Xie had started on the wrong foot with the teacher here, and had been blacklisted right from the start. Being ostracized by the other disciples and earning the dislike of the teacher, Jun Wuxie's life in the academy was at its lowest. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to bear up under the swirling rumors and left this place of calamity. But Jun Wuxie had not shown any reaction and just sat in the corner quietly. Whatever people like these said, held no meaning to her. It could even be said that, besides the words that imparted to her knowledge of what she wanted to learn, Jun Wuxie had totally shut out all these voices from her ears. She would encase herself in her own little world. After Qian Yuan he decided that he had given Jun Xie fair warning, his formal instruction on the way to train beast ring spirits started officially. As someone who possessed a plant ring spirit, the method being taught that was meant for beast ring spirits was totally unsuitable to Jun Wuxie's needs. She sat in the corner the whole afternoon and listened to Qian Yuan his leisurely lecture before she realized it. Between the different species of ring spirits, there were no areas that coincided with each other. She had initially intended to pick up some pointers and knowledge in the Zephyr Academy on ring spirits and spiritual power, but the result had greatly disappointed her. All the things they were teaching were of no use to her. Having endured Qian Yuan for the whole afternoon, Jun Wuxie stood up and left immediately, paying no heed to Qian Yuan his darkened face with thick green veins showing visibly at his temples as his rage rose. He saw before his eyes his most disliked disciple suddenly walk out of the room, showing scant respect for him. Qian Yuan could not do anything but leave the room with his face plastered with a sour expression. He made a mental note to remember to teach the tiny brat some basic manners and how to respect his teachers the next day. With the exception of the very first day, Jun Wuxie had never set foot into the Beast Spirit faculty again. Jun Wuxie went to Fan Jin and Fan Zhuo that very night and asked to borrow the use of one of the dwellings by the small quaint yard within the bamboo forest. She finally moved everything she had in the dormitory over and lived there completely. Jun Wuxie's soundless and swift actions shocked many people greatly. Besides having stunned those disciples and teachers who had been waiting in the Beast Spirit faculty to give Jun Xie a hard time, even Yin Yan found himself at a total loss for words for a long while as he stared at the completely empty bed space in the dormitory room. The masses of people who had planned and plotted to make things difficult for Jun Xie suddenly found themselves without a target, their schemes completely foiled by one quick action from Jun Wuxie. Chapter 424, Beast Spirit Faculty, 3. In regards to Jun Wuxie's disappearing act, Qian Yuan he had gone to the headmasters to complain a few times. But all of it was suppressed by Gu Lisheng. Having known that Jun Xie did not turn up at the Beast Spirit Faculty and had even moved out of the dormitory altogether brought a sense of great relief to Gu Lisheng instead. Jun Wuxie stayed within the bamboo grove's little yard and focused on her research of the spirit healing technique. Having realized that the training of ring spirits for the other species were of no use to her, she had put all her energies into taking on the challenge of confronting the spirit healing technique. She wanted to complete the technique as soon as possible in order for the Snow Lotus to recover to its former glory. Her life regressed back into a closed-door affair, making her feel as if she had gone back to the days she was in the Lin Palace. In those days, she had not stepped through the pharmacy's doors and had only stayed inside to cultivate her elixirs. Jun Xie might have disappeared from sight in the Zephyr Academy, but the rumors and slander surrounding her had not dissipated one bit and continued to swirl. The set rules in the Zephyr Academy did not allow disciples to skip classes with a good reason, and Jun Xie had not appeared in class for almost half a month. Qian Yuan his trips to the headmasters had increased in frequency but had still been to no avail. Nevertheless, news on the matter suddenly spread among the disciples and no one knew from where the rumors had started from. First, he had tried to steal the position in the spirit healer faculty from others, then he had seen himself so self-important that he totally disregarded the teacher in his beast spirit faculty class, and now he had broken the academy rules, but Jun Xie was still not expelled from the Zephyr Academy. The infractions that Jun Xie had committed were getting from bad to worse. Jun Wuxie herself did not realize it, but the infamy that the name, Jun Xie, carried within the Zephyr Academy at that moment, made her an undisputed celebrity throughout the whole campus. And that infamy had dragged Fan Jin into the mud together, along with Jun Xie. It was because of Fan Jin's protectiveness of Jun Xie on all those occasions in the past that led everyone to think it was all due to Fan Jin's influence that Jun Xie was able to still remain a disciple of the Zephyr Academy despite all her grave transgressions. Everyone accused Fan Jin of exerting undue influence onto the headmaster with his unique position, forcing the academy of retaining Jun Xie. Although all the disciples did not dare to get into a direct confrontation with Fan Jin, but behind him, they had lost the adoration and respect for him, and when speaking of Fan Jin, they would only clamp their mouths tightly shut and refuse to comment anything about him. Fan Jin was aware but he never mentioned it to anyone. He went to the bamboo glade for his meals as usual and occasionally share interesting stories on the things happening within the academy with Jun Xie and Fan Zhuo, but he never spoke about himself, shouldering the whole burden by himself secretly. On this day, Fan Jin had just finished with his training and he made himself forget all the unfriendly stares directed at him, smiling to himself as he left. A short distance away, Senior Ning walked out from behind some trees, and standing beside her was the gloomy Yin Yan. "Have you managed to find out where Jun Xie has disappeared to?" Senior Ning asked with a frown on her face. She had intended to make use of Jun Xie to take down Fan Jin, but Jun Xie had only appeared in the Beast Spirit faculty for half a day and had completely disappeared thereafter, making it impossible to carry out her plan. Yin Yan made an agonized face and shook his head. Senior Ning showed her displeasure on her face and asked, "Has there been any situations with that Li Zimu?" Yin Yan replied, "Li Zimu, he isn't doing well in the spirit healer faculty." "How can it be?" Senior Ning asked in surprise. Li Zimu was the only disciple that Gu Lisheng accepted this year, how could he be doing badly? "It is not Master's fault. Master has been very patient with him and often carries out a one-on-one instruction with him. Master has even given Li Zimu books that we have never seen before to revise, but Li Zimu does not seem to have the aptitude for spirit healing. It has been 2 weeks and he can't even perform a spiritual power transformation." As Yin Yan shared his observations, his eyes somehow seemed to shine. Chapter 425, Trust. Both Senior Ning and Gu Lisheng had placed importance on Li Zimu and that had made Yin Yan rather jealous. And when he saw how badly Li Zimu was clumsily fumbling through his tasks every day, he could not help but smile in joy. Li Zimu was just thrash and would never amount to anything. "How did it turn out like that?" Senior Ning asked, her brow furrowed. Things were obviously not moving as she had planned. Over the past 2 weeks, she had been rather cordial with Li Zimu, as she had intended to rope him in. But if his potential did not meet up to her expectations, she would have wasted all that effort. Observe him for another 2 weeks. If things does not improve, let me know. I had intended to ask my father to put Li Zimu under my charge to mentor, but if he turns out to be absolutely useless, then I have no need for such trash. Senior Ning complained in displeasure. All the seniors can take in up to 2 junior disciples to be under their charge, and she had already given the first spot to Yin Yan. She had thought about taking in Li Zimu to fill up the second spot, but it seemed that she would have to reconsider it again. Rest assured, Senior Ning. I will close a close eye on Li Zimu's progress. Yin Yan answered with his head lowered, to hide the wicked smile playing across his lips. Senior Ning waved her hand, feeling slightly annoyed. Time passed and days went by. Jun Wuxie had stayed within the quaint little hut within the bamboo grove for a month. Over the past month, the rumors within the Zephyr Academy had not dwindled over time but had instead intensified, but Jun Wuxie was not aware of it. After a whole month's research, Jun Wuxie had finally been able to understand where the inadequacies in the spirit healing technique lay when one's spiritual power was transformed. Gu Lisheng's spirit healing merely transforms one's spiritual power into spirit energy to mend up injured ring spirits. But Jun Wuxie had discovered that even without going through the transformation of one's spiritual power, the energy could be directly applied to mend a ring spirit instead. Although the speed of the healing was slower, but it completely removed the major disadvantage of the excessive loss of one's spiritual power in Gu Lisheng's technique. Jun Wuxie had experimented it on the snow lotus a few times and found that the snow lotus life force had been getting stronger and stronger over the past few days. Its withered petals had now grown dense and lush just like before, and Jun Wuxie could distinctly feel the familiar spirit energy flowing out from the snow lotus. She believed that in another 2 weeks, the snow lotus would be able to achieve a complete recovery. That day, after Jun Wuxie had completed her healing of the snow lotus, another idea popped into Jun Wuxie's head. In the past 1 month that she had stayed within the bamboo grove, though she had not stepped out of her room much, she had nevertheless silently observed Fengju's health condition. It was just as the rumors had said outside. Fengju's weak body was near expiration and the amount of elixirs he swallowed were more than the amount of food he ate. Although that might just forcibly sustain his body to keep him alive a little longer, but medicine and elixirs were nevertheless still drugs, and would still in part be poison to the body. The copious amount of elixirs he inhaled daily would cause a certain amount of damage to his body as well. The negative effects would not be visible in the early stages, but when the effects accumulated over time, it would render Fengju's body to become just an empty shell. Jun Wuxie walked towards Fengju's little hut and stood before the tightly latched door. She was just about to raise her hand to knock when Ah Jing's voice sounded from inside. "Young master, is the Jun Xie mentioned in the rumors outside, the same young master Jun staying here with us? You are not aware, but everyone out there is cursing the elder young master viciously all because of him." "Ah Jing, what is exactly the matter with you?" Fengju's voice asked right after. Ah Jing told Fengju everything he had heard about Jun Xie from the day he was admitted till now, and the tone in his voice was heavily tinged with reproach. How would the elder young master be capable of committing favoritism and accepting of cronyism? The elder young master is the nicest and most righteous person under the skies. I had never seen that young master Jun would commit such despicable acts. It is no wonder he does not go to the academy at all. It must be because he had stirred up so much controversy and was not able to remain in the academy. Chapter 426, Malady or Poison, 1. Ah Jing was about to continue when Fengju's voice interrupted him. "Ah Jing, I do not want to hear you speak any more about this in future. I trust my brother and I trust little Xie. The gossip that comes out of the mouths of others cannot compare with I can see with my own 2 eyes and hear with my own ears here every day." Throughout the period that little Xie had lived here, had he ever bothered anyone in any way? Don't tell me you do not know where those tonics that had suddenly appeared in the kitchen out of nowhere were from. Fengju said, as he looked at Ah Jing, his always gentle face showing a rare moment of displeasure. Jun Xie might not like to talk much and did not get along easily with people. But that did not mean that he was a person that harbored ulterior motives. After Jun Wuxie had moved into the bamboo grove, Ah Jing would often find precious tonics in the kitchen that suddenly appeared out of thin air. Those highly expensive things would often be stuffed somewhere in the kitchen and placed out in the open like common vegetables. Jing had initially thought that the headmaster had arranged for people to deliver them to the bamboo grove and had asked the guard that delivered things to them daily, but the guard had only told Jing he had never seen those things before. Jing had then told Fan Zhuo about the queer happenings, and Fan Zhuo had immediately correctly guessed the identity of the person responsible for it. Those things must have been secretly left in the kitchen by Jun Xie. Although Jun Xie always carried a cold expression on his face, his heart was however warm. Jing could not find any words to rebuke Fan Zhuo's reasoning. If he had not heard those rumors circulating throughout the whole academy, Jing had actually liked the little young Master Jun. But when the rumors began to be heard time and time again, many began to believe those rumors to be the truth. And when he heard that the elder young master had been mercilessly slandered and irrecoverably wronged due to his association with Jun Xie, Jing had immediately turned the blame onto Jun Xie. "I will take it as you had not said all these before, and I do not want little Xie to hear them," Fan Zhuo said in reproach. Jing's head was lowered and he said softly, "But the elder young master. If my brother doesn't even mind, I do not care to hear about it as well. My incapacitated body is a burden to people when others speak about it. If rumors from others are to be believed, shouldn't my father and brother have thrown me out right from the beginning and leave me to fend for myself?" Fan Zhuo asked persistently. Jing shook his head vehemently when he heard that. Fan Zhuo let out a big sigh and was about to give Jing some instructions when his face was suddenly covered in cold sweat. His pale face turned green and he clutched at the clothes at his chest tightly before falling forward onto the table. "Young master! Young master!" Jing was in a fluster. A loud crash sounded. The tightly latched door was suddenly kicked open, and before Jing could recover, he saw the figure of Jun Xie rushing in like a whirlwind, straight towards Fan Zhuo, who had fallen unconscious, and immediately carrying him onto the bed. All four of Fan Zhuo's limbs were twitching as he lay on the bed and his mouth was tightly closed. The lips on his mouth were turning from purple to become greenish and his face was creased in a tight frown. Jing was about to cry as he stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Jun Wuxie immediately took Fan Zhuo's pulse, and when she felt the pulse under her fingers, her brow immediately furrowed. In the past few days, she had accidentally come across Fan Zhuo within the small yard and she had taken Fan Zhuo's pulse discreetly as she had some thoughts about his health condition. Although the pulse had been weak then, it had been nothing like the chaotic pulse she felt now from him. The chaos in the pulse had initially seemed to have been brought about by the onset of Fan Zhuo's illness, but if one were to look deeper, they would find that the chaos was due to external influences that had suddenly stirred all this up. It was not Fan Zhuo's malady acting up, but an effect brought on by poison. Jun Wuxie was suddenly reminded of Mo Qianyuan. Fan Zhuo's pulse now had felt exactly the same as Mo Qianyuan's had in the beginning. Although Mo Qianyuan had similarly been poisoned, but his body had been in a much better condition than Fan Zhuo. Fan Zhuo's severely weakened body might not be able to withstand the torment the poison would inflict on it. Chapter 427, Malady or Poison, 2. Young Master Jun. Please help find the elder young master and tell him that the young master had fallen ill. Please. Jing pleaded with Jun Wuxie, tears running down his face. Jun Wuxie shook her head and pulled out the silver needles she always carried around with her. She told Jing in a cold voice, "Fetch some hot water and warm wine." What? Jing was stunned and did not move. He suddenly recovered and saw that Jun Xie was holding silver needles longer than his fingers and was about to administer them on Fan Zhuo. Shock shook him and he immediately jumped onto Jun Xie, pulling back on the hand that was about to administer the needles onto Fan Zhuo. "What are you doing to my young master?" At times like this, Jun Xie was not running to Fan Jin to get people to help and was going to use those needles on Fan Zhuo. All those rumors and gossip that he had heard suddenly came rushing into mind, and those eyes that had been looking at Jun Xie suddenly changed. "If you dare to harm my young master in any way, I will not let you off." Jun Wuxie's brows furrowed as she looked at Jing's eyes that were filled with hatred, and whispered, "Little black." Just as the words came out of Jun Wuxie's mouth, the little black cat that had been lying on Jun Wuxie's shoulder suddenly jumped at Jing, and the tiny body morphed and grew in midair, turning suddenly into a massive black beast. Arg! Jing was pinned to the ground by the black beast and he screamed out in terror. "Quiet," Jun Wuxie said with a frown. The black beast opened its great jaws and held Jing by the neck. Jing was so terrified that he did not dare utter another sound. Silence finally fell in the room and Jun Wuxia worked her needles on Fan Zhuo immediately. Jing stared wordlessly as he watched Jun Wuxia stick those long silver needles into Fan Zhuo's body. When he saw the needles prick the skin and its length disappearing into the body, Jing's eyes became red. All the gossips and rumors about Jun Xia whispered into his ears repeatedly and suddenly took root in his mind. Fear crept into his heart. Had they allowed a wolf in sheep's clothing into their midst? Jun Wuxia did not have the time to bother with what Jing was thinking. Fan Zhuo's body was in the worst of conditions. She suspected that his body carried not only a deep-rooted malady but that elements of induced poison were also present. But she was rather puzzled. She had taken Fan Zhuo's pill some time earlier and she had not detected any traces of poison in Fan Zhuo's body. But the poison had hit Fan Zhuo so strongly today. Was it mere coincidence or was this caused by someone's hand? Jun Wuxia worked to stabilize Fan Zhuo's veins and arteries on one hand and was juggling to extract the poison from his body with the silver needles on the other hand. The color of the blood that flowed out from Fan Zhuo's body made Jun Wuxia raise an eyebrow in query. The color of Fan Zhuo's blood was extremely light, unlike the blood of a normal person. And the smell of the blood was rather faint as it dripped from a silver needle drop by drop. The blood did not look to be tainted by poison and this did not match Jun Wuxia's initial diagnosis. Could it be that poison was not used? Jun Wuxia raised an eyebrow in thought and her hands moved endlessly. Fan Zhuo's body had been very weak all this time and it was already a miracle that he had lasted this long. With this sudden seizure, it had almost depleted everything his weak body had left in the first place. Fan Zhuo's life force was leaving his body fast and if left alone, he would not live past 2 hours. It was not the time to get caught up with the strange signs on Fan Zhuo's body, but to focus on keeping him alive. Jun Wuxia's eyes suddenly glimmered with a frosty light. It was always in situations like this, that she was fighting tooth and nail against death himself to gain every second she could for her patient, that made Jun Wuxia's blood boil and endlessly excited her. With the 12 silver needles, she set the foundation to protect Fan Zhuo's main heart artery. She used another 7 silver needles to seal his acupressure points to contain Fan Zhuo's weakening breaths. Gripping her needles firmly, Jun Wuxia's hands flew after stabilizing Fan Zhuo's condition and embarked on her long battle, fighting for the same man, as she stared at death straight in the eyes. Chapter 428, Malady or Poison, 3. Fan Zhuo's body was exceptionally weak and would not be able to hold up under overly intensive treatment. But the afflictions within his body were nevertheless very violent and if not suppressed by strong medicine, he would soon cease to breathe. Jun Wuxia employed her own technique, the devil's heart needles, to retain the last gasps of his breath. The technique was developed by Jun Wuxia herself when she had been isolated from the world for more than a decade. Its implementation was highly invasive but its effect were just as astounding. This technique when employed through Jun Wuxia's needles would forcibly incite a person's life force to flare for a period. Although that might just retain a person's life, this technique could only be employed on a person 3 times throughout his life and every time it was used, the person's lifespan would be shortened by a decade. If the body were to undergo through the technique more than 3 times, then that person wouldn't be saved even if the gods descended. The technique was highly detrimental to a person's body and Jun Wuxia avoided employing it if she could help it. But faced with Fan Zhuo's condition now, besides using the devil's heart needles to gain the precious time she needed, she could not think of any other way. Under the 17 life-preserving needles, Fan Zhuo's life was kept from ebbing away and that would allow Jun Wuxia the highly precious time she needed to execute other purging and healing methods to drag Fan Zhuo out from death's gates. A snake's gall immersed in poison was pushed into Fan Zhuo's mouth. The snake's gall contained lethal poison and if not for the devil's heart needle's protection, Fan Zhuo's body would have been caught in a seizure and he would have died immediately upon swallowing it. But the poison from snake gall brought about another effect in this instance whereby it greatly stirred Fan Zhuo's deep-seated malady into a frenzied state. Fan Zhuo's body began to tremble violently and blood formed into a drop through the pores on his skin. In a moment, Fan Zhuo was suddenly covered in his own blood. His body twisted and turned and his arched body was like a bow stretched to its limit, and it seemed like it could snap at any time. Jing stared in horror as he saw what Fan Zhuo was going through and his heart winced in pain. He no longer cared about being inhibited by Black Beast and he struggled while he shouted out, "Jun Xia! You will die 1,000 deaths. My young master trusted you so much. And you would still do this to him. If anything happens to the young master, I'll still come back and haunt you even when I turn into a ghost. Jing's eyes were all red as he stared venomously at Jun Wuxie, looking like he would have liked nothing better than to tear her apart right at that moment. The black beast's fang scratched Jing's neck slightly and blood flowed down his neck. But Jing had not noticed it and just continued to shout. Quiet. Jun Wuxie said coldly. She could not afford to be distracted now as Fanjua's delicate situation called for her full attention. The black beast sensed Jun Wuxie's perplexity and it raised its paw and swiped it against Jing's head. The next moment, the screaming Jing fell over in a dead faint. And silence claimed the room once more. The black beast turned back into a cat and jumped up onto the bed to silently observe Jun Wuxie as she conducted Fanjua's treatment, a mask of intense concentration. The most difficult maladies to fully treat and root out completely were those that had their illness accompanying them all the while straight from birth. Not many ways existed that could fully mend such inborn deficiencies. Fanjua had been born with a weak constitution and his body had been mainly sustained by medicine and elixirs over a long period and their side effects had been deeply ingrained all the way into his bones. The sudden seizure had shown all the signs of Fanjua being poisoned and the deep-seated side effects accumulated over the long years of his high intake of medicines had erupted together. Under the successive bouts of trauma inflicted upon a person's body, even a normal person might not survive under the torment and Fanjua's situation was made all the more dire. Jun Xie. What are you doing? Having just completed his training, Fanjin had made his way over here to sponge a good meal off his brother. The moment he had stepped into the small yard within the bamboo grove, he had detected a faint smell of blood. Worried for his brother's condition, he had rushed into the room and the moment he had pushed the door open, he saw Jing lying in a heap, motionless on the ground, and bleeding from the neck. His dear younger brother was on the bed, covered in blood, and his body was badly contorted as violent spasms rocked him and Jun Xie was just staring coldly at his side. At that moment, Fan Jin's mind exploded. Chapter 429, Malady or Poison, 4. One had fainted and another had suddenly appeared. Jun Wuxie's hand that was still on Fanjua's pulse suddenly had green veins showing vividly against her fair skin. If you don't want him to die, do as I say. Jun Wuxie could not spare the time to explain anything to Fan Jin. She decided to take a gamble on whether Fan Jin trusted her enough. Fan Jin stared at the unconscious Jing and turned his eyes to Fanjua whose body was still rocked by violent spasms and a great struggle showed in his eyes. Everything before his eyes signaled undeniable danger signs in his mind as no matter how anyone looked at the scene in front of him, they would only think that Jun Xie was delivering harm to Fanjua. Just tell me what and I'll carry it out. A tiny voice in Fan Jin told him that he would not go wrong if he listened to Jun Xie. Hot water, warm wine. Jun Wuxie lacked the ability to split herself and she could not afford to take one step away from Fanjua at that moment. Fan Jin did not hesitate and immediately turned to carry out the tasks. The little black cat sat quietly at the side as it watched Fan Jin's quick actions, and it swished its tail lazily through the air. He is at least more sensible, my mistress had not expended so much effort to save your brother in vain. After a while, Fan Jin had gotten what Jun Wuxie had asked for ready and brought it into the room. Jun Wuxie ignored him completely, directing all her energies on treating Fanjua. Fan Jin placed the things he had prepared on one side and he found the room so quiet he could hear his own heartbeat. He bent down to check on Jing's injuries and found that Jing was only bleeding at the neck from a scratch before having fainted. He saw that Jing's life was in no danger and he carried Jing out and put him into another room. Fan Jin came back after that and just stood quietly at one corner of the bed, watching Jun Xie carry out the treatment for Fanjua. As he observed further, Fan Jin was utterly shocked. He had not really thought carefully about what Jun Xie had wanted to do, but when he saw Jun Xie repeatedly feeding elixirs to Fanjua and incessantly applying medicated cream on Fanjua's acupressure points, his expression became one of shock. Little Xie, you are carrying out treatment for little Jua? Fan Jin asked cautiously. Shut up. Jun Wuxie shot Fan Jin a cold glance and Fan Jin immediately quieted himself. Many years later, every time that Fan Jin recalled this scene on this very day, he would always feel torn between tears and laughter. He had actually left the fate of his gravely ill younger brother in the hands of a 14-year-old youth. He would still wonder in disbelief at his totally irrational decision that fateful day. The spasms that wrecked at Fanjua's body stopped after a long while. His eyes were tightly closed and his deathly pale face was contorted in agony. Jun Wuxie used the hot water that Fan Jin brought in to clean the blood off Fan Zhuo, and then she poured the warm wine down Fan Zhuo's throat. Moments later, the spasms started to wreck at Fan Zhuo once again. "Hold him down." Jun Wuxie stepped back and told Fan Jin. Fan Jin hurried to the side of the bed and his eyes were pained as he looked at his brother. He stretched out his hand to hold down Fan Zhuo's shoulders to prevent him from struggling too much. Pffft. A dark black liquid suddenly spewed forth from Fan Zhuo's mouth and it sprayed heavily all over Fan Jin. The dark black liquid carried an obnoxious odor and Fan Jin almost lost consciousness from the sudden onslaught to his sense of smell. Nevertheless, Fan Jin held his brother down determinedly as he looked on anxiously as Fan Zhuo continued to spew out the black liquid. "Lie sideways." Jun Wuxie's voice sounded out. Fan Jin understood and immediately turned Fan Zhuo's body to make him lie on his side at the edge of the bed. Fan Zhuo continued to vomit but the spasms were gradually dying down and the amount of filth coming out of his mouth was also lessening. When Fan Zhuo had nothing else left for him to vomit out, Jun Wuxie gestured with her hand and said, "Let him lie down properly." Fan Jin immediately complied and he saw that Fan Zhuo's complexion looked visibly better than just now. The green and purple hue on his face had completely disappeared. Chapter 430, Malady or Poison, 5. Little Xie. Little Zhuo's complexion. Fan Jin turned to look at Jun Xie, a big smile almost splitting across his face. But noticed Jun Xie was looking back at him, with utmost disdain in his eyes. Fan Jin's expression became one of bewilderment. He took one step forward, but Jun Xie hurriedly retreated a step as well. "Don't come near me." Jun Wuxie's eyes were icily cold. Fan Jin's heart winced and he suddenly remembered the suspicions he had held against Jun Xie when he first opened the door earlier. He was suddenly overcome in guilt. He could visibly see Fan Zhuo's complexion improving before his eyes and no matter how ignorant he was in the field of medicine, Fan Jin knew that everything that Jun Xie had done earlier was to save Fan Zhuo's life, but he had actually allowed himself to lay suspicion on Jun Xie's intentions. "Little Xie, I am really sorry. I did not mean to doubt you, but when I opened that door, and my eyes were met with such a scene, I could not react in time. I am really sorry." Fan Jin apologized sincerely as he did not want Jun Xie to look at him with those eyes filled with such derision. Jun Wuxie frowned, not understanding why Fan Jin was apologizing, and ignored what he had said totally. "Dirty." Jun Wuxie however was highly put off by the filth on Fan Jin and she pinched her nose while she pointed a finger at Fan Jin and uttered just that single word. It finally dawned on Fan Jin and he looked down at himself before he realized he was covered in the smelly black liquid that Fan Zhuo had vomited out earlier. He had been overcome by shock and had not paid any notice to the pungent acrid odor emanating from him. And after Jun Xie had pointed it out, his numbed sense of smell suddenly came back and when the highly offensive odor wafted into his nose, Fan Jin suddenly gagged and almost vomited on the spot. He covered his mouth in a hurry and gestured with his other hand, before he shot out of the room in a flash. The next moment, the sound of someone vomiting outside could be heard coming in through the open doorway and then the trickling of water. Jun Wuxie's frown stayed on her face as she looked at Fan Zhuo, and all the filth at the side of the bed. But she finally still stepped forward to check on Fan Zhuo's condition. The chaos within his body had finally subsided but Fan Zhuo was still frighteningly weak. He might have pulled through today, but dragged down with that weak body, he would not last much too long. For Fan Zhuo to embark on a journey towards complete recovery, his treatment would need to start from the base by nursing his body's constitution, and that would not be something that was achieved overnight. After Fan Jin had cleaned himself up and changed into a new set of clothes, he came back into the room. He saw Jun Xie standing by the bed, taking Fan Zhuo's pulse and his eyes suddenly turned gentle. Jun Xie had treated him with utter disdain for being dirty and Jun Xie was now standing at little Zhuo's bedside. And Fan Jin knew the amount of filth by the bed was a lot more than what he had been covered in earlier. "Thank you." Fan Jin said just two simple words, but those words truly came out from the bottom of his heart. "No need." Jun Wuxie turned to look at Fan Jin. She had managed to bring Fan Zhuo through today, but Fan Zhuo's body was still extremely weak. Even if she intended to begin nursing his body, it would have to wait a while as Fan Zhuo had just come through a trauma and his body would not be able to bear up any other burden. "How is little Zhuo now?" Fan Jin asked. Fine for now, but if this continues, he will not live past a year. Jun Wuxie said softly. She added subsequently, feeding him and elixirs now would only hasten his death. Fan Jin's eyes widened as he stared at Jun Xie in shock. What? Elixirs would kill his Fan Zhuo. His body will not be able to take it. Jun Wuxie almost rolled her eyes at Fan Jin. She did not have the patience to try to explain to someone who was an ignoramus in medicine the basic knowledge that all medicine contained elements of poison. Then what can we do? Father had wanted to bring little Zhuo to the Qingyun clan, but the Qingyun clan has disappeared. Fan Jin's head hung low, his eyes filled with frustration. Chapter 431, Malady or Poison, 6. Jun Wuxie looked at Fan Jin and said without emotion, it wouldn't have made a difference even if they did not disappear. If she was finding it bothersome to treat, the Qingyun clan would not even know where to start. The Qingyun clan's inadequate knowledge in medicine amounted to absolutely nothing in Jun Wuxie's eyes. Huh? Fan Jin exclaimed, taken aback by Jun Xie's reply. If you believe me, let me treat your little brother. Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Fan Jin did not hesitate when he replied, absolutely. But Fan Jin's voice trailed off. Little Zhuo's health condition had always been handled by our father. I will need to speak with him about this first. Fan Jin broke into a smile immediately. I did not think you would possess such skills. You have helped little Zhuo greatly and I do not know how to thank you. He had initially agreed to mentor Jun Xie due to Gu Lisheng's request. He had stoically defended the little boy thereafter because he had sincerely grown to like the fiercely independent kid. Jun Xie might possess a rather cold personality, but he was not difficult to get along with. He was forthright and did not play mind games or resort to trickery. He had developed a genuine fondness for Jun Xie's uncomplicated character. And now, Jun Xie had saved Fan Zhuo, and that made Fan Jin very grateful. Rent. Jun Wuxie said simply. Fan Jin paused a long while before he realized what Jun Xie had meant. You're saying you saved little Zhuo because he allowed you to stay here. His dear little brother's life in exchange for rent. Fan Jin did not know whether to laugh or cry at Jun Xie's logic. Jun Xie was undoubtedly a highly intelligent kid, but the ignorance he displayed sometimes really made him want to laugh out loud. Jun Wuxie nodded, her face earnestly serious. Fan Jin could not hold it in anymore and he burst out in laughter. He raised his hand to pat Jun Xie on the shoulder as tears formed in his eyes. Little Xie, you're really something. It's really dirty here. Let me clean it all up and you go rest a little. He knew that Jun Xie abhorred the filth and smell in here and Fan Jin shooed Jun Xie out of the room to go rest. Jun Wuxie did not feel bashful in the least and immediately took him up on the offer and left carrying the little black cat in her arms as soon as he said that. As the eldest son of the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy, Fan Jin was cleaning up a room for the first time in his life. He stared at the mess and filth a long while but lowered his head in determination to take on the unfamiliar task ahead. When the room was relatively cleaned, Fan Jin was totally exhausted and had just slumped into a chair to take a drink of water when he suddenly heard a desperate screaming coming from behind him which made him jump up in fright. He turned his head and saw Jing standing at the door in fury, holding a kitchen cleaver in his hand. They stared at each other and both of them were rendered speechless by what they saw. Jing. What are you doing? Fan Jin was still in shock as he looked at Jing. He did not know the usually soft-spoken and submissive Jing had such a maniacal side to him. Elder young master, Jing stuttered when he saw Fan Jin in the room. The forcibly summoned courage that had sustained Jing dissipated completely out of him when his eyes saw Fan Jin and he suddenly slumped onto the ground while the cleaver in his hand clattered noisily on the floor. Elder young master. You've come here at last that Jun Xie was trying to kill the young master. Elder young master. You have to save the young master. Jing was in tears as he knelt by Fan Jin's feet, crying pleadingly. Fan Jin did not know how to react and before he could open his mouth to say anything, a small figure had appeared at the door. Jun Wuxie leaned lazily against the doorway, her arms crossed over her chest, as she stared coldly at the bawling figure grabbing at Fan Jin's leg. Little Xie, why are you not resting? Fan Jin asked, turning his head to look at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie bit her lip in impatience and simply said. Noisy. Chapter 432, Malady or Poison, 7. Ah Jing trembled as a chill ran up his spine upon hearing a voice say, "Noisy." He turned to look towards the doorway, and when his eyes saw the figure of Jun Xie, he started screaming. "Elder young master! Elder young master!" Ah Jing was so frightened he could not say anything else. "Ah Jing!" Fan Jin raised his voice to be heard over the screaming. He picked Ah Jing up with one hand and carried Ah Jing to go beside Fan Zhuo's bed. The shaking Ah Jing saw Fan Zhuo lying quietly on the bed and noticed that his complexion had returned to normal. Fan Zhuo did not seem to be in any discomfort and looked to be peacefully asleep. Ah Jing pointed at Fan Zhuo and said to Fan Jin, I saw Jun Xie use very long needles and stab them into young master's body. Ah Jing, little Zhuo is doing fine. Little Xie was giving him treatment earlier and you misunderstood. Fan Jin said with a sigh. Ah Jing was extremely loyal to Fan Zhuo and cared for his little brother well. But he wasn't too bright and had a one-track mind. Ah Jing was quiet as he stared, still frightened, at Jun Xie and turned his eyes back to Fan Zhuo. Finally, he went to the side of Fan Zhuo's bed and felt the side of his neck for a pulse. After making sure that Fan Zhuo was all right, he turned to looking at Jun Xie, still not entirely convinced. Jun Xie had remained leaning against the door frame and her eyes were still cold. She was not displeased, but neither was their joy. Elder young master, how old is Master Jun? How would he know medicine? Ah Jing continued to grumble. Fan Jin's brow furrowed suddenly. Quiet. I want to sleep. Jun Wuxie did not have the patience to carry on with Ah Jing and curtly threw down her warning before turning and walking back to her room. That intensive treatment had taken quite a bit out of her and she needed to sort out her thoughts a little bit before she can piece together the various clues she had gathered from Fan Zhuo's body. After Jun Xie left, Fan Jin stared at Ah Jing with a look of disapproval. Ah Jing, what are you saying? I saw with my own eyes how little Xie had saved my little brother. Do you think I am blind? Fan Jin reprimanded Ah Jing with a stern face. Ah Jing looked at Fan Jin looking like he had been victimized. If young master's illness can be so easily treated, it wouldn't have dragged on till now. I know elder young master likes Master Jun, but the young master is your brother. The young master has suffered so much over the years and had been treated by so many top doctors, but his condition still had not improved. Jun Xie is so young, how can he possibly be able to cure the young master? I have heard everything. That Jun Xie has an extremely bad reputation in the academy and he had even dragged our elder young master down together with him. Elder young master, you are not related to that Jun Xie in any way, why do you defend him so much? Saying that a young 14-year-old kid could cure someone when countless top doctors had been helpless was the biggest joke he had ever heard. Fan Jin told Ah Jing in anger, I do not want any of those words to spew forth from your mouth again. Whoever Jun Xie is, I will judge for myself and I do not need anyone to tell me otherwise. If you think you have too much time on your hands here, I can get my father to send you back to the academy, so that you won't have to concern yourself with all these rumors. Ah Jing panicked upon hearing Fan Jin's words. Elder young master, I don't want to go. I want to take care of young master. The young master is my savior. My life belongs to the young master. Ah Jing had started crying once again as he pleaded. All right. There is nothing here for you to do now. Go get some rest. Fan Jin was afraid Ah Jing's crying would disturb Jun Xie's rest and he hurriedly dismissed Ah Jing with a frown on his face. Ah Jing left reluctantly and an idea formed in his head. The elder young master was being too nice to Jun Xie and that had dragged the young master together into the muck. If this was allowed to continue, who knew what Jun Xie would eventually do to harm the two young masters? He decided that he needed to go see the headmaster and tell him everything, to have the headmaster drive the scheming Jun Xie out of the bamboo grove. Chapter 433, A Stubborn Fool, 1. As he stared at Fan Zhuo sleeping peacefully, Fan Jin's mind was in a whirl. The Qingyun clan is gone and Fan Zhuo's illness was worsening. Father had invited the best doctors here but they had not been able to cure Fan Zhuo. If things continued on like this, Fan Jin's fists were tightly clenched. Fan Jin checked and when he saw that Fan Zhuo was still sound asleep, he suddenly got up and made his way towards the headmaster's office in the Zephyr Academy. As Fan Jin stood before the door, He was about to knock when he heard Ah Jing's voice coming out from behind it. "Headmaster sir, please go see young master at once. If we allow Junxie to continue tormenting the young master, I'm afraid he will." Fan Jin's heart sank, and he kicked the door open with a resounding crash. "Ah Jing! Who allowed you to come here and spout such nonsense?" Fan Jin stared angrily at Ah Jing in disbelief, who was standing in the office with red-rimmed eyes. He had not expected that Ah Jing would actually come straight to his father to carry such tall tales barely moments after he had scolded Ah Jing. Elder young master, Ah Jing did not expect to see Fan Jin here, and his face was a complete panic. The elderly man seated behind the desk had dark hair streaked with white at the sides, and his face was benign and kindly. When he saw Fan Jin at the door after it opened with a loud crash, his expression registered surprise. "What brings you here, my son?" The headmaster of the Zephyr Academy, Fan Chi, asked gently. He was Fan Jin's and Fan Zhu's father, and he held the highest authority in the whole Zephyr Academy. "Father, please do not believe a word of what Ah Jing is telling you. I know Junxie better than Ah Jing does, and he is definitely not the kind of person Ah Jing had portrayed him to be." Fan Jin was already feeling very confused, and he was quietly blaming within his heart that Ah Jing was making things more complicated now. Fan Jin was just contemplating how he was going to convince Fan Chi to allow Junxie to take over Fan Zhu's treatment when he had stumbled upon this scene of Ah Jing defaming Junxie viciously. If it was not for Ah Jing's unwavering loyalty to Fan Zhu all these years, Fan Jin would have just followed his rage and struck the stubborn fool dead at that moment and rid himself of that persistent hindrance. "Elder young master, do not be bewitched by that Junxie. Don't you know what kind of rumors are being spread in the academy about you because of Junxie? Junxie has never had any relations with both our young masters before, and it was due to the elder young master's kindness that the elder young master agreed to mentor Junxie. But Junxie had instead implicated our elder young master and damaged his outstanding reputation. If he was really such a great person, he would not have dragged his feet and avoided showing up at the Beast Spirit faculty. Junxie had shamelessly stayed put at the young master's place, although he must know by doing that he will put the elder young master's reputation in question. Junxie is plainly taking advantage of our two young masters' kindness." Ah Jing exhorted, intending to wake Fan Jin to face the truth. If it had only affected Fan Jin, he might still be able to disregard it. But when Junxie's claws were stretching over Fan Zhu, Ah Jing could not hold himself back any longer. "That is pure slander. Little Xie will never become the kind of person you are talking about. What was he supposed to do at the Beast Spirit faculty? To allow himself to be picked on by all those other disciples?" Fan Jin was staring at Ah Jing in wide-eyed fury. Ah Jing cowered. But when he remembered that Junxie was still staying at the bamboo grove, he dragged the courage from within himself. Why would the others pick on him? It was because he committed many despicable deeds. If he had felt any remorse, he should have stepped forward to apologize. But he had hid under elder young master's wing and not mentioned a word of the wrongs he had committed. That's how scheming he is. Ah Jing was simply driving Fan Jin mad. Fan Jin had always thought that Ah Jing was not very bright but had no other negative traits. But now, he had just discovered one more undesirable trait of Ah Jing. Ah Jing heard only what he wanted to hear and believe, and it was really stretching his patience very thin. He is scheming. If he is really as scheming as you say, why did he save little Zhu's life? Fan Jin was already shouting. Chapter 434, A Stubborn Fool, 2. That was not due to her ability. Young master's illness had relapsed like this before, and there was one time that the young master recovered without any treatment at all. It must have been the same this time, and Junxie had just coincidentally been there as well. How old is Junxie? How can he possibly know how to cure the young master? The young master's recovery could not possibly have anything to do with him, and he had shamelessly claimed all the credit for himself. Junxie is truly incorrigible. Ah Jing screamed in response. A loud slap suddenly sounded in the office. Unable to hold back his rage, Fan Jin had whipped out his hand and slapped Ah Jing across his face. Ah Jing's cheek immediately swelled, and he held his burning cheek in his hand, his eyes wide with shock as they stared at the fuming Fan Jin. Fan Chi, who had been silent all this while, sighed and said to Ah Jing in a soft voice, "Ah Jing, why don't you leave first? I'll speak to Fan Jin." Jing was still holding his stinging cheek and he bit his lip as he withdrew himself from the room. Fan Jin watched Jing leave and he slammed the door shut after. He turned on his feet and sat down in a chair in a huff. You know very well what Jing is like, why would you take him so seriously? Fan Qi looked at his fuming son and shook his head helplessly. Fan Jin was still frustrated as he replied, I had not thought it was that bad, but this time, he has really gone overboard. I am very sure of Jun Xie's character. That boy does not speak much, but he has never consciously provoked anyone. Little Zhuo's relapse this time was all due to Jun Xie's timely treatment that his condition stabilized, or I really dare not imagine what would have happened to little Zhuo now. Jing heard all the gossip and rumors in the academy and he believed them so easily and arbitrarily decided Jun Xie to be a scheming person. He is so hopelessly naive. I don't think he came all the way here to see me just for this. Fan Qi said suddenly to Fan Jin, with a sparkle in his eyes. Fan Jin sat up straight and cleared his throat with a light cough. I came to see you about little Zhuo. How is little Zhuo now? Fan Qi heard that Fan Zhuo had had a relapse and he had been worried. But Fan Jin's appearance in the office had made him feel a little relieved. If Fan Jin would leave his brother's side, Fan Zhuo's condition must have stabilized. He is sound asleep. It's all thanks to little Xie. I had not thought that at such a young age, he would possess such excellent skills in medicine. When the topic on Jun Xie's medical skills came up, Fan Jin's face lit up brightly and he excitedly related in detail how Jun Xie's amazing skills had saved his little brother to Fan Qi. Fan Qi was at first seated calm and collected in his chair, but as Fan Jin's detailed description continued, Fan Qi's eyes grew wide, his face filled with amazement. Is everything you are telling me really true? Fan Qi asked in shock after he heard Fan Jin's words. He knew Fan Jin's personality very well. Although the two brothers were not related by blood, they had however grown up together and were very close. Fan Jin had always been very protective of his weak and sickly brother, and if anyone were to want to harm Fan Zhuo, Fan Jin would be the first one to stand up to defend his brother. Hence, Fan Qi strongly believed that everything that Fan Jin was telling him today was absolutely true. It's true, father. I came here today to ask for your permission to allow Jun Xie to take over little Zhuo's treatment. Fan Jin said suddenly. That Fan Qi was however hesitant. No matter how much he trusted his eldest son, the fact remained that Jun Xie was still only a 14-year-old. No matter what remarkable abilities Jun Xie possessed, he was still a very young child. How could he possibly be able to treat Fan Zhuo's illness? Father, we have no other choice left. The Qingyun clan is no longer around and all the other doctors and physicians had been helpless. Rather than waiting indefinitely like this, why don't we take gamble? Fan Jin said determinedly. If it is because of all the rumors and gossips going around in the academy that is making you doubt Jun Xie, I, as your own son, am willing to personally vouch for him. There is absolutely nothing wrong with Jun Xie's character. Chapter 435, A Stubborn Fool, 3. Fan Qi shook his head and said, that is the person Gu Lisheng personally picked. I will naturally trust him. Fan Jin was completely shocked. Father. You know. Fan Qi looked at his own son in the eyes and said, I might be old, but I am not foolish. Do you think without my consent, Gu Lisheng would be able to put up his sleight of hand performance within the Zephyr Academy? I do not only know that Jun Xie is the real disciple that Gu Lisheng picked, I am also aware of groundless but malicious rumors sweeping across the whole campus. You might want to know that the jade emblem of the beast spirit faculty in Jun Xie's hands was issued by me personally. After Fan Jin heard his father's words, he suddenly laughed. Since father trusts little Xie's character, all these things would be easy to arrange. Uncle Gu really have very keen eyes. The little Xie that he picked was actually able to exceed him in the spirit healing technique. That surely proves little Xie cannot be measured against the same yardstick used for normal youths. Father, just let Jun Xie have a go at it. Under Fan Jin's persistent and unwavering persuasion, Fan Qi finally agreed to allow Jun Xie to temporarily care for Fan Zhuo's condition. But if any situation beyond Jun Xie's capabilities were to arise, he must at the first instance inform Fan Jin and Fan Qi, and was not to hide anything about Fan Zhuo's condition from him. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Fan Jin was all smiles when he walked out of the headmaster's office. And hidden in a place near the office, Jing was still holding his bruised cheek, thinking he had been unfairly victimized as he watched the departing figure of Fan Jin. He saw Fan Jin's happy expression and Ah Jing's heart sank. Judging from that reaction, he feared the headmaster must have believed the elder young master, and that must mean that Jun Xie would still be staying on in the bamboo grove in the days ahead. When that thought came into his mind, Ah Jing was suddenly filled with dread. If even the headmaster believed Jun Xie's lies, who else would be able to save his young master? Ah Jing. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice tinged with query sounded from behind Ah Jing. Ah Jing was startled and he hurriedly turned his head. Ah Jing saw an slightly elderly man who was about the same age as Fan Qi, looking at him with a kindly expression. Vice Headmaster. Ah Jing realized who the man was and quickly bowed in greeting. The vice headmaster waved his hand dismissively and his gaze caught sight of the red and swollen cheek on Ah Jing's face. He asked in slight surprise, "What happened?" Ah Jing's eyes reddened and he looked into the gentle and benign face of Vice Head Ning. Vice Head Ning's name was Ning Rue and he was the vice headmaster of the Zephyr Academy. He was also a fellow disciple of the headmaster Fan Jin, having had the same master. He was known to be an amicable and impartial man. Ah Jing's thoughts were filled with concern for his young master's predicament and Ah Jing suddenly pleaded, "Vice Head Ning, will you save my young master?" Little Zhua had a relapse. Ning Rue's brow furrowed and he asked with concern. Ah Jing was blustering in tears and his nose was running as he related every detail of the events that had happened to Ning Rue. Ning Rue was the vice headmaster and Fan Qi trusted him a lot. Ah Jing was hoping that Ning Rue would be able to speak to Fan Qi and convince him to drive Jun Xie out of the bamboo grove. After listening to Ah Jing, the look on Ning Rue's face was one of shock. Entrusting little Zhua into the care of a 14-year-old sounds like a rather careless thing to do. Ning Rue reasoned. Not just that Jun Xie's reputation in the academy cannot be any worse. How can they leave the young master in the hands of such a person? The headmaster must have gotten muddled. Ah Jing sobbed. Ning Rue comforted Ah Jing a little and promised to speak with the headmaster about it, to see if Fan Qi would change his mind. Having gotten Ning Rue's assurance, Ah Jing was relieved. He thanked Ning Rue profusely and finally left wiping his tears after Ning Rue coaxed him a little. As he watched Ah Jing's disappearing back, the sympathy in Ning Rue's eyes suddenly disappeared, not leaving a single trace behind. Chapter 436, A Stubborn Fool, 4. Jun Xie. Ning Rue tasted the words as they passed his lips. The name that Ah Jing had repeated countless times. His eyes narrowed and he turned around to say to the disciple behind him, "Bring Miss to my office." After relaying his order, Ning Rue proceeded to walk off, in a direction bringing him further away from the headmaster's office. Ning Rue sat within his office, his gentle and kindly face was deep in thought. Moments later, a knocking broke the silence and Ning Rue looked up and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and a young lady stepped in, gliding slowly into the room. She saw Ning Rue and lightly greeted, "Daddy wanted me to come over in such a hurry, I wonder what is it for?" The young lady that just came in, moved as gracefully as a swan, and was just as beautiful as well. She was the one all the disciples in the academy deferentially addressed as Senior Ning, Ning Xin. Ning Rue looked at his graceful and beautiful daughter with pride and raised his hand to beckon her to sit down before he said, "I saw Ah Jing today." Ah Jing. The dumb kid serving Fan Zhuo where he is holed up in. Ning Xin asked in reply. Ning Rue nodded. "Yes, that kid is still as dense as ever and I was able to make him spill everything with just a few kindly words of concern. Fan Zhuo has had a guest in his little bamboo grove this past month, and Fan Jin was the one who brought the guest in." "Oh. Fan Zhuo was actually willing to stay with someone else. That's rather strange." Ning Xin said with an eyebrow raised. "The one staying there is someone you know." Jun Xie. Astonishment showed just a fleeting moment on Ning Xin's face, and she recovered quickly. Fan Jin really brought that kid there. Why would he do that? That was just a disciple discarded by the spirit healer faculty, why would Fan Jin put in so much effort? Ning Rue continued, "You asked me to help you locate Jun Xie to use him against Fan Jin, and now you know where he is. But if he continues to stay with Fan Zhuo in the bamboo grove, you would not be able to touch him there." Ning Xin thought about it a moment. She did not care whether Jun Xie lived or died. She only wanted to make use of Jun Xie to suppress Fan Jin. Fan Jin was extremely popular and enjoyed an impeccable reputation in the Zephyr Academy, and would not be easily taken down. But this time, Fan Jin had placed a wrong bet and shielded Jun Xie, who was constantly hounded by everyone for multiple wrongdoings. That had given Ning Xian the perfect opportunity to take Fan Jin down this time. During this period, using Jun Xie's infractions as an excuse, Ning Xian had made people spread unfavorable rumors about Fan Jin, and caused Fan Jin's stellar reputation to take a big hit. There's no rush. As long as I know where that kid is, your daughter will be able to force her to do what I want. Ning Xian's beautiful face was suddenly clouded by a trace of viciousness. Ning Rui stared at Ning Xian and warned, in terms of capabilities, Fan Jin is very much stronger than Fan Zhuo, and in the Zephyr Academy, Fan Jin's reputation has always been one notch higher than yours. Ning Xian's eyes narrowed. With her beautiful face and her guile, she had now become the Zephyr Academy's most popular and most respected senior Ning. But no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to take over the position the disciples have in their hearts for Fan Jin. Ning Rui went on, Jing told me that Fan Zhuo had a relapse and his illness seems to be getting worse. With the state Fan Zhuo's body is in, he would not last the year. Without Fan Zhuo, Fan Qi will be without blood kin. Fan Jin is just an adopted child and his reputation has been greatly diminished. But all this is still not enough. Ning Xian, you have never disappointed me. I hope this time, you can come up with a plan good enough to handle all the issues properly. Ning Xian nodded, in tacit understanding of what Ning Rui had clearly meant by, handle all the issues. Chapter 437, A Stubborn Fool, 5. The position of the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy had always been passed down from father to son. The previous headmaster of the Zephyr Academy was the master of Fan Qi and Ning Rui. Their master had no offsprings and he had handed down his position as headmaster to his disciple, Fan Qi. According to tradition, if Fan Zhuo remains alive, Fan Qi would be able to relinquish his headmaster's position to Fan Zhuo. But if Fan Zhuo were to die, the fact remains that Fan Jin is only an adopted child. However, Fan Jin's exceedingly high popularity in the Zephyr Academy might just be able to push him up to legitimately succeed the position. For Ning Rui to assume the position, he would have to get rid of the two sons of Fan Qi before it would be possible. Seeing through her father's intentions, Ning Xian was naturally happy to lend a hand to make it possible. In another 2 weeks, it would be the day we conduct the spirit hunt. At that time, all those seniors who are mentoring our new disciples will have to bring their new charges into the battle spirit forest. Jun Xie is under Fan Jin's charge and they will have to go together. Fan Jin might be rather powerful, but if a dumb kid who knows nothing is following behind him with his every step, would still be able to perform to his full potential. Ning Xian laughed softly, hiding the laughter behind her hand. Fan Jin had only himself to blame, to have stupidly chosen Jun Xie. That kid named Jun Xie, how much do you know about him? How are you so sure he would be a burden and not an asset to Fan Jin? Ning Rui asked cautiously. That kid was sharing the same room with Yin Yen previously but had moved out later. I've had him checked out. He possesses an orange spirit and a beast-type ring spirit. His spiritual power might not be too shabby, but his ring spirit is however of a very low grade, an ordinary black cat. I would even say it's a useless ring spirit. Ning Xian replied, her voice laced with contempt. Attaining an orange spirit at 14 was a great feat, but within the Zephyr Academy, there were a few 16 or 17-year-old orange spirits as well, but the number was very small. However, the ring spirits those people possessed were not what an ordinary black cat could match up to. In a battle at this level, it was still largely dependent on their ring spirits. If that is really the case, it would be good for us. But Jun Xie is not like other disciples, he doesn't even go to the faculty. If you want to force him to go with Fan Jin to partake in the spirit hunt, it might not be that easy to convince him. But I have an idea that might just work. Ning Rui said. I would implore my daddy to teach me a thing or two. That Jun Xie might be staying in the bamboo grove, but he is on bad terms with Jing. Jing is easily swayed and he has his reservations about Jun Xie after hearing all the gossip and rumors all over the academy. Jing is currently looking to drive Jun Xie out of the bamboo grove, and if you are to tell him that you can help him attain his wish, it might make your mission easier. Ning Rui said with a smile. Ning Xin's eyes sparkled. The little bamboo grove had been assigned by Fan Chi to be Fenjua's private dwelling to allow him a place for recuperation. Anyone besides people from the Fan family were not allowed to intrude without permission. If she could enlist Jing's help in this, it would make things very easy for her. I will immediately get Yin to get closer to Jing. Ning Xin already had an idea in her head. She had always pulled the strings from behind and had Yin do all the work. She had thought that if by any chance, any of her schemes blew its cover someday, she would be able to flatly deny it all. Yin seems very useful to you and listens to you a lot. It was fortunate that I did everything I could to have Fan Jin diverted away at that time. Ning Rui's face was smug as he recalled the incident. With Fan Jin's personality, he would not reject a new disciple for no rhyme or reason. And Ning Rui had hatched a scheme and arranged everything, hidden in the background. He knew that Gu Lisheng would secretly observe the new disciples right after they were admitted. On that first night in the Zephyr Academy for the new disciples, Ning Rui had noticed Gu Lisheng nod slightly when he was observing Yin Yan, and Ning Rui knew that to be a sign that Gu Lisheng intended to recruit Yin Yan into the spirit healer faculty. He had taken specific measures to have Fan Jin reject him and leave, and made Yin Yan bore hatred for Fan Jin. Yin Yan had instead become completely loyal to Ning Xin, who had selflessly saved Yin Yan from his humiliation and embarrassment. Chapter 438, A Stubborn Fool, 6. When Fan Jin got back to the bamboo grove, Fenjua was still sound asleep. He sat down for a long while outside the hut in the yard until Jun Xie came out from his room. He hurried over to catch up with Jun Xie and told him that Fan Chi had agreed to allow him to treat Fanjua's condition. Those same words were coincidentally overheard by Jing, who was just returning from the academy as well. At that moment, Jing suddenly fell into dejection. Having officially taken over Fanjua's treatment, Jun Wuxie no longer kept mum on Fanjua's daily welfare. The first thing she changed was Fanjua's daily meals. She changed the meals from normal food to medicinal cuisine. Then, she went to Fanjua's room, and in one big sweep, she gathered up all the medicines and elixirs in there and threw them all out. Her outrageously bold actions drove a twitch into the corner of Fan Jin's eye, and he secretly retrieved all medicines and elixirs, which by the way, were all rare and incredibly expensive, in preparation for any unexpected situations. Fanjua's body was not able to withstand any traumatic stimulations, in both the method of treatment employed for his illness, and the tonics given to fortify his body. Moreover, in the severely weakened state his body was in at that moment, any tonic in his body might adversely become a burden on Fanjua. One other thing bothered Jun Wuxie about Fanjua's condition, and that was the circumstances surrounding Fanjua's relapse this time round. Based on past experience, she felt that it was not simply just a relapse this time. From what she had observed on the condition of Fanjua's body and the kind of nursing he had received previously, which would not cure him, but she was nevertheless certain that it was enough to allow Fanjua to maintain the condition of his health without any surprises for a long period. But Fanjua's sudden and violent relapse made her feel there was more to it than meets the eye. Jun Wuxie had checked Fanjua's daily menu and went through the medicines, elixirs, and tonics that Fanjua consumed on a daily basis, but had not found anything that would pose to be a problem. To gain a deeper insight, Jun Wuxie summoned Jing. Fan Jin followed closely behind, and warned Jing with his eyes glaring, to cooperate. Jing had no choice but to relate in detail what Fanjua had eaten and consumed recently, and even brought Jun Wuxie and Fan Jin to the kitchen to check on the food stored there. What Fanjua had been served the past 2 days were no different from normal. Jun Wuxie asked how often did Fanjua suffer from his relapses, and the answers told her nothing out of the ordinary. There wasn't a pattern to Fanjua's relapses. Sometimes it happened once a month, sometimes it happened once a week, there was no sequence to it. Seeing all the leads were all about broken, Jun Wuxie did not inquire further, and started to prepare things she needed to nurse Fanjua back to health. Specifically targeting Fanjua's condition, Jun Wuxie intended to use a two-pronged approach. Medicinal cuisine would be used to nurse his body from internally, and externally, medicinal baths would be used to boost the effects, coupled with daily acupuncture on Fanjua. Fanjua was initially rather puzzled by Fan Jin's arrangements and was finding it a little to come to terms with having Jun Xie treat his illness. But after hearing Fan Jin's explanation, Fanjua understood Fan Jin's rationale, turned to thank Jun Xie for saving him, and was extremely receptive of the arrangements Jun Xie had planned for him. Time flew and 5 days passed quickly. These 5 days to Fanjua had him feeling it was the most comfortable time he had spent in a long time. The usual pain felt in his body had gradually disappeared and some color had returned to his face. His complexion might not be as pink as a normal youth, but Fanjua looked more energized than before. Jing would frequently urge Fanjua to beware of this and that time and time again, but Fanjua ignored Jing's urgings completely. When he saw that Fanjua and Junxie were getting closer and closer by the day, Jing's fist suddenly clenched tightly, as he sent out his ring spirit, carrying a little note with it. In the other end of the academy, Yin Yan was standing by the window in his room within the dormitory, reading a little note he had just received. The corners of his mouth curled up into a chilling smile and he took quick steps as he walked out of the dormitory building. He secretly gathered several disciples of the Zephyr Academy together in a dark corner, and whispered schemingly to all of them. A storm was brewing in the Zephyr Academy and the peaceful and tranquil little bamboo grove was about to lose its peace and quiet. Chapter 439, A Delicious Killer, 1. That afternoon, Fanjin came to the bamboo grove for his usual exploitation of his brother. When he saw his brother's rosier cheeks, he felt both relieved and glad at the same time. Fanjua's meals had been completely switched to medicinal cuisine, and though it was not as tasty as the usual cuisine Fan Chi had previously arranged, it was nevertheless different and a welcome change. Jing's face was dark as he brought the dishes out to the table. Fanjua picked up his chopsticks consciously and lowered his head to start eating the medicinal cuisine prepared for him, trying his hardest to shut out the incredibly alluring fragrance wafting past his nose from the lavish spread prepared for the other two. His appetite had always been small, and after having taken Junxie's medicinal cuisine for the past few days, the color on his face had improved considerably and he felt more energetic. He was starting to feel that he had a lot more to look forward to in his days ahead, and sacrificing a little on his lust for fine food was a compromise he would willingly accept. Fanjin, on the other hand, was oblivious to it all, and his chopsticks stirred up a small whirlwind on the table. Fortunately, Fanjua was quicker this time and grabbed a small amount of food from all the various dishes and put them on a separate dish for Junxie. If not, with the slow pace that Junxie ate, he would be left with nothing, with Fanjin eating at the same table. Besides Jun Wuxie and the Fan brothers, there was another tiny figure at the table. Ever since Fanjua knew that Junxie's ring spirit was not afraid of him, he had often asked for the little black cat to eat at the same table with them. Although ring spirits were not able to obtain any nourishment from mortal foods, ring spirits were however not adverse to tasting them. The little black cat was exactly like that. Every time that Fanjua arranged for delicacies to be prepared for it, the little black cat had never refused him, and ate the food without any fuss. While it nibbled at the food, its tail would often brush against Fanjua's arm, bringing about a reddish tinge to show on Fanjua's face. Fanjin was gobbling up the feast on the table quickly while Jun Wuxie was taking her own sweet time to nibble and chew. After a few moments, Jun Wuxie's chopstick suddenly stilled. "What is it?" Fanjin asked of Junxie over his emptying bowl. Fanjin could not help but ask when he saw that the dishes picked out for Junxie had not lessened by much and the bowl of rice was still almost full. "Is the food not suited to your taste?" Fanjua put down his own chopsticks and asked Junxie, concern written over his face. Jun Wuxie frowned and her lips were pressed together. She stared at the spread before her on the table and suddenly stood up to snatch the chopsticks from Fanjin's hand and threw them upon the floor. "I am not finished." Fanjin stared, his eyes blinking in confusion at Junxie. "Do not eat," Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Fanjin was horrified, and his expression suddenly changed. He immediately pulled out a silver chopstick he carried around with him and tested all the dishes on the table with it. But he did not see any signs of the silver chopstick turning dark as he pulled it out from the various dishes before him. "There's no poison," Fanjin said. "It's not poison. It's the tonic." Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed. The room was filled with the fragrance of food from the meal spread out on the table before them. But masked under the myriad smells present, Jun Wuxie detected a very faint smell of herbs. The smell was not distinct, but Jun Wuxie was certain that it was not poisonous, but it was some kind of tonic. Tonic. Fanjin was even more confused. Jun Wuxie lowered her head in thought as the question that had bugged her all this while suddenly had an answer. Fanjua's relapse was not a coincidence but was caused by someone's hand. Jun Wuxie reaffirmed her suspicion all this while aloud. "What?" Fan Jin stood up in anger, his face incredulous as he stared at Jun Xie. Little Xie, are you saying someone had drugged these dishes? In the beginning, when I had taken Fan Zhuo's pulse, I had thought that something felt out of place. Based on the condition of Fan Zhuo's bodily health at that time, his pulse shouldn't have been that chaotic. Chapter 440, A Delicious Killer, 2. What do you mean? Fan Zhuo's expression became serious as well. Your body is in a very weakened state. And it is due to the weakness that it cannot be subjected to any harsh stimulations or reactions. But that anomaly had however occurred repeatedly on your body. This could only mean that someone has gone through some undetected avenues to induce your illness to relapse. Jun Wuxie explained as she rubbed at her chin gently in thought. She finally understood why she had been unable to detect any trace of poison in Fan Zhuo's body. The culprit had never used poison right from the start, but had instead cleverly employed another method. Fan Zhuo has been sickly from young and all his internal organs are much weaker than normal people. In Fan Zhuo's case, if you want to give him tonics to fortify and strengthen his body, you can only give him those with a mild effect. However, if Fan Zhuo is given anything harsh with a strong effect, his weakened body would be unable to bear up under the violent reaction induced, and that will lead to a sudden relapse of his illness without requiring anyone who wished him harm to exert any other efforts. Jun Wuxie's eyes grew colder, as she saw the craftiness of the culprit from the method they employed. Any common poison, however careful it was used, would be easily detected, but using nourishing tonics in such a roundabout way, however, would be seen as nothing unusual. Jun Wuxie had initially thought that Fan Zhuo had been poisoned, but she had not seen any signs on Fan Zhuo that showed that he had been poisoned. It was until the last relapse that Fan Zhuo had suffered that made Jun Wuxie sure that her suspicions had not been wrong. To Fan Zhuo's current condition, a tonic was as good as poison to him. It's been added into these dishes here? Fan Jin's was feeling his rage start to rise. Yes. But the culprit is extremely crafty. He did not add in any into the food we eat every day, and only slips it in when he wants Fan Zhuo to suffer a relapse. By using a method like this, he was assured that it would be reliably delivered to Fan Zhuo, and he would not be easily found out. As the amount of tonics and elixirs that Fan Zhuo consumes daily is large, even if physicians were brought in to check, they would not suspect that Fan Zhuo's relapse had been brought about by a non-poisonous tonic. The culprit need not employ the use of poison, but merely needs to use nourishing tonics against Fan Zhuo, and wait undetected for Fan Zhuo's body to expire on its own, under the torment brought about by his inability to withstand the induced nourishment. The method employed was rather devious, and Jun Wuxie's eyebrow was raised as she grew absorbed in her own thoughts. If she had not paid close attention to the food and drinks that Fan Zhuo consumed daily, she might not have discovered it so soon. Upon hearing Jun Xie's words, Fan Zhuo's face had paled considerably and Fan Jin's fists were tightly clenched in rage. Who is it? Who is so bent on sending little Zhuo to his death? Fan Jin shattered the table with a slap of his palm on the table with a loud crash, scattering the crockery all over the floor. Fan Zhuo was already so defenseless and weak. Who could be so vicious as to want to push him over the cliff into the deep abyss? Jun Wuxie gave the brothers a sideways glance. It is not too difficult to find out the identity of the culprit. We will only need to wait. In that peaceful little bamboo grove, there had only been Fan Zhuo and Jing staying in there all this time. Even though Jing had borne a grudge against Jun Wuxie during the period she had been there, Jun Wuxie did not think that Jing would actually add anything into their food. All the raw ingredients, fruits and vegetables they ate were delivered to the bamboo grove by Fan Qi's disciple personally daily, and he was absolutely trustworthy. If the problem did not lie in the person receiving the goods, the only possibility left was that the problem laid in the food delivered here itself. To uncover who was the culprit behind it, they could only wait in inaction for the culprit to deliver more clues right into their hands. Wait. Fan Jin was a little puzzled. Jun Wuxie turned to Fan Zhuo and said, "You did not find anything odd with the dishes and you ate them as you did usually. And you will suffer a relapse today." Fan Zhuo was shocked, but he raised his head without hesitation and looked at Jun Xie to say, "I'll do what you tell me to." "Little Xie, you want little Zhuo to fake a relapse. But little Zhuo doesn't know how to." Fan Jin knew his little brother very well. Asking Fan Zhuo to put up a convincing act was just impossible for him. Jun Wuxie looked up at the brothers and said softly, "With me around, he doesn't need to know how." Chapter 441, A Delicious Killer, 3. That afternoon, Fanjua had another relapse. The ferocity of the relapse was so intense that Jing fell to the ground in shock. Just as Jing was about to run out in search of a physician to save Fanjua, he suddenly recovered miraculously. He comforted Jing a little and the matter ended there. The next day, after the person delivered the daily food ingredients to the kitchen, Jun Wuxia asked Fan Jin to retrieve a few samples from among the delivery. She checked them thoroughly but did not find anything suspicious. The culprit is being very careful. The food that we eat every day has not been drugged. Jun Wuxia looked at the radish in her hand and tossed it to Fan Jin. Fan Jin caught it and turned it over and over, inspecting the radish closely before he took a big bite out of it, crunching it in his mouth. It seems that the culprit wants little Zhuo to suffer from a relapse only occasionally, and let the continuous and prolonged turmoil take its toll and eat at little Zhuo's life force till it depletes completely on its own. It's all part of his vicious plan. Fan Jin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the radish, picturing it as the culprit, and took an enormous bite out of it. We can only wait for the culprit to strike again. Fan Zhuo sighed, resigned. As the three of them chatted, shouts were heard from outside in the little bamboo grove. Jun Xie! You despicable cad! After committing such shameless atrocities, you decided to hide here. Just get out of the Zephyr Academy now. Jun Xie! Not even Fan Jin and Fan Zhuo can shield you. Do not think for a moment that everything will just blow over. All your unscrupulous and shameless deeds have been made known and everyone in the academy knows of it. The incessant shouts and curses caused the faces of both the Fan brothers to darken immediately. The three people in the room walked out. As they came out into the little yard within the bamboo grove, they saw several Zephyr Academy disciples still shouting, standing in the yard. Fanjua stared in anger at the young intruders within his yard. The bamboo grove was a space specially segregated by Fan Qi for Fanjua's recuperation and the place was off limits to everyone. Even the teachers were not allowed access and needless to say, the place was strictly prohibited from any of the academy's disciples. Strangely, these disciples had suddenly appeared and started shouting and cursing at Jun Xie right here within the bamboo grove. The main doors into the yard were standing wide open and it seemed these disciples had found their way in uninhibited. Jing! Fan Jin assessed the situation and knew how this had come about. If someone had not opened the door from the inside, these troublemakers would not have been able to come in here. Jing came running out from the kitchen and his clean face was tinged with panic. Why are all these people in here? Have you forgotten the headmaster's strict orders? Fan Jin stared at Jing in fury. Jing had not been too difficult recently. Besides the fact that his face was perpetually unhappy, he had not done anything else against Fanjua's wishes. But today's incident was just too much. Jing's expression was one of shock as his eyes looked at the disciples within the yard and looked at the wide open doors, before he said, Elder young master, you have misunderstood. I was just sweeping the pebbled path outside when I suddenly remembered that I had left something over the fire in the kitchen. I hurried back into the kitchen and forgot to shut the doors. I do not know how these people got in here. After saying that, Jing walked towards those disciples and chased them out. Those disciples were still shouting their curses as they were being ushered out, pointedly shouting out the various vicious deeds of Jun Xie. Jun Wuxia watched without expression at the farce before her, and she did not miss the guilt in Jing's eyes when he was explaining himself to Fan Jin. It seemed that this person really hated her. Jun Xie, if you really think you are innocent, then you wouldn't be hiding yourself here like this. Be a man and get out of here. As they were being pushed out, those disciples still did not give up and continued to shout. Fan Jin's face turned incredibly dark at that moment. Chapter 442, It's Time, 1. It was thought the staying within the bamboo grove would give them the peace that was desired. They had never thought that the other disciples would be so bold to breach the boundaries to disrupt the tranquility. Fanjua stared with disapproval at Jing, knowing very well what he had done. Jing, if anything like this happens one more time, you can go back to the academy. Fanjua said with a sigh. Jing had been around so long that Jing had been thought to have as good as grown up together with him. Jing had put Fanjua's interest before his own from young, and though he was fiercely loyal, he had not been entirely bright. The fact was that Jun Xie had treated Fanjua for quite a while and his condition had shown considerable visible progress. But even that had still not deterred Jing from believing in the rumors in the academy, and Fanjua had no choice but to issue an ultimatum. Jing stood blankly in the yard as he saw the cold stare that Fan Zhuo was giving him. Jing felt as if he had been struck by lightning and he clenched his fists tightly, before he turned his stare towards Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie glanced at Jing and pulled off a leaf from the bamboo and put it before her eyes before she turned to walk away without a word. The Fan brothers followed Jun Xie into the hut and Fan Zhuo observed Jun Xie carefully. However, he did not notice anything different from usual and there was no anger. "Little Xie, what did your action mean earlier?" Fan Zhuo noticed Jun Xie's earlier action when he had put a leaf before his eyes and that had made Fan Zhuo curious. "Can't see the forest for the trees." Jun Wuxie poured herself some tea and sat down to sip at it slowly. The Fan brothers exchanged a glance and they understood immediately. Jun Xie must have known of Jing's enmity towards him right from the beginning, and in today's incident, Jun Xie must have thought exactly as they had. Jun Xie had not said a word but had only thrown a hint as a reply to Jing's actions today. "Cough, you shouldn't take today's incident to heart. I assure you that things like this will never happen again." Fan Jin cleared his throat self-consciously as he said those words. If it had been anyone else, he would have given that person a thrashing. But Jing had been unwavering in his loyalty to Fan Zhuo for many years and his fists were a little hesitant to land heavily upon Jing. Jun Wuxie gave Fan Jin a glance but remained silent. Guarantee that such things would never happen again. Jun Wuxie's mouth curled up at the corners, but there was absolutely no warmth in that. As expected, 2 days later, the same farce played out once again within the bamboo grove. It was another group of disciples this time but the script had been almost the same. Jing did not even bother to appear this time and allowed the shouting and admonishments to continue unhindered. Fan Jin was not around this time around and only Fan Zhuo and Jun Wuxie were there. Faced with those shouting disciples, Fan Zhuo was just about to go out and drive them away when Jun Wuxie stopped him. "Leave them be." Jun Wuxie was perfectly calm within the room. "You're not angry?" Fan Zhuo stared at Jun Xie's expressionless face and he totally admired Jun Xie for his impossible composure. "I'm listening." Jun Wuxie replied. "Listening to what?" "To hear what the one behind all this is up to." Jun Wuxie was looking at the tea within her cup and her eyes were fixated on a pale green tea leaf floating in the middle upon the tea's surface. Jun Wuxie pushed her little finger onto the floating tea leaf lightly and the tea's surface broke as it rippled towards the sides of the cup. Fan Zhuo did not answer, not understanding what Jun Xie had meant. The day of the spirit hunt is coming up fast. Jun Wuxie looked up, as she looked out the window, staring at the lush green grove of bamboos. "That's right." Fan Zhuo could not fathom what Jun Xie was thinking. "It's time." Jun Wuxie turned her gaze back into the room. Things have come to a point. She had completed redesigning the spirit healing technique. And the time is ripe. "Little Xie." Fan Zhuo's eyes had remained on Jun Xie all this while. He suddenly felt a change come over Jun Xie and he seemed to be different from his usual self. That impenetrable calm had gradually faded from his eyes and was replaced by a terrifying chill. Chapter 443, It's Time, 2. Jun Wuxie stood up and proceeded to step out of the room. Fan Zhuo hurried to get up and followed after Jun Xie. In the yard, the disciples who were shouting endlessly were further encouraged when they saw Jun Xie come out, and their curses and taunts grew in intensity. "Go back to your doghouses and let the pack know that I will turn up on the day of the spirit hunt. Since you dogs want me to go so badly, I shall grant your wishes. Just don't regret it later." Jun Wuxie said as she gave the disciples a chilling gaze. The frosty voice penetrated like a cold blade, piercing through the ruckus the disciples were making. The disciples were shocked and suddenly terrified by Jun Wuxie's words and they were just about to step up to rebut when they were met with the frosty eyes of Jun Wuxie. They saw the frigid chill in those eyes and the razor-sharp gaze. The chill penetrated their hearts and the disciples all cringed involuntarily, feeling all their courage seep into the ground. One of them barely managed a soft almost inaudible mumble in his attempt to say something and they all ran away with their tails between their legs. After those troublemakers had left, Fan Zhuo asked immediately, "Little Xie, you are intending to go for the spirit hunt. What did your words earlier mean?" The spirit hunt was a grand event the Zephyr Academy organized every half-yearly. On the day of the spirit hunt, all of the Zephyr Academy's disciples would assemble and be sent to the Battle Spirits Forest to hunt the spirit beasts. Hunting spirit beasts will gain you spirit stones and train the disciples in their actual combat experience. But the battle spirit's forest extended across vast expanses, and even when the thousands of disciples entered the forest all at once, they would be just like a grain of sand in the sea. All kinds of spirit beasts, from low to high grades, reside within the forest, and if one was not careful, and they angered a ferocious spirit beast, they could easily become food for the spirit beast. In all the previous spirit hunt meets, there were always disciples who lost their lives to the battle spirit's forest. Besides the disciples in the main division of the Zephyr Academy, even the branch division disciples were included in the spirit hunt. And the highest losses in the previous meets had always come from the branch division. On the day of the spirit hunt, those seniors who were mentoring the new disciples were required to lead their wards throughout the whole event, and this was one of the main reasons why so many seniors dreaded to mentor the freshmen. The battle spirit's forest was filled with danger, and one could not be sure if they would get through it safely themselves, and being dragged down by a weak and inexperienced freshman wasn't an entirely attractive proposition. Jun Xie might have attained an orange spirit, but his ring spirit was. Fenjue could not help himself but turned his gaze solemnly onto the little black cat on Jun Xie's shoulders. Little Black was really cute, but when it came to battle, "I've stayed here rather long, it is time I go back to the academy," Jun Wuxie said with her eyes narrowed. So many people yearned for her to return, and she thought she should grant them their wish. Fanjue's face was one of panic, and he hurriedly said, "Little Xie, you do not have to care about what all the others say. My brother and I know for sure you are not the kind of person they say you are. You do not have to change a single thing about yourself, and you can just stay here as long as you want. Having you here has been really nice, and you saved my life, making you my savior. I know all this is the doing of Ah Jing, and I will make him go back to the academy tomorrow. You don't go." Fanjue's tone was almost pleading, and his pale face was looking more tired than usual due to the anxiety. However, Jun Wuxie shook her head. "My return is not due to anyone's influence, and just my decision alone. Ah Jing was at best only a pawn." Jun Wuxie could not be bothered to retaliate against a mindless idiot. She had heard every word those disciples who had come to the bamboo grove shouting and cursing in the past 2 days. Every of those curses and scoldings had all been taunting her to get out of the bamboo grove. And if she were to return to the academy at this time, she would have to partake in the spirit hunt. Was that not what those people were after? With her return, those people had better not regret it. Even if they do, it's too late. Chapter 444, It's Time, 3. Jun Xie was determined to partake in the spirit hunt, and Fanjue was unable to convince him otherwise even when he dragged Fenjin together with him to persuade Jun Xie. Fortunately, Fenjin will be with Jun Xie during the spirit hunt, and Fanjue had complete confidence in his brother's skills, and that set his mind at ease a little. Ah Jing was driven out from the bamboo grove that very night by Fanjue. Ah Jing sobbed and wailed noisily and incessantly, which made Fenjin so frustrated that he knocked Ah Jing out with a single strike and threw him into the headmaster's study, dumping the problem into Fan Chi's lap. The day of the spirit hunt was closing in fast, and the hunt would go on for 7 days. Jun Wuxie prepared all the things that Fanjue would need for his recuperation, and during the time she would be away, she would leave the little black cat behind in the bamboo grove. When the Fan brothers heard that, they immediately refused. From what they could see, Little Black was Jun Xie's ring spirit, and although the little cat might be of a low grade, it would nevertheless still be a form of protection for the small-sized Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie had intended to leave the little black cat behind to identify the culprit behind Fanjue's drugging. However, with herself away from the bamboo grove, Fanjue would not be able to put on a convincing act of a relapse anyway. Jun Wuxie finally gave up on the idea. A few days before the day of the spirit hunt, Jun Wuxie shut herself in completely. The Snow Lotus recovery was coming along rather nicely, and she needed the last few days to intensify the Snow Lotus healing before it could revert back to his former glory. The improved spirit healing technique nourished the Snow Lotus spirit a little by little, gradually, till it finally regained its exquisite and elegant form. What is the actual purpose of taking part in the spirit hunt? The little black cat was lying on the table, brushing at the Snow Lotus petals with its slowing, swishing tail. It did not believe for a moment that its mistress would succumb to the taunts of a few brats in the academy. Jun Wuxie's palm was covered over the top of the Snow Lotus, and slivers of her spirit power were coming out from her palm and enveloping the pristine white lotus flower in its entirety. "I've been mired in the orange level for a long time," Jun Wuxie said softly. The little black cat's eyes lit up. Ha ha. You've already selected your unlucky target. In order for June Wuxia to achieve a breakthrough, she needed to devour the ring spirit of others. She had been stuck in the orange level for some time now, but she had not found any suitable ring spirits. When June Wuxia spoke those words, the little black cat understood immediately what its mistress was driving at. The little black cat blinked and thought. Based on what it knew of its mistress, it guessed, you are just waiting to see who would come up to you on their own, and ask to be devoured. June Wuxia nodded slightly. Someone wants me to take part in the spirit hunt, and that would naturally mean they have made plans for me there. No matter who it is, I should be grateful to them. She would be grateful to anyone who would deliver a ring spirit for her to achieve the breakthrough, and was extending her thanks in advance. Moreover, Hua Yao and the others will be taking part as well, and it's high time we meet up with them. In the Cloudy Peaks the last time, the two-headed bone snake and the yin-yang bear had sustained severe injuries, and since June Wuxia had learnt the spirit healing technique, she had naturally thought of them. Would the little blooming idiot be fully recovered in the next few days? The little black cat asked, staring the newly revived snow lotus. Yes. June Wuxia lowered her eyes, as they suddenly steeled in determination. The time passed day by day, and the day of the spirit hunt for the Zephyr Academy finally arrived once again. Early that morning, everyone within the Zephyr Academy readied themselves for the trip as they made their way towards the Battle Spirits Forest, to undergo the trial that was conducted 2 times a year. Over in the forest, some of them might start to become aware of the initial approach towards a breakthrough, while some others might suddenly lose their lives forever to the unknown spirit beasts that roam the forests. Hundreds of horse carriages rumbled in an orderly convoy, rolling out through the gates of the Zephyr Academy. Chapter 445, Spirit Hunt, 1. Ning Xin was in the same carriage as Yin Yan. The carriage wheels rolled on, and Ning Xin stared at the scenery speeding past outside the window as she said, "Are you certain that June Xie is here?" Yin Yan replied, "I'm sure. I had people watch Fan Jin closely." Although June Xie arrived a little later, he got on the last carriage with Fan Jin. Oh. Ning Xin turned, her beautiful features tinged with intrigue. He really turned up. Seems like you did very well, having successfully incited him to come. Yin Yan smiled but did not reply, his heart raging in anger. He did not forget the words those disciples had brought back and related to him from June Xie that day. June Xie had called him a dog. The fists hidden within his sleeves were tightly clenched, and Yin Yan's eyes flashed viciously. He'll allow June Xie to be smug a few more days, and when they are in the Battle Spirits Forest, June Xie will find out that he will never walk out of that forest alive. Although June Xie will be a hindrance, but Fan Jin's skills are still not to be slighted. We should get some people to test them out a little. Ning Xin warned. After a short pause, she continued, that trash Li Zimu is here as well. He was rather proud of himself previously, let them take the first shot at them. He might be a piece of trash, but his ring spirit isn't too shabby. A grade 5 ring spirit sigh, it's such a waste on useless trash like him. Right. I will speak to him about it. Senior Ning had not seen him for quite a while now, and the kid is feeling rather anxious. Yin Yan gloated secretly but hid it well as he said those words. He had not seen eye to eye with that idiotic piece of trash all this time, and after having stayed in the spirit healer faculty for so long, he was still unable to even grasp the basic fundamentals of spirit healing. He was just absolutely useless. Useless trash like this had long been abandoned by Ning Xin. Ning Xin laughed coldly and said, useless and dumb as he is, and he wants me to see him. Do not forget, along the way in our journey towards the Battle Spirits Forest, ask them not to forget to take care of June Xie. It will be even better if they could force Fan Jin to step forward to defend him and have Fan Jin's reputation fall even further. Ning Xin ordered maliciously. Yes, Senior Ning. The Zephyr Academy's convoy had traveled throughout the day and finally stopped as dusk approached. They had come halfway on their journey to the Battle Spirits Forest, and it was expected that they would need another day at least before they would reach their destination. All the disciples came out of their carriages. Having been jolted around within the carriages for the whole day, all of them were feeling sore and were aching all over. The bonfire had been lit and the tired disciples sat around it, holding a hot meal in their hands and sipped at hot drinks, in small groups of 3 and 5. After the last horse carriage pulled to a stop, two figures stepped out of the carriage and the other disciples nearby looked up at them, and all the gazes were trained onto the smaller figure between them. Tui. How can such a person still ashamedly remain in the Zephyr Academy? I had not seen him for a long time and thought that he had left for good. One of the disciples cursed in a loud whisper. What is he doing here? Doesn't he know the spirit hunt is filled with dangers? Danger? You should be telling that to others. Not that guy, didn't you see who was with him? That was Fan Jin. Ranked 4th in the last spirit battle tournament. Leading that useless little guy around within the battle spirit's forest for a few days would be child's play to him. Moreover, when you kill the spirit beasts, they drop spirit stones. With Fan Jin leading the charge at the front, that little one will just need to stay back and pick those stones up without moving a finger. Why would he not come? What does Senior Fan see in that puny kid anyway? The kid is obviously so shameless, but Senior Fan is still so protective of him. Chapter 446, Spirit Hunt, 2. Who knows? The youths were seen to be saying it in contempt, but deep in their hearts, many of them were actually envious and jealous of Jun Xie, to have the highly admired Fan Jin hovering around him so protectively. When they got off the carriage, all the stares from the other disciples were directed at them from many different directions, and not a single one among them was friendly. Jun Wuxie was unperturbed and followed Fan Jin to sit down beside a fire. Several disciples were seated by the fire, and when they saw Jun Xie, they pursed up their mouths, their faces showing obvious disdain. Fan Jin suppressed the anger rising up within his chest, or he would have given those disciples a good thrashing. It's been a long day, eat something. Fan Jin handed a packet of dried preserved meat to Jun Wuxie, and Jun Wuxie bit at it silently as endless mutterings and insults reached her ears. Meow. These people are really being obnoxious. Jun Wuxie did not say a word but continued to finish up the food and had a short drink before standing up and returning to the carriage to rest. When they saw that Jun Wuxie had left, those jealous and angry voices grew louder. Fan Jin's face was turning dangerously dark. The vicious curses and malicious insinuations were even too much for him to hear as a bystander, and he did not know how Jun Xie could be so unaffected. Fan Jin did not want to stay around longer than needed and ate quickly before he returned to the carriage as well. He had wanted to comfort Jun Xie a little, but he came back to find Jun Xie fast asleep leaning against the carriage wall. Fan Jin sighed softly and took out his coat to cover Jun Xie's tiny frame. Fan Jin sat directly across Jun Xie and held his head in his hand as he looked at the tiny figure sleeping before him. To be frank, Jun Xie's features were not thought to be outstanding, but without knowing why, Fan Jin was beginning to find that face more and more attractive. That high nose, those red lips, and the long curly lashes on those closed eyes. As he stared longer at that face, Fan Jin found that the air in the carriage was getting hot and stifling. He gulped down some water and got out of the carriage, to let the chill night air cool down his heated body. The little black cat was lying beside Jun Wuxie, and it opened its eyes a slit to peek at the flustered Fan Jin, who had just hurried out of the carriage. If that insanely overpowered demon were to know that someone here had developed some other intentions towards its mistress, wouldn't he make mincemeat out of Fan Jin? After resting for a night, the Zephyr Academy's convoy continued on their journey. After 2 whole days of seemingly endless trundling and rattling, they finally arrived at the edge of the Battle Spirits Forest at midnight on the second day. The vast expanses of the Battle Spirits Forest stretched endlessly, farther than the eye could see, and the forest bordered several different countries. The lure of the spirit beasts here attracted the eye of many, and many people from different powers came here to hunt them, to gain more spirit stones. High-quality spirit stones were able to increase the powers of ring spirits and were in high demand. While ordinary spirit beasts only yielded tiny grains of spirit stones when they are killed and were too tiny to be set onto their rings linked to their ring spirits, people seek to hunt the higher-grade spirit beasts to gain spirit stones that they could set in their rings. Although it was midnight, the outskirts of the Battle Spirits Forest were lit almost bright as day. Big and small tents were erected all around the outskirts of the forest, and many groups of hunters from many different powers were readying themselves for the hunt early the next morning within the Battle Spirits Forest. When the Zephyr Academy's convoy arrived at the edges of the Battle Spirits Forest, they inadvertently attracted the attention of the groups of hunters. The silvery white banners flying over the carriages were known to every single one of those hunters. The Zephyr Academy, one of the top 3 academies, well known to be a place that produced elite fighters, and they had what everyone paid the most attention to, the Zephyr Academy's one and only spirit healer faculty. All the different factions among the hunters were also eyeing for a chance to win over the hearts of any disciple from the spirit healer faculty. Chapter 447, Spirit Hunt, 3. It was late into the night, and the Zephyr Academy disciples were all exhausted. All of them remained within their carriages and nibbled some food before sleep claimed their tired bodies. Dawn broke the next morning, and as the sun peeked over the horizon, the well-rested disciples jumped out of their carriages. The seniors were feeling wary as they stared towards the place that had haunted their dreams on many nights and were looking slightly worried. The new disciples were their direct opposites, as many were feeling excited and were exuberant with anticipation. Though some of them were quietly worried, they were nevertheless rather relieved that they would be accompanied by their mentors. The teachers leading the expedition then gathered the new disciples and explained their mission here at the Battle Spirits Forest. The whole spirit hunt would run for a period of 7 days, and the Zephyr Academy disciples were to only move about within a marked-out area in the southeastern corner of the Battle Spirits Forest, where they would be provided with a detailed map. They did not expect the disciples to meet up with any major problems, and the spirit beasts did not belong to the higher grades in the allocated area of movement, and it would be relatively safe for them. The teachers did not forget to remind the new disciples in a grave tone to not stray into unmarked territories, as they might run into many high-grade spirit beasts in those areas. The terrain might be treacherous, and if they were not careful, they might easily lose their way within the forest filled with endless dangers. All the disciples would be given 2 signal flares, and if they were to come across any danger, were injured or ill, they could choose to release the signals, and the teachers just outside the forest would evacuate the affected disciple as soon as possible. But, if you pull out of the spirit hunt early, the score you would be given for your assessment for the spirit hunt would be extremely low. The signal flares would be distributed to all the disciples, but food and water were prepared by the disciples themselves. They did not restrict how much you brought, and as long as you could carry the load, no one would stop you. For the spirit hunt, the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were allowed to form their own groups to support each other. And in that aspect, the disciples from the spirit healing faculty were the most popular choices. Although the spirit healer faculty disciples were usually less proficient in battle than the other 2 battle-focused faculties, but disciples of the other 2 faculties were eager to jump on this rare chance to get into the good books of a potential future spirit healer, and many would plead and beg for them to join their groups. Hence, well before the day of the spirit hunt, all the disciples of the spirit healer faculty had already been taken, without a single one spared. The strong combined with the strong, and it was a common sight during the spirit hunt. And among them, the strongest team was the team that comprised of the previous spirit tournament's 2nd-ranked Lu Weixie and 3rd-ranked Ning Xin, which also included Yin Yan of the spirit healer faculty and many other elites of the Zephyr Academy. The team totaled more than 20 people, and they were perceived to be the most impressive lineup the Zephyr Academy could put forth. As a result, all the teams would welcome almost any disciples who had not managed to find themselves a team to join. After all, to survive 7 days within this dense forest would not be an easy task, and even if they were not strong or powerful additions, a bigger number of allies would make the task ahead easier to manage. There were 2 people who did not manage to find a team to join up with. People like the last spirit tournament's 4th-ranked Fan Jin and Jun Xie. With Fan Jin's skills, many of the others would have fought tooth and nail to have him join them, but Fan Jin was tagged on with his ward, the most hated Jun Xie, which made all the other teams give up on any intentions to recruit the elite Fan Jin. Jun Xie's name had dropped to the pits within the Zephyr Academy, and even Fan Jin's popularity had not been enough to convince the other teams to want them. In the end, when all the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were split into their teams in 10s or more, only Fan Jin and Jun Xie were left standing alone all by themselves. Cough, it does not matter if there is nobody else. Little Xie, believe in my strength. I will definitely protect you well. Fan Jin said, trying to sound comforting as he stared at the excitement all around them, while the withering quiet where they stood struck a stark contrast, and he hastened to encourage Jun Xie bravely. Chapter 448, is that the weakest or strongest team won. Jun Wuxie looked at Fan Jin, who was bravely trying to put up a smile, when she suddenly turned and walked purposefully away. Fan Jin was not about to allow Jun Xie to roam around on his own under all those malicious stares, and ran to catch up with him. Ning Xin and Yin Yan observed Fan Jin and Jun Xie while they hid within the crowd, and when they saw that the 2 of them were ostracized and left out, they then smiled in glee. Where are they going? Ning Xin saw Jun Xie suddenly turn away and walk towards a big group of disciples. Those are just trash from the branch division. Yin Yan said with contempt. Just like the disciples of the main division, the disciples from the branch division were to take part in the spirit hunt as well. But the atmosphere in the branch division was the exact opposite, gloomy and dismal. Their ring spirits and spiritual powers could not be compared in any way to those disciples from the main division, and having been forced to undergo the ordeal of surviving 7 days within the perilous battle spirits forest frightened them to no end. The group of disciples from the branch division were still immersed in their own thoughts of inescapable doom when they suddenly saw 2 figures from the main division approaching them, and they all stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Disciples from the main division had always treated those from the branch division with contempt and had always avoided them like the plague, and refused to even look at them at all. And right before their eyes now, 2 disciples from the main division were walking straight towards the place the branch division's disciples were gathered, and all their eyes were fixed on those 2 figures. As they stared at the nearing Fan Jin and Jun Xie, the disciples could not fathom what those 2 disciples from the main division would want from them. Meow, the little black cat sat upon Jun Wuxie's shoulders, its fluffy tail coiled behind her neck. It pointed out the direction to Jun Wuxie, and she immediately set off towards it. Over on that side, 4 youths were gathered and seated under a tree, chatting among themselves. Suddenly a tiny figure appeared before them, and the 4 who were chatting excitedly looked up. When they saw the figure's face, the 4 youths suddenly went quiet. Their faces filled with surprise. Little Xie. Xiao Chu, who was biting one end of a blade of grass, suddenly jumped up from the ground when he saw Jun Xie. He pounced unhesitatingly towards Jun Xie and was all ready to envelope him in a big bear hug. However, Xiao Chu was suddenly stopped while he was still in midair. Fan Jin's face was in a deep frown, his hand extended, stopping the jovial and good-looking youth who had wanted to jump onto Jun Xie. "Who are you? And what were you going to do to Jun Xie? I should be the one asking just who are you?" Xiao Chu was frowning at the sudden appearance of Fan Jin. He had not seen little Xie for so long, and who was this twit to come between them? "My name is Fan Jin, a disciple from the main division," Fan Jin said with his brows furrowed. Xiao Chu furrowed his brow as well and spat out the blade of grass from his mouth to said nonchalantly, "Xiao Chu." Sparks flew between the 2 candid and unpretentious youths as their eyes met, and a fight seemed imminent. Fei Yan stood up right at that moment and walked over to stand beside Jun Xie, and said with a laugh, "You still remembered to come look for us. We thought you had forgotten all about us." Fan Jin had intended to first establish the identities of these people before he would let them interact with Jun Xie, as Jun Xie had just too many enemies at that moment. But when he saw the sweetly smiling girl, Fei Yan, greet Jun Xie so easily, he could not make himself raise his hand again to stop her. A man must always treat ladies with gentleness and respect. "You know each other?" Fan Jin heard Fei Yan's words and asked Jun Xie. "We came together to enroll into the Zephyr Academy." Rong Ruo stood up as well and said, smiling. Fan Jin turned to look at Jun Xie. And after he saw Jun Xie nod slightly to him, Fan Jin finally believed the other youths and lowered his defenses against them. "Apologies if I've offended you." After ascertaining that the other party were friendly to Jun Xie, Fan Jin's face broke out into a jovial and amicable smile. Chapter 449, Is that the weakest or strongest team, 2. Jun Wuxie very briefly introduced Fan Jin, and Xiao Chu was all smiles very soon. "Haha, many thanks to you. With you looking out for our little Xie, we are greatly relieved." "No, I didn't do much." After a round of courteous banter, Jun Wuxie shot them a curious gaze and said, "Come with me into the forest." "Sure. We were just about to go look for you anyway," Xiao Chu said with a laugh. They agreed to enter the battle spirits forest together as a team in moments, and the disciples from the branch division looked on as the Xiao Chu and his gang leave the tree together with Jun Xie and Fan Jin to walk towards the place where the disciples of the main division gathered, their eyes aglow, green with envy. When the other disciples of the main division saw Fan Jin with disciples from the branch division in his team to make up some numbers, they all started laughing loudly. Fan Jin has fallen so low that he has to resort to scouring through the trash. What does he think those useless characters can contribute to in the battle spirits forest? Yin Yan looked at Fan Jin from afar and said with a cold laugh. Ning Xin turned to look a brief moment and turned back immediately, hiding the glee that rose within her eyes. Leave him to his own struggles, the final result will still be the same anyway. Yin Yan smiled, and his glad was gladdened by Fan Jin's depravity. Having the main division's disciples gather disciples from the branch division to join their team was unheard of, and everyone from the main division were looking at Jun Xie's tiny team as the biggest joke, and many of them soon dubbed them the weakest of them all. Qiao Chu rubbed his nose heavily as the loud whispers all around assaulted his ears. He might not been deemed to be a sensitive guy, but he could definitely sense the daggers behind all those eyes directed at their group. Are disciples from the branch division so badly despised? Qiao Chu asked. It's nothing to do with all of you, Jun Wuxie said without emotion. Qiao Chu was about to say more when he saw Hua Yao shot him a glance, asking him to shut up. The main reason behind all those loud whispers from the other disciples of the main division were largely understood by all the others, and only Qiao Chu was left still thinking that those whispers were because they despised those who were from the branch division. If anyone would just listen carefully, they would know that all those whispers were targeted at Jun Xie. I'll say, Jun Xie. How long has it been since you were admitted into the main division and you have managed to make an enemy out of everyone? Fei Yan, who was always highly capable in gathering information, had gone around within the crowd and had gathered sufficient intelligence to know exactly what the situation was then. From what she had heard, in the eyes of all the other disciples, Jun Xie was a despicable and utterly incorrigible brat. Jun Wuxie was totally expressionless, but Fan Jin was the one looking slightly embarrassed instead. They had said that you do not show yourself much in the academy, so why is it that you would take part in the spirit hunt? Fei Yan asked, out of pure curiosity, as she cared not in the least all the nasty things she had heard about Jun Xie. Jun Wuxie replied curtly, to kill people. Beside Jun Wuxie, all the other 5 people around her stared wide-eyed at the tiny figure, unable to find words to respond to Jun Xie's emotionless and curt response. Qiao Chu wiped the sweat that had suddenly appeared upon his forehead and said, Little Xie, that reason is a little too brutal, don't you think? Kill people. My dear Jun Xie, can't you be just a little more tactful? You must be joking, right? Fan Jin was really shocked to his boots by Jun Xie's chilling words. The cold and expressionless little kid had just come on his first expedition organized by the academy, and his only intention was so inconceivably brutal. He could not make himself believe that Jun Xie was really here to kill someone. Jun Wuxie observed the suddenly paled Fan Jin and hesitated a moment before muttering a non-committal, MMM. Fan Jin then heaved a big sigh of relief. Chapter 450, is that the weakest or strongest team, 3. Fan Jin was greatly relieved, but Qiao Chu and gang did not believe it for a moment. Jun Xie had learnt to kid. That was what's more unbelievable instead. That kid fully meant every word of that came out of the mouth, and when he said he came here to kill, he meant he came here to kill and nothing else. Qiao Chu and Hua Yao had witnessed Jun Xie in action before, and they were certain, without the slightest doubt, that Jun Xie had meant every single word he said. She took part in the spirit hunt and came here today to kill people. But Hua Yao and Qiao Chu kept their thoughts on Jun Xie's revelation to themselves so as not to further startle Fan Jin, and just exchanged a knowing glance between themselves. Hua Yao shot Rong Ruo a meaningful glance, and Rong Ruo quickly caught on. She walked to come before Fan Jin and said, Big brother Fan, we still have some things we left behind in the branch division encampment. Can I trouble you to accompany me to go retrieve them? When I see the eyes of the disciples from the main division, Rong Ruo's handsome face was suddenly tinged with worry, as she swept her gaze around at the obviously unfriendly eyes staring at the group. Fan Jin immediately slapped his own chest confidently and led Rong Ruo back towards the branch division's encampment to retrieve their belongings. The moment after Fan Jin stepped away, Qiao Chu jumped immediately to stand before Jun Xie to ask, Little Xie, who do you want to kill? Qiao Chu's eyes were bright, lit up with excitement. After the massive massacre of the Qingyun clan with Jun Xie the last time, Qiao Chu fell in love with the thrill and excitement that came with being with Jun Xie. With Fan Jin around earlier, they could not be candid with Jun Xie, as Fan Jin obviously saw Jun Xie as a timid and harmless little bunny. But little did he know that the little bunny in his eyes was one that swallowed people whole without even spitting out the bones. Countless people had fallen prey to that inconspicuous tiny face, and found themselves dead and their bodies already cold before they realized what had happened. Don't know. Jun Xie replied. Huh. Don't know, what did that mean? Jun Wuxie raised her hand and toyed with her little finger. Whoever that comes, will be whoever that dies. It was not convenient for her to make her move within the academy, but after they entered the battle spirit's forest was a different ballpark altogether. She need not consider those misgivings as she had in the academy anymore, and the murder in her eyes flashed chillingly. She had said, whoever it was that tried so hard to incite her to come, had better not regret it later. She had not put in much thought to try to guess who was the one behind all that goading and incitement. She only knew one thing, and that was it did not matter who it was. What mattered was whoever dared to go against her must be ready to face her merciless wrath. Xiao Chu's and Hua Yao's faces were all smiles when they saw the same devilish face they had seen the day the whole Qingyun clan had been obliterated appear before them once again. Not a problem. Whoever dares come seeking their death will have their wish granted. Xiao Chu rubbed his hands in glee. The intelligence that Fei Yan had gathered lit a fire in the chests of Jun Xie's companions as they listened. They knew Jun Xie, and with his ability, not many things under the skies could catch his fancy. Those brats were accusing Jun Xie of trying to steal a lousy spot in the spirit healer faculty through despicable means. That's got to be a joke. But if so many people were seeking the deaths, they would never dream of denying them their well-deserved wishes. Jun Xie was all set to kill, a few more would not make much of a difference. Jun Wuxie stared at Xiao Chu and the gang, and nodded slightly to them. When Fan Jin and Rong Ruo came back, Xiao Chu and the others had reverted back to their normal selves, and after exchanging a few more words, the deafening sounds of drums sounded and the Zephyr Academy disciples readied themselves to enter the battle spirit's forest. The teams gathered their members together as they listened to the war drums rumble, and the flags of the Zephyr Academy were raised, fluttering in the wind. The disciples of the main division stood confidently, heads held high, chest puffed up, in high contrast to those disciples from the branch division, whose shoulders were all slumped in defeat, their almost crouching figures filled with dread. As the last beat of the drums sounded, all the teams started their rush into the battle spirit's forest. They held their torches high, the figures soon swallowed by the dark dense forest. Many of them rushed in excited and exuberant, but who knew how many of them would end up buried within the deep dense forest this time round. Chapter 451, Battle Spirits Forest, 1. It was now late into the night and the battle spirits forest was pitch dark. Jun Wuxie and her teammates held their torches up high as they traversed through the dense trees and vegetation, lighting up the way before them. The roars of the spirit beasts rang out occasionally through the darkness. In the quiet night, the myriad sounds from the forest made the whole place seem much more terrifying. The torch in Xiao Chu's hand was burning brightly. He swung the torch to shine onto the trees surrounding them many times and peered at the map held in his intently for a long while. He finally gave up. And they call this a map? Who can read it? Xiao Chu shoved the map in his pocket in disgust and exclaimed loudly to his companions in exasperation. Fan Jin had been to this forest a few times, and when he heard Xiao Chu, he said with a laugh, "The map will only provide us with a general idea of the direction we are to take. Moreover, it is late in the night now and visibility is low. Even if we have a map, we will not be able to see our way clearly. Why don't we find a place to sleep first and wait for morning to come? We will still have ample time to hunt for prey after the sun rises." Fan Jin was a little older than the others, and he was the only one among them that had come to this forest before. Hence, the others naturally looked to him for suggestions on how they were to move within the dense forest. "I think that will work." Xiao Chu nodded in agreement. "The forest is more dangerous at night and there are some nocturnal spirit beasts that will come out to hunt for food. If we do not intend to become dinner for them, I suggest we rest up high among the trees," Fan Jin warned gravely. The group nodded one after another and looked around for aged trees. Their branches were broader and their canopies denser, which made them more suitable places for the companions to rest. Fan Jin took out a coil of rope from his hip and attached a hook to one end. He was just about to throw it up when he saw Xiao Chu and his gang going up into the treetops with a quick leap. Their movements were light and graceful, and with a single bound, they reached the lower branches and they quickly went up into the higher reaches with a few more quick leaps in succession, going left and right effortlessly. Fan Jin's eyes sparkled as his heart was overcome in awe. He had initially thought that Jun Xie had gathered the group together just because they had previously traveled together to come to the Zephyr Academy, and even if they turn out to be weak and could not contribute much, he had prepared himself to at least keep the group safe while they were in the forest. But what he just saw told him that these youths were neither weak nor unskilled. Under the darkness of the night, where visibility was extremely poor, his companions had still been able to locate the necessary footholds with such pinpoint accuracy to reach the upper reaches of the trees in lightning-quick time, and these showed him how nimble and agile his companions really were. Fan Jin knew for a fact that even in the main division of the Zephyr Academy, not many would be capable enough to match them in such a feat. "Throw up the rope. We'll haul the two of you up." Xiao Chu was totally oblivious of the fact that their show of agility had already far surpassed any standards that disciples of the branch division were supposed to possess. Fan Jin removed the hook from the end of the rope and threw the rope's end up to Xiao Chu. "Just pull little Xie up, I'll climb up myself." Fan Jin handed the other end of the rope to Jun Xie and she looped it around her hips, allowing Xiao Chu to pull her up into the branches. Fan Jin imitated his companions and leapt up, leaping through the branches to go up into the upper reaches of the trees. As they laid down among the higher branches well concealed from sight, everyone quietened down. The moonlight shone through the thick canopies of leaves, and the tiny rays that fell through shone on the companions, looking as if the stars had descended upon their bodies. "Sigh, I haven't slept like this for a long time. Feels rather nostalgic." Xiao Chu was reminded of something and he mumbled with a laugh. He turned his head to one side and saw Jun Xie was on the branch just next to his, and he was puzzled by what he saw Jun Xie did next. Jun Wuxie was not resting, but she took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeves. She poured some white powder into her hand and smeared it on the branch she was leaning against. After she was done, she threw the bottle to Xiao Chu and simply said, "Many bugs, apply it." Chapter 452, Battle Spirits Forest, 2. Xiao Chu did as Jun Wuxie told him, and after applying it, the bottle was passed around and everyone followed suit. Jun Wuxie lay down on her branch after that, and the little black cat lay just above her head, its furry tail hanging over the branch, swishing back and forth. This forest is rather similar to that place. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed at the memory. She spent the initial 10 over years in her past life in that demon's lair, which had been situated in the middle of a dense forest just like this, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by silence. Refusing to think any more of the past, Jun Wuxie slowly closed her eyes. When the sun's first rays broke across the treetops, a scream tore through the air, causing the companions asleep among the higher reaches of the trees to startle awake. The screaming was coming closer and the leaves on the trees were beginning to rustle. "Spirit beast." Fei Yan sat up suddenly. A ear-splitting beastly howl then reverberated in their ears. Fan Jin was already sitting upright on his branch and his face was creased in a frown. "We are still at the fringes of the forest and there shouldn't be any spirit beasts belonging to the higher grade around here." Just as Fan Jin finished his statement, several ragged figures burst through the vegetation. There were 17 of them in total and they were dressed in uniforms of the Zephyr Academy. At that moment, they had lost all the semblance of magnificence they had portrayed initially from being an esteemed disciple of the revered Zephyr Academy. Their faces were now covered in dirt and their clothes were all tattered. Several of them had wounds on them and their blood had stained their clothes red. But they did not seem to notice their wounds as all of them ran for their lives. The youths were already panting heavily from their mad dash and they all hid with their backs plastered against the trees, too tired to run another step further. The next moment, a large pack of jackals appeared, following the scent of blood. A quick count showed that there were at least more than 30 of them in the pack. Jackals were spirit beasts that belonged to the lowest first grade and they were smaller in size than wolves and did not possess strong attack power. Faced with a jackal, as long as one's ring spirit had awakened, they would be able to manage defeating them without too much difficulty. But jackals were gregarious spirits beasts and they always moved together in packs numbering at least 3 or 4 and the number can go up into the hundreds in large packs. Each pack was always led by a leader on their hunts for food. One lone jackal could be easily defeated, but when the numbers in the pack increased, their attack power was multiplied in folds. The smaller bodies of the jackals meant that they were more nimble of foot. They were innately crafty and they coordinated their attacks when they hunt. The team that had run here had really been unlucky. They had groped their way blindly through the forest throughout the night and, due to the poor visibility, they had lost their way and made a huge detour. They had carelessly stumbled across this pack of jackals when the youths were already exhausted from having trekked such a long distance through treacherous terrain and dense vegetation the whole night. When they found themselves suddenly under the attack of the jackals, many of them panicked and ran for their lives. Fortunately for them, they had a few seniors in their group who had better presence of mind, and that had allowed them to run all the way out here. But those seniors were mostly injured now and the jackals were relentless and still aggressively chasing down their prey. Damn it. To think that we would be pushed so hard by a pack of jackals. A senior whose arm had been bitten by jackal said, as blood flowed down from the 4 deep punctures which he had hastily tied up with cloth he had torn out from his clothes. I can't run anymore. One of the youth said, gasping for air, and leaning heavily against a tree. Zimu. We cannot stop. A senior who was injured shouted, gritting his teeth against the pain. Li Zimu's mind was completely blank, and his legs were starting to cramp up from the mad dash where he had given everything he had in fear of his life, and his face was filled with utter despair. Chapter 453, Battle Spirits Forest, 3. I really can't take another step. Li Zimu cried, his face mournful. He felt as if his legs were about to break off. All the other youths were also depleted. The jackals had pursued them relentlessly half the night and they had bashed their way through the dense forest in the darkness, looking for a way out and avoiding the jackals' flanking attacks. They were all at the ends of the rope both physically and mentally. Growl. A jackal leapt at Li Zimu who was still panting heavily and the blood drained from Li Zimu's face and he fell back onto the ground in fright. His hand grabbed up the stone he had felt when he fell and threw it at the leaping jackal. The jackal was extremely agile and avoided everything Li Zimu threw at him, its eyes fixated on the youth he was about to pounce on. Li Zimu let out a shrill scream and was still grabbing whatever he could from the ground to throw when his hand closed over something rounded and cold to the touch, and by reflex he threw it out at the jackal as well. The quick-footed jackal dodged that as well and the unidentified white item thrown fell onto the ground and broke into pieces and a white cloud blew out and dispersed into the wind. The highly aggressive jackal smelt the scent that had spread from the white cloud and suddenly gave out a sharp shrill whine. It stopped its advance and suddenly turned around to run away, its tail in between its legs. When the scent reached the other jackals, all of them suddenly turned tail and fled whining, quickly disappearing from sight. One moment, the disciples found themselves about to be devoured by the jackals, and the next moment, they saw the jackals suddenly turn around and flee. The unexpected turn of events had all the exhausted disciples stunned, and totally flabbergasted, including Li Zimu. Zimu, what was that you threw out earlier? The senior who was Li Zimu's mentor asked in surprise. Li Zimu gaped like a goldfish and his eyes finally fell on the unidentified item he had last thrown out on the ground. Broken white porcelain pieces lay scattered and a white powdery substance could be seen on the dirt. Li Zimu gulped and looked at all the other disciples staring at him. Actually, he had been the one who had first attracted the attention of the jackals. He had been lost and had stumbled blindly into their territory. He was the one that had brought them that disaster that had almost killed them all. Even the senior that was his mentor had gotten himself bitten by the jackal to save Li Zimu. When the jackals had attacked, all the youths had summoned their ring spirits and they had asked Li Zimu to summon his as well. But Li Zimu had been too terrified when he saw the large number in the pack and he froze completely, incapable of any action. As they were running for their lives, Li Zimu had trailed the others and dragged down the whole team. If he hadn't been a disciple of the spirit healer faculty, the other disciples in the team would have long abandoned him. Li Zimu knew at that moment that the whole team was dissatisfied with him, including his mentor, and he desperately needed to do something about it to improve his standing and image within the team. After all, they still had more than 6 days to go within the forest, which was filled with endless unknown dangers, and he needed the team's protection to get through it. That was something my father gave me. It can drive spirit beasts away. I did not have the time to take it out earlier. I'm sorry I caused my seniors to get hurt. Li Zimu looked at the others guiltily and claimed the life-saving treasure he had carelessly picked up to be his own without shame. The other youths had been rather displeased with Li Zimu, and when they heard Li Zimu say he had been the one who had driven the jackals off, they decided not to pursue the matter further. They still harbored a little displeasure, but the fact remained that Li Zimu was after all a disciple of the spirit healer faculty and they gave in the end. They did not want to burn all bridges with potential spirit healer and the other disciples forced themselves to accept Li Zimu's apology. Chapter 454, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 1. Down below the trees, Li Zimu was trying desperately to gain back a little of his reputation. He was completely unaware that his every action was being closely scrutinized by the people high up among the higher reaches of the tall trees. Xiao Chu. The bottle that kid threw out earlier, wasn't it the same bottle that Jun Xia handed to all of us last night? Fei Yan's sharp eyes saw the broken porcelain pieces on the ground and turned his head to ask Qiao Chu. Qiao Chu squinted his eyes and said, "After using it last night, I asked Jun Xie if he wanted it back and he told me no. I just slipped it into my clothes and I guessed it must have dropped out while I was sleeping. Oh, I thought the disciples from the main division were always acting all high and mighty before us, but it seems that it's not beneath them to be capable of stealing credit when it's not due to them. When did things that belong to our little Xie become his?" Fei Yan said with his eyes narrowed, feeling extremely disgruntled that Li Zimu had claimed Jun Xie's medicated powder as his own so shamelessly. Jun Wuxie was observing Li Zimu silently as he claimed all the credit from his fellow teammates. "Little Xie, you know him." Seeing the way Jun Xie was staring at Li Zimu, Fei Yan's keen eyes seemed to notice something. Jun Wuxie did not reply, but it was Fan Jin who cleared his throat lightly instead to say, "That boy below us is Li Zimu, and he wasn't too friendly to Jun Xie in the academy." Fan Jin was being very reserved with his choice of words. Li Zimu had merely been unfriendly to Jun Xie. It could be said that the reason that Jun Xie had to suffer under all those curses and admonishments from the other disciples so badly in the academy had all started when Li Zimu had cooked up such a story in the dining hall in the beginning. If Li Zimu had just told the truth, then Jun Xie would not have had to be seen to be a despicable and scheming scoundrel. "Oh." Fei Yan's eyes narrowed dangerously. Hua Yao had already stood up on his branch and he turned to look at Jun Xie to ask him. Jun Wuxie was silent a moment before the words came out of her mouth. "We'll start with him." Hua Yao and the others suddenly had a glint in their eyes, and only Fan Jin was still rather lost, not understanding what Jun Xie intended to do. And before he could open his mouth to ask what was happening, Hua Yao and the others had already leapt off from the branches. Li Zimu was busy trying to get his teammates to warm up to him. The ring spirits belonging to several of his seniors had also sustained injuries, and they asked Li Zimu to heal them with his spirit healing technique. However, Li Zimu repeatedly refused their requests, an expression of reluctance on his face. "Li Zimu, what do you mean by this? Our ring spirits are hurt because we had to save you, and now that we ask for a little healing for them, you are rejecting us so adamantly. What is the meaning of this?" A fiery youth within the team could not hold back his anger and shouted at Li Zimu. Li Zimu turned pale and hid his head between his shoulders without saying a word. He had been with the spirit healer faculty for some time, and Gu Lisheng had been extremely caring to him. That had made Li Zimu become very conceited initially. But his conceit had not lasted long, as he soon found that no matter how hard he tried, he could never grasp the concept of spirit healing itself. Even after being in the spirit healer faculty for so long, not to mention healing a ring spirit, Li Zimu did not even know how to convert his spiritual power into spiritual energy. And due to the excessive attention Gu Lisheng showered upon him, all the seniors in the spirit healer faculty detested him. Li Zimu was reduced to only being able to show off in front of the other disciples from the two other faculties who knew nothing of his incompetence. And anyone who knew what was really happening under all that pretense, completely despised and ignored him. And now, his teammates were asking him to heal their ring spirits with the spirit healing technique. How was he going to do it? If his teammates got to know how useless he really was, they would definitely give him the boot without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 455, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 2. Li Zimu still refused to answer his teammates when right at that moment, several figures fell from above, landing on the ground right before their eyes. The sudden appearance of those figures shocked the exhausted youths. But when they managed to see them clearly in the next moment, their startled hearts calmed back to normal. Those figures were dressed in uniforms that showed they belonged to the branch division of the Zephyr Academy, and when all the others saw clearly that the figures were just the disciples from the inferior branch division, their faces creased into deep frowns immediately. However, the two other figures that descended right after greatly surprised the other youths. When Jun Wuxie and Fan Jin landed on the ground, Li Zimu, who had been sitting on the ground, suddenly jumped up. He surveyed Jun Xie's clean and spotless clothes, and when he saw Fan Jin standing protectively next to Jun Xie, an inexplicable surge of jealousy came upon him. He felt that he was obviously the one that really deserved protection, and why would the last spirit tournament's fourth-ranked Fan Jin protect Jun Xie so much? Before this, Li Zimu had not felt this way before. But he and his team were chased by a huge pack of jackals throughout the night, and many of them were covered in wounds, and he had to still swallow his pride and resort to sucking up to his teammates after all this. And what about Jun Xie? He was still safe and sound under Fan Jin's protection without having suffered a single scratch, and his clothes had not even been creased. If right from the beginning, Jun Xie had not been here, there wouldn't have been the farce about the stealing of the position at the spirit healing faculty, and Fan Jin might just have taken him under his wing instead. And if Fan Jin was his mentor, he would be safe from any dangers within the Battle Spirits Forest. When he saw Jun Xie and the several other disciples from the branch division with Fan Jin all looking well rested and still clean, he suddenly felt insanely jealous. Those thoughts filled Li Zimu's mind completely, and his eyes that were staring at Jun Xie suddenly became vicious. Senior Fan. This is my first time here at the Battle Spirits Forest and am extremely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Can I follow and walk with you from here on? I might not have strong spiritual powers, but my ring spirit and spirit healing technique would be a great help to you. Would you allow me to tag along with you? Li Zimu had decided he wanted to cling on to the highly skilled Fan Jin, and he could not care any less that he was saying all this before his current teammates. He strongly believed that if he hung around Fan Jin long enough, Fan Jin would undoubtedly realize that a spirit healer faculty disciple like him was better than Jun Xie in every way. After Li Zimu said that, Fan Jin did not react. However, the senior who mentored Li Zimu suddenly found his rage rise. Li Zimu. You are such a despicable and ungrateful brat. He had almost been maimed trying to save Li Zimu, but Li Zimu had cleanly forgotten what he had done for him the moment Fan Jin had appeared. He had never met anyone more self-centered than Li Zimu. Li Zimu gritted his teeth and did not even turn back to face his mentor, but continued to look pleadingly at Fan Jin. Fan Jin stared at Li Zimu with a deep frown on his face, and his expression was one of utter disgust. The kind of people he had always hated to the core were ungrateful scoundrels just like this. Fan Jin had acutely noticed after the attack from the pack of jackals, the whole team was looking to be in bad shape, all bruised and battered and their clothes all tattered and torn. But Li Zimu, on the other hand, did not have a scratch on him compared to the bloody wounds seen on his teammates. It was fairly obvious that the team had been looking out for his safety, and Li Zimu had so indifferently turned around and asked to switch teams. How big of a jerk was he? Chapter 456, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 3. Before Fan Jin could say a word, Jun Wuxie suddenly said, "Bring him along." Jun Xie's sudden words stunned everyone into silence. Fan Jin could not believe his ears. Did Jun Xie just said to bring Li Zimu along? The same scoundrel, Li Zimu, who had caused Jun Xie's days in the Zephyr Academy to become hell, and Jun Xie was agreeing for him to join up with them. Li Zimu was just as shocked as he looked at Jun Xie. He had guessed that Fan Jin would accept him and Jun Xie would definitely object. Never would he have expected that Jun Xie would be the first one to agree. Even the other youths in Li Zimu's team were flabbergasted as they stared at Jun Xie in incredulity. They knew very well the grudges between Jun Xie and Li Zimu. Jun Xie had resorted to hiding himself within the bamboo grove and not come out for a long time, and Li Zimu had not stopped trying to gain sympathy. Borrowing on the prior incident with Jun Xie, they knew those two people were bitter enemies. And Jun Xie was asking Fan Jin to accept Li Zimu just like that. The other youths were deeply puzzled and confused. Jun Wuxie shot Fan Jin a glance, and the rejection that had been on the tip of his tongue was hastily swallowed. Fan Jin recomposed himself and said to Li Zimu instead, "You can come with me, but you better pull your socks up, or I will throw you to feed the spirit beasts." Fan Jin was most unwilling to take in that ungrateful jerk, but he could not stand up to the cold glance that Jun Xie gave him, and he had finally succumbed. Li Zimu smiled happily at that moment and thanked Fan Jin profusely, and he totally ignored Jun Xie, who had been the first one to say he could stay. Jun Wuxie only lowered her eyes and did not say a word. The other youths who had been betrayed by Li Zimu were going to leave in rage, but Jun Wuxie suddenly spoke and threw a few medicine bottles to them. "Treat your wounds," Jun Wuxie said without emotion. The youths caught the bottles and looked at Jun Xie in confusion. They could not comprehend why Jun Xie would do that, as they knew they had been party to cursing Jun Xie behind his back. And now that they were abandoned by one of their own, it was Jun Xie whom they had cursed at so vehemently that had extended his hand to help. "Li Zimu is not a simple guy, you watch your back." The senior who had mentored Li Zimu gripped the medicine in his hand and stared at Jun Xie a moment to offer his friendly warning before turning to leave with his remaining teammates. And that short interaction with Jun Wuxie had planted a subtle seed in the hearts of all those youths. The wise bends according to changing circumstances, Senior Fan. You are so highly skilled, and I thought of learning from the birds, where they find a stronger branch to perch from. Li Zimu ignored the words of his former teammates completely and was only focused on sticking himself close to Fan Jin's side. Fan Jin's expression got darker and darker, and he still could not understand what Jun Xie really wanted to do. Sigh, what a dumb block. A voice filled with sarcasm sounded suddenly with a laugh. Li Zimu turned his head to look. Fei Yan was smiling as he looked at Li Zimu with pity. Li Zimu frowned. A disciple from the branch division dared to act so arrogantly before him. Qiao Chu, Brother Hua. After making sure that the other youths had completely left, Jun Wuxia tilted her head and said to Hua Yao and Qiao Chu. Hua Yao's mouth curled sinisterly at the corners, and Qiao Chu bumped his fists together and replied together, "Understood." Fan Jin was still trying to decipher what Jun Xie's real intentions were when a pitiful scream sounded right beside him. Li Zimu had been trying very hard to impress him and was standing by his side just a moment ago when in a blink, he saw that Hua Yao and Qiao Chu had both grabbed Li Zimu by a shoulder each and were holding him pressed down against the tree just behind him. Chapter 457, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 4. Li Zimu found himself suddenly grabbed by two others and slammed hard against a tree. He felt as if his spine had almost snapped from the impact upon the sharp jagged tree trunk, and he suddenly felt nauseated. Arg. What are you doing? Let me go. I'll have you know I'm a disciple of the Spirit Healer faculty. How dare you treat me with such disrespect? When we get back to the academy, I'll teach you pieces of trash some manners. Li Zimu's eyes were wide open. He stared in disbelief at the sudden attack from Hua Yao and Qiao Chu. The sudden assault left Fan Jin shocked, and he stood rooted to the ground. He turned reflexively to look at Jun Xie, his eyes filled with horror and unease. If you cannot bear to watch, you can go somewhere else first. Jun Wuxia looked at Fan Jin a moment, and she turned to walk towards Li Zimu. Fan Jin felt his heart skipped a beat. Something in his heart was telling him that those words Jun Xie had said before entering the Battle Spirit's forest had not been a joke at all. And he was about to go fulfill the prophecy of those very words. Little Xie. Fan Jin subconsciously grabbed Jun Xie's arm, looking at him in terror. However, when he saw Jun Xie's unnaturally chilly eyes looking back at him, he found his grip loosening involuntarily. On the other side, Li Zimu was screaming incessantly, and Fei Yan ambled over casually, raised his hand, and slapped Li Zimu across the face a few times. What are you screaming for? The result is still death, save your energy. Li Zimu was dizzy from the slaps, and the handprints were red on his face. He trembled as he looked at Fei Yan to ask, What are you going to do? Fei Yan shrugged and took a step back, to allow Jun Xie enough space to stand right before Li Zimu. At the moment Li Zimu's eyes fell upon Jun Xie, both his legs crumbled. The pair of eyes staring at him sent chills up his spine with its undisguised murderous intent. Even a fool would be able to tell that Jun Xie had every intention to kill him. Jun Xie, what do you want? Li Zimu was sweating profusely. He found it difficult to breathe under the gaze of those chillingly frosty eyes. I stole your spot, right? Jun Wuxia asked, her eyebrow raised. Li Zimu shook his head vigorously. No, master had explained it all to me. I did not mean it, and I was wrong. It has nothing to do with you. But that was not what you were telling everybody else. Jun Wuxia said, her head tilted as if in query, as she stared at Li Zimu's face, completely drained of color. Li Zimu panicked. He had spread those malicious rumors to attract more attention to himself. But if he had known that he would end up in Jun Xie's hands like this, he would never have spoken a single word against him. I am sorry, I am really sorry. I beg you to spare me. I promise that I will never spout such nonsense ever again. I will clear everything up when we get back. I had lied, and you are completely innocent. I guarantee it. I will tell them everything. I will apologize. I am sorry. Li Zimu was pleading with tears and mucus running down his face. He prayed that Fan Jin would save him, but Fan Jin just stood on one side, unmoving, his head lowered and silent, having no intention of interfering. And these disciples from the branch division were obviously on the same side as Jun Xie, or they wouldn't have grabbed him so suddenly, with just a single command from Jun Xie. I beg you, let me go. Jun Wuxia looked on indifferently as Li Zimu pleaded and begged, and she could not find it within herself to give him any sympathy. If you let me go, I will obey your every word henceforth. I am a disciple of the spirit healer faculty and I know spirit healing. I will serve under you. Li Zimu brought up the spirit healer faculty once again, in an attempt to save his own life. Chapter 458, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 5. Master gives me a lot of attention. I will plead with him to allow you to be admitted into the spirit healer faculty. How about you let me go now? Li Zimu was trembling visibly from fright. Jun Wuxie's eyebrow arched. You will plead with him. Li Zimu thought that there was still room for negotiation when Jun Wuxie said those words, and he said hurriedly, I'll plead with him. Master dotes on me the most. If I ask him, he is sure to agree. Jun Wuxie paid Li Zimu no attention and turned to Qiao Chu. Summon the yin-yang bear. Qiao Chu was shocked. His yin-yang bear had not fully recovered from its injuries and was still very weak. He did not know what Jun Xie intended to do, but he did as told and summoned the yin-yang bear. When the furry yin-yang bear was summoned, it looked rather dispirited. Its enormous body leaned heavily onto the vegetation on its side, crushing several large bushes under its huge form. Gore, it felt someone approach, and the yin-yang bear raised its head wearily. When it saw and recognized that it was the little youth who loved to rub himself on its stomach, it then closed its eyes and went back to its slumber. Jun Wuxie raised her hand and a faint glow covered her palm. She put her hand gently over the yin-yang bear's head, and the soft glow slowly spread itself over the yin-yang bear's entire body till it completely enveloped the huge form. Qiao Chu looked at Jun Xie curiously, as he did not know what was going on. But Li Zimu's eyes were bulging, his face in total disbelief as he stared at the scene before his eyes. He could not count the number of times he had seen this before. Every time that Gu Lisheng had instructed him on the spirit healing technique, he would always demonstrate it on a ring spirit. And he could remember everything clearly after the countless times he had seen it. And the scene before his eyes was exactly the same. Spirit healing technique, spirit healing, you know the spirit healing technique, how can this be? Li Zimu's face turned completely white. He might not know how to execute the spirit healing technique, but he could at least recognize it. Jun Xie was just a disciple who had been driven out of the spirit healer faculty on the first day. He had been in the faculty barely hours. How could he possibly have learnt the spirit healing technique? Gu Lisheng had said it before. For disciples like them who at most had just been introduced to the spirit healing technique for a few years, would only be able to lend healing to ring spirits belonging to the 3rd grade and below. If the ring spirit belonged to a grade higher than that, the spiritual power within their bodies would not be able to sustain the amount of consumption required to heal those ring spirits. Li Zimu did not know exactly what grade the massive black and white bear before his eyes belonged to, but he had distinctly felt, at the moment the yin-yang bear had appeared, the ring spirit within his body whine and whimper in terror. For the yin-yang bear to have made his 5th grade ring spirit cower in fright, the yin-yang bear must belong to a grade that was higher. And Jun Xie was able to heal a ring spirit beyond the 5th grade so effortlessly here. That level of skill was way beyond what useless trash like Li Zimu could ever dream of, and not even for the top disciple in the spirit healer faculty. Impossible, it's impossible. How could you know the spirit healing technique? It is just not possible. Li Zimu's already white face was turning green with shock. And an unshakable feeling of doom was creeping slowly into his heart. If Jun Xie truly knew the spirit healing technique, the rumors he had spread about Jun Xie earlier would make him the biggest joke. The yin-yang bear was gradually showing visible signs of recovery and was feeling stronger. It slowly began to sit up, straight and towering. Jun Wuxie retracted her hand and turned to look at Li Zimu, whose face was completely drained of blood. She curled up the corners of her mouth and asked softly, "You think I need you?" Chapter 459, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 6. Li Zimu's teeth started chattering under Jun Wuxie's frosty gaze. Jun Xie yearned to learn the spirit healing technique. He was such a joke. Li Zimu finally realized it now. The words he had said when he had pleaded to be spared. Those words sounded so funny now. With the skills Jun Xie had displayed with spirit healing here, it was not inferior to Gu Lisheng's. And with Jun Xie possessing such skills, Jun Xie did not need him to plead with Gu Lisheng at all. All his strength left Li Zimu then. He hung limply, only held up by Hua Yao and Qiao Chu on 2 sides, and his eyes were filled with dejection. He had given everything he had, in pursuit of what he wanted, but it turned out Jun Xie had it in him all this time. He found himself a joke when the very person he had tried to destroy with whatever means possible, and it turned out Jun Xie was so many times stronger than he was. Why had he been so obsessed with being in the spirit healer faculty? He had gotten himself admitted, and so what? He was still a useless piece of trash that had absolutely no idea how to use the spirit healing technique. All those flattering and fawning voices sounded in his head at that moment. Those very same voices that had made Li Zimu so pleased with himself in self-conceit, now made him hang his head in shame. The skill that Jun Xie had shown in his spirit healing had felt like a slap across his face, smashing Li Zimu's false pride to pieces. He had not learned anything, and it had been purely because that he was accepted into the spirit healer faculty that everyone else had put him high up on a pedestal. Even under Gu Lisheng's meticulous teachings and instructions, he had still amounted to nothing. While Jun Xie, who had already possessed such extraordinary skill in spirit healing, was subjected to suffer under everyone's wrath just because of a misunderstanding during his enrollment into the academy. Li Zimu had thought he was better than Jun Xie in every single way, but the exact opposite had instead been true. While he had been cluelessly absorbed in his own conceit, Jun Xie must have seen him as the biggest joke alive. Jun Wuxie walked slowly towards Li Zimu, and Li Zimu could not help but shiver like a leaf in the wind, while his face was drained of color, and his eyes stared widened, unable to take his eyes off Jun Xie. Don't. Come here." Li Zimu's voice trembled and he felt the terror overwhelm him completely. He suddenly turned his head and looked in Fan Jin's direction and shouted, "Senior Fan! Save me! Jun Xie wants to kill me. He is going to kill me. Arf! I am a disciple of the spirit healer faculty. If I am to die, my master was not let the matter rest easy." The murderous intent in Jun Wuxie's eyes terrified him, and Li Zimu only had Fan Jin to plead to. Fan Jin's brow furrowed and he raised his head to look at Li Zimu. In actual fact, Gu Lisheng had chosen Jun Xie right from the start. And due to some reasons, Jun Xie cannot be seen to be within the spirit healer faculty. You were just someone Gu Lisheng randomly picked to be used as a cover for his initial words. If you had not spread such malicious rumors about Jun Xie, you would have been able to remain with the spirit healer faculty and none of this would have happened. You should not have intentionally caused such harm to others, just to justify your own vanity. Fan Jin would have pitied Li Zimu, but when he thought of all that Li Zimu had done, he suddenly could not find it within himself to spare Li Zimu any sympathy. Jun Xie might have a cold personality, but he had a mind of his own and was not easily swayed. He was fiercely independent, of both mind and body. If the same thing had happened to other disciples, they most probably would have left the Zephyr Academy. And by leaving the Zephyr Academy, they would have killed their own chance for success. When Li Zimu had so maliciously spread those rumors throughout the academy, had he ever thought he was going to ruin a person's future? A rumor repeated often enough was seen as fact, and countless people have died under the toxicity of a mere rumor. What? Li Zimu was at a total loss for words. He would never have ever thought that the truth of the matter would be anything like this. Chapter 460, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 7. You finally understand, it was actually Jun Xie who gave you that rare chance, you did not have what they wanted at the spirit healer faculty. Fan Jin looked at Li Zimu, his face forlorn and depressed. Li Zimu's mouth just gaped open, unable to say a word. He was admitted into the spirit healer faculty because of Jun Xie, and he had still told such slanderous lies about him. Just to let you know, the bottle that you threw at the jackals earlier belonged to little Xie as well. Qiao Chu said with a smile, unable to resist taking another jibe at the despondent figure before him. Li Zimu cowered lower. Stepping upon others to elevate your own status, this scoundrel seems really good at it. Fei Yan said, giving a sideways glare at Li Zimu, who was so terrified that he was about to pee in his pants. "I'm sorry, I realize my mistake. I beg you don't kill me, I will do whatever you tell me." His pride and ego had been stripped and trampled. Li Zimu only felt terror like never before, every single pore on him screamed in terror. Jun Wuxie was not about to accept his apology, she stared at Li Zimu, as she would a dead person. "Summon your ring spirit," Jun Wuxie said. I'm sorry, Li Zimu was ranting subconsciously. Fei Yan was highly irked by his ramblings and delivered a heavy punch onto his stomach. Oof! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Li Zimu's mouth immediately. The blood was mixed with some unidentifiable substance from within Li Zimu's body. Qiao Chu gulped loudly. Fei Yan had possessed extraordinary strength from a very young age. That strike had only been hardly a third of Fei Yan's full strength, and Li Zimu was already in such a bad shape. "Stop, don't hit me, I'll summon it, I'll summon it." That one strike had made him sustain heavy injuries. Li Zimu was crying in pain as he summoned his ring spirit in the next moment. Li Zimu might be as useless as trash, but his ring spirit was of a rather good grade. A silvery white wolf ring spirit appeared before their eyes. At the same moment the silver wolf appeared, Li Zimu's eyes suddenly turned vicious. The silver wolf leapt quick as lightning at Jun Wuxie, its huge jaws wide open, aimed straight at Jun Wuxie's throat. And with a sudden white flash, pure white light exploded from Jun Wuxie's hand. The white flash of light leapt to meet the leaping silver wolf head-on. Hull! The silver wolf suddenly howled pitifully. A slightly pink-cheeked youth had appeared suddenly. He cut a dashingly handsome figure and his pure white robes billowed. He held a wine jar in one hand and the other was holding the silver wolf up in mid-air, grabbing it by its neck. The pair of beautiful eyes were half closed in drunkenness and his face was one that showed utter contempt. "TSK, I was wondering, just a 5th grade silver wolf and you dare to even think of striking my mistress. You must really hate living, don't you?" Drunk Lotus smirked and his half-closed eyes flashed with chilling murder. He closed his grip on the silver wolf's neck and the silver wolf struggled violently in vain, and not a sound could even come out through its constricted throat. The white-robed youth who had suddenly appeared made Li Zimu's face pale with shock once again. He had placed his last bet on his silver wolf and he did not expect that with his 5th grade silver wolf coupled with the element of surprise would be so easily stopped by the youth, and with one hand yet. His last hope completely dashed, Li Zimu stared at Drunk Lotus in despair, his eyes glazed. "Give up." Jun Wuxie raised her head and stared at Li Zimu. I'm sorry, I won't dare do it again." His silver wolf was still gripped in Drunk Lotus' hand and Li Zimu could only see doom before him. "Little Black." Jun Wuxie called out coldly. "Kill him." Just as Jun Wuxie finished her statement, the little black cat upon her shoulders jumped off and morphed into its massive black beast form, and leapt straight at the suddenly screaming Li Zimu. Chapter 461, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 8. At the moment the black beast pounced, Hua Yao and Qiao Chu jumped away from Li Zimu. The screaming Li Zimu had not even managed to see the black beast clearly when he found himself pinned once again, this time on the ground. The black beast's slavery jaws opened and bit down on Li Zimu's neck. A loud crunch sounded and the shrill scream stopped at that moment. Blood gushed out through the black beast's fangs and splattered all over the dirt, turning it red and sticky. "You still want this?" Drunk Lotus was still dangling the silver wolf as he turned to Jun Wuxie. Li Zimu was dead and it wouldn't be long before the silver wolf would fade back into the spirit world. If Jun Wuxie wanted to make use of the silver wolf to achieve a breakthrough in her spiritual power, she had to do it fast. Jun Wuxie nodded and Drunk Lotus hung the wine jar at his hips. He looped an arm around Jun Wuxie's waist and loped easily up the tallest tree, disappearing from everybody's sight in mere moments, hidden among the thick branches and dense leaves. The black beast let go of Li Zimu's neck and sat under the tree, licking its paws with its bloodied tongue. Everything had happened so quickly and Fan Jin did not have time to react at all, and he just stood there staring blankly at the black beast sitting under the tree. He had always thought that Jun Xie's ring spirit had been an ordinary black cat and it did not possess any battle prowess. And when the little black cat had morphed into the black beast, he had been so shocked that he had froze. What grade would a ring spirit who can change its form at will belong to? He dared not even think about it. At that moment, Fan Jin realized that he knew nothing about Jun Xie. His strength, his ring spirit, his unfathomable and profound knowledge of medicine. What is little Xie doing? Qiao Chu craned his neck to look up into the trees. But Drunk Lotus must have taken extra effort to hide from them as he could not see any sign of them among the trees, not even their shadows. The rest of the gang just shrugged their shoulders, as they did not mind whatever Jun Xie intended to do. "You got a big fright." Hua Yao walked to come beside Fan Jin, and he raised his hand to pat him on the shoulder in comfort, from the perspective of someone who had been through whatever Fan Jin was feeling at that moment. Fan Jin shook his head vigorously as he sat on the side, unable to squeeze a single word out of his throat. Li Zimu's body was still lying under the tree, his neck snapped in two by the black beast. The mess of blood and gore filled his mind, as did the sight of the large widening pool of blood, slowly staining the ground devilishly red. Was he really shocked? Xiao Chu whispered to Rong Ruo as he came to stand beside her, lowering his voice to not let Fan Jin hear him. Rong Ruo laughed softly. When you suddenly see a tiny bunny turn into a big bad wolf, you would usually need a little bit of time to properly digest it. Jun Xie's young age and petite size would make people assume him to be completely harmless. But in actual fact, that tiny bunny, when provoked, its ferocity would put many large vicious beasts to shame. Fan Jin's reaction had been exactly like that. He had always taken the role of a protector with Jun Xie, and had intended to continue protecting him throughout the time they would be in the Battle Spirits Forest. But the person he was protecting seemed to be quite a tad bit more ferocious than him. Besides the fact that Jun Xie had already attained the orange level in his spiritual power, just the black beast alone would be more than what most people could handle, and not forgetting, there was also that white-robed youth. Fan Jin's fragile little heart took quite a hit at that moment. He had fully intended to take on the role as Jun Xie's protector. Up in the tree, Drunk Lotus gingerly put Jun Wuxie down on a wide branch, to allow her space to sit crossed-legged, in a meditation pose, while he held the twitching silver wolf and stood quietly at the side. It was just yesterday that Jun Wuxie had completely healed the Snow Lotus, and that had allowed Drunk Lotus to appear in all his blinding glory today. How do you use this? Drunk Lotus shook the silver wolf a little when he saw that only the whites of the wolf's eyes was showing. Although he knew that Jun Wuxie needed to devour a ring spirit to attain a breakthrough in her spiritual power, however, he had no idea how to go about doing it. Jun Wuxie retrieved the spirit prison from the Cosmos sack, and gave it a slight twist. The silver wolf in Drunk Lotus' hand suddenly felt as if an invisible force was pulling at it, and it was gradually sucked into the pristine and crystalline sphere. Chapter 462, Consecutive Slaps, First Form, 9. When Jun Wuxie had achieved a breakthrough in her spiritual power the first time, she had absorbed the soaring serpent. It had been extremely difficult for her that time, and Jun Wuxie had prepared herself for it, and she got Drunk Lotus stay by her side to stand guard for her. After closing the spirit prison, Jun Wuxie took a deep breath. Just like she did the last time, she turned the top of the spirit prison, and closed her eyes, absorbing the spirit's essence emanating from the spirit prison into her body. However, the absorption this time was a lot smoother, and it did not cause her much discomfort. Jun Wuxie devoured the silver wolf spirit completely and felt the power permeating throughout her entire body, and the remnants of bitterness from the silver wolf made one feel surprisingly satisfied. The process was smooth that the absorption left Jun Wuxie feeling a little concerned. Little did she know that a 5th-grade silver wolf could not even begin to compare with the soaring serpent in the least. When she had devoured the soaring serpent the first time, if it had not been for Jun Wuxiao who stayed by her side, it would have been impossible for Jun Wuxie to completely absorb the soaring serpent. And after Jun Wuxie had experienced having devoured the mighty soaring serpent, devouring a mere 5th-grade ring spirit would no longer pose a challenge. Jun Wuxie merely used about 2 hours' time to fully absorb the silver wolf spirit cleanly. After the silver wolf spirit was completely devoured, a yellow glow flared menacingly from Jun Wuxie's entire body. The explosive flare of yellow light pierced right through the densely overlapping leaves from the canopies of the trees, enveloping the area in a bright warm glow. Xiao Chu and the others were waiting patiently below the tree when they suddenly felt the waves of spiritual power rippling through the air. They raised their heads to look up immediately and were immensely shocked when they saw the yellow light shining strongly through the leaves high up in the trees. Yellow spirit Little Xie has broken through to the yellow spirit so quickly. Xiao Chu's eyes were wide. If his memory served him correctly, Jun Xie was only 14 this year and his ring spirit had just awoken not long before. And now, he had already attained the yellow spirit in such a short period of time. Although Xiao Chu and his gang were able to execute the power of a purple spirit, the effect was just temporary. They had actually used a method that had existed in the middle realm to gain the power of a purple spirit for a short period of time, and it was Jun Xie's abnormally fast speed in her increase of power that really amazed them. A 14-year-old orange spirit already had people tongue-tied, if people got to know that Jun Xie had broken through to the yellow level. Xiao Chu swallowed subconsciously, as he turned to the only normal person among them, to look at Fan Jin. Fan Jin's face was overcome with utter shock. His jaw dropped, his eyes bulged and he stood still as stone. The statue's head was craned all the way back, staring up into the tall trees, as if frozen in time. Fan Jin was rather talented, having broken through to the yellow level at 17, and was considered to be well-gifted and rarely seen. Jun Xie was years younger than he was and was already evenly matched to him when his ring spirit had just awoken not too long ago. He wouldn't call that gifted, that was just devilishly monstrous. Fan Jin's self-esteem was suddenly severely devastated. Moments later, Drunk Lotus came down from the tree with Jun Wuxie, his pure white flowy robes and graceful descent making him look like a deity had just descended. Drunk Lotus and Jun Xie had returned, but the silver wolf that Drunk Lotus had brought up with him was nowhere in sight. Xiao Chu and the others estimated the time they had been gone and thought that the silver wolf must have returned to the spirit world, and they did not probe any further on it. "What are we going to do with this?" Xiao Chu asked as he kicked at Li Zimu's lifeless body. The other youths had seen Li Zimu go with Fan Jin and Jun Xie when they left. If anyone were to find Li Zimu's body here, it might be difficult to explain themselves. "Leave him," Jun Wuxie said as she glanced at Li Zimu's body and then continued, "We are here to hunt for spirit beasts, and the spirit beasts are sure to fight back." Chapter 463, Being Cute Has Its Perks, 1. It finally dawned on Xiao Chu why Jun Xie had asked the black beast to kill Li Zimu. Jun Xie had planned this right from the start. It was a fact that in the Battle Spirits Forest, disciples were often attacked by the spirit beasts. And if they did not dodge in time, quite a number of them would lose their lives here. In the eyes of all the others from the main division, this puny team of theirs was the weakest among them all. The only one who would be deemed capable was only Fan Jin, but Fan Jin alone would not be able to protect all of them from harm. Hence, Li Zimu's death would become plausible. Vicious, that's just vicious. Xiao Chu almost prostrated himself before Jun Xie's deep and complex mind. Jun Xie must have already thought the whole thing through the moment he had first agreed to allow Li Zimu to join their team. Jun Wuxie looked at Xiao Chu, her face expressionless, and did not say a word. She had been more concerned on her breakthrough in her spiritual power. Before devouring the silver wolf, she had been stuck at the orange level's bottleneck for rather long. Over this period, she had continued to absorb spiritual energy, but the level had not increased. And with this breakthrough, it had suddenly released all that stored and pent-up spiritual energy within her body and pushed her spiritual power up explosively. Although she had just broken through to the yellow level, she could faintly feel that she was not too far off from green. The pace at which her powers were increasing was downright alarming. Jun Wuxie gripped the spirit prison within her hand tightly. If the chance presented itself, she wouldn't mind devouring another ring spirit before the spirit hunt ended. Jun Wuxie did not tell the others of her intentions, and they moved out after discussing their way forward a little. The Battle Spirits Forest in the day was much easier to traverse than at night, and the checkpoints indicated on the map could mostly be found. The small team made good progress, finding it unexpectedly easy. The occasional low-grade spirit beast appeared, but Xiao Chu and the gang disposed of them quickly, without any difficulty. The longer Fan Jin was in the team, the more he was overcome with awe. He had initially thought that with the unbelievably gifted Jun Xie in the team had become rather amazing. But they had not gone much further when he witnessed the skills of Xiao Chu and his gang. He was certain that among these youths, not a single one among them had skills inferior to his. The Zephyr Academy Spirit Tournament's esteemed fourth in rank was finding himself continuously shocked into speechlessness by these disciples from the branch division. He really did not know whether to laugh or cry. They slaughtered all the spirit beasts that stood in their way, and they progressed very quickly. Before noon, they arrived at the side of a lake and they decided to rest a while. Summon the yin-yang bear and the double-headed bone snake. They had just stopped and Jun Wuxie immediately turned to Hua Yao and Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu and the others had noticed earlier when Jun Xie had been intimidating Li Zimu, that Jun Xie was actually able to heal the yin-yang bear's injuries. When they heard Jun Wuxie's words, they immediately jumped at the chance and summoned their ring spirits without hesitation. Because the yin-yang bear had already undergone Jun Wuxie's healing earlier, it was much more alert than the double-headed bone snake. It was not known whether it was Jun Xie's earlier healing that had greatly impressed the yin-yang bear, but immediately after it was summoned, it walked tottering to come before Jun Wuxie, its huge lumbering body like a small hill as it sat down with a loud thump, and raised its furry paw and stretched it out before Jun Wuxie. The next moment, Xiao Chu's face was suddenly flushed a deep shade of red. Darn it. Can that fat blob be more shameless than that? It is actually trying to curry favor with someone else besides me. How humiliating. All the other might know it, but Xiao Chu was acutely aware of what kind of emotions were going through the yin-yang bear at that moment. The yin-yang bear was asking to be healed, and that stretched out paw was meant as an exchange. I'll let you stroke and touch, you heal up my injuries. Chapter 464, Being Cute Has Its Perks, 2. Xiao Chu was feeling too ashamed to look at Jun Xie. His ring spirit had been guilty of such a shameless and humiliating atrocity. Fortunately, the yin-yang bear was incapable of speech. If the yin-yang bear had said all that was in its heart, then Xiao Chu would have jumped into the lake to drown himself in humiliation. Jun Wuxie raised her eyes and looked at the furry figure before her, its head lowered and its paw extended. Her eyes narrowed slightly and she lifted her hand to slap the yin-yang bear's paw aside. Ow! The towering yin-yang bear whined pitifully as it held the paw that had been slapped away to its chest, its face looking heartrendingly hurt as it looked at Jun Xie pleadingly. The double-headed bone snake's injuries are more serious. He goes first. Jun Wuxie's face was stern as she admonished the yin-yang bear. The yin-yang bear turned to look at the unmoving and dispirited double-headed bone snake lying on the ground, and turned back to look at Jun Xie again, before it struggled reluctantly to shift its big furry behind. It shifted its lumbering body and made some space before it lifted both its chubby paws to move the double-headed bone snake to come right before Jun Xie. Its enormous behind jiggled once more as it shifted its position and came to rest right behind Jun Wuxie, its two stubby hind legs stretched out beside Jun Wuxie's tiny form. Luckily, the huge towering bear had a great girth and its wide width allowed Jun Wuxie ample room to move and carry out her spirit healing. Xiao Chu could not bear to look on at his ring spirit's idiocy any longer. He clutched at his chest and turned around to rest against Fei Yan's shoulder, looking all humiliated and embarrassed. Can I request for a change of ring spirits? This is too outrageous. My Raleigh wouldn't possibly do something this shameless. Xiao Chu only wanted to remember his Raleigh's magnificence and overwhelming strength as the yin-yang bear, that had dominated and earned for itself a well-respected place. He was not willing to accept the fact that the black and white fluffy panda behind him that was trying so hard to act cute was the same dominating ring spirit of his. Ring spirits were spiritual bodies, and when they got injured, they did not feel the same pain like humans, when the agony stemmed from their flesh and bones. When ring spirits got gravely injured, they become very weak and they would be tormented by agony of another kind. The pain that torments the spirit cannot be described by words, and ever since Raleigh realized that when Jun Xie put his hand on him, he would feel much better, and his spirit gets healed, that was the only thing that he knew and cared about, the small-sized boy that was able to drive away his agony. Jun Wuxie did not give the panda, who was still trying its best to stick to her, any more attention, but raised her hand and infused her palm with spiritual energy and transferred it into the double-headed bone snake's body, patching up its spirit's deficiencies a little by little. It was easy when people talked about patching up a deficient spirit, but the execution was inconceivably complicated. Spirits were in actuality formless, and when they got injured, they become weak. To target their deficiencies and patch them up completely, required a certain level of endurance and strength of mind. The spirit energy that was to be infused into the ring spirit had to be controlled and precise. If the energy flow was too weak, it would not heal any of the deficiencies, and if it was too strong, the spirit energy flow might burn the ring spirit's spirit essence. Under the extended period of healing, Jun Wuxie needed to maintain a constant flow of spirit energy, and the speed called for unbroken consistency. The meticulous precision required was right up her alley, and she discovered after having achieved her breakthrough, her spirit power had grown more abundant. Although it was still insufficient to fully heal the double-headed bone snake and the yin-yang bear in one go, it nevertheless allowed her to shorten the whole healing process. The double-headed bone snakes and the yin-yang bear's injuries were not as severe as what the snow lotus sustained, and barring any unexpected incidents, Jun Wuxie was confident that she would be able to heal both the ring spirits back to their peak condition. Jun Wuxie carried out the healing for the double-headed bone snake in silence while the others just around quietly, not daring to distract Jun Xie even the slightest. Even Xiao Chu, who had been deeply embarrassed by his ring spirit's shameful actions, swallowed all his grumbles, and was reduced to squatting in a corner subdued, nibbling on dry rations, watching Jun Xie carry out her spirit healing. Chapter 465, Being Cute Has Its Perks, 3. After Jun Wuxia completed the first round of healing for the double-headed bone snake, the double-headed bone snake showed significant improvement in its condition, and both its heads that were drooping wearily before lifted up strongly. Having finished the treatment, Jun Wuxia fell backwards suddenly. When Xiao Chu and the others saw Jun Wuxia falling backwards, they were shocked and they scrambled in a hurry to rush to him, afraid that the depletion of energy required for the consecutive healing of 2 high-grade ring spirits might have been too much for their petite little companion. However, before they managed to get to Jun Wuxia, Jun Wuxia suddenly squealed and was buried into the deep thick fur on Raleigh's considerable-sized tummy. Her small frame was almost completely engulfed into Raleigh's soft belly and Jun Wuxia let out a big sigh within the comfy softness. All the others who had already made it midway towards Jun Wuxia suddenly stopped in their tracks and a twitching could be seen on their temples as they strode back to their original spots. They realized that Jun Wuxia's spirit power had not been completely exhausted, but he had just wanted to enjoy the soft and furry comfort of the huge belly behind him. That sudden realization made the companions who had just witnessed Jun Wuxia's unhesitant and decisive killer instinct unable to come to terms with the irrational and drastic contrast. Huh. Raleigh lowered its head and looked at Jun Wuxia who was lying spread-eagled on his tummy, and its head tilted to one side, not understanding. Healing later. Jun Wuxia patted Raleigh on its tummy, immersing herself into the fluffy fur. However, Jun Wuxia suddenly got up and stared at Raleigh's tummy with a deep frown. It's not fluffy. Jun Wuxia grumbled, the frown still on her face. Feeling that it had been spurned, Raleigh rubbed sadly at its rotund belly, attempting to fluff up its own fur. Jun Wuxia narrowed her eyes and infused her hand with spirit power once again before she lifted it. She placed her hand over Raleigh's tummy and the fur that had lost its luster suddenly became fluffy and soft. Jun Wuxia looked critically as the change happened under her eyes and she retracted her hand after she was satisfied with what she saw. She then proceeded to jump once again into the soft fur that had been restored to his fluffy state. The little black cat had grown used to its mistress' weakness for anything soft, furry, and cute and it jumped up calmly onto Raleigh's shoulder and pawed at the fur a little to fluff it up and lay down after making the spot comfortable. Fei Yan was back at his spot by the lake and was smiling widely at the sight before him. He turned to Xiao Chu and said, suddenly looking serious, I just found out that your Raleigh has another ability. What? Xiao Chu asked, deeply curious. Making little Xia happy. Fei Yan said with a loud guffaw. That kid Jun Wuxia always had a stoic face on him all day long and was cold and expressionless. It was on rare occasions like this that they saw a crack on the immovable glacier and witnessed these more human emotions displayed by him. The credit went fully to Raleigh's clever exploitation by sacrificing its body that their eyes were treated to such an eye-opener. Xiao Chu's face scrunched up and it flushed red all of a sudden. He glared at Fei Yan and got up to stomp off, coming to sit down beside Fen Jin instead. All these rascals, with not a single one of them normal. I think you are the most normal one among us. Xiao Chu was feeling harassed by his other companions and came to seek consolation from the sensible Fen Jin. Fan Jin's mouth twitched and in his heart, he thought, you are rather abnormal yourself if you do realize. Although Raleigh and the double-headed bone snake still carried injuries on them, but based on their massive size and the power he felt from the 2 ring spirits, Fan Jin was certain that the grades that 2 ring spirits belonged to were extraordinarily high. Higher than any ring spirit that Fan Jin had ever seen before. A group of disciples from the branch division, whose skills and power completely overshadowed the spirit tournament's 4th rank, and whose ring spirits made his own ring spirit to show respect and fear. These youths that Jun Wuxia had gathered together to join their team, where had all these monstrously powerful youths sprouted out from? A rock. They were all just like Jun Wuxia. Scarily and unbelievably strong. Fan Jin's self-confidence had all been shattered into dust before Xiao Chu and his gang. He suddenly felt incredibly sad for all those other disciples who had mocked and ridiculed this team before they had entered the forest. He was not leading a team of parasites who depended on his power for protection, but he had actually teamed up with a whole bunch of incredibly and inconceivably powerful people who smashed all norms beyond all his expectations. Chapter 466, Being Cute Has Its Perks, 4. For the next few days, Jun Wuxia and her team roamed about within the Beast Spirit's forest and the amount of spirit stones stored within the Cosmos Sack increased more and more. Although they were mainly just small spirit stones acquired from lower-grade spirit beasts, the large quantity still gave the team a considerable yield. Within these few days, they brushed shoulders with several other small teams, but most of them were from the branch division, and the disciples in those teams were usually nervous when they encountered Jun Wusie's team. The criteria for assessment for the spirit hunt was based mainly on the quantity of spirit stones each and every disciple held in their hands at the end of the event. Hence, besides hunting down spirit beasts, some of the stronger teams had even resorted to robbing the spirit stones from weaker opposing teams, and the teams from the branch division were usually made to be prime targets. The skills and power of the teams from the branch division were usually far inferior to teams from the main division, and they were only able to successfully hunt low-grade spirit beasts with large numbers, which usually resulted in insufficient quantity in spirit stones to be split among the many disciples involved. On top of that, when they crossed paths with teams from the main division, their meager stock of spirit stones were usually forcibly taken from them as well. And the result was that teams from the branch division detected that teams from the main division were near. They were usually seen to run away faster than when they encountered spirit beasts. Most teams from the main division avoided Fan Jin when they encountered his team. Although they were usually highly tempted to rob the team tagged as the weakest team, they were nevertheless wary of Fan Jin's presence, and did not dare act rashly against him and his team. I heard everybody saying that the battle spirits forest was full of dangers everywhere. Why am I feeling so bored then? Xiao Chu had his hands clasped behind his head, and his habitual blade of grass dangling from his mouth, as he strode nonchalantly, bringing up the rear of his team. The consecutive days of idleness, besides overpowering spirit beasts with a low attack power of 5, made him restless with the inactivity. Fan Jin turned around to look at Xiao Chu. After the past few days of interaction with the team, his heart had recovered somewhat from initial utter devastation at his lack of abilities to numb acceptance. After he witnessed Xiao Chu's and his gang's skills and power, he suddenly realized that even if he gathered the top 10 ranked disciples of the Zephyr Academy together to form a team, their combined power would still pale in comparison to his current teammates. Scaring the living daylights of other disciples, the ferocious and merciless spirit beast suddenly became tame sheep awaiting their slaughter before his monstrous teammates. Not to mention, Fan Jin's eyes strayed to steal a glance at the towering and massive yin yang bear, Raleigh. Ever since after Jun Xie had healed Raleigh, Xiao Chu had not had the chance to send Raleigh back to the spirit world. Whenever Xiao Chu showed any such intention, Raleigh would at the first instant speed to stand before Jun Xie and present his soft and fluffy tummy, by suddenly lying on the ground right before Jun Xie to allow Jun Xie to pat him. And whenever that happened, a glare from Jun Xie always quickly convinced Xiao Chu otherwise, as he could only cry tearlessly as his ring spirit continued to embarrass him endlessly. It had gotten worse now. Raleigh had decided that it might as well serve to be Jun Xie's alternative mode of transport and carried Jun Xie upon its shoulders. With its 2 stubby legs, it huffed and puffed as it kept pace with the others in the team. With such a massive ring spirit like Raleigh so prominently present with the team, all the lower-grade spirit beasts in this region of the battle spirits forest were driven into flurried escape when they sensed Raleigh's dominating presence before they even saw their team, resulting in that team not even being able to see a single bunny. For the whole of today, they were not even able to spot a single low-grade spirit beast, and Xiao Chu was almost on the verge of chewing his own ring spirit's claws in restlessness. Sitting high atop Raleigh's shoulders, Jun Wuxie was enjoying the soft feel and touch of Raleigh's fluffy fur when suddenly, her eyes narrowed slightly. She had smelled a slight tinge of blood carried here by the light breeze that blew past them. Chapter 467, Consecutive Slaps, Second Form, 1. High atop Raleigh's shoulders, Jun Wuxie was still enjoying the soft fluffy touch of the ring spirit's thick fur when she narrowed her eyes suddenly. The light wind that blew past her carried with it the faint but distinct scent of blood that she absolutely abhorred. "Stop," Jun Wuxie said suddenly. The team immediately stopped in their tracks. "What is it?" Fan Jin frowned, worried. "I smell blood," Jun Wuxie replied, her brow furrowing. "Spirit beasts." Xiao Chu turned around and sniffed with his nose, but he did not smell anything unusual and gave up. "Human blood." Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed. The scent was extremely faint, and if they had not been moving in a direction against the wind, the scent would not have reached them. Due to the fact that the scent was carried here by the wind and that it was very faint, Jun Wuxie deduced that they were still a distance away from the source. She looked up and stared into the wind. They had come to the edge of the area marked out on the map, and if they moved inwards any further, they would be stepping into territories beyond the area marked safe by the Zephyr Academy. Xiao Chu and the others turned their eyes to peer into the direction that Jun Xie was looking at. That part of the forest had denser trees and vegetation than any areas they had passed before. Every tree looked to be more than 10 meters in height, and their thick overhanging canopies covered the area they were looking at completely, making it too dark to see clearly what was past those trees. "Is it coming from in there?" Xiao Chu asked. "Shall we go see?" Xiao Chu was eager to have found something to do. The area marked out by the Zephyr Academy mainly only had low-grade spirit beasts and posed no challenge to them. And with the towering figure of Raleigh in their midst, they had not even managed to come across those low-grade spirit beasts. If things continued on like this, Xiao Chu felt like he was bound to go mad with boredom. Jun Wuxia turned her gaze to Fan Jin. She did not have any other objective coming into the battle spirits forest but to slaughter any targets that came to them on their own to seek their own deaths. Fan Jin was silent a moment before he said, "That area encroaches into the center regions of the battle spirits forest, and within it, not only high-grade spirit beasts roam, but you might even encounter guardian-grade spirit beasts. Are you sure you want to go in there?" "Guardian-grade spirit beasts?" Xiao Chu asked with a raised eyebrow. "It is rumored that guardian-grade spirit beasts are unbelievably strong, and even purple spirit users have to run away from them. Till now, no one has ever been known to be able to successfully hunt down a guardian-grade spirit beast." When Fan Jin mentioned guardian-grade spirit beasts, he could not help it but to feel awe and fear rise within his heart. A guardian-grade spirit beast, that was a grade that no one had dared to ever challenge. Xiao Chu had been anxiously eager to go check it out, but after hearing Fan Jin's words of warning, he was looking visibly much more subdued. The few of them might be able to use some extraordinary method to force the spiritual powers within their bodies to reach the purple spirit level, but it was only for short periods of time, and it greatly depletes their spiritual power. Unless it was to save the lives of their companions or themselves, they would much rather choose not to use it. "Cough, I think we better look around someplace else," Xiao Chu said practically. Although he did not know if guardian-grade spirit beasts were as terrifying as Fan Jin's words had made them out to be, but he did not want to use up too much of his spiritual power in a place like this. However, Jun Wuxia was still staring at the wide forest of tall trees, and just as she turned herself away, a ragged figure covered in blood ran out from those trees, and looking at the blood-stained clothes he was wearing, they could just make it out to be the uniform of the Zephyr Academy. That figure was running with all his might, his face a mask of terror, and he was screaming at the top of his lungs. He stumbled and fell a few times, running and crawling in escape, in a direction towards Fan Jin and his team. It might be due to the shock, but when the disciple saw Fan Jin, who was similarly dressed in the uniform of the Zephyr Academy, he began crying and shouting for help as he scrambled his way over to him. "Help! Help!" As if clutching at his last straw of hope, the youth fell onto the ground before Fan Jin and pleaded loudly, clutching at the corner of Fan Jin's clothes. Chapter 468, Consecutive Slaps, Second Form, 2. The disciple's clothes were all badly tattered and torn, and a large deep gash that had cut him to the bone looking extremely garish. The countless cuts and gashes all over his body made one want to turn away in horror, and his face was deathly pale. Looking at the expression on his face, the disciple must have been scared out of his wits. The direction that the disciple had run out from showed that that area was outside of the boundaries depicted on the map given to them by the Zephyr Academy, and by right, there should not have been any of the Zephyr Academy's disciples in there. What happened? Fan Jin helped the disciple up and found that the disciple was trembling in fright, and the disciple stuttered, "Spirit beast, it's a spirit beast, there's a spirit beast in there. Huge. Humongous." The disciple was raving, and it was a while before he realized that it was Fan Jin who was standing before him. He suddenly regained his senses and pleaded with all his might, "Senior Fan. Save me. Please save me. Is anyone else in there?" Fan Jin asked with a worried frown. The center regions of the Beast Spirits Forest was an area that nobody had ever dared set foot into. So what were all these disciples doing in there? "Yes, there are many of us, Senior Fan, please hurry and save them," the disciple cried as tears ran down his face. Jun Wuxia was silent as she looked at the disciple groveling at Fan Jin's feet, her eyes not showing a ripple of emotion. Fan Jin turned his head at that moment to look at Jun Xia, as he had subconsciously started to seek Jun Xia's opinion. He did not know what kind of spirit beast those disciples had encountered, and it was highly possible that in the center region, it could very well be a champion-grade spirit beast, and if that was the case, they might still not be able to contain it sufficiently to escape, rescue or abandon. Senior Fan wants to rescue them. Jun Wuxie asked suddenly. Fan Jin hesitated a moment before he nodded slightly. We are after all from the same academy. The disciple who fled had his bloodied hands still tightly clasped on Fan Jin, and the warmth from the blood that had seeped in through his clothes was clearly felt on his skin. Jun Wuxie did not immediately reply but only stared at the disciple from her higher position, and after a brief moment, she slowly said, "When you met with such danger, why didn't you release the signal flare?" Before entering the battle spirit's forest, all the disciples were given 2 distress signal flares to carry with them just for emergencies like this. The disciple raised his head, and when his eyes saw the massive yin-yang bear, he was suddenly speechless. His terror-filled eyes flashed with shock a brief moment but quickly reverted back to terror once again. The canopies of the trees in there are too thick and we were not able to release our signal flares in there. After saying that, the disciple pulled out 2 used signal flares and showed them to the group. In regions where the tree were immensely tall and grew extremely close to each other, they would prevent signal flares from being fired effectively. The distress signal flares the Zephyr Academy disciples were supplied with were meant to be used only within the boundaries marked out on the map. Although the tree population was rather dense as well, the heights their treetops reached were significantly lower and would not completely block out the flares from the distress signals. But if the disciples went in further, treading into the center regions of the battle spirit's forest, it would not be impossible if such circumstances were to happen. Jun Wuxie continued to stare at the injured disciple, her cold chilly eyes stopping briefly on the badly bloodied face. She finally turned her eyes away and said, "Then, let's go." Jun Wuxie's words made Fan Jin heave a sigh of relief, but Xiao Chu and his gang exchanged glances with each other, as if sharing unspoken thoughts telepathically, without saying a word. "This is my distress signal flare. We will go rescue them now. Fire it in a while and the teachers in charge will rush over to come get you shortly." Fan Jin handed to the disciple medicine and the distress signal flare he had on him and gave his instructions carefully. The disciple immediately nodded in gratitude. Chapter 469, Consecutive Slaps, Second Form, 3. Executing a rescue mission was like saving a fire, and Fan Jin did not dare delay a moment longer. He moved immediately with Jun Xie and his team towards the region fraught with unknown dangers. After Fei Yan went past the injured disciple, he stopped for just a brief moment, and turned his eyes back to look at the exhausted youth panting heavily as he laid heavily against a tree. The youth noticed Fei Yan staring at him and his expression froze. "What a coincidence, you are from the branch division as well." Fei Yan exclaimed with a smile and pointed at the jade emblem before the disciple's chest, and he saw the youth suddenly relax, and smiled weakly while he nodded. Fei Yan did not say anything more and picked up his pace to catch up with Hua Yao and the others. "What is little Xie planning to play at this time?" Fei Yan quietly leapt to appear beside Rong Ruo, and Rong Ruo turned to look at him, putting a finger to her lips. Fei Yan's lips suddenly curved into a smile. After seeing Jun Xie and his team enter the forest, the disciple who had been leaning against the tree pushed himself to stand up, and the terror-stricken face suddenly reverted to normal, and he threw the 2 distress signal flares Fan Jin gave him into the thick grass that grew thickly in the area. Upon entering that part of the forest, the scent of blood that reached their noses grew thick and pungent, and Fan Jin's expression became anxious. The surroundings looked completely different from all the places they had traveled through in the days past within the battle spirit forest. The trees grew much closer to each other and it was difficult for them to move around inside, even more so for a massive ring spirit like Raleigh. Left with no other choice, Jun Wuxie slipped off Raleigh's shoulder and had Xiao Chu send Raleigh back to the spirit world. Following the thickening scent of blood, Jun Wuxie and her teammates went deeper into the forest. The roars of spirit beasts sounded from all directions and the thick canopies overhead blocked out the sun's rays. Even though it was day, under the thick leaves of the innumerable trees, it was nevertheless very dim. Twisted vines entrenched themselves in abundance all over the path that laid before them, and Fan Jin took out his trusty short sword he carried with him, cutting and slashing his way through them, blazing a new trail ahead for his teammates. Jun Wuxie and the others followed patiently behind him. After bashing through layers and layers of prickly and thorny bramble, the team finally came before a little open clearing. The thickets and bushes in the area were in a state of disarray and broken branches littered the ground. Trees lay broken upon the ground, the area a tiny little clearing of light, torn open within the dense and immense forest. On the leaves and grass that covered the ground in that little clearing, trails of blood could be seen. As their eyes followed the trails of blood to their source, they saw over 20 disciples dressed in uniforms of the Zephyr Academy, lying scattered upon the ground moaning in pain. Wounds big and small covered their bodies and they were all covered in blood. Fan Jin's heart jumped and he rushed out, running into the clearing over to them. Qiao Chu and the others were just about to follow when Jun Wuxie suddenly raised a hand, stopping them in their tracks. Wait and see. Jun Wuxie's cold eyes surveyed the disciples lying across the clearing and took a deep breath, almost tasting the heavy scent of blood in the air, and her eyes darkened, suddenly replaced by a chill. Qiao Chu and the others held their steps and stood beside Jun Wuxie, looking on as Fan Jin sped towards the injured disciples alone. Fan Jin came beside a blood-covered youth and lifted him up slightly, propping him up. The disciple's face was covered in blood and Fan Jin was not able to see his face clearly. What kind of spirit beast did you meet? What happened here? Fan Jin looked worriedly at the youth. All 20-odd of them were injured. What kind of spirit beast could inflict such damage? I don't know it was moving too fast, we could not react in time, and were all taken down the next moment. Senior Fan, you must save us. The youth said, his hand holding Fan Jin's arm in a vice-like grip. Chapter 470, Consecutive Slaps, Second Form, 4. Fan Jin nodded and hurried scanned his eyes over the youth's injuries. Perhaps it was the pain from the injuries that had made the youth grip his arm so tightly, and it was hurting him. However, just as Fan Jin lowered his eyes to check on the youth's injuries, murder flashed suddenly in the youth's eyes. The other disciples who had been lying on the ground moaning in pain suddenly all jumped up and pulled out their hidden daggers, rushing at Fan Jin all at once. Fan Jin suddenly sensed danger and wanted to jump out of harm's way, but he found his limbs tightly held down by the youth he had been holding. He looked up at the youth and saw that those eyes no longer showed fear and despair, but were filled with venomous murder. Senior Fan, the very same day next year will be the anniversary of your death, so do rest in peace. The youth's body leaned back slightly as he gave out a loud chilling laugh, which revealed his blood-covered hands. On those hands were a pair of open fingers gloves, and they were glowing slightly with spirit energy. Fan Jin gasped in surprise. The youth was obviously a user of a weapon spirit and those gloves must be his ring spirit. Caught completely unawares, he found himself held down forcibly and Fan Jin suddenly realized that he wasn't able to break free. Meanwhile, the attackers were closing in on him from all directions, quick and coordinated. The youth who had been Fan Jin locked down in a death grip suddenly felt his hands grasping at air. When he realized it, he suddenly saw that Fan Jin had disappeared from his sight and all the fingers on his hands had been cut off cleanly. Bright red blood suddenly spurted out from those wounds on his fingerless hands. Arg! A deafening loud howl erupted from the youth's throat as he held out his hands, and fell heavily onto the ground. A silver bolt of lightning flashed to come stand beside Jun Wuxie, and as the blur of movement stopped, the face of a grinning Fei Yan appeared, and his hands were still holding on to a completely stunned Fan Jin. Fan Jin's face showed nothing but utter shock and his mind still had not recovered from all that had happened in a short blink of an eye. The youth who had all his fingers cut off was still howling in pain and the rest who had rushed in to attack Fan Jin were now standing in the clearing in confusion. Those 20-odd disciples who had been writhing on the ground and moaning in pain just moments earlier were now all standing upright, all their faces wary, as they stared at Fan Jin standing behind Jun Xie. What is going on here? Fan Jin asked as he stared at the youths in perfect health. However dense he might be, he could still see that all the disciples were not injured. All the blood on them had been deliberately smeared onto their bodies. It's clear to see, this had been a trap. Qiao Chu swayed as he moved to come beside stand Fan Jin, patting him comfortingly on the shoulder. I had thought that you had already realized it and was just playing along. It seems you were really not aware. What should I be aware of? Fan Jin's mind was in a hopeless state of confusion and he was still not able to fully comprehend the whole situation. These people were never in need of rescue. The reason that they are all gathered here was to take your life. Qiao Chu explained it to him readily. What? Fan Jin's face paled immediately and he realized at that moment that the 20-odd youths were moving in towards them and all their ring spirits had been summoned, and their fangs were bared right at him. Fan Jin, don't dream of walking out of the battle spirits forest alive today. If you do not want to drag your companions down with you, just give up and surrender yourself to us. The leader of the youths said, his eyes staring with undisguised malevolence at Fan Jin. Chapter 471, Consecutive Slaps, Second Form, 5. Who are you people? Things had already come to such a stage, and if Fan Jin still did not realize the intentions of the group of people before them, he would have lived his almost 2 decades in vain. But he would never have expected that anyone would want to take his life. People who are here to kill you. The leader of the youth said with a cold laugh, and his eyes swept over Jun Xie and the others around Fan Jin. If you guys from the branch division are not looking to die today, leave immediately. If any of you dare to mention a word of what happened here today, I will come after you. Qiao Chu and his companions looked at each other all around, with vicious smiles across all their faces. Qiao Chu craned his neck to ask Jun Xie, and these? Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed. Kill. Roger. Qiao Chu took the lead while Hua Yao, Fei Yan, and Rong Ruo followed just a step behind him. Qiao Chu cracked his knuckles loudly and stretched his neck to loosen his muscles. He stared at the group of youths and said, "Sorry. Not leaving, and neither do we want to die today. But you can choose to hand your lives over and we'll consider leaving your bodies intact." The leader of the youth had not expected the trash from the branch division to be so arrogant and spew such scornful words. He was taken aback a short moment before he laughed out loud. "You're just a bunch of trash. Do not overestimate yourself." That silver flash of lightning had been too fast, and none of them had even noticed where it had come from. They had misunderstood Fan Jin's escape and the other youth's cut-off fingers to be the work of Fan Jin's, as Fan Jin himself had never been perceived to be a weak opponent, but this careless assumption and misunderstanding had irrecoverably made the youths put their first foot into their graves. "Little Xie, do we leave one alive?" Qiao Chu asked, tugging at his ears. He was not interested in the least to waste any more of his breath on a bunch of youths who were about to lose their lives. 1. Jun Wuxie replied. "No problem." Qiao Chu beamed widely at Jun Xie, and before any of those youths could react, a figure had already streaked towards them, and Hua Yao and the other two followed closely behind. Their lightning speed was too fast for any of the youths to be able to see them clearly. The youths, who had all been overbearing and their eyes filled with contempt just a moment ago, suddenly saw the 4 figures disappear from where they had been standing. Their contempt and overinflated egos were suddenly smashed to pieces, and before they realized what was happening, Fei Yan was already beside the leader of the youths, and Fei Yan's heavy fist swung right into the leader's spine. A loud hair-raising crack tore through the air at that moment. The leader of the youth gave a ear-splitting howl, and as his spine snapped in two at the impact, his body crumpled heavily to the ground and large quantities of blood spewed out of his mouth. "We'll leave you alive." Fei Yan smiled sweetly at the leader of the youths and immediately turned with a raised foot that landed heavily on another youth who had been rushing to rescue their leader. The clear crackling sound of bones breaking rang out once again, and as if moving in a graceful dance performed with the spray and splattering of blood, the 4 figures moved and glided amongst the youths, and in the next moment, only half of the initial 20-odd disciples were still standing. Not a single one among them would have thought that the 4 disciples from the branch division that they completely disregarded would possess such overwhelming skills and power. Under the onslaught by Qiao Chu and his gang, all the 20-odd disciples had not been able to resist them even the slightest. The first youth, whose spine had been broken by Fei Yan, was lying upon the ground, shocked beyond words at the bloody carnage before his eyes. He saw his companions being killed one after another with such ease that he thought he was seeing death's scythe cutting them down and claiming their lives at that moment. These 4 disciples from the branch division, what kind of monsters were they? How could they possibly be so ridiculously powerful? They had also confidently assumed that among the members within the weakest team, with Jun Xie, only Fan Jin alone would be a worthy opponent. But the blood-filled reality before their eyes had slapped them strongly across their faces, proving to them how wrong they had really been. Chapter 472, Consecutive Slaps, Second Form, 6. They had all been turned into a big joke. Fan Jin. Compared to these 4 grim reapers, Fan Jin was totally not even worth mentioning. The leader of the youths could do nothing but watch wide-eyed as his companions were getting slaughtered. Their blood flew and splattered all over his body. It was blood that they smeared over themselves in disguise previously, but this time, it was their own warm and fresh blood. Fear and terror slowly crept into his heart. At that moment, he suddenly realized that they had all fully underestimated the might and power of this team right from the beginning. They had all thought the Fan Jin was the only team member that was able to fight, and if they took out Fan Jin, they would be able to slaughter the rest of the team effortlessly. But now, the ones being slaughtered were they themselves. When the last one among the youths fell in a pool of his own blood, the fear that gripped at the heart of the leader of youths was almost at bursting point. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him, and a figure came into his vision. He hastily raised his head and his eyes saw a calm but cold and emotionless face. Useless bum. Jun Wuxie stared coldly at the youth crumpled on the ground. The youth struggled to keep his head up, and as Jun Xie's cold, chilly countenance fell into his eyes, the fear that still gripped at his heart spread throughout his entire body. This was the very same coward that everybody claimed had holed himself up to hide from the rumors. This was the same Jun Xie that had lived clutching desperately onto Fan Jin's protection. Even if you killed him then, he would never believe that the Jun Xie before his eyes was the same cowardly Jun Xie that everybody said he was. After the bloodbath, Xiao Chu walked over and picked up the youth crumpled upon the ground. The brutal and violent action made the youth moan loudly in pain, and his face was deathly pale. Having been picked up, and turned to stare at Jun Xie directly, the fear in him suddenly intensified, making it hard for him to breathe. The boy was just a skinny and tiny-sized youth, but his cold and chilling pair of eyes made one feel as though they had been suddenly transported into the icy and snowy mountains, and the biting chill had seeped painfully into their bones. Jun Wuxie turned to Fan Jin standing on one side and said, "You want to ask?" As the target of the set-up trap was obviously Fan Jin. Fan Jin clenched his jaw and looked at the deathly pale youth. Why? The youth was drenched in sweat at the intense pain he was feeling. He had never thought that they would fail, and after having witnessed all his companions slaughtered one by one, the arrogance and haughtiness had all dissipated into nothing, and he only wanted to live. Hence he was willing to divulge everything he knew. "It was Yin Yan was the one who asked us to do this. I beg you to spare me whatever you want to know. I will tell you." The earlier arrogance had disappeared, and he was reduced to a useless wreck of fear and terror, crying buckets while he pleaded pitifully. "Yin Yan. He wants to kill me." Fan Jin had not expected the answer to be like this, as he never had much interaction with Yin Yan, and he did not know what could have caused Yin Yan to harbor such strong enmity towards him. It had been the same with the incident in the dining hall. Yin Yan had come at him aggressively for no rhyme or reason, and Fan Jin had not known the reason behind it. "Yes. It's him. He made someone lure you to us and got us to pretend to be injured. And when you come, we were to surround and attack you," the youth said as he secretly eyed Jun Xie and the others. The plan was supposed to be perfect. The youth that ran out was supposed to put up a convincingly act of a hapless and deeply terrorized disciple that would definitely draw out the righteous and fiercely protective nature in Fan Jin that would bring him flying to them. Everything had worked out just as planned, but for one major snag. They had thoroughly underestimated the skills and might of the branch division disciples with Fan Jin. He had said that if we succeeded in killing you, he would handsomely reward us. And if our ring spirits were to be injured in future, he would unconditionally treat them for us. Chapter 473, Consecutive Slaps, Second Form, 7. Anxious to save himself, the youth spilled everything he knew. Long before the day of the spirit hunt came, Yin Yan had approached them. The group was made up of seniors from the beast spirit and weapon spirit faculties. Their individual powers might not have been the cream of the crop, but their ring spirits had all possessed certain special qualities. Just like the first youth who had possessed the weapon spirit. If not for Fei Yan's interference, they would have successfully sealed Fan Jin's movements, and the others would have completed the job the next moment. Yin Yan had used his position as a disciple of the spirit healer faculty to promise those disciples many rewards, and had hinted to them that once they successfully killed Fan Jin, their positions within the Zephyr Academy would become more stable. Everyone knew that Yin Yan had an extremely good relationship with Senior Ning, and Senior Ning was the daughter of the vice headmaster. So Yin Yan's words were as good as it being Senior Ning's words. We were blinded by greed. Senior Fan. Find the benevolence in your heart to spare me this one time. I will not dare to ever do it again. The youth pleaded in tears. If they did not think Senior Ning would have their backs, they would never have agreed to such a request from Yin Yan. Do not forget that Fan Jin was also the adopted son of the headmaster. Ning Xin, how can it possibly be her? When Fan Jin heard the name Ning Xin being mentioned, his face had turned white and he had staggered back a step in shock, unable to accept what the youth had just said. Jun Wuxie glanced at Fan Jin and turned to the youth to ask, "Besides all of you here, are there any others?" The youth shook his head and said in a hurry, "No more. There is no one else." Yin Yen told us he will think of a way to force you to take part in the spirit hunt with Senior Fan, and when Senior Fan is dragged down by such useless bag it would make it easier for us to complete the task. The youth glanced at Jun Xie and said fearfully, "What?" Fan Jin's eyes widened with incredulity as he stared at the youth. If what the youth said was true, that it was Yin Yan's intention to force Jun Xie to take part in the spirit hunt, that would mean that those people who had broken into the bamboo grove to curse and swear at Jun Xie were instigated by Yin Yan. A revelation appeared in Fan Jin's mind at that moment, and he covered his face with his hands, cold sweat running down his back. If all those wicked and vicious rumors surrounding Jun Xie had all been spread because he had mentored Jun Xie, and they had targeted Jun Xie just to hit out at him, that would mean that the person who had been helplessly implicated and dragged into an endless mess was not him. But it was he himself, who had unknowingly dragged Jun Xie into the mess instead. The sudden realization made Fan Jin's head spin and he almost lost his footing. Fan Jin was not able to talk for a long while, and Jun Wuxie asked the youth a few more questions. After being certain that the youth had no more useful information to give, Jun Wuxie shot Xiao Chu a look. Before the youth could even plead any further, Xiao Chu immediately lopped off the youth's head. Upon seeing the lifeless figure crumble back onto the ground, Fan Jin's eyes showed that he was still rather confused by all the things that were happening. He looked up suddenly and turned to Jun Xie. "Little Xie, you knew all this while that this was a trap. From the moment the injured disciple had first appeared before us, you already knew." Fan Jin stared at Jun Xie, his eyes looking intense. It was not possible for a 17 or 18-year-old disciple to be in the branch division. Jun Wuxie replied calmly. That injured disciple's act might have been a little convincing, but it was his age that made it impossible for him to be from the branch division. And the fact that a disciple from the branch division was able to recognize Fan Jin for who he was at first glance did not seem logical, was the second giveaway. Chapter 474, Venomous Lady, 1. If such a big number of people were really injured, the scent of blood in the air would have been much stronger, and Jun Wuxie only needed to sniff the air lightly, before she was certain that the scene before her eyes then was just an act. Fan Jin bit on his lip. "When you agreed to come here, your real intention was to find out who was behind all this." Fan Jin was suddenly silent. When he saw the reactions of Xiao Chu and the others, he believed they must have known everything all this while, but they had pretended not to know and walked right into the enemy's trap, and the fact was that the target of that trap had been the only ignorant one among them all, himself. All this time, he had proclaimed to be Jun Xie's protector. Fan Jin finally realized that all the attacks that Jun Xie had suffered under, had almost all been because of himself. The guilt he felt in his heart at that moment, suffocated Fan Jin greatly. "What do we do next?" Xiao Chu saw Fan Jin's gloomy face and tried to change the topic, feeling a little sorry for Fan Jin. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes and suddenly called out, "Yi Sha." Just as Jun Wuxie's voice trailed off, a black shadowy figure suddenly appeared just behind her. That man's speed was so fast that even Hua Yao, who was standing next to Jun Wuxie, was shocked. And when Hua Yao and Xiao Chu saw Yi Sha's face, they immediately froze. "You aren't you?" Xiao Chu would never forget that face his whole life. If it had not for this man's self-sacrifice by blowing his own self up in the cloudy peaks that had held the two men back, he might not be alive now. But on that fateful day in the cloudy peaks, he was sure he had seen the man blow himself up completely, so how is it possible that he is here now, still in one piece? Yi Sha's eyes were fixed on Jun Wuxie and there was no expression on that face. Yi Sha did not give Xiao Chu and Hua Yao even one single glance. "This is not him," Jun Wuxie said suddenly. Xiao Chu's mouth opened and closed as he stared at Yi Sha in perplexity, but no sound came out of his mouth. "Find me Ning Xin's location." Jun Wuxie turned to Yi Sha and ordered. "Yes." The figure of Yi Sha shimmered and he disappeared completely from his spot. Fan Jin, who had already been devastated with his earlier epiphany, suddenly found that he could not make his face show a more shocked expression anymore. "Little Xie, you are going after those people called Ning Xin and Yin Yan next?" Fei Yan asked with a sweet smile as he looked at Jun Xie. From what the youth had said earlier, the whole gang had finally understood the whole situation and they had naturally identified the mastermind behind this assassination attempt. "No rush," Jun Wuxie said as she shook her head slightly. After all that Ning Xin had done to Fan Jin, it had become like a fuse cord that had led Jun Wuxie to some clues to an unraveled mystery that had been on Jun Wuxie's mind. She intended to gather more clues from it, for her to arrive at the answer that she sought. "Who is this Ning Xin?" Jun Wuxie asked, turning to the gloomy Fan Jin. When that youth had mentioned Ning Xin earlier, Fan Jin's face had displayed great consternation. It was as if that having Ning Xin being the mastermind behind all the treachery was more unacceptable to him than if it had been Yin Yan. "She is Ning Rui's daughter, and Ning Rui is my father's junior fellow disciple, currently taking up the position of vice headmaster in the Zephyr Academy. He is very close to my father, and Ning Xin could have been said to have grown up together with me and Little Zhuo. Moreover, Ning Xin and Little Zhuo are engaged in marriage, but due to Little Zhuo's health condition, he needed to recuperate and they seldom met. Ning Rui had initially spent a lot of time and spared no effort to seek treatment for Little Zhuo's illness, and even Ning Xin had often taken care of Little Zhuo. Then how could it possibly be her?" Fan Jin scratched furiously at his head in frustration. He really could not make himself picture Ning Xin to be a conspiratory and manipulative lady and link that to the soft-spoken and gentle image he had always had of her in his mind. Although Fan Zhuo and Ning Xin were not yet married, but Fan Jin had long seen her as his sister-in-law. Chapter 475, Venomous Lady, 2. Fan Zhuo had always suffered from a weak constitution and been very sickly since young. Fan Jin was always very protective of his often ill little brother. Fan Qi and Ning Rui were fellow disciples, and Ning Xin had grown up together with the Fan brothers. When they were very young, Fan Jin had treated Ning Xin like a little sister who had a very sweet temperament and who was very caring towards Fan Zhuo, leading to Fan Jin to think Ning Xin as his future sister-in-law. But now, after hearing the youth, Fan Jin was utterly devastated, struck by a bolt out of the blue. Although he had naturally known that Ning Xin was Yin Yan's mentor all this time, Fan Jin still could not believe that his little sister would ever want to kill him. Could there be any misunderstanding behind all this? Fan Jin asked through gritted teeth. Jun Wuxie looked at the deeply conflicted Fan Jin and did not give him any reply. Fan Jin's character was just like that. Candid and generous, upholder of justice. Or he would not have stood forward to defend Jun Wuxie when everyone else had turned against her. A person like this usually had an pure and untainted heart, a righteous person. If such a person lived his life in peaceful times, he would undoubtedly become the hero that everyone respected and revered. But the same person would have an immense weakness. He would be too trusting of people, and one would only need to show him a little kindness and one would win his absolute trust. To put it kindly, he was an innocent person, but bluntly, people would call him dumb. If all this had been directed just at Jun Wuxie, she would have just killed the enemy. But she was not the real target, and she felt Fan Jin should be the one to decide who lives and who dies. But if Yin Yan and Ning Xin did not learn their lesson and further provoked her, she wouldn't mind settling some scores with them herself. "Little Xie, can you agree to one thing?" Fan Jin asked Jun Xie suddenly. "Speak." Jun Wuxie said without emotion. "Before the facts of the matter are all cleared up, spare Ning Xin just this once." Fan Jin said, his jaw still tightly clenched. After witnessing Qiao Chu and the rest of the gang's skills and prowess, he was well aware of the fact that it would not take much effort if Jun Xie wanted to kill Ning Xin. And if all that Jun Xie was put through in the Zephyr Academy was truly due to the urgings of Ning Xin from behind, Jun Xie had every reason to want to kill her. When he thought back to the image of the little girl always tottering behind him and always looking up to call him Big Brother Jin, and that Ning Xin might die, Fan Jin could not help it but feel an ache in his heart. He had to numb himself to the facts before him and wished fervently that it was all just a big misunderstanding. "Once," Jun Wuxie said, looking at Fan Jin, surprisingly acceding to Fan Jin's request. The first time she had acceded to a similar request like this was to Mo Qianyuan, and she had wanted Mo Qianyuan to learn a lesson. As for Fan Jin, it was to repay him for his unwavering protection that he had shown to her all this while. Jun Wuxie might not know much about human relationships, but she knew one thing at least. Whoever treated her kindly would receive more kindness back from her. In reality, she had come to the Zephyr Academy with a specific objective. After Hua Yao and the others managed to locate the map and retrieve it, they would not stay within the academy any longer. And the feud between the Fan family and the Ning family would not concern her. She had dirtied her hands now as the scheme had spilled onto her, and also for the fact that both the Fan brothers had been extremely kind to her. "Thank you," Fan Jin said, heaving a sigh of relief. Only after having entered the Battle Spirit's forest had he realized that Jun Xie was never as weak as he had thought him to be. He might be cold and withdrawn, but he was one person not to be trifled with. You wouldn't know it if he remained silent, but any retaliation from him would make you never forget it for life. Chapter 476, Venomous Lady, 3. As Fan Jin was discussing things through with Jun Wuxie, the disciple who had lured Fan Jin and his team into the laid trap had speedily escaped into another area with his wounds. In another part of the dense forest, a team of Zephyr Academy disciples had just successfully hunted a medium-grade spirit beast. The large-sized spirit beast's lifeless body lay on the ground, and a tall youth stood over it with a foot on the spirit beast's head, digging for spirit stones within its broken skull. A beautiful young girl stood at the edge of the group, staring at the gory sight, with a frown on her face and covering her nose with her sleeve. "Senior Ning, water for you." Yin Yen stood at her side, offering the water skin in his hand to Ning Xin, as adoration and worship filled his eyes. Ning Xin glanced at Yin Yen and shook her head, and turned her eyes to look into another direction. Suddenly, she saw another figure approach. She gestured to Yin Yen with a look in her eyes, and Yin Yen immediately understood. Yin Yen turned and silently slipped away, to meet up with the approaching youth. Ning Xin shifted her position inconspicuously to an angle that would allow her to discreetly see Yin Yan's interaction with that youth. She observed quietly, her face completely calm. But the flash of anxiety in her eyes betrayed what she was feeling inside. Shortly after, Yin Yan ran back to her. "How was it?" Ning Xin struggled to maintain a calm composure, trying to appear nonchalant as she asked. "Fan Jin was successfully lured in, there should not be a problem. We have not seen any distress signal released, I think they have all been taken care of." Yin Yan spoke with his head lowered, trying very hard to hide the wide smile split across his face. Their target had only been Fan Jin, and they had not given any specific orders for the others in Fan Jin's team. But they had nevertheless hinted that if the others were to resist, they were to be killed and have their bodies disguised to look as if they had been killed by high-grade spirit beasts. And if any of Fan Jin's teammates were still miraculously alive, they would have released their distress signal flares. Those guys wouldn't have wanted their identities to be known and would naturally not have spared Jun Xie and the others. Ning Xin said with a smile. She had only given instructions to kill only Fan Jin, but those people would not be dumb enough to leave any witnesses alive after that. If they spared anyone from Fan Jin's team, that person would be able to testify against them in the crime. And to protect themselves, it would be best if they eliminated all witnesses. "You are right, Senior Ning, one has to eliminate the root of the problem or it might fester and grow to become a problem once again. Only by shutting all the mouths of the witnesses permanently and completely can the matter remain an eternal secret, and only like this would nobody ever find out how and why Fan Jin died. All those people who played a part in the assassination would never dare breathe a word of it to anybody." Yin Yen said with a laugh. Although he was not able to see Fan Jin's dead body, but hearing news of Fan Jin's death pleased him to end just the same. Ning Xin waved her hand dismissively. Things that have outlived their usefulness would naturally need to be disposed of properly. In this world, only when they are dead, would people be able to keep a secret. Yin Yen felt a sudden chill and he raised his head to stare at Ning Xin. "Senior Ning, you don't mean..." Ning Xin's eyes drifted towards a particular direction and her eyes did not look too far away. Her eyes stared at the area where the disciple was hidden, treating his own wounds, and she said with a seducing smile, "Every time the spirit hunt comes along, there are always some deaths among the Zephyr Academy's disciples, and some had always gone missing without any reason. I'm afraid the death toll this time round might increase quite a bit, like maybe by another fold." As Ning Xin said those words, her eyes were actually lit with joy when she turned them to look at Yin Yen. That was when Yin Yen felt the chill crawl up his spine and he shivered. Chapter 477, Venomous Lady, 4. "Little Yen, are you feeling all right? Is the wind getting too chilly for you?" Ning Xin asked with a smile as she stared at the Yin Yen who had turned very pale. Her smiling face as gentle and sweet as always. Yin Yen regained his composure and hurriedly said, "Yes, it is a little cold. It must be his imagination. Senior Ning was such a perfect girl, How could she possibly have such vicious thoughts? Ning Xin just smiled and did not say anything more. On the other side, the disciples were still cleaning up the battlefield and another youth was running over to the tall disciple whose foot was still stepped upon the large spirit beast's head shouting, "Senior Lu! Senior Lu!" Lu Weijie turned his head and his face was graced with nice features that held a tinge of arrogance. He jumped off the spirit beast with elegant flair and threw the blood-stained spirit stones that he had dug out to another disciple standing on one side. "What is it?" Lu Weijie asked as he wiped off the blood from his hands. The youth replied hurriedly. The youth had a weapon spirit and his ring spirit had the ability to transform into a pair of combat boots. Those boots enabled him to greatly increase his speed and jump ability and hence he had been assigned with the task of locating spirit beasts. He had been searching for their next target in an area deeper into the forest when he had chanced upon and witnessed a grand and magnificent battle. He had seen with his own eyes a group of people kill a high-grade spirit beast and the spectacular skills and power of those people had really been a feast for his eyes. Hunted a high-grade spirit beast. Ning Xin walked over slowly, after hearing the interesting bit of news. Lu Weijie turned to look at Ning Xin, and when his gaze fell on her curvy figure, the arrogance within those eyes faded, replaced by one of adoration. Yes, those people really managed to kill the high-grade spirit beast. The youth who brought them the news nodded excitedly. Lu Weijie frowned slightly. It was not easy to take down a high-grade spirit beast. As the second in rank in the Zephyr Academy Spirit Tournament, his skills and power was deemed to be inferior only to one person. And even with the team he led, that had been tagged as being the strongest strike team over all the others in the Zephyr Academy, they were still not confident that they can successfully take down a high-grade spirit beast. Spirit beasts that belonged to the higher grades were not only much more powerful and stronger than those belonging to the middle grades, they also possessed a certain level of intelligence, and battled with logic, and would even escape. To defeat a mid-grade spirit beast, one only needed strength and power and a cohesive team spirit. But the requirements needed from the team to take down a high-grade spirit beast were different and extremely harsh. Till now, not a single team in the history of the Zephyr Academy Spirit Hunt had been able to successfully hunt down a high-grade spirit beast. What kind of people were they? Lu Weijie asked. I approached them to ask after they took down the spirit beast. They did not seem to know about the Zephyr Academy and its disciples and the people looked to be in their 20s. They said they were on an expedition and searching for a certain herb, but they were unfamiliar with the terrain in the deeper reaches of the Battle Spirits Forest and were a little lost. They had even asked me if I knew the area well. The youth shared everything the men had said readily. The frown on Lu Weijie's brow finally smoothed out after hearing the youth's words. As long as those people were not from the Zephyr Academy, then he was not that worried. If there was a team within the Zephyr Academy that could single-handedly take down a high-grade spirit beast, that would be a big threat to him. Lu Weijie was aiming to achieve first place in this spirit hunt. Oh. Ning Xin said when the youth finished. An idea forming suddenly in her head. Chapter 478, An Opportunist, 1. Little Xin, did you just think of something? Lu Weijie asked. Ning Xin smiled sweetly and replied, Isn't our senior Lu gunning for the top spot in this spirit hunt? If we successfully hunt down a few high-grade spirit beasts and recover the spirit stones from them, you would not be first just for this year's spirit hunt alone but go down in history to become the first person to ever successfully kill a high-grade spirit beast in the annals of the Zephyr Academy spirit hunts. Lu Weijie's eyes sparkled brightly at the thought. No sane man would reject such a tempting suggestion. But I am still not capable of taking on a high-grade spirit beast yet. Lu Weijie had to admit that he was nothing before a high-grade spirit beast. Ning Xin smiled alluringly, we don't need our senior Lu to dirty his hands. Didn't some people just come to us to offer their assistance? Lu Weijie was confused. You mean? Ning Xin turned to look at the youth who had brought them the news and gave him a sweet smile. Go tell those men that we have a map covering the larger part of the Battle Spirits Forest and if they are willing to kill a few high-grade spirit beasts for us, we can lead them to any part of the forest that they want. The young youth was suddenly taken aback as he stood there frozen on the spot. He stared at Ning Xin and then turned his eyes to look at Lu Weijie in consternation. Lu Weijie was feeling rather torn. Their team had dared to venture into the mid-sections of the Battle Spirits Forest this time because Ning Xin was holding a copy of a rough and ill-defined map of the Battle Spirits Forest. The map, however, encompassed a much larger area than what the disciples were given by the Zephyr Academy, and the major regions of the Battle Spirits Forest were marked out. It seemed that Ning Xin intended to make use of the map to enlist the help of those men in exchange for them to effortlessly acquire the high-grade spirit stones. Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? Ning Xin coaxed gently. The youth then turned and ran off in a hurry, to discuss further with those men on their business trip. After the youth left, Lu Weijie decided that Ning Xin's suggestion was just ingenious and heaped bundles of praise on her, making Ning Xin laugh out shyly. While Yin Yan, on the other hand, was left to tightly clench his fist silently, as he stared viciously at the back of Lu Weijie. After a short while, the youth came running back once more, and following behind him were 10 other men. The 10 men were all covered in cloaks, and when you looked at them from afar, you would not be able to see their faces. But by just looking at their outlines, 7 of the men looked to be extremely big and strong, and compared to the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, those men looked to be towering as a mountain before them. Senior Lu, Senior Ning, these are the friends who needed to use our map. The youth hurried to introduce them. The leader of the men removed his cloak. His big and tall build towered over them suffocatingly. The sun shone upon a stalwart and good-looking face. Unlike the delicate and pretty features of youth, that face was one filled with the indomitable air of masculinity, handsome tinged with the additional attractiveness of maturity. What really drew people to notice him most was the eyes on that face. Sharp as pointed knives, that made one very conscious when under that gaze. The man was just standing there plainly without moving, but he gave out an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Lu Weijie, who had been standing with an air of arrogance about him, suddenly found his ego deflating and his shoulders lowered before the man's presence. I am just a humble bodyguard of this convoy on a business expedition. You can call me Escort Long. The handsome man said without an expression on his face as he looked at the youths before him. Lu Weijie's eyes were transfixed on the man for quite a while when he suddenly snapped back to his senses. He hurriedly covered up his off-head guard Long and struggled to put up a forced front of looking unaffected and said, Lu Weijie from the Zephyr Academy's Weapon Spirit Branch, and this is Ning Xin. Chapter 479, An Opportunist, 2. Escort Long acknowledged with a slight nod of his head, and his calm but penetrating gaze made the youths feel slightly overwhelmed by those eyes. He obviously had a good-looking countenance, but he somehow made people retreat unknowingly in reverence. In regards to your suggestion, I have heard about it. How many high-grade spirit beasts do you need? Escort Long asked plainly, straight to the point. Lu Weijie's heart leapt when he heard that, and judging from tone, their terms had been accepted. He was just about to speak when Ning Xin shot him a look, and he shut his mouth. Ning Xin took a step forward, and beaming as bright as a flower, she said, that would depend on which part of the forest you intend to go to. To be honest, the map is extremely important to us, and we hope you will pardon us that we cannot show the map to you. Wherever it is that you need to go, we'll lead you there. As to the remuneration, it depends on where the place you need to go to is. Escort Long stared coldly at Ning Xin and hesitated a moment before he said, we want to go to the Spirit Moon Lake. Those herbs they needed only grows near the Spirit Moon Lake. Ning Xin smiled. 5 high-grade spirit beasts. Escort Long's brow furrowed. This little girl was rather voracious. He was only asking to be led to a destination, and she had unhesitatingly asked for 5 high-grade spirit beasts. He knew that one lone spirit stone of any high-grade spirit beast would easily fetch them an alarming price out in the market. After considering it a moment more, Escort Long finally said, all right. Ning Xin nodded with a smile and exchanged a quick glance with Lu Weijie. Lu Weijie reorganized his team, and placed Ning Xin to lead Escort Long and his men, as they made their way towards the Spirit Moon Lake. Escort Long brought up the rear of the team in stoic silence. Several other men in his team had heard what Ning Xin had unabashedly asked for in repayment for leading the way, and were feeling rather resentful. General Long, these pipsqueaks are too ruthless. Asking for 5 high-grade spirit beasts just for leading the way. That's outright robbery. One of the men complained, whispering softly. Escort Long frowned. If it wasn't for the fact that the herb they needed was so extremely rare, and they only could be found in the vicinity around the Spirit Moon Lake, he wouldn't have agreed to such an unreasonable request. Master Mu has requested for it, and moreover, this herb would help the Rui Lin army greatly in raising our power. it wouldn't hurt us much to let these kids get a good deal out of this just once. Escort Long, to be precise, it was Long Chi, disguised as bodyguard of a trade convoy, said helplessly. Not too long ago, Muchen came to the Lin Palace with a group of disciples from the cloud-treading peak, and the incident had greatly surprised Jun Xian and Jun Qing. It had not been too long ago that they had just received news that the Qing Yun clan had been obliterated, and never would they have ever thought that Muchen would actually bring his disciples to come seek asylum from the Lin Palace. What shocked them further was when they heard from Muchen that it was all arranged by Jun Xie. Throughout the period that Muchen joined the Lin Palace, he led his disciples to spare no effort in developing and producing medicine that would improve the veins and arteries of the soldiers in the Rui Lin army. Due to the elixirs that Jun Wuxie had given to the Rui Lin army previously that had completely transformed them, Muchen was faced with quite a daunting and difficult task to improve them further. But Muchen fully intended to keep his promise. Since he had promised Jun Xie to do everything he can, he spent months researching and developing and finally managed to develop an elixir that would further improve on the soldiers' veins and arteries. But that elixir required a rare and unique kind of herb, and although the Qing Yun clan had it, he had brought the whole stock of it over to the Lin Palace. The Rui Lin army was too numerous in number, and he did not have enough to cultivate 100,000 elixirs for every single one of them. Besides, within the Qing Yun clan, the herb only grew in the vicinity of the Spirit Moon Lake within the Battle Spirits Forest. For this, Muchen sent out 3 of his disciples to come to the Battle Spirits Forest in search of the herb, and to ensure the safety of the disciples, Jun Xian sent Long Qi and 6 of the Rui Lin army to go with them as bodyguards. Chapter 480, An Opportunist, 3. Although the Battle Spirits Forest bordered the Qi Kingdom on one side, Long Qi and his group did not know much about the inside of the Battle Spirits Forest. They had gotten themselves lost when they entered the Battle Spirits Forest and had been attacked several times by spirit beasts. Long Qi and his team's journey into the Battle Spirits Forest could be said to have trodden through blood. The Lin Palace was not in need of spirit stones, and within the Qi Kingdom, after Mo Qianyuan ascended the throne to become the emperor, he placed great trust on the Lin Palace, and he allocated most of the kingdom's supplies to the Rui Lin army, giving them first priority. Long Qi had intended to hand the spirit stones he had gained on this journey to Jun Qing and have him decide what to do with them. But now, in order to gain the location of the Spirit Moon Lake, he had no choice but to agree to Ning Xian's unreasonable demand. "General Long, we've really brought you much trouble," Rongheng said between gasps, as he struggled to keep up with the team. He had followed Muchen to the Lin Palace, and they had started from learning to adapt to a new environment to having established a rather good relationship with the Rui Lin army now. The disciples who had come from the cloud-treading peak did not possess strong spiritual powers. Besides their proficiency at treating and developing people's veins and arteries, they were not much different from the commoners. The current situation called for them to traverse across this dangerous and dense forest, and it was getting to be a rather difficult task for them. If not for Lord Lin's good foresight to have arranged Long Qi and his men to escort them, they might very well have been reduced to a pile of bones before they could even see the Spirit Moon Lake. "You men are here seeking herbs to produce medicine for the Rui Lin army. This is the least we must do," Long Qi replied stoically, his tone flat, which would usually make people feel unusually stern. But after having associated with them for some time, Rongheng and the other disciples knew that that was just how these stalwart men who lived by the sword were. "I hope we would be able to find enough aqua spirit grass to produce sufficient elixirs," Rongheng said, barely managing a smile with the pace. Long Qi nodded slightly, and he signaled to the 6 Rui Lin army soldiers. The other 6 men immediately split themselves into pairs and moved to come beside the Rongheng and the other 2 disciples. They suddenly grabbed the panting disciples and continued the pace, lifting the disciples off their feet. "Thank you so much." Rongheng thanked the soldiers again. Ning Xian, who had been leading the group, observed the situation behind her silently. Lu Weijie picked up his pace and caught up with Ning Xian, asking her softly, "Little Xian, those guys do not look like herb merchants with their armed escorts." He wasn't completely certain about other things, but just picking on Escort Long's overwhelming air, he knew that he was no ordinary guard. Lu Weijie had been able to achieve second place in the Zephyr Academy Spirit Tournament, and he at least knew power when he saw it. And just by standing before Long Qi, Lu Weijie had been awed by Long Qi's oppressive presence, and that oppression had not just been the disparity between their spiritual power and ring spirit, but had come from the man's aura that surrounded him. That man's presence inspired both respect and fear, and his sharp eyes made one turn away, unable to look at him straight. Would an ordinary herb merchant come all the way into the battle spirit's forest? That would just be seeking their own doom. If my guess is not wrong, if these people are not from one of the countries, they must belong to one of the mighty powers throughout the lands. Ning Xin narrowed her eyes. Look at those men who are taller and well-built, their bodies are ramrod straight and their faces hardy. They must have undergone some form of rigorous training. They might be dressed in plain clothes, but the weapons hanging from their hips are no ordinary swords. But no matter what they are seeking for, we know one thing for sure, they are strong and powerful enough. Ning Xin trusted that her own foresight, and she knew the men were definitely more than they appeared to be. Why then did you ask for 5 high-grade spirit stones? Lu Wujie asked, puzzled. If they were truly extraordinarily powerful, wouldn't it be better to try to win them over? But Ning Xin had asked for such an astounding repayment from them instead. Chapter 481, An Opportunist, 4. Ning Xin replied with a laugh, whether we can successfully win them over would depend largely on whether they are willing. If the men show themselves to be friendly and accepting of us, I would naturally reject any form of repayment when we get to the Spirit Moon Lake. Wouldn't that leave a much deeper impression than if we were to have just agreed to lead them to their destination for nothing? To entice and to win someone over, one must never start off from a lowered stance. Ning Xin knew she had to raise her status and worth before those men. Lu Weijie did not fully understand what Ning Xin meant, but felt that what Ning Xin said must be right. As the team progressed forward, a black shadow stood within the tall trees. He released a tiny black snake onto the layer of dried leaves that covered the ground under the tree, and the tiny black snake quickly slid under the leaves and the tiny body quickly disappeared without a trace. Jun Wuxie and her team found a water source, and Qiao Chu and the others washed the blood off their bodies and sat on the tree stumps to nibble at their rations. After a while, Yisha suddenly appeared before them. Qiao Chu and the others who had been waiting immediately stood up. Your subordinate has successfully tracked down the target, Yisha reported, his head lowered and kneeling on one knee. How many people in total? Jun Wuxie asked. 27, and on top of that, they just joined up with a team not of the Zephyr Academy and are proceeding towards the Spirit Moon Lake. Yisha replied. Moving together with a team of people not from the Zephyr Academy. The news that Yisha brought back to them was rather shocking for them. Do they still have something up their sleeves? Or have they enlisted outside help? Qiao Chu rubbed at his chin. He had never met Ning Xin and Yin Yen, but in his mind, he had projected an image of 2 sinister-looking villains colluding with each other, rubbing their hands in glee. Fan Jin had been about to speak, but after Qiao Chu's quick accusations, he just remained silent, and his body slumped. Fei Yen noticed Fan Jin's low spirits and gave Qiao Chu a light punch. Qiao Chu stuck his tongue out and looked apologetically at Fei Yen, waving his hand in awkwardness. Spirit Moon Lake. What for? Jun Wuxie ignored Qiao Chu's opinions and asked. The team seems to need to get to the Spirit Moon Lake to find some herbs. Ning Xin agreed to lead the way, and the team would give her the spirit stones from high-grade spirit beasts in return. Yisha reported plainly. 5 high-grade spirit beasts. That little vixen called Ning Xin is really merciless with her terms. Qiao Chu was shocked. To the others just like him, before they met Jun Xie, they had been living in abject poverty and they knew only too well the fee asked to just lead the way was incredibly atrocious. Fan Jin's head lowered and he did not even want to look at any of them. Did you find out the identities of those men? Jun Wuxie asked, as she stroked at the little black cats for a while deep in thought. She has promised Fan Jin to spare Ning Xin and Yin Yen, and if they did not come provoke her, she would not care whether they lived or died. Yisha hesitated a moment before he spoke. Several of the men in the team coincides with people in the memories Master Wu Yao gave me. Gave you memories? Jun Wuxie asked, her eyes narrowed. Yisha's memories. Yisha said. Qiao Chu and the others heard Yisha and Jun Xie's conversation and were finding it rather frightening. Which are they? Jun Wuxie had a rough idea what Yisha meant. The memories of the previous Yisha had been passed on to the current Yisha through some unusual method by Jun Wuyao. Yisha raised his head to reply. One of them is from the Rui Lin army, General Long Qi, and the other one is Rongheng, from the Cloud-Treading Peak. As for the others, your subordinate only knows that they belong to the Rui Lin army and Cloud-Treading Peak, but I do not know their individual names. At the moment that Yisha's words ended, Jun Wuxie's hand that was stroking the little black cat suddenly froze. Chapter 482, The Most Ferocious Strike Force, 1. The Rui Lin Army. Fan Jin raised his head suddenly and he looked at Yi Sha with a look of disbelief on his face. What is this Rui Lin army? Xiao Chu's face was puzzled, not understanding why Fan Jin had such a strong reaction. Fan Jin stared at Xiao Chu and saw that Hua Yao and the others were all similarly seemingly clueless, and he asked incredulous, "You have not heard of the Rui Lin army?" Xiao Chu nodded. The Rui Lin army is an incredibly ferocious strike force of the Qi kingdoms. The Qi kingdom is just an extremely small power standing among various powerful states, and the lands they occupied were considered just a trifling speck, and their insignificantly small population were in no way comparable with any of the other states surrounding it. But the Qi kingdom was still able to build itself up amongst all the individually stronger forces that ringed them based on just one lone reason: the widely feared and most ferocious strike force, the Rui Lin army. The army wasn't really big, and it is rumored that they numbered merely 100,000. But each and every single soldier in there possessed extraordinary might and power, and no matter which force or power that had ever met them on the battlefield, every single one of the survivors eventually found themselves all haunted by frightening dreams after it. Fan Jin had always admired the strength of the strict regimental military, and he had heard a lot about the widely famous Rui Lin army. It could be said that the fame of the Rui Lin army shone much brighter outside than inside the Qi kingdom itself. Extraordinary skills and power. Are all their ring spirits of exceptionally high grade? Xiao Chu asked, deeply curious. Fan Jin shook his head. The Rui Lin army soldiers are famous not for their extraordinary spiritual power or exemplary ring spirits. What really earned them the fame of being known as the most ferocious strike force is the spirit when they stepped onto a battlefield. They do not know retreat or surrender, and everybody says their soldiers possessed souls that fought to the death, and not a single one of them would fear and would stare at death straight into his eyes. In a war between states and countries, one single man's strength limited what he could achieve, but when put together into a force where all the men were bound tightly in flawless cohesion and who did not fear death, they become a supreme ferocious strike force, the ultimate weapon. Did you know when the Qi kingdom was just newly founded, in their first battle against an opposing kingdom, the Rui Lin army took the vanguard? The Rui Lin army numbered 300,000 then. And after that battle, the Rui Lin army had only about 80,000 men left. All of those 200 over soldiers had not taken a single step backwards in that battle. They resolutely used their flesh and blood to resist the enemy, to protect every square inch of their lands. Fan Jin was narrating all this in a fervor, almost as though he had witnessed that dreadful and terrible battle with his own eyes. You must realize that the enemy soldiers that the Rui Lin army were up against numbered a grand million. An army 1,000,000 strong. Outnumbered by more than 3 men to 1, but they nevertheless dug in and frightened the enemy into retreat, and they never dared approach the Qi kingdom's borders ever again. That resolute and unwavering strength of spirit cowered the enemy, and the unparalleled deterrence the Qi kingdom gained was bought with the blood of those 200 over 1,000 soldiers of the Rui Lin army. Xiao Chu and the others listened, eyes wide in rapture. They did not know much about anything in the lower realm. Things like the different states and countries and their armies were all things they were not familiar with as well. They had only focused on making themselves get stronger and to find the Dark Emperor's tomb, that would gain them sufficient strength to rival the 12 palaces, for them to exact their revenge. They had not known that in these lands that they had lived in for so many years, had actually contained such a group of valiant men whose blood burned so fiercely, who dared spit in death's eye, and choose to die than turn from the enemy, just to protect their lands and their people. The teammates were all at an age when they were all brimming over with youthful exuberance, and they were all caught up in the fervor, greatly inspired with the tale of valiant heroes. At that moment, before any of them had even seen the men from the Rui Lin army, they already held great reverence in their hearts for the widely famed, most ferocious strike force in the whole lower realm. Only Jun Wuxie was the lone exception, who had quietly listened to Fan Jin's narration, and lowered her eyes. Everyone only knew that the Rui Lin army were brave and strong, but they did not know that the Rui Lin army held the highest death toll for its commanders. As in every battle, the commanders of the Rui Lin army were always leading their men in their charges, always at the vanguard. The Qi kingdom was too small, and its citizens weak, hence, they could not afford to lose. As the moment they lost, it would mean the kingdom is lost. Chapter 483, The Most Ferocious Strike Force, 2. The Qi kingdom cannot afford to lose, and they dared not lose. The fame of being undefeated, was forced out of them due to the unthinkable alternative. If they lost, they would lose their homeland. Jun Wuxie distinctly remembered Jun Xian's sorrowful expression when they had spoken and chatted about it. Jun Xian would always have a forced smile on his face, but his eyes would always be sorrowful when he was reminded of the pain of loss. The prominence and notoriety of the Rui Lin army was bought with the very lives of its selfless soldiers. Everybody only knew of the ferocity and strength of the Rui Lin army, but none remembered the countless deaths of the martyrs who gave their lives for their countrymen. If he could, Jun Xian would willingly give up all fame and fortune, then allow the very men who braved the various battlefields at his side. The members of the Jun family must never feel proud of the Rui Lin army's fearless reputation. This was the word passed down from Jun Xian himself. As it should and must be a humiliation when a commander was not able to bring the soldiers he led into battle back home alive, and the blame must be laid on the commander's incompetence. Jun Wuxie did not know when sentiment had started, but she remembered her grandfather's and uncle's sorrowful and determined faces when they told her that the Battle Spirits Forest isn't too far from the Qi Kingdom, but I still wouldn't have expected to see anyone from the Rui Lin army in here. Fan Jin was looking rather excited. The heroes that he had revered and admired for a long time might appear before his eyes, and he was feeling really excited like a kid all over again. Qiao Chu cleared his throat lightly and said to the excited Fan Jin, "Might I point out that those gods of battle that you mentioned earlier are now with Ning Xin and her team, and it seems that they have been deeply taken advantage of." With that one statement, Fan Jin's passionate face suddenly as if he had been doused with a whole pail of cold water. Fan Jin had thought that the terms that Ning Xin had asked for were extremely unreasonable as well. "Let's go." Jun Wuxie had been silent a long while and she suddenly spoke, lifting the little black cat onto her shoulders where it usually perched. "Little Xie, where are we going?" Qiao Chu asked of Jun Xie quizzically. He knew Ning Xin was taking advantage of people again, but it shouldn't matter to them as they had no ties with those men. He could only sympathize with the men from the Rui Lin army in his heart. "Spirit Moon Lake," Jun Wuxie said simply. If Ning Xin would just leave her alone, she really couldn't be bothered about her. But Ning Xin had chosen to take such great advantage of the Rui Lin army's men. Jun Wuxie could not allow Ning Xin to have it her way. Her grandfather's men must never be subjected to such abuse by such a malicious and manipulative person. With those words, everyone with the exception of Yi Sha were surprised and at a loss of words at Jun Xie's sudden decision. "Why are we going to the Spirit Moon Lake?" Qiao Chu's eyes were wide with wonder. Jun Xie had never been a nosy person, and when Fan Jin had shared the story so fervently, Jun Xie's face had remained cold and otherwise expressionless. Was Jun Xie's blood stirred up by the stories and wanted to go save the men from the Rui Lin army from being abused? Jun Wuxie gave Qiao Chu a cold glance but did not say a word to him. Qiao Chu gulped, but was somewhat getting used to Jun Xie ignoring his frequent outbursts. "But we do not know where the Spirit Moon Lake is located." Rong Rua had taken out her map to study when Jun Xie had mentioned it earlier. Forget about finding the Spirit Moon Lake on it, the map did not even show the area that they were currently standing. "Please follow me. I have released an ink snake and the ink snake will continue to follow them. We will only need to follow the ink snake's presence and we will be able to locate them." Yi Sha replied stoically. The teammates exchanged meaningful glances. They were all intensely curious about Yi Sha's identity, but they all politely kept all their questions to themselves. After Fan Jin's reverential narration of the Rui Lin army, Qiao Chu and the others had gained a very good and positive impression of them, and when Jun Xie said that they would be going to where the Rui Lin army's men were, they did not object in the slightest. After they organized themselves a little, the teammates followed behind Yi Sha, as they looked out for signs that the ink snake had left behind, and made their way towards the Battle Spirits Forest Spirit Moon Lake. Chapter 484, The Most Ferocious Strike Force, 3. While they were making their way towards the Spirit Moon Lake, Ning Xin asked Lu Weijie to try to chat Long Qi and the other men up, but he was completely ignored. Long Qi did not utter a single word in reply and just put forth a darkened face, refusing to say anything. The ungraciously snubbed Lu Weijie went back to Ning Xin gloomily. He had always enjoyed endless fawning and unbridled admiration from everyone in the Zephyr Academy and always had gaggle of disciples surrounding him all the time. He was not used to being rebuffed so completely and his face showed his displeasure as he sulked beside her. When Ning Xin saw that even Lu Weijie had failed to gain some favor, she got Lu Weijie to take the lead, moving forward while she slowed down and fell to the back of the group, to move together with Long Qi and his men, a sweet smile plastered on her face. Seeing that you and your men are unfamiliar with the Battle Spirit's forest, this should be your first time here. I am wondering what you and your men seek at the Spirit Moon Lake. To be honest, my father is the vice headmaster of the Zephyr Academy and is extremely familiar with the Battle Spirit's forest. The Zephyr Academy conducts 2 spirit hunts every year and we frequent the Battle Spirit's forest here. We would always bring back many things from the forest when the spirit hunt ends, and if we have stock of what you seek here, wouldn't that save you a lot of time and effort? Ning Xin had a beautiful face and her smile had melted countless hearts. Her tone of voice had been consciously lowered and her voice flowed like sparkling water flowing smoothly along a little brook, making it extremely hard for people to feel any dislike. In fact, if she had not made such an outrageous demand earlier, the impression she would have given to Long Qi and the other men would have been very good. Long Qi frowned though, his face a mask of impatience. The youth's repeated attempts at striking up seemingly casual conversation rubbed the straightforward and candid Long Qi the wrong way. Since they had already agreed to the deal, they each only had to deliver their own end of the agreement. This obvious attempts to initiate more interaction made the stalwart men who lived and died by the sword extremely uncomfortable. The other soldiers following beside Long Qi shot discreet glances at Ning Xin, seeing the beautiful face and her sweet amicable smile. But not the slightest sign of admiration showed on the faces of all the men. To them, with that level of looks and that level of grace, cannot be compared to their very own young miss. The Rui Lin army barracks were filled with a whole bunch of stalwart and resolute men. They were usually shut off from the world and were mostly deeply immersed in training, resulting in all of the men rarely having the chance to come into contact with the opposite gender. The only female that appeared frequently before them was the Lin Palace's young miss, Jun Wuxie. In the beginning, before Jun Wuxie changed her soul, the men from the Rui Lin army were deeply ashamed of the reputation garnered by their very own young Mississippi. But due to her undeniable blood ties to the Jun family, they had no choice but to bow in acquiescence. But after Jun Wuxie's core changed, every action that she carried out from then on broke every long-held preconception they had of their young miss that made every single soldier within the Rui Lin army go from utter contempt to unquestioned reverence and total submission. In the hearts of these courageous and ferocious soldiers, the most flawless beauty under the skies and throughout the vast lands was their young miss, and the most outstanding female was their young miss to which none could compare. With such a shining premium Jun Wuxie as the benchmark set in the men's hearts, any female who attempted to allure or secure a place within the men's hearts ultimately would only face utter and thorough failure. The girl's looks were lacking, not fit to be even compared to their young Mississippi. Her eyes lacked life, unable to compare to their young Mississippi. She lacked charm, her smile obsequious, inferior to their young miss in every way. Their cold, proud, and breathtaking young miss. And, was the lass blind or what? Did she not see the obvious and blatant, "do not disturb," expression on their general's face? They were still relentless in trying to get closer to him and blabbering non-stop. With the terms stated as repayment for her to lead them to their destination, nobody in their right mind, unless they had money to burn, would agree to her offer of getting what they need from her. She was still completely oblivious to the fact that she had been completely despised from head to toe, in front of all these Rui Lin army soldiers, and Ning Xin still had her sweet and amicable smile stuck across her face before them. Chapter 485, The Most Ferocious Strike Force, 4. Those occasional glances that turned her way, however, did not make Ning Xin even think of backing off on her advances, but further encouraged her as she started feeling secretly pleased with herself. Ning Xin had always been extremely confident of her looks, and when she complemented her attractive good looks with her consciously molded image that she built up for herself, she had always gained an advantage for her efforts. Hence, she would never in her wildest dreams expect that the burly and boorish military men would disregard her beauty so completely. She thought that the soldiers were just like all the males she had previously encountered, secretly mesmerized by her. No need. Long Qi did not even turn his head her way and rejected her flat out. The sweet smile on Ning Xin's face froze a brief moment, but she recovered quickly. You don't need to be so distant, since fate willed us to meet here, it could all be predestined. We have still quite a ways before we would reach the Spirit Moon Lake. Would you need me to tell you a little bit more about what the situation is like over at the Spirit Moon Lake? Ning Xin asked, still smiling, not showing any signs of retreat even with Long Qi's outright refusal. Long Chi's frown grew deeper. He had wanted to reject once more. But when he thought about it, it was true that they had never been to the Spirit Moon Lake, and the only thing they knew was only when Muchen told them that they could get those herbs in the vicinity of the Spirit Moon Lake, and it would not hurt them if they gathered a little more information about the place, which might help them by making it easier for them to search and locate those herbs. I shall have to trouble you then, Long Chi replied, after assessing the situation, and he suppressed the impatience that gnawed at his heart. A smile came into Ning Xian's eyes, and although she saw that this person did not seem to like conversing with others, she was however confident she knew exactly how to deal with men like this. The Spirit Moon Lake is vast, and is considered to be the main source of water within the Battle Spirit's forest. It is rumored that the Spirit Moon Lake's water can nourish the spirit, and it attracts a great number of spirit beasts. Many spirit beasts are usually seen in the vicinity of the lake as they come to the lake to drink. If they sense any strange and unfamiliar presence approach, there is a high chance that they would attack. So, I would suggest that when we reach the place, that you and your men do not go straight to the Spirit Moon Lake, but to observe the surroundings first, to see if there are any spirit beasts around, to avoid any casualties. Ning Xian harbored the intention to gain Long Chi's friendship, and she decided that her words needed to contain certain elements of truth. Long Chi replied instead, "There is no need for all that trouble. If there are any spirit beasts around, we'll just need to kill it." Ning Xian was shocked at Long Chi's decisive words. He must have possessed strong confidence in his strength for him to use such strong words. In the beginning, when that youth had brought the news that he witnessed a group of men killing a high-grade spirit beast, she had been doubtful. But after seeing Long Chi's confidence and feeling the impressive aura he gave out, she started to believe the youth's words a little more. Haha, words from the mighty are different indeed. Brother Long's skills must be really impressive, and little Xian is greatly humbled. Ning Xian smiled gently, her eyelashes fluttered as she stole glances at Long Chi's countenance shyly. However, Long Chi did not react in the slightest, his face remaining cold and distant. Brother Long must have gone through much trial and tribulations. The journey ahead of us is still long and dull. Would Brother Long be interested to share your past glories and exploits with little Xian? Ning Xian smiled very sweetly, looking every inch just like a bashful young lady. If that had been someone else, and was shown so much adoration by a beautiful and shy young lady, the men might have very well been completely swooned and held spellbound. But Long Chi's face did not change in the slightest, completely unmoved. "Miss Ning." Long Chi stopped in his tracks suddenly. "Brother Long, you do not need to be so distant. Just call me little Xian." Ning Xian blushed and lowered her head, to hide the glee showing within her eyes at that moment. "If you do not have any other information about the Spirit Moon Lake to tell us, then you do not need to say anything more. I have other things I need to discuss with my men, and I would implore Miss Ning to excuse us." Long Chi looked coldly at Ning Xian, not bothering to show any manners or courtesy, driving her away without any hesitation. Chapter 486, The Most Ferocious Strike Force, 5. Ning Xian's face changed then. Her beautiful smile looked a little forced as she quelled the anger that surged in her chest. Her forced smile was still frozen on her face as she turned to leave. It was only after Ning Xian left them that the several Rui Lin soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. What was that smell on that girl? That strong scent almost gagged me. One of the soldiers rubbed his nose vigorously, and the only thing he remembered about her was that overpowering scent that assaulted his nose, almost making his eyes tear when she was with them. "Boss, do you think that lass has fallen for you? She was giving you the eye several times, and she was even blushing to boot." Another soldier eyed Long Chi with a laugh, poking fun at their general. Was she really blushing red? And not pale to white? When I looked at her before she left, there wasn't even any color in her lips. All of you stop all that gabbing. Long Chi gave the soldiers an eye of his own. When we get to the Spirit Moon Lake, go immediately to find those spirit beasts and pay them off to send them off on their way. Although the battle-hardened Long Chi did not know much about the complicated relationship between a man and a woman, but he was rather astute. He could see that although Ning Xian was just a young and youthful girl, her underlying intentions were not that simple. The way that she repeatedly tried to probe into their situation was strictly taboo to a military man out on a mission. "Yes, sir." "Senior Ning, what's wrong?" Yin Yan hurried forward to ask as he stared at the pale-faced Ning Xian, as she rejoined the team with a mouth twisted in rage. Even Lu Weijie noticed the abnormality in Ning Xin and turned his head to look at her. Ning Xin took a deep breath and suppressed the rage within her. Who do those scoundrels think they are? She spared them a little courtesy and they think they are all that great. How dare they spurn her like that? Ning Xin, who had always been used to being universally adored and fawned upon, was really greatly angered by Long Qi's cold and spurious treatment. She had never been slapped by such indifference and total disregard to her person before. There has been a change of plans. These people are just hopelessly stubborn and a bunch of boorish and uncouth men who don't know what's good for them. Ning Xin said angrily as she flung out her sleeve. Her usual smile disappeared, without a trace. What really happened? What had angered you so badly? Lu Wujie hurried over to comfort the beauty. I see those men as just brutes who possessed great power, and I did not really approve of you consorting with those barbarians earlier. If they are not receptive to our kind intentions, just leave them alone. We, as esteemed disciples of the Zephyr Academy, would not need to miss that little bit of might they have. Lu Weijie had initially agreed to Ning Xin's plan, but having been shown and rebuffed by Long Qi's cold and distant expression the whole journey, his proud and egoistic personality had not taken the rejection well. And now that even his beautiful Ning Xin had been similarly unceremoniously scorned and spurned, his feeling of displeasure was greatly intensified. Humph. They chose to reject the proffered wine, so we'll give them poison instead. They asked for it. They wanted me to lead them all this way, and they think they can be rid of me with just a few high-grade spirit beasts. Ning Xin is worth much more than that. Ning Xin's eyes narrowed and the gentleness in her eyes faded completely, suddenly replaced with venom and malice. Yin Yan, who was standing on the side, froze and did not dare say anything in answer. It was Lu Weijie who suddenly spoke instead. What do you intend to do? If we end up having to fight them, I don't think we're their match. If those men had not been so powerful, Lu Weijie would have thrashed them up so badly they would be picking up their teeth. But faced with Long Qi, he could only swallow his rage and repress the anger within. Ning Xin laughed chillingly and said, "Why would we need to dirty our hands? The Battle Spirits Forest is filled with spirit beasts after all. But they are even able to take down high-grade spirit beasts. What about those above high grade?" Ning Xin's mouth curled up at the corners slightly, as she turned her head back at the group of several men trailing the team, and her eyes almost dripped with venom. Chapter 487, Guardian Grade Spirit Beast, 1. Jun Wuxie followed behind Yisha to gradually catch up with Long Qi and his men. After traversing through a large area of the dense forest, they finally came to a hidden lake nestled within the thick trees. The lake's surface reflected the sun's rays, looking like a massive pool of silver, its ripples stirring up bright brilliant stars as they shimmered within, a resplendent sight to behold. At the edge of the spirit moon lake, several spirit beasts had their heads lowered to the water to drink, and at the moment that the presence of Jun Wuxie and her team were felt, the spirit beasts bolted and scattered in all directions, running into the dark cover of the trees, disappearing without a trace. This is the spirit moon lake. But where are Ning Xin and the Rui Lin army's men? Qiao Chu peered to look all around but could not see any other figures besides the spirit beasts that had bolted. Jun Wuxie turned to look at Yisha, and Yisha suddenly frowned. The ink snake suddenly died. But just before death claimed it, it had followed that team of people past the spirit moon lake. It seems that their destination was not to just come to the spirit moon lake. Yisha reported all his findings immediately to Jun Wuxie. Just as all of them were still contemplating Yisha's words, a rumble shook the ground under their feet suddenly. The massive trees that ringed the spirit moon lake shook and rustled. All those spirit beasts that had hid themselves in the forest sensed the approach of a terrifying threat. They ran and bolted once again, and the peaceful and tranquil scene at the was suddenly torn and shattered. What is happening? A series of unidentifiable tremors under their feet made Fei Yen start to feel extremely uneasy. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed and she resolutely said, "Bring us to where the ink snake died." The team moved immediately, and while they sped forward towards their destination, a ear-piercing roar suddenly reverberated in their ears. That thunderous roar sounded louder and more majestic than any they had ever heard. That sound alone was enough to make everyone's blood surge and boil within. The roar continued to reverberate through the surrounding trees, and the leaves rustled violently and the sound waves kicked up. Guardian-grade spirit beast, Fan Jin's face turned white as a sheet. The magnitude of that roar made him feel a distinct impending sense of doom creep into his heart. He had seen a guardian-grade spirit beast once with his father, and that experience had been deeply branded into his heart, and he had never been able to forget it. "What did you say?" Qiao Chu turned his head to stare at Fan Jin, his eyes wide. Fan Jin replied with a deathly white face, "That was definitely a guardian-grade spirit beast. It can't be anything else. The Spirit Moon Lake sits right in the core of the vast Battle Spirits Forest, and the water from the Spirit Moon Lake is the best nourishment all the spirit beasts can get. Hence, high-grade spirit beasts frequently roam in the vicinity of the Spirit Moon Lake, and even the rarely seen guardian-grade spirit beasts. No one in the Zephyr Academy had even dared to dream of hunting a guardian-grade spirit beast. It is widely rumored that the power of a guardian-grade spirit beast far surpassed that of the pinnacle purple spirit. Not to only mention the disciples of the Zephyr Academy taking part in the spirit hunt, even if all the teachers and masters of the academy were confronted with a guardian-grade spirit beast, they would have no other option than to flee. Fan Jin had never dreamt that he would ever once again see a guardian-grade spirit beast. The direction that the roar is coming from is exactly where the ink snake was killed. Yisha slowed down his pace a little to share that shocking piece of news. Yisha's ink snake had secretly tailed Long Qi and his men right from the start, and its sudden death had already been greatly suspicious, and now they just heard, at the location where the ink snake died, there was a guardian-grade spirit beast. What were they getting themselves into? Did that also mean that Long Qi and his men that the ink snake had been shadowing all this while were confronted with the guardian-grade spirit beast? Chapter 488, Guardian-grade Spirit Beast, 2. Since the beginning of time, never in the lower realm had anyone heard that anyone was able to hunt down a guardian-grade spirit beast. Even the legendary purple spirit, which was the pinnacle of strength, could only run when faced with a guardian-grade spirit beast. It must be known that the fact was no purple spirit user had appeared among the people for a long time. Even in the Rui Lin army, none existed at that time. Upon hearing that devastating roar, not only Fan Jin's face looked sick, but even Qiao Chu and the rest did not fare much better. They might not have known who the Rui Lin army was, but after hearing of their heroic and selfless exploits, those men have earned respect from the teammates. Why would they meet a guardian-grade spirit beast? All the spirit beasts here wouldn't initiate an attack unless they are first provoked or attacked, and then did they retaliate? Rong Rua said, her complexion not looking too well either. After Rong Rua said those words, the teammates all suddenly came to the same conclusion. The men from the Rui Lin army were all battle-hardened and undergone much trials and tribulations. They would not be men that would be rash or ignorant in situations like this. They couldn't have possibly gone to provoke a guardian-grade spirit beast that they knew very well they wouldn't be able to beat. And the only people who would possibly provoke the guardian-grade spirit beast could only be the people in Ning Xin's team who harbored evil intentions against the men from the Rui Lin army. It's over. This time it's really over. Qiao Chu scratched at his head furiously, his heart torn from the fact that the heroes he had heard about were about to be killed by such a vicious plot. Suddenly, Qiao Chu had barely finished his sentence when a black figure whizzed past away from them. Jun Wuxie was seated upon the black beast's back, like an arrow shot from a fully pulled back bow. And Yisha immediately shot out from the group to catch up with Jun Wuxie. "Little Xie. What are you doing?" Qiao Chu and his gang suddenly realized what was happening as they saw Jun Wuxie rushing towards the source of the roars, and their hearts all skipped a beat in shock. Had Jun Xie gone mad? Judging from his actions, was he intending to go save the men from the Rui Lin army? What kind of a joke was that? Having been with Jun Xie for quite a while now, Qiao Chu and his gang knew what kind of personality Jun Xie had. He was calm and decisive and was never one to poke his nose into other people's business. Just what was it that made him decide now to risk everything and go save people they had never even met? He must have known that by rushing to the men's aid, he was rushing to confront not just any ordinary spirit beast, but a guardian-grade spirit beast. Spirit beasts were naturally highly resistant to poison, and the poisons that Jun Xie was most highly skilled in would not work on a guardian-grade spirit beast. His decision would most undoubtedly kill him. Damn. Has Jun Xie really gone mad? Qiao Chu said through gritted teeth, and he had no time to think further on it but to summon Raleigh to the fore. The massive yin-yang bear appeared suddenly among the teammates. It bent and lowered its back, all four of its paws on the ground. Qiao Chu's tall frame quickly leapt onto its back. Hua Yao, Fei Yan, and Rong Rua quickly followed and mounted themselves on Raleigh's back. Raleigh. Follow them. Quick. They would never allow Jun Xie to ride off into his doom on his own. Having received Xiao Chu's command, Raleigh sprinted immediately. The lumbering body moved amazingly quickly, with Raleigh's massively wide strides eating up the distance, its speed seemingly like a little whirlwind. Fan Jin stood in his spot, eyes wide and speechless as he watched Xiao Chu and his gang speed off after Jun Xie, his mind a complete blank. Why would the men from the Rui Lin army suddenly encounter a guardian-grade spirit beast? Everyone knew very well how that had happened, but not one of them spoke a single word about it. Fan Jin was not that dumb either. He thought about it for a while and he could guess what had really happened as well. But that realization was a fact that he could not accept easily. After struggling with his emotions a while more, Fan Jin finally clenched his jaw in determination, and ran towards the same direction that he had seen Xiao Chu and the others depart. Chapter 489, Guardian-Grade Spirit Beast, 3. Within a part of the forest, rows of trees were being felled and trampled into the ground. Shockwaves swept over the ground and the fallen leaves flew and billowed within the rush of the air kicked up, spinning and whirling in the howling wind. The thick heavy scent of blood hung heavily in the air, as an immensely huge shape towered between the earth and the skies. Deafening roars erupted from the titanic beast, threatening to split the earth. It was a guardian-grade spirit beast of epic proportions and the claws on its 4 limbs were razor-sharp. 9 long white tails swayed in the air behind the beast and whatever those tails touched, be it trees or rocks, they broke and crumbled easily before the overwhelming force. 2 twisted horns curled on top of its head and its scarlet eyes were filled with rage. The beast's body was white throughout and over its smooth radiant fur, a faint shimmering red totem glow could almost be seen. A raging guardian-grade spirit beast could destroy everything before it. Under the raining stones, Long Qi zipped around to haul an injured Rui Lin army soldier to rest on a tree stump and told him to hide himself. One of the soldier's arm had been cut by the guardian-grade spirit beast's wind blade, a single cut nearly severing half of his arm off, almost hanging just from his flesh and sinew. The soldier had lost a great amount of blood and his face was drained of all color, his body temperature dropping quickly. "General, leave us. You should bring Rongheng and the others away from here," the injured soldier said, tugging at Long Qi's sleeve with his good hand. "A guardian-grade spirit beast is not what we can take on. Bring Rongheng and the others away from here while Little Wu and the guys are still able to hold the spirit beast back. Our deaths would not matter that much compared to the disciples of Master Mu. To the Rui Lin army, those disciples are more important than anything else." The injured soldiers gasped heavily for breath after those words, his complexion looking worse than before. Long Qi's expression was stern. Things had taken a sudden and unexpected turn that made this expedition unimaginably perilous. A guardian-grade spirit beast, he had never even seen one before. "I will not abandon my brothers." Long Qi clenched his jaw tightly. His body was already covered in wounds and within the team, he was the strongest and most highly skilled. And it due to that fact that he received the most attacks in the battle with the spirit beast. If it was not for his weapon ring spirit's ability to transform into strong sturdy armor, he might not be still alive now. Long Qi turned to look at the injured Rongheng and his fellow disciples. There were 3 disciples from the cloud-treading peak on this expedition to the Battle Spirit's forest, and when the guardian-grade spirit beast attacked, all the men from the Rui Lin army had quickly protected the 3 disciples with everything they had. The soldiers were well aware that the Rui Lin army numbered many more and it would not hurt the force much even if they lost the few of them. But the disciples of the cloud-treading peak cannot be allowed to come to harm. By protecting every single one of those disciples, they would be able to bring new strength to the soldiers of the Rui Lin army in the future. Rongheng and his fellow disciples were in a dire situation. Although the soldiers from the Rui Lin army were fighting to protect them with their lives, the shockwaves that swept through them from the guardian-grade spirit beast were not what medical practitioners like them could withstand, and scathed. "General Long, we have dragged you down with us." Rongheng looked at Long Qi, his face pale. If it was not for them, their skills from being in the Rui Lin army would at least allow them to escape from the spirit beast even if they could not defeat it. "This has nothing to do with you, I was too careless." Long Qi narrowed his eyes and anger flashed menacingly. No one would have expected the young youths to harbor such insidious intentions against us. If they had not provoked and led the spirit beast to us, we would not be in such a dire situation. And all those hateful wretches had even run away after leading the spirit beast to us. Another cloud-treading peak disciple spat out those words in disgust. Chapter 490, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 1. A guardian-grade spirit beast was something that no one dared provoke. Long Chi had initially agreed to hunt down 5 high-grade spirit beasts for Ning Xin and her team, and when they reached the Spirit Moon Lake, he had kept his word and went out in search for signs of high-grade spirit beasts. Never had he ever thought that Ning Xin and her teammates would lead a raging guardian-grade spirit beast right up to them. And after the youths led the guardian-grade spirit beast to come right beside Long Chi and his men, they all took the opportunity to escape, dragging Long Chi and his right into the abyss. When that scene replayed through his mind, Long Chi was absolutely seething in rage, but the situation did not allow him time to continue dwelling on that. 5 Rui Lin army soldiers were still battling the guardian-grade spirit beast, and their power was absolutely no match for the guardian-grade spirit beast. But in order to buy a little more time for Rongheng and his fellow disciples to escape, they fought valiantly, laying their lives on the line. The tacit understanding developed over many years of battles between the men allowed them to hold out a little, but they were all already badly wounded and they were all covered in blood. The blood dripped and scattered with their movements, and the ground was soon covered in those scarlet splatters. "I will need to trouble you men to bring my brother with you. The rest of us will continue to try to buy you more time." Long Chi handed the badly injured soldiers over to Rongheng and his fellow disciples and rushed into the frenzied battle without even looking back. "General." The soldier looked on with despair as he stared at Long Chi's resolute back. A distance away from the battle, Ning Xin was well hidden behind a cluster of dense trees. Her venomous eyes stared intently at the raging battle to the death, and her lips curled into a vicious smile. "Senior Ning, they are not a match for the guardian-grade spirit beast," Yin Yen said, standing beside Ning Xin as he watched the men from the Rui Lin army being pushed back step by step by the spirit beast. "I had expected them not to be able to handle it. The guardian-grade spirit beasts do not eat people, and it will leave after those men are dead. Those men had killed several high-grade spirit beasts earlier, and they are sure to have the high-grade spirit stones on them," Ning Xin said with glee, her eyes shining with satisfaction. Whoever dared embarrass her would never escape her wrath. That escort Long had blatantly spurned her earlier kind offer and trampled on her pride. People like that only more than deserve to die. Yin Yen lowered his head and remained silent. He was wary of Ning Xin's unbelievable viciousness. The team of men were outstanding in terms of strength and skills, and just because they incurred the wrath of Ning Xin, they were led into a situation that they would have to pay for it with their very lives. Under that facade of a beautiful and sweet young lady, Ning Xin hid a venomous and malicious mind that terrified Yin Yen endlessly. However, just at that moment, a commotion sounded from another direction caught Ning Xin's and her team's attention. They saw 2 black shadows streak out from the trees, charging straight at the fully enraged guardian-grade spirit beast. "What is that?" Ning Xin was greatly surprised. The black shadows moved too quickly and she could not see what they were. Struggling valiantly, Long Chi's back was torn by a swipe from the guardian-grade spirit beast. The armor on his back was shredded along with his flesh, and his whole back suddenly became one garish scarlet gory mess. Another Rui Lin army soldier hurried to hold off the spirit beast while 2 other soldiers dragged Long Chi speedily away from the battle. The abrupt and violent movements elicited so much pain that Long Chi suddenly saw stars before his eyes. The guardian-grade spirit beast was able to even shred the strong armor his ring spirit had transformed into. That heaven-defying power was truly not something any of them was able to take on. As he looked on at the battlefield in despair, Long Chi clenched his teeth together tightly to keep himself conscious. But he knew for sure then that all of them would not leave the forest alive. And just when the guardian-grade spirit beast had knocked the soldiers standing in its way flying in all directions and was readying itself to pounce on Long Chi, a black shadow suddenly smashed into the head of the spirit beast. A loud crash reverberated. Strong shockwaves from the force of the impact threw everyone into the air. Long Chi was sailing through the air when suddenly, in the next moment, he found himself caught by a strong force before he could crash into the ground. Chapter 491, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 2. It was a massive black beast. It had used its head to push against Long Chi's body, which had been about to crash onto the ground. The beast coiled its thick black tail around Long Chi's body and shifted him to rest on its back. The agile beast then spun in the air and landed on its feet and laid Long Chi down gently in a clear area on the ground. Long Chi felt his back burning as though it was in flames. He bit back on the unimaginable pain and struggled to stand, as he stared at the beast that had saved him, which had sped right back into the battlefield with amazing speed. The beast darted and dodged nimbly, and it managed to bring all the soldiers of the Rui Lin army back. When he finally saw the beast clearly up close, Long Qi immediately froze rigid. That black beast was such a familiar sight to his eyes. How many had he followed behind that very same black beast, his eyes fixed on the tiny figure seated upon its back, watching the figure with her head held high, and her unyielding straight back. "If you don't want to die, be good and stay back." A familiar voice sounded in his ears. That voice was cold, but it made a warmth like comforting warm spring water start to spread throughout his entire body. Long Qi turned quickly at the sound of the voice, ignoring the pain that wrecked at him, and knelt down on one knee immediately towards the source of the voice. His proud head was lowered, and his voice was filled with reverence as he said, "Long Qi welcomes our young miss." His voice was tinged with a slight tremble. It was due to his feelings of agitation, coupled with longing. A tiny figure stood right before Long Qi. Although the figure was small in stature and looked to be weak, the appearance of that person, however, gave Long Qi a greater sense of security than anyone else could. That figure had a delicate countenance, and his slightly unremarkable features were expressionless. But that cold and chilly presence stirred up feelings of awe in people. Just as Long Qi's voice faded, the black beast had returned after retrieving all the other Rui Lin army soldiers, and it laid the men on the ground before it came to stand beside the figure. The other Rui Lin army soldiers who had been suddenly dragged away from the ferocious battle had still not recovered from the sudden appearance of the black beast. The black beast that had saved them shocked the men so badly they were all suddenly speechless. As a member of the Rui Lin army, they were often stationed at the Lin Palace to guard the safety of the 3 generations of the Jun family. When the massacre within the imperial city occurred, they had followed Long Qi, partaken in the capture of the officials, and witnessed a young lady's decisive and resolute actions that had won the day. And in those memories, a formidable and majestic black beast had been present as well, just like the one before their eyes, looking exactly the same. And at that moment, their general was kneeling before their eyes, at the petite figure that they all somehow find both familiar and strange at the same time. They do not remember having encountered that face before, but the pair of eyes on it was another thing altogether. They suddenly felt the cold and chilly presence that the figure gave out, and their minds all came to astounding realization. "Young miss." The Rui Lin army soldiers ignored the pain from their injuries and trembled as they all fell down on one knee before the figure, their voices shaking in excitement. Under the expansive skies, the only people that could make a Rui Lin army soldier kneel down in reverence numbered just 3. Duke Jun Xian, His Highness Jun Qing, and one other person. The young miss of the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxia. And she was the only person that was able to control the terrifying massive black beast. The countenance of the face might have changed, the clothes might be different, but the men would never mistake the figure for anyone else. Standing before them, accompanied by the black beast, could only be the goddess in their hearts. Jun Wuxia. The one person who had, for the Lin Palace, and for the Rui Lin army, created a miracle for single-handedly. However, the tiny figure did not acknowledge any of the genuflections shown to her nor grace them with a reply. Right before the eyes of all the men from the Rui Lin army, she hopped onto the back of the black beast, threw down over 10 bottles of medicine and elixirs, and loped off into the distance with the black beast, charging right at the guardian-grade spirit beast who had almost taken the lives of Long Qi and his men earlier. Chapter 492, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 3. The hearts of Long Qi and his men jumped. And before they could even react, several figures suddenly appeared, having broken out through the trees. Several good-looking youths were seated upon the back of a humongous bear, and they shot right past Long Qi and his men. Raleigh. Hold the beast back. Brother Hua. Little Yen. Rong Rua. Bring out your ring spirits. Xiao Chu jumped off Raleigh's back and bit down hard on the tip of his thumb. Blood flowed out from his thumb, and he pressed it between his brows as he smeared the blood right between his eyes. A purple light flared out from his body the next moment. A purple spirit. Everyone else who had their eyes on the battlefield were all suddenly startled. The purple spirit, which had not been seen in the past century, appeared right before their eyes at that moment. On top of that, it was a youth looking to be just 16 or 17 years old. However, before any of them could recover from the shock, 3 more blindingly glaring purple glows erupted in tandem. The other 3 youths who had appeared with the first one were all glowing with a blinding purple light emanating from their spiritual powers. 4 purple spirit users. And they were all still so young. All of it was just too unbelievable. The immense double-headed bone snake appeared in a torrential rush. Following right after, a silvery white hell butterfly fluttered in the air and a gigantic ape gave out a ear-splitting roar. All their eyes were fixed on the guardian-grade spirit beast. Bolts of light lit up the area as they were shot out in succession, and the blasts resonated as they exploded in the air. The mammoth-sized guardian-grade spirit beast suddenly found itself under a concentrated and coordinated attack, and it let out another earth-shattering roar. Yisha leapt into the midst of the fray and shot out several rays aimed directly at the eyes of the guardian-grade spirit beast, which exploded in quick succession on the spirit beast. Jun Wuxie and the black beast swerved and dodged, twisted and turned under the feet of the spirit beast, the black beast using its lightning-quick reflexes to halt the advancing steps of the guardian-grade spirit beast. Countless hell butterflies circled the spirit beast as they fluttered their wings endlessly. Bits of pollen that numbed and paralyzed the nerves fell from those uncountable fluttering light wings as Raleigh and the great ape rushed the spirit beast from the front. The 2 massive-sized ring spirit who possessed overwhelming strength let out deafening roars as they dug in their hind limbs and pushed back at the front legs of the spirit beast, stopping it from advancing a single step more. The double-headed bone snake slid and slithered, as its sturdy bone frame tangled with the spirit beast's 9 powerful tails. Qiao Chu, Hua Yao, Fei Yen, and Rong Rua fired their spiritual energies bolts endlessly, all concentrated upon the spirit beast, and the incessant explosions rocked the trees all around with its impact. The battlefield was lit in a bright purple light as the spiritual power bolts continued to rain upon the spirit beast. In a blink, the guardian-grade spirit beast that had driven everyone into despair was suddenly stopped in its tracks by the combined and well-coordinated attacks of Jun Wuxie and her teammates. Long Qi and his men, who had managed to gain a short breather, suddenly all stood up, as they stared transfixed at the scene before their eyes, at a loss for words. "General Long, who are all these people? Why would they help our young miss to resist against the spirit beast?" All the Rui Lin army soldiers were stunned. They had just experienced firsthand the overwhelming might and terror of the guardian-grade spirit beast, and they wouldn't believe what they were seeing if they did not witness it themselves. 16 or 17-year-old purple spirit users. Ring spirits that were so powerful they could not tell their grades. And the overwhelmingly powerful spirit beast that was being held down. Everything was just like a dream. It made all the men feel they had walked into an illusionary realm. Long Qi's heart was beating furiously and his breaths were coming in short gasps. He turned suddenly and picked up all the medicine bottles that Jun Wuxie had thrown to them and moved as quickly as he could to distribute them among his men. "Heal yourselves now. Our young miss is currently risking her life to save us. We cannot afford to dawdle here in inaction." Long Qi shouted to his men. Huddled on one side, Rongheng and the other cloud-treading peak disciples were holding each other tightly as terror overtook them. At the sound of Long Qi's shout, they recovered enough to scramble over to help the Rui Lin army soldiers with the medicine. Chapter 493, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 4. Among the myriad bottles of medicines, there were salves for external use and elixirs to be ingested orally. Rongheng and his fellow disciples moved hurriedly to dispense and apply the various medicines for the Rui Lin army soldiers under Long Qi's orders, with their hearts palpitating crazily in fear. Rongheng had not uttered a single sound, but the undisguised terror that filled his eyes had not left his eyes for a single moment. The other 2 cloud-treading peak disciples might not have noticed, but he had seen it very clearly. Wasn't the youth that was riding on the back of that black beast the very same Jun Xie who was in the Qingyun clan then? On the day that the Qingyun clan was obliterated, Mu Chen had led all the disciples from the cloud-treading peak off the mountain. Rongheng and his fellow disciples had the deepest respect and utmost trust for Mu Chen, and they did not question the sudden decision, not even once. They only knew on that day, something terrible had happened in the cloudy peaks, and except for the cloud-treading peak, all the disciples from the other peaks were all killed. Rongheng had searched all over the place for Jun Xie then, fearing deeply for the safety of that warm-hearted but cold-faced boy, who had produced medicine just for his condition. Fortunately, he had not been able to locate Jun Xie's body within the cloudy peaks. But neither had he seen Jun Xie, and he could only pray fervently in his heart that the boy had left the cloudy peaks, a place where hidden and untold dangers laid. Nevertheless, Rongheng would never have imagined that he would see Jun Xie once again in the Battle Spirit's forest. What shocked him even more was that Long Qi and the other men from the Rui Lin army had unhesitatingly knelt before Jun Xie, and he knew he had clearly heard them address Jun Xie as young Mississippi. He was sure it was young Mississippi. Having followed Mu Chen to temporarily serve under the Lin Palace, Rongheng had naturally known that the Rui Lin army only took orders from people who shared the same blood with the Jun family. Jun Xian, Jun Qing, and one other who had still not appeared before them, their young miss, Jun Wuxie. And Long Qi and his men had just addressed Jun Xie as young Mississippi Jun Xie Jun Wuxie. Could they be the one and the same? Countless questions and shocking revelations swirled in Rongheng's mind, but he realized that now wasn't the best time to ask questions. The guardian-grade spirit beast was right before them, and he needed help the men from the Rui Lin army recover every single bit of power in the shortest time possible. However, just as Rongheng was recovering from his shock and he noticed the bottles of medicine in his hands, his heart was in for another traumatic shock. As a disciple of the Qingyun clan, he possessed quite a bit of knowledge in medicine. He had only given all the medicines a quick sweeping glance, and he was able to identify that all the bottles Jun Xie had carelessly thrown to the soldiers were without exception, all exceptionally rare and precious. The gashes so deep that the bone was exposed, and when the cooling salve was applied on the wound, it immediately stopped the bleeding and closed the wound. The soldiers who had been vomiting blood suddenly found the blood stop surging up their throats after they swallowed the lightly fragrant elixirs. What were all these medicines made from? Its effects completely overshadowed and was more amazing than any medicine he had ever seen in the Qingyun clan. He applied and fed the medicines to Long Qi and his men as was required as he forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. Rongheng found his head whirling as everything that was happening before his eyes was just so unbelievable. Every single thing about it rendered him speechless. And, as for the people who found themselves speechlessly amazed, was not just limited to Rongheng alone. Hidden in the shadows, the youths had been patiently waiting for the battle to over before they could loot the bodies. And the shock that rocked their minds from what they were seeing at that moment shook them to their very cores. Initially, as she had watched Long Qi and his men gradually losing ground in the battle, and seeing their lifeblood flow out from their bodies, the smile on Ning Xian's face had widened and her expression was one of arrogance. But just as she was thinking that Long Qi and his men would finally lose their lives for their disrespectful and spurious treatment of her, two dark figures had suddenly appeared, and shattered Ning Xian's dream to pieces. And the smile on her face immediately froze, and the expression on her face gradually turned into one of utter disbelief and shock. Long Qi and his men were actually rescued. Chapter 494, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 5. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, none of them would have believed that anyone had the ability to save someone under attack by a guardian-grade spirit beast. And that was exactly what happened right before the eyes of Ning Xian and her team. When those two black shadows had appeared, Ning Xian and her team had not expected things to turn out this way. The black beast had plucked the soldiers of the Rui Lin army out from the battle in quick succession, and the same highly arrogant men who had so coldly spurned Ning Xian and Lu Weijie had unhesitatingly knelt before a figure they had not been able to see. That scene was what caused Ning Xian to stare in wide-eyed disbelief. When she managed to get a clear look at the face of the person, she had been so greatly shocked she stood dumbfounded for a long while. That tiny figure she was seeing, wasn't that Jun Xie, whom she had used to disgrace and suppress Fan Jin's overly shining reputation? Why is it him? Ning Xian could not believe her eyes. And what happened after made Ning Xian's face pale immediately, and she suddenly felt weak. After Jun Xie snatched Long Qi and his men from the jaws of death, he rushed back at the guardian-grade spirit beast. Just as Ning Xian was still smiling in glee at Jun Xie having overestimated himself, more figures suddenly jumped into the fray one after another. The successive streaks of purple light made her dizzy, and powerful ring spirits she had never seen almost made her eyes pop out in shock. Impossible, it's not possible. Ning Xian stared spellbound as the guardian-grade spirit beast's attack was held back by the skillfully executed and well-coordinated attacks of Jun Xie and his teammates. She turned suddenly to stare at Yin Yan, who was staring mesmerized, and she screamed. "Didn't you tell me Jun Xie's ring spirit was just an ordinary little black cat? So, what's with the massive black beast I am seeing here? And where did those purple spirit users pop out from?" Yin Yan was just as horrified by what he was seeing with his eyes. Hearing Ning Xian's screaming voice, he recovered a little and he shivered as he felt a chill run up his spine before he stammered haltingly, I don't know, I really saw it. His ring spirit was just a black cat. That black beast, I've never seen it before. Those purple spirit users, purple spirits, I really do not know. Yin Yen felt like crying. How was he expected to explain how Junxie had so suddenly undergone such a heaven-defying change? And more terrifyingly, he had 4 purple spirit exponents with him. 4 purple spirits. What kind of an abomination was that? They had not seen the birth of a purple spirit for a century, and even if there was one, in all instances, it would have been a hermit who had shut himself off from the world and be like 100 years old. It was not possible for young youths in their teens. But no matter how unbelievable that was, the fact was right before their eyes, and the undeniable truth of the matter wrecked at their sensibilities. All of what they were seeing was really happening. Damn. Ning Xin was chewing on her nails in anxiety and the inevitable feeling of doom. She could not blame Yin Yen entirely for it. Those other people whom she had sent to snoop on Junxie had come back with the same conclusions. But from what they were seeing here in the Battle Spirits Forest, all the intelligence that they had gathered about Junxie, nothing could be further from the truth. That seemingly inconspicuous pint-sized brat was way more complicated than what all of them could ever imagine. The massive and powerful black beast always by his side notwithstanding, just the 4 purple spirit exponents before them would be able to cause unimaginable upheaval throughout the lands under the heavens. Ning Xian's mind was whirling as countless thoughts raced through it. She tried her hardest to recall if she had gone against Junxie face to face in the Zephyr Academy. After seeing Junxie's true might and prowess in battle, she wouldn't have dared to even cast her shadow on Junxie no matter what she was offered. She heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that she had always used Yin Yen to instigate Li Zimu to carry out those deeds, and she had never appeared before Junxie herself. There's still a chance to win him over. Chapter 495, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 6. Ning Xin had just heaved a sigh of relief when Yin Yen, who was beside her, suddenly gave out a high-pitched scream. "Shut up!" Ning Xin said with a cold stare, but Yin Yen was pointing forward with his hand raised and his face pale. Ning Xin turned to look in the direction Yin Yen was pointing, and what she saw made her feel as though a bolt of lightning had suddenly struck her, and she stood there completely dumbstruck. Another tall figure had just appeared beside Long Qi and the others. Fan Jin. It's Fan Jin, he is still alive. Yin Yen could not help it as his body trembled visibly. He suddenly grabbed at Ning Xin's shoulders and said fearfully, "Senior Ning, Fan Jin is still alive. And Junxie was in the same team as him." Those words caused Ning Xin's mind to explode in a big blast. That's right. How could she have missed the possibility that Fan Jin could still have been with Junxie all this while? She had mindlessly taken other possibilities for granted when she had received the news that Fan Jin had fallen into the trap she had set. Fan Jin was still very much alive. That would mean that her plan had failed utterly. Fan Jin had arrived just after Junxie and the others, and that was telling her that they had been together all this time. That would mean that her whole scheme had been irrecoverably exposed. Ning Xin, who had still fully intended to win Junxie over to her side, suddenly paled as all color drained from her face. Although she had fully delegated everything to Yin Yen for all the arrangements to be made for the scheme she had plotted to be carried out in the Battle Spirits Forest, the target that they wanted to kill was nevertheless the adopted son of the headmaster, and the target's prominence had inadvertently caused the disciples roped into the scheme to feel a certain unease. And to counter that, Ning Xin had allowed Yin Yen to hint that her father would grant them certain favors and advantages after the deed is done. That plan had been foolproof, and Ning Xin had never expected that she would fail. But Fan Jin had suddenly appeared here alive and well. Exceptionally powerful ring spirits, 4. Purple spirit exponents. When those realizations came crashing into Ning Xin's mind, the strength in her legs seeped out from her. It's over, it's really over this time. She wasn't worried that Fan Jin would exact his revenge on her after finding out the truth, but she did not dare to imagine how she would even begin to stand up to Junxie's terrifying wrath. Let's go. We need to return immediately. Ning Xin leaned heavily on the tree trunk, struggling to hold herself up. She could not afford to wait till Junxie and his team had taken down the Guardian-grade spirit beast before she made her escape. If they were to wait till then, she wouldn't be able to leave this place alive. What? Yin Yen could not believe what he heard. Ning Xin raised a hand and slapped Yin Yen hard across the face before she screamed, "Are you an idiot? If we do not leave now, You want to wait till they defeat the guardian-grade spirit beast and free up their hands to come kill us. Fan Jin is still alive and our scheme is all exposed. Even if Fan Jin does nothing in retaliation, what about Jun Xie? Can you see it? He has obviously broken through to the yellow spirit. Can't you see how immensely powerful his ring spirit is? Even if the purple spirit exponents with her do not raise a finger against us, just Jun Xie alone would be more than enough to claim both our lives. Yin Yan snapped back to his senses and held his hand to his burning cheek, staring helplessly at the raging and greatly flustered Ning Xin. We leave now. Back to the Zephyr Academy. My father is there, and even if Jun Xie was to seek revenge against me, my father's men would still be able to stop him. If we stay here any longer, we would not see anything other than our doom. Ning Xin's face was now a deathly pallor. Never in her wildest dreams would she expect that a pawn she had used to attack Fan Jin with would one day turn out to be such a ferocious beast that could threaten her life so. Yes, Yin Yan nodded quickly as his body continued to tremble. The two of them supported each other as they stumbled along through the dense forest to make their escape. Lu Weijie and the rest of the team who had been waiting all this time suddenly saw Ning Xin and the others return with extremely pale and flustered faces. Chapter 496, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 7. Ning Xin, what happened to all of you? Lu Weijie went forward towards them, his face filled with concern, but he was pushed away by Ning Xin impatiently. I want to go back. Ning Xin exclaimed determinedly and ignored all of Lu Weijie's anxious and worried questions, dragging Yin Yan behind her as she strode off. Lu Weijie and the other disciples were all confused and perplexed, not knowing what was actually happening. A few youths among them were saying, "What's wrong with Senior Ning? The spirit hunt is not over yet, why is she in such a hurry to leave? Didn't she tell us to wait here for those men to be killed and we'll go loot their bodies?" One of the corners of Lu Weijie's mouth twitched. He felt rather insulted that Ning Xin had pushed him aside without any consideration for his feelings. Let her leave if she wants to. We'll continue to wait here. Lu Weijie murmured softly, in obvious dissatisfaction. On the other side of the trees, the guardian-grade spirit beast was being attacked by Jun Wuxie and her teammates. It possessed an extremely thick hide and its thick fur and hide blocked most of the attacks, but it was not able to ward off all the concentrated attacks from all directions. Its explosive rage was slowly being replaced by the tiredness brought by the pain inflicted upon it. When it finally decided that it was getting too troublesome for its taste, the guardian-grade spirit beast suddenly turned around and ran off in the opposite direction of where Long Qi and his men were standing. The guardian-grade spirit beast's sudden escape surprised Xiao Chu and the others who had been prepared to lay down their lives in this battle. They stared in wide-eyed surprise as the spirit beast suddenly turned tail and whizzed off into the trees, the purple light from their spiritual powers still glowing brightly in their palms. Why did it suddenly run? Xiao Chu scratched his head, unable to understand the guardian-grade spirit beast's logic. A guardian-grade spirit beast possesses a certain level of intelligence and they will not carry out a fight to the death with its opponent. Unless there was no other way out, spirit beasts of such a level would size up the situation and take an alternative course. The last one to join into the fray, Fan Jin explained as he panted heavily. However, his eyes were still staring incredulous at Xiao Chu and the others as the purple light from their spiritual powers continued to glow, his mind still unable to fully accept what he was seeing. How could he accept the fact that he had been living the past few days with 4 unbelievable purple spirit exponents right beside him? They are legendary purple spirit exponents, the pinnacle of power. The guardian-grade spirit beast's sudden retreat made Jun Wuxie wary and her senses were still all heightened as she warned, "Beware." Yisha shimmered and disappeared right before their eyes. Jun Wuxie rode upon the black beast's back and came to where Long Qi and his men were gathered. Long Qi and the soldiers saw Jun Wuxie approaching and they knelt on one knee immediately. Their wounds had mainly been treated and taken care of. They were almost going to join in the battle when the fight suddenly ended. Rongheng and his 2 other fellow disciples stood respectfully on one side. After all, they had a very good idea of the identity of the youth before them. Jun Wuxie ignored the kneeling soldiers and walked right past them to come stand beside the soldier whose arm was almost fully cut off. She jumped off the back of the black beast and squatted down beside the men to check the wound. The soldier immediately attempted to straighten his tired and limp body when he saw Jun Wuxie approach and struggled to get up. Your subordinate greets young Mississippi. I beg your forgiveness for my tardiness in paying my respects. Clunk. A clatter sounded. The sword in Fan Jin's hand dropped to the ground beside him. Xiao Chu and Fei Yan stood frozen. Their mouths were wide open. Their eyes did not blink. They stood still as statues in their spots. Their minds were suddenly blank as they stared at the calm and composed Jun Xie. Why young Miss O of the Rui Lin army, the young Miss? Fan Jin's mind swam with those words as they repeated themselves over and over endlessly. His mind was not able to function at that moment. Jun Xie is a girl. Jun Xie is a girl. She is the young Miss of the Rui Lin army. Lin Palace Jun family Jun Xie. Fan Jin's body trembled involuntarily at the big revelation that had just exploded in his mind. Chapter 497, Consecutive Slaps, Third Form, 8. Xiao Chu and Fei Yan reacted in the exact same way, and even Hua Yao's and Rong Ruo's faces were filled with shock. These two had always had a naggy and sneaking suspicion that Jun Xie was a girl over the time they had spent together. But not for a single moment would they ever have imagined that she would be the young Miss of the most ferocious strike force across the lands. Little Xie, you are there. Xiao Chu raised a hand, and pointed a finger which was shaking so badly as he turned it towards Long Qi and his men, his eyes clearly still not fully focused. Jun Wuxie shot Xiao Chu a glance but did not give him a reaction. She did not understand why Xiao Chu and the others were acting so shocked. Did her real identity matter that much? To Jun Wuxie, she did not care about a person's status or background. What concerned her was getting to know the person as an individual, and that's all that mattered. So, she had naturally assumed that everyone else thought the same way. It's not that complicated. I am deeply grateful for the assistance rendered to us. Allow my humble self to extend my thanks as the general of the Rui Lin army, Long Qi. Long Qi stood up at that moment, his tall frame towering over the youths before him. Xiao Chu shook his head and waved his hands in a hurry. Don't think anything about it. It was your young Miss who brought us to you. It's little wonder now, when I was thinking earlier why she would rush in without a thought, to come here once she heard that someone was trying to con several men from the Rui Lin army. So, it's because they were family, Xiao Chu said, but the last sentence was said in a barely audible whisper. Long Qi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, striking a debonair figure. Do you need help? Rongheng, who had been standing quietly on one side, tried to get closer to Jun Wuxie. And the closer he got to her, the more certain he was that the youth before him was the same Jun Xie that had been at the Qingyun clan. Jun Wuxie nodded. Lift his arm up, and push the wound together. Rongheng did as he was told. The soldier who was being treated was feeling rather overwhelmed by the young mistreating his wound personally, and his pale and colorless face was suddenly flushed pink. He tried his best to straighten his back and for his face to remain composed, attempting to not look as wretched as he felt. The arm was cut cleanly, and the neater the cut, the easier it was for her to reattach the limb. That spirit beast skill with its blades isn't too shabby. Those words suddenly just came out of Jun Wuxie's mouth. The pink glow on the soldier's face faded. All the others around looked at Jun Wuxie, speechless, not knowing how to reply to that. Did she know what she just said? After she had dealt with the soldier's wounds, Jun Wuxie raised her hands, and wiped her two blood-filled tiny hands clean on the soldier's clothes. After her hands were cleaned, she finally stood up satisfied. The expressions on the faces of all the people there cannot be described as merely shocked at that moment. Yisha returned at that moment, and based on his observations, that guardian-grade spirit beast would not be returning to resume their battle. The spirit beast had gone off in a westerly direction and had not turned its head back once. With that report, Long Qi finally relaxed his tensed-up nerves. Find me the location of Ning Xin and her group. Jun Wuxie commanded Yisha, her eyes narrowed dangerously. She had initially relented and agreed to Fan Jin's request to spare Ning Xin and Yin Yan just that once. But they had insisted on seeking their own deaths and laid their scheming claws on the Rui Lin army's men. Since they refused to take the easy broad avenues of the heavens, she might as well send them down into the fiery dark depths of hell. The command of the Rui Lin army had already been given to her, and these men were hers to protect. Ning Xin had dared lay her hands on her men, and she shall pay for it with her life. Jun Wuxie's words sent a chill up Fan Jin's entire body, and he had wanted to say something till he saw the blood-soaked clothes on Long Qi and his men. That sight shut him up properly, well and good. If Jun Wu and Xie and the others had not made it here in time, what they would be seeing here now would be several lifeless bodies. The men of the Rui Lin army were well respected everywhere. And Jun Wuxie was the young miss of the Lin Palace itself. If she intended to seek revenge for the harm inflicted to her men, Fen Jin would not be able to find any reason to even plead against it. Chapter 498, Consecutive Slaps, Homesickness, 1. After waiting for a while, Yisha returned. And the news he brought back made Jun Wuxie's brow furrow. No one knew the reason why Ning Xin and Yin Yan had suddenly decided to withdraw themselves from the spirit hunt. The two of them had hurried their way out and released their distress signal flare. When Yisha got to where the two of them were, they had already been retrieved by the teachers that had hurried over to escort them out. They have escaped rather quickly, Jun Wuxie said chillingly. As the saying goes, even if the monk escapes, the monastery remains in place. They will still have to come back to the Zephyr Academy in any case, isn't that right? Hua Yao said, his face a sea of calm. Jun Wuxie smiled, a little coldly. They have nowhere else to run. Those two might have been lucky and bought themselves some time by withdrawing and leaving the Battle Spirits Forest suddenly. But when the spirit hunt ends and all the disciples return to the Zephyr Academy, would Ning Xin and Yin Yan still be able to hide? She had no intentions of letting those two off so easily. Since they dared scheme against the Rui Lin army, they must be prepared to accept the consequences. Do we carry on with the spirit hunt or do we go back as well? Xiao Chu was feeling rather eager and edgy. Following Jun Wuxie always provided him with unparalleled thrills and endless excitement. First, it had been the Qingyun clan, then it had been to fight a guardian-grade spirit beast. He was really filled with anticipation to see what other earth-shaking things Jun Wuxie would be able to come up with after this. Continue. We'll deal with them when we get back. Jun Wuxie was in no rush. It was a good thing that Ning Xin had escaped today. If she had gotten herself caught in the Battle Spirits Forest today and she was forced to just kill her easily, wouldn't that make things too dull and boring? Since Ning Xin chose to escape, she must realize that the clock had started ticking. When they get back to the Zephyr Academy, she would make Ning Xin fully regret ever having made her escape today, as she would have died a much cleaner and less painful death here in the Battle Spirits Forest if she had stayed to answer for her folly. If that's the case, why don't we just stay around here and hunt down some prey? Xiao Chu rubbed his fists and cracked his knuckles, preparing himself to haul in a big one. If they could even resist against a guardian-grade spirit beast, any other spirit beasts would not even pose a challenge to him. Jun Wuxie turned to Long Qi and his men and asked, "What are all of you doing here?" When she was still at the Lin Palace, she had not heard that the Rui Lin army had any intentions of coming into the Battle Spirits Forest. Reporting to young Miss, the reason your subordinate came here is to locate the Aqua Spirit Grass. Long Qi answered respectfully. Aqua Spirit Grass. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow and she glanced at Rongheng and his fellow disciples. It seems that Mu Qian has found a way to further develop the veins and arteries for all of you. Yes. Exactly. Rongheng stared at Jun Wuxie with shock in his eyes. Jun Wuxie had only heard Long Qi mention Aqua Spirit Grass and she knew exactly what Mu Qian wanted to do with it. Her exceptional knowledge of herbs really astounded him greatly. I'll come too. Jun Wuxie had previously toyed with the idea of using Aqua Spirit Grass. But she had been in the Lin Palace then and she did not have adequate herbs for her research. When she went to the Qingyun clan, she found quite a bit of Aqua Spirit Grass in the hidden Cloud Peak and she had cultivated some elixirs from them. If they had Aqua Spirit Grass here, it would not hurt if she could stock up a little on it. When Jun Wuxie obliterated the Qingyun clan, her biggest regret was that she had not been able to bring all those rare and precious herbs in the hidden Cloud Peak back with her. And after hearing Long Qi's report on the current situation in the Lin Palace, she was able to conclude that Mu Qian had brought the whole stock of all the herbs in the hidden Cloud Peak with him to the Lin Palace, and had generously splurged and indulged the Rui Lin army soldiers with them, and that made her felt decidedly better. When she had lured Mu Qian to go to the Lin Palace, Jun Wuxie had not thought that he would give it his all. She had thought that Mu Qian had some understanding on the intricacies of veins and arteries and he would be able to help enhance and develop the Rui Lin army's condition while she was not around. But from what Long Qi was telling her, Mu Qian had not only kept his promise and gone to the Lin Palace, but had given everything he had to develop suitable medicine tailored to the Rui Lin Army's specific needs. That had pleasantly been out of Jun Wuxie's expectations. Chapter 499, Homesickness, 2. Master Mu is extremely concerned for our body's condition, and the Duke has approved for him to deploy up to 10 members of the Rui Lin Army any way he deems fit to assist him in developing elixirs for us. Long Qi's tone was calm, but it was not hard to see that he held great respect for Mu Chen. Jun Wuxie's eyebrow raised suddenly. The Rui Lin Army was Jun Xian's pride and joy. Every single soldier was highly prized. Even the original owner of her body had not been allowed to move a single soldier in the Rui Lin Army, which showed just how much Jun Xian did not allow just anyone to give orders to his prized army. And by allowing Mu Chen to freely deploy up to 10 soldiers in the Rui Lin Army, it told of the trust Jun Xian had for Mu Chen. Based on Jun Xian's reaction, Jun Wuxie knew that Mu Chen had been really sincere in keeping his promise to Jun Wuxie in the Cloudy Peaks. Mu Chen was indeed a man of his words. Grandfather and uncle, how are they? The one question that had been suppressed in her heart, and one that she had hesitated so long to ask. Jun Wuxie had been silent a long while before she could not help herself but to ask. She had never experienced nor known about what homesickness was, and it was only after she had left the Lin Palace that gave her a first taste of it. She missed Jun Xian's kind and benevolent smile, missed Jun Qing's jovial laughter. Even when she tried not to go think about it, it would still always surface in her mind. Long Qi looked at Jun Wuxie, his eyes suddenly softening. A faint smile appeared on his lips, but he lowered his head to hide it. The Duke and His Highness are fine. Except that they both miss you a lot. She could suddenly hear her heartbeat clearly. Jun Wuxie lowered her eyes, to wipe away the disappointment filling up in her eyes. She missed grandfather and uncle a lot too, but she couldn't go back yet. She was afraid. Afraid that if she went back, she would become greedy for the warmth brought by her family, and soften her heart and will. The bitter lesson with the Qingyun clan had taught her that even if she did not go out to provoke anybody, others would target and hunt her down, as she possessed the rare snow lotus. Although the water of heaven spring in the heavens flask allowed her to hide the snow lotus presence and others would not be able to find it, she did not want to live her life like a fugitive, hiding and living without purpose. As long as the snow lotus remained to be her ring spirit, and as long as she still lived in this world, danger could be hiding just around the next corner anytime. She was currently still too weak and vulnerable and was not able to take on the 12 palaces. If any of the 12 palaces were to find out about her real identity, she would not be the only one, but the whole Jun family and the Rui Lin Army would surely be implicated. The might of the Middle Realm was something Jun Wuxie had seen and experienced herself. That overwhelming and unbelievable strength was enough to drive people to despair and was able to smash everything she held dear to her heart in a blink. Her home, her family. She must not go back. No matter how much she missed home, she could not return. At the moment she realized that she must stay, Jun Wuxie decided that she would accompany Qiao Chu and the others to find the Dark Emperor's tomb, to gain the treasures and inherit its strength and power, to fully eradicate all the enemies who were eyeing the Snow Lotus. She wanted to become stronger, strong enough to make people not dare to covet any of her possessions, strong enough to prevent anyone from hurting a single hair on the people she dearly loved. That was Jun Wuxie's resolution. She would use the longing she had to see Jun Xian, the longing she had to see Jun Qing, and turn it into endless motivation for her to seek strength. Only after she had erased all the threats in this world, would she be able to return to the Lin Palace without worry. To return to her most cherished home, as she did not want to bring any of the dangers following her anywhere close to her family. "Young miss, are you really not going to return?" Long Qi saw Jun Wuxie lower her eyes, and he suddenly felt his heart wince. The Lin Palace without Jun Wuxie had suddenly felt to be greatly lacking, and everyone in there still felt a great sense of loss. Chapter 500, Homesickness, 3. The Duke and His Highness might not have shown their grief, but Long Qi, who knew the two men from the Jun family very well, knew that they missed Jun Wuxie terribly. Not for now. Jun Wuxie shook her head. Long Qi opened his mouth as if to say something but decided to remain silent in the end. Qiao Chu, Hua Yao and the rest looked at Jun Wuxie silently, their hearts going out for Jun Wuxie. Long Qi and his men did not know the reason why Jun Wuxie was refusing to return home. But Jun Wuxie's comrades knew the reason very well. It was because of the snow lotus within her. She could be found out by the 12 palaces anytime, and once that happened, the nightmare would begin. The rarity of a plant-type ring spirit was reason enough to alarm the monstrous entities from the 12 palaces. And once they moved to descend onto the lower realm to seize it, Jun Wuxie would not stand a chance to be able to live through it, even with the protection of the powerful Rui Lin army. The 12 palaces would completely exterminate Jun Wuxie, her family members, and the whole Rui Lin army. Having personally experienced the merciless cruelty of the 12 palaces, Qiao Chu and the others did not believe for a moment that the 12 palaces would show any mercy. Jun Wuxie's choice was made with an intention to protect the Lin Palace and the Rui Lin army from harm. Alright, we should start moving. Aren't we supposed to look for aqua spirit grass? Let's hurry before that fumbling spirit beast decides to come back here. Qiao Chu could not bear to see Jun Wuxie's sad eyes any longer, and he bolstered himself and tried to disperse the gloomy atmosphere with a laugh. Let's go. Long Qi realized that the words he had said might bring some measure of discomfort to Jun Wuxie, and he agreed to Qiao Chu's suggestions quickly. Everyone in that convoy seems to have come to an unspoken consensus, and no one spoke another word about it as they made their way towards the Spirit Moon Lake. The wounded soldiers were all feeling much better after receiving treatment, except for the soldiers who had gotten his arm reattached, who needed his comrades to help him as they moved out. With Qiao Chu frivolous and funny antics lightening up the mood, the journey was filled with smiles and sounds of laughter. Fei Yan joined in and formed a duet with Qiao Chu which warmed the hearts of everybody. Jun Wuxie carried the little black cat who had shrunk its form and walked in the middle of the group. The pangs of longing still tugged at her heart, a feeling still unfamiliar to her, and allowing Jun Wuxie to experience clearly what longing felt like. Would grandfather and uncle be angry with her for not bidding goodbye? We will definitely find the Dark Emperor's tomb. Hua Yao had suddenly appeared beside Jun Wuxie unnoticed and said in a whisper that only the two of them could hear. Jun Wuxie raised her head, her calm eyes showing a slight tinge of surprise. Hua Yao's handsome features broke into a genuine and heartfelt smile. He looked at Jun Wuxie and rubbed on Jun Wuxie's head a little before he said, "After we all become strong, shall we all go back together with you?" Jun Wuxie appeared to be surprised. The dull ache in her chest seemed to be getting slowly displaced by a soft spreading warmth. The ache was gradually fading and replaced by a feeling that was both sour and numbing. What? Are we not welcome? Hua Yao cracked a rare joke, taking a gentle swipe at Jun Wuxie, the tear-shaped mole at the edge of his eye making his face look more alluring as he smiled. Not that. Jun Wuxie shook her head, the cold expression on her face cracking a little as the faintest of smiles curled her lips ever so slightly. Grandfather and uncle would like all of you. I'll assume that's a deal. Hua Yao heaved a sigh of relief. Jun Wuxie was always so independent and strong-willed, but they had seen today that that stone-cold heart had a soft side to it as well. She was still human, and that revelation made the companions begin to want to show tenderness and concern for their little devilish companion. Chapter 501, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 1. She was still a young little girl after all, wasn't she? As her older siblings, they would not allow their little sister to feel so dejected. After we retrieve the aqua spirit grass, why don't we get Qiao Chu to summon Raleigh out to give you a great big hug? Hua Yao suggested, playing on Jun Wuxie's big weakness. Just as expected, the mere mention of Raleigh's name made Jun Wuxie's eyes light up. She lifted her head and nodded firmly, agreeing to Hua Yao's suggestion happily. Hua Yao was speechless as he led Jun Wuxie to join up with the rest of the group. The group moved, with sounds of boisterous laughter frequently erupting. But someone was intent on coming in to spoil the party, to throw a wet blanket on that celebratory and happy mood. Lu Weijie and his team had remained at the spot after Ning Xian had left, waiting for the windfall that he expected to fall into his lap. He waited for a while longer after the roars from the spirit beast had died down before he gathered up his courage to move out towards the spot they had led the spirit beast to attack the men from the Rui Lin army. But he suddenly found himself faced with Jun Wuxie and her group when he arrived at the Spirit Moon Lake. "Senior Lu, it's them." A sharp-eyed disciple saw with one glance that the group was Long Qi and his men. With that single glance, the disciple also caught sight of Fan Jin and a few other disciples wearing the Zephyr Academy's uniform. Lu Weijie froze. He had not expected that Long Qi and his men would come out of that battle alive. Having faced off with a guardian-grade spirit beast, the only result could only be inevitable doom. Long Qi and his men might have sustained injuries, but the wounds did not look to be too serious, and they looked to be in good spirits. That was a scene that Lu Weijie would never expect himself to see. Damned wretches! You still dare to show your face before us? The tempers of the Rui Lin army soldiers that had almost lost their lives to the guardian-grade spirit beast flared when they spotted the scoundrels who had led the spirit beast onto them. If they had not fallen prey to their insidious scheme, they would not have fallen to such a wretched state now. That angry shout turned Lu Weijie's blood to ice immediately. Long Qi and his men were still alive, and their ploy to get them killed by the guardian-grade spirit beast would be made known to everyone. What was he supposed to do next? Run. Lu Weijie did not dare to remain at his spot a moment longer. It suddenly dawned on him why Ning Xin and Yin Yan had withdrawn from the spirit hunt so suddenly. It had not been by accident, and they must have found out that Long Qi and his men had survived and escaped by announcing their withdrawal. Long Qi's skills and power were way above theirs, and his men were no meek mice either. When the Rui Lin army come after them to settle scores, it would only spell the end for all of them. When those thoughts came into his mind, Lu Weijie cursed colorfully at Ning Xin and Yin Yan, who had safely escaped on their own. They had obviously known that Long Qi and his men had survived, but they had not told them a single word about it and allowed them to think they could still gain the loot easily. They had remained there to wait senselessly and were now caught red-handed by Long Qi and his men. Lu Weijie picked up his legs and ran mindlessly. All his teammates followed, running for their lives. Long Qi's eyes narrowed dangerously. As the head of an army of battle-hardened men, he had allowed himself to be tricked by these young youths, and he felt deeply ashamed of having led his men into such danger. Run. Not so easy. Long Qi shouted, and the 5 other Rui Lin army soldiers who had sustained lighter injuries split immediately as they moved without a word. The years spent on the battlefield, wading through hordes of enemies, gave the men speed and determination that the young disciples of the Zephyr Academy could not hope to match. Even with the wounds on their tired bodies, the men easily caught up with the youths. The youths were running in all directions, and they were picked up and caught one by one, roughly thrown onto the hard ground. Lu Weijie used all his spiritual power to make a straight beeline, trying his best to pull away from Long Qi and his men. Alas, Long Qi had his eye on him and went straight after him. Lu Weijie turned his head and wanted to strike out with his spiritual power, but before he could even see where Long Qi had disappeared to, he found Long Qi's foot driven straight into his abdomen, and before he knew it, he found himself sailing a long way up into the air. Chapter 502, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 2. Everything happened in a flash. Lu Weijie was slammed into a thick tree and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. Before he could even recover from the shock, Long Qi had already picked him up by his collar and thrown him together with the rest of the disciples captured by the other soldiers. Lu Weijie had always been worshipped and placed upon a high pedestal due to his exceptional spiritual power among the Zephyr Academy's disciples. But he found himself now lying on the dirty ground in a hapless heap, not daring to raise a single word in protest. The few Rui Lin army soldiers surrounded the 20-odd Zephyr Academy disciples and drew out their razor-sharp swords from their hips. Light glinted off the cold steel, and suddenly, the disciples all started wailing pitifully. No. Please. Don't kill us. We did not mean it. We've realized our mistake. They had been anxiously waiting to loot the Rui Lin army soldiers' dead bodies just mere moments before, and now they suddenly found themselves shoved to lie in the dirt on the cold hard ground. When they found themselves staring into the cold sharp swords pointed at them, the well-pampered and always protected youths immediately knelt and pleaded pitifully for their lives. A few of the more timid ones had already wet themselves, a dark embarrassing wet patch staining the dirt below what they Saturday. Fan Jin's eyes widened in flustered shock, and he immediately rushed over to stand before them. General Long. Hold your swords. Long Qi's raised sword hesitated at that moment. I know that these scoundrels have committed an unforgivable crime, but they are after all still disciples of the Zephyr Academy. Please spare their lives on account of the Zephyr Academy, and the Academy promises to give you a satisfactory answer in return. Fan Jin hurried to intervene before the unthinkable happened. Long Qi and his men were men who had lived fighting, with their lives on the line. They were men who belonged to the most ferocious strike force, and taking the lives of those disciples could very well be easier for those men than eating a regular meal. Fan Jin knew very well if he had hesitated a moment more, all of the 20-odd lives of these disciples would have been extinguished there and then. Long Qi frowned deeply, his murderous rage still burning in his eyes as he said, having attempted to take the lives of others, they would naturally need to pay for it with their own lives. Fan Jin was sweating profusely, feeling heavily overwhelmed by Long Qi's oppressive aura. Although he knew a lot about the Rui Lin army, but he had never ever faced the blood-soaked murderous aura of a battle-hardened soldier up close, and the overpowering oppression was enough to almost make him lose his mind. I know, but all of you are at least still alive now, aren't you? I know they have gravely wronged you, but we are talking about more than 20 over lives here. Moreover, they aren't the real mastermind behind all this, or they would not have been moronic enough to have remained here in waiting. Their intentions might have been malicious, but they do not deserve to die for that. They are still very young, and I would implore General Long to show some mercy and spare them just this once. I can personally guarantee that the Zephyr Academy will definitely deal with them most severely. Fan Jin really felt like crying then. If he was not the son of the headmaster, he could jolly well let himself watch these idiots die. But as his father was the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy, and if he was to readily allow these 20-odd disciples to be killed here today, then the reputation of the Zephyr Academy would be utterly crushed henceforth. Although in every spirit hunt carried out, it was not deemed abnormal for a few of their disciples to die, but for this particularly star-studded team to be almost fully annihilated, it would be definitely raise countless eyebrows. For these disciples to have the ability to enroll into the Zephyr Academy, all the youths were either from fabulously rich families or from a strong tribe within one of the major powers throughout the lands. If over 20 of them were to lose their lives at the same time here, and all their families were to come knocking on the gates of the Zephyr Academy demanding answers, the Zephyr Academy might not be able to answer to them. Fan Jin's sweat would not stop flowing, and his heart pounded against his ribs. He greatly feared that Long Qi would ignore his plea, and carry out his slaughter as he intended. Long Qi was silent, his face in a deep frown. If it had been anyone else, he would have kicked that person in the face and carried on with the deed. For a man who had lived his life that called for him to be merciless and unsympathetic as a military man, his will would not be changed that easily. But Fan Jin was however a comrade who was brought here by Jun Wuxie, and he could not totally disregard Jun Wuxie in this instance, and he turned to look at Jun Wuxie for her opinion. Jun Wuxie stared coldly at the visibly trembling Lu Weijie and his teammates. Her mind did not register any familiar faces among the disciples. It was just as Fan Jin had said, that the mastermind behind the devious plot was not among them, but Ning Xin and Yin Yan, who had escaped, leaving this bunch behind. Chapter 503, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 3. Those two had been quick in their escape and had left the rest of their team in the lurch. They must have intended to make these people their scapegoats and hoped that Long Qi's merciless blade's thirst for vengeance would be adequately quenched when it fell down on the heads of the rest of the team here and not pursue the matter any further. That was a rather smart move, to use others to take the blame while they escaped the wrath of the Rui Lin army's men. But rather vicious, if one might say. To have abandoned a whole team of comrades so easily, to save their own necks. Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow, and did not give any reaction at that moment. Jun Wuxie's silence made Fan Jin extremely nervous and made the hearts of the disciples awaiting their fate stuck in their throats in fearful anticipation. When they heard Fan Jin address Long Qi as General Long, those youths knew they were in for it big time. They were not a merchant's convoy as they claimed, but were people who held extraordinary identities. General. The was the form of address reserved for the commander of an army. Lu Weijie, who was suffering under the agony from the kick that Long Qi had given him, stared with fear-filled eyes at Long Qi. He had known that the identities of Long Qi and his men were more than what they presented themselves to be, but he had not thought that they were men from a military background. No matter which country these military men belonged to, a commander from any of the armies would have more than enough reason to take their lives there and then. Having plotted to kill a commander from a country, that was a crime that not even the prestigious Zephyr Academy would dare to try to cover up. At that terrifying moment, Lu Weijie wished for nothing more than to capture Ning Xin and drag her back here and give her 2 tight slaps. If Ning Xin had not been constantly tempting and coaxing him all this time, he would not have fallen prey to her alluring suggestions and gotten himself into this big mess. And when things took a bad turn, she had just quietly run away on her own, leaving him in the lurch to be captured by these merciless men. As he stared at the brightly gleaming swords before him, an urge to kill Ning Xin started to blossom in the heart of Lu Weijie. Fortunately Fan Jin had intervened in time, but looking at General Long's look of disapproval on his face, Lu Weijie did not dare hold much hope. But then, he noticed that General Long had suddenly turned his head to look at an inconspicuous little youth, his eyes seemingly asking for approval, to seek the opinion of the youth. Lu Weijie turned his head to follow Long Qi's line of sight and he was totally shocked by what he saw. He had seen the youth once before. It was just before they entered the Battle Spirits Forest when Ning Xian had secretly pointed the tiny youth out to him, telling him that that was the youth that had attracted all kinds of curses and utter contempt from all the disciples in the Zephyr Academy. As the second in rank in the last spirit battle tournament, Lu Weijie had considered the insignificant disciple's minuscule presence to be beneath his notice. As for the curses directed at Jun Xie, he had heard a little about it, but he had brushed it off, not wanting to be bothered with it. But Ning Xian's persistence in making a big issue out of it had finally drawn out a sense of contempt and hatred in him for Jun Xie, a person he had never even met, for his rumored despicable deeds in the Zephyr Academy. And Lu Weijie would never ever have expected that his fate, whether he would live or die, would finally fall into the hands of that very same inconspicuous youth that he had grown to despise. As he watched Long Qi's eyes, he realized that it would only take a slight nod from Jun Xie, and his head would immediately be separated from his body. Lu Weijie could not fathom the reason why such a powerful and resolute man addressed as General Long would seek the opinion of such a tiny and inconspicuous-looking youth. But he saw vividly that his life lay in the hands of Jun Xie at that moment. He had lost all his arrogance and his usual sense of entitlement and he could not afford to care about the pain and agony that wrecked at his body. He pushed himself to sit upright and his eyes were filled with terror and anxiety as he looked at Jun Wuxie to plead, "Jun Xie. You are Jun Xie, aren't you? I beg you. Let them spare us this one time. I guarantee that I will make up for all of this. This incident was not what we wanted. It was Ning Xian. It really was Ning Xian, that slut. She planned all of it. She gave instructions for Yin Yan to lure that guardian-grade spirit beast here. Only she had the map of these regions. We couldn't possibly have known where the guardian-grade spirit beasts roam." Chapter 504, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 4. In order to save himself and to exact his revenge on Ning Xian, Lu Weijie was anxious to spill the beans and tell them everything he knew. Why would she want to do that? Long Qi was still frowning deeply. He did not understand how an agreement to cooperate could possibly turn out to like this. And why did that unlikable young lady seek their deaths? Lu Weijie saw an opportunity to exploit and said hurriedly, for someone like Ning Xian, who had been so pampered and used to having everything her way all her life, thinks that the whole world must succumb to her seductive charms. Only she was allowed to lose her temper and throw her tantrums, but no one can go against her wishes. She saw that you and your men possessed great power and were even able to take down a high-grade spirit beast easily. That was when she intended to win your favor and rope you over her side. However, you repeatedly ignored her advances and she felt extremely humiliated. When she decided that it was impossible to win you over, she plotted. Plotted what? Plotted to lure a guardian-grade spirit beast to kill all of you. That would on one hand quell her anger, and after the guardian-grade spirit beast left, the team would be able to loot your bodies. She had said that mysterious men who were so highly skilled and powerful would definitely carry fine and precious items on them. She knew that guardian-grade spirit beasts possesses a high level of consciousness and do not eat humans, and she pulled us into this malicious scheme of hers. Lu Weijie observed Long Qi's expression as his heart pounded loudly. He was deeply fearful that one wrong word here would ultimately bring doom upon him. Long Qi did not reply but turned to look at Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie raised her head and her eyes glanced at the deathly pale Fan Jin. Every word that Lu Weijie said peeled off at the layers of pretense that Ning Xian put up before everybody. The mask that Ning Xian wore, the facade that she was not involved in any conflicts, had shattered and crumbled before Lu Weijie's shocking revelations. The ugly, undeniable truth now stood clearly revealed before Fan Jin. No matter how much he refused to believe it, the truth stood before him like a sore thumb. "Did you hear that clearly?" Jun Wuxie asked coldly. Fan Jin shivered at that question and he raised his head. There was no color in his face and he stood there frozen for a long while before he nodded his head helplessly. Jun Wuxie turned her eyes back. It might be good to force Fan Jin to realize that Ning Xian was no longer the same obedient and sensible little sister he knew in his heart when they were younger. That would save her the trouble of having to deal with Fan Jin's soft-hearted nature, which might make her revenge difficult when they got back to the Zephyr Academy. Jun Wuxie did not wish to see a situation similar to what happened to Mo Qianyuan to fall onto Fan Jin, due to their tendency for clemency. Fan Jin might also be righteous, but he was more resolute. General Long, since these are the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, maybe you should leave it to the Zephyr Academy to deal with them. I believe that the Zephyr Academy would give you a satisfactory answer in regards to this matter. Jun Wuxie changed her tune, and said to Long Qi in all seriousness. Long Qi was surprised. He saw the looks that the disciples from the Zephyr Academy were giving him from the corner of his eye, and he suddenly realized Jun Wuxie's intentions. It seemed that the young miss still did not intend to reveal her identity here. If that is the case, it is decided to be thus. But the matter cannot be carelessly handled and muddled over. We expect the Zephyr Academy to give us a fully satisfactory answer. Having served under Jun Wuxie for a period, Long Qi was able to easily pick up from Jun Wuxie's words the unspoken intentions of his young Mississippi. The young miss must still have some use for these people, and sparing their lives now did not mean they were letting the disciples off scot-free. Their punishment, when due, would be unavoidable. It will be done. Fan Jin heaved a big sigh of relief, giving his guarantee. Then, right at this spot, summon your teachers here. I know that all of you are disciples of the Zephyr Academy taking part in the spirit hunt, and all of you carry distress signal flares with you. Long Qi said, his face dark. Chapter 505, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 5. Fan Jin nodded, and he turned to look at Lu Weijie, whose face had turned completely white from fear. Lu Weijie did not dare hesitate a single moment, and he retrieved his distress signal flare at his hip and released it immediately. The bright flare lit up the skies at the moment it exploded, and it gave out a shrill screech that reverberated among the trees in the Battle Spirits forest. At the same moment that the distress signal flare exploded, all the Zephyr Academy disciples gave out a sigh of relief. The youths that had formed the team that had been acknowledged as the strongest team assembled for this spirit hunt were now all watching with anticipation as the signal flare that announced their withdrawal from the event lit up the skies in a bright glow. They thought no more of being number one, no more of being the strongest. Nothing was more important than keeping themselves alive. The few of you remain here and watch them. If any of them attempts to escape, kill them. Long Qi was not going to wait there without anything to do. He made the soldier who was more seriously injured and another two of his men to watch over Lu Weijie and the rest as he left with Jun Wuxie and the rest, making their way towards the Spirit Moon Lake, to pick the aqua spirit grass that they needed. Around the perimeter of the Spirit Moon Lake, everything seemed to be a picture of peace and tranquility. Within the dense forest that was highly fraught with untold dangers, a scene of perfect peace like this could very suddenly turn into one of blood and carnage right out from the depths of hell. Fan Jin and the rest watched and surveyed the surroundings on one side, to prevent any sudden attacks from spirit beasts, while Jun Wuxie led the three disciples from the cloud-treading peak to go find and pick aqua spirit grass. Mu Chen's memory had served him right. Around the edges of the Spirit Moon Lake, the grounds were covered with wide swaths of light green aqua spirit grass. Budding on the small leafed blades of the aqua spirit grass, pristinely clear water droplet-like crystals hung from on the ends of their leaves. While they picked the grass, they must be very careful not to squash and break those crystalline droplets. In matters such as this, the others did not dare to recklessly offer to help as they feared damaging these highly fragile and precious herbs. Xiao Chu turned his head everywhere for a while, but finally grew slightly impatient and strode to come closer to Jun Wuxie to ask in a whisper, "Little Xie, hurry up and tell me, why would you want to leave those people alive?" Anybody would have realized even when they thought through their toes. After those useless bums plotted against the men from the Rui Lin army, they were as good as dead. But Jun Wuxie had surprisingly spared their lives. Jun Wuxie looked up at Xiao Chu. She had not intended to waste extra effort in explaining herself, but when she recalled what Hua Yao had just said to her earlier, her heart softened a little and she said patiently, "With them around, Ning Xin would not have an easy life." Lu Weijie and the others more than deserved to die, but she had her eye on the two people, Ning Xin and Yin Yan, that this vicious scheme had originated from. Ning Xin was an only child, the daughter of the vice-headmaster. The fact that she had escaped back to the Zephyr Academy showed that she went back to seek shelter and asylum. All this while, Ning Xin had enjoyed an impeccable reputation in the Zephyr Academy, and she had always been consciously trying to maintain an outstanding image. And Jun Wuxie did not have much hobbies, But she liked nothing more than to crush and utter crumble the one thing that her enemies held most dear, right before their eyes. This wicked streak had somehow wormed itself into her, and it was not known when it had started. Xiao Chu blinked his eyes. Jun Wuxie's extremely short and concise explanation had not given Xiao Chu much information, but based on Xiao Chu's understanding on Jun Wuxie's way of doing things, he gained a sudden insight into her underlying intentions. You intend to use the mouths of Lu Weijie and his gang to attack and completely destroy Ning Xian's flawless reputation she had so painstakingly built up all these years. As the daughter of the vice headmaster, who committed the nefarious crime of setting up a scheme to rob by murder, and framing her own fellow disciples for the deed. If news of the deed were to get out, Jun Wuxie would not need to lift a finger and Ning Xian's impeccable reputation in the Zephyr Academy would ultimately be destroyed. I'm only giving her a taste of her own medicine. Jun Wuxie's lips curled up at the corners. Whatever Ning Xian had done to her then, Jun Wuxie wanted to be sure that she returned Ning Xian everything, in its entirety. She still had time, and she would slowly savor the sweet taste of revenge in the days to come. Ning Xian had better not die on her too quickly. Chapter 506, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 6. The teachers of the Zephyr Academy had, upon seeing the flare from the released distress signal, hurried over to its location. The team in charge of safety for the spirit hunt was formed by the elite personnel in the Zephyr Academy. The leader of this team was the highly revered indigo spirit exponent in the Zephyr Academy, Nangong Su. The team comprised of 5 other highly skilled blue-leveled spirit users in an attempt to fully protect their disciples in case of any accidents that might occur within the battle spirit's forest. Nangong Su's age was way past a sexagenarian, and his grayish-white beard made him look 70 or 80 years old. However, his actual age had already gone past a century and he was an esteemed and well-known figure, his name spread far and wide across the lands, as one of the most highly skilled exponents in existence. All this while, when distress signal flares were spotted, the job of the rescue usually fell onto those teachers who held blue-leveled spiritual powers, but this time, even Nangong Su moved out together with them. The reason being that the location where the distress signal flare was released fell in a region beyond the area the Zephyr Academy marked out for the spirit hunt. No one knew what kind of unimaginable danger the disciples might have encountered in that unfamiliar territories, and they had no choice but to activate the strongest Nangong Su among them. Nangong Su led the team to weave speedily through the dense forest towards the spot where the distress signal had been spotted, feeling mightily displeased. Before the spirit hunt had commenced, they had repeatedly emphasized that none of the disciples were to step beyond the boundaries marked out on their maps. But the location that the distress signal had been fired from this time had come from deep within the battle spirit's forest, which obviously showed that disciples had breached their given instructions. However, when Nangong Su and his team reached their destination, they were completely shocked by what they found. They saw more than 20 disciples of the Zephyr Academy sitting upon the ground with their faces all pale, huddled closely together. Several tall and well-built men stood around them with their sharp swords drawn in guard. "Who are you people? How dare you abduct our disciples of the Zephyr Academy?" Nangong Su's face quickly twisted up in rage. The Zephyr Academy's name was widely recognized throughout the lands, and the Zephyr Academy's uniform was well known to all the countries and the various powers. It was known that no one would dare risk incurring the enmity of the Zephyr Academy by mistreating their disciples. But what he saw before his eyes today went way beyond any of Nangong Su's expectations. The few soldiers from the Rui Lin army who were guarding Lu Weijie and his teammates frowned, and before they could say a word, the teachers standing behind Nangong Su had actually swooped in to attack them. The Rui Lin army soldiers could only hastily put up their hands in defense. In a blink of an eye, the two groups were already caught up in battle. The soldiers from the Rui Lin army were already carrying injuries, and their skills or power were inferior to the highly skilled exponents with their blue-leveled spirits. The Rui Lin army soldiers were quickly thrown into a disadvantageous position. The prior wounds on their bodies that had only just closed split open again successively, and blood splattered all over, presenting a garish sight to the others once again. The gravely injured Rui Lin army soldier was also attacked by the teachers from the Zephyr Academy. One of his arm was immobilized by a splint, and he could only lift his sword with his other arm to fend off the attack. Lu Weijie and his teammates had been anxiously anticipating the arrival of their teachers, and they were greatly startled by the messy battle that had broken out before their eyes. The delight that had just sparked when the teachers arrived had not even taken root in their hearts when the sight of the blood splattering out from the wounds on the bodies of the Ruilin army soldiers exploded before them, and their faces immediately became aghast. Teacher Nangong. Stop. Stop fighting. Lu Weijie stood forward hurriedly, his face still pale, his entire body trembling visibly. Nangong Su raised an eyebrow and was about to speak when a heavy and robust voice sounded behind him. This is the way the Zephyr Academy does things. Their disciples fail at their attempt to murder and their teachers come to silence the target. A chilling voice filled with rage suddenly rang out. Nangong Su turned his head quickly and saw a towering figure leading a group of people towards him. He peered closely at the group and noticed that there were several other youths dressed in the Zephyr Academy's uniform behind the tall man in the lead, and recognized one of them to be the son of Fan Qi, the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy, Fan Jin. Chapter 507, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 7. Fan Jin was following Long Qi and the rest as they returned, and when they got back, he saw that the teachers from the Zephyr Academy were engaged in battle with the soldiers from the Ruilin army. The high-strung nerves that had plagued him endlessly, which he had just managed to relax a little, immediately tensed up once again at that moment. Grandpa Su. Make them stop. You must not fight them. They have to stop. Fan Jin was on the verge of tears as he pleaded with Nangong Su. What was really happening here? Stop. Nangong Su said suddenly. The teachers from the Zephyr Academy stopped their attacks, and withdrew immediately. Rongheng and the other two disciples of the Cloud-Treading Peak immediately rushed over to treat the wounds of the injured Ruilin army soldiers. What is going on here? Fan Jin, where do those people behind you come from? Why are they holding the disciples from my Zephyr Academy hostage? Do they really think that people from our Zephyr Academy can be bullied so easily? If I do not get a good explanation here today, even if you are here, I will not let the matter rest that easily. Nangong Su's face was creased in a deep frown. He had always been in charge of safety during the Zephyr Academy spirit hunts, and today, he had suddenly found that the disciples of the Zephyr Academy were actually captured and held hostage by external forces. He had deemed it to be an undeniable affront to the Zephyr Academy's prestigious name. Fan Jin hurriedly tried to explain, this is not what it seems, Grandpa Su. You are misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. The facts are before my eyes. Do you think I am blind? Nangong Su said coldly. Long Qi's stalwart face boiled with a silent rage beneath. He gave Jun Wuxia a discreet glance, and when he saw Jun Wuxia gave him a slight nod, he allowed his rage to show and released it without suppression. I would assume you to be blind. You chose only to see the Zephyr Academy's disciples held here, but did you ever bother to think why they are held? Long Qi replied with a cold laugh, his impression of the Zephyr Academy growing from bad to worse. Why? Nangong Su challenged. Let them tell you that themselves. Long Qi retorted. Nangong Su turned to stare at the disciples. Lu Weijie, who had been the first to speak up to stop the teachers, now shivered as Nangong Su's stern gaze fell upon them. They all knew that although Nangong Su was highly protective of the Zephyr Academy, but he possessed a very straightforward personality. He was a man of his word, always righteous and impartial. If any of the disciples committed a wrong, he would mete out the same punishment even if it was Fan Jin or Ning Xin. Lu Weijie, speak. What really happened? Nangong Su's voice was cold. Just speak your mind. If anybody dares to bully any disciples from my Zephyr Academy, I will fight for your justice even if it costs me this old set of bones. Thinking that Lu Weijie might be holding back due to his fear of Long Qi, Nangong Su prodded him on encouragingly. Upon hearing Nangong Su's words, Lu Weijie started to tremble even more. It's not what you see, Teacher Nangong. Actually we attempted to plot against General Long and his men, and they caught us, Lu Weijie finally managed with a badly shaking voice, stuttering as he went on. With that confession of guilt, Nangong Su suddenly found himself at a loss for words for a moment. His air of arrogance dissipated into the air, disappearing into the wind. What did you say? Plot against them? How lightly you are putting it. He was still tending to the wounds on the soldiers of the Ruilin army when Rongheng suddenly could not hold himself back and spat out these words, why didn't you tell your teachers that you intentionally provoked and led a guardian-grade spirit beast to us with the intention to get us all killed? If we had not fortunately managed to escape, we would already be homeless souls within this dark forest now, with no way to redress the injustice. What? Nangong Su was outraged. Rongheng's words were like cold hard stones, every one struck him upon his heart as those words fell into his ears. He turned his head anxiously to look at Lu Weijie. When he saw Lu Weijie lower his head guiltily, his face was suddenly overcome with panic. Chapter 508, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 8. Lu Weijie's reaction had given him the answer and no more words were needed. The Zephyr Academy is reputed to be among the famed top 3 academies, but it seems that they are not above employing underhanded methods just the same. Their disciples plot murder in order to rob, and their teachers bully the weak and invalids. What kind of disgrace are they bringing to their name? Aren't you guys ashamed of yourselves? Rongheng spat those words out, holding nothing but utter contempt for the Zephyr Academy. He had once belonged to the mightiest and most revered Qingyun clan after all, and before the Qingyun clan had been obliterated, they had not cared to be bothered much even when the Zephyr Academy's headmaster himself had come right to their gates asking for an audience. Moreover, to a mere Nangong Su. So what if he was an indigo spirit exponent? Their invited resident mercenaries then had no lack of indigo spirit experts as well. Although the Qingyun clan no longer existed, his master Mu Chen was the only remaining elder of the Qingyun clan still alive. With a single word from Mu Chen, countless highly skilled exponents would move mountains just to gain his favor. When the soldiers of the Rui Lin army had gotten themselves injured trying to protect him and his fellow disciples from harm, Rongheng had already been boiling with anger. And now, when even the teachers were exhibiting such tyranny without even listening to reason, made him absolutely seethe in rage. Nangong Su's flushed red. Hearing the Zephyr Academy's prestigious name so thoroughly insulted and put down, he could not help but feel indignant. Who are you? How dare you smear the name of my Zephyr Academy so lightly? Rongheng snorted and laughed coldly to say, I'm from the cloud-treading peak, a disciple of Elder Mu Chen, Rongheng. The indignation faded completely from Nangong Su's face at that moment. And in its place, was an expression of utter shock. Cloud-treading peak. It wasn't too long ago that the cloud-treading peak had not enjoyed such fame. But after the whole Qingyun clan suddenly disappeared, those 3 words had in tandem with Mu Chen's name, suddenly rang shrilly and loudly, reaching every corner throughout the lands. The Qingyun clan's only surviving elder, and the last bunch of disciples of his. Presently, after the Qingyun clan ceased to exist, Mu Chen had in turn become the Qingyun clan. The true meaning behind those 2 words had exceeded anyone's expectations. Nangong Su would never have dreamed that Lu Weijie and his team would get tangled up with the cloud-treading peak. Not just Nangong Su, but even Lu Weijie had not ever thought of it. He had thought that Long Qi and his men were the most important people within the group of people. Little did he know, it would be the unremarkable Rongheng and his fellow disciples. It's the cloud-treading peak. After the Qingyun clan vanished, they were replaced by Mu Chen and his disciples. Lu Weijie wished he would just die at that moment. He finally realized that he had provoked a group of people whom he must never ever provoke. With Mu Chen's current exalted status and prestigious position, a single word from him would draw countless exponents to him. Whoever harmed his disciples, needless to mention Lu Weijie, as even the headmaster of the Zephyr Academy himself would not be able to stop Mu Chen's might. Lu Weijie's trembling grew even worse at that moment. Even Nangong Su's countenance was showing a tinge of green. My fellow disciples and I came to the Battle Spirits Forest with General Long and his men from the Rui Lin army, and we chanced upon these disciples of the Zephyr Academy. They claimed to possess a map of the Battle Spirits Forest and made a deal with us for leading us here. But they had finally schemed to rob and murder us all. They had attempted to get us killed here in the forest, and steal the loot from our bodies thereafter. Rongheng said with disdain. Upon hearing that, Nangong Su's body swayed heavily. Rui Lin Army. That was the widely known, and reputed to be the most ferocious strike force. He had not truly believed Rongheng's words in the beginning, but after hearing of the Rui Lin Army, Nangong Su was completely convinced. The Rui Lin Army were famed not for their battle strength and power, but they earned their reputation due to the fearlessness and ferocity on the battlefield. Determined and impartial, righteous and unyielding. They were a force that everyone held a deep respect for. Soldiers from a force like that would never spout any accusations with intentional inaccuracies. Nangong Su was losing his mind, Just what had given Lu Weijie and his teammates the guts to scheme against such a group of people. Disciples from the cloud-treading peak, and a general from the Ruilin army. They must have been seeking their own deaths. Chapter 509, Consecutive Slaps, 4th Form, 9. Did all of you really commit such atrocities? Nangong Su was trembling with rage. Those kids had tangled with the cloud-treading peak and even gotten themselves entangled with the Ruilin army. These little bastards had really stirred up a big pot of trouble. Did they know how much effort the Zephyr Academy's headmaster had put in trying to locate Mu Chen, and these scoundrels had dared to attempt to kill Mu Chen's disciples? Wouldn't this incident turn Mu Chen against them? Lu Weijie was so terrified that his face had not a single bit of color. When he came to realize that Long Qi was from the Ruilin army, he had fallen over backwards, his buttocks hitting hard onto the ground, wanting to cry, but no tears came out. Teacher Nangong. I wasn't the one who started all this, it was Ning Xin. Ning Xin was the one who wanted the guardian-grade spirit beast to kill all of them. I was merely baited by her alluring words to carry it out. Lu Weijie was almost screaming in plea, in desperation. The matter was becoming too big to handle and there was no way he could shoulder it alone. When he heard Ning Xin's name being mentioned, Nangong Su's face paled once again. It was all her. She knew that General Long and his men possessed extraordinary skills, and she had initially wanted to use the map she possessed to exchange for high-grade spirit stones from General Long and his men. She later decided to try to win them over, but General Long refused to play along with her. She felt humiliated, and it quickly turned to rage. She then schemed up this plan to get General Long and his men killed. All of it was Ning Xin's doing. All her. Lu Weijie was so terrified he couldn't think straight anymore, and he just heaped all the blame onto Ning Xin. She was heartless first, so don't blame him for being disloyal. Nangong Su was deeply traumatized by the revealed truth and was about to refute in Ning Xin's defense when he suddenly remembered. Just earlier, the teachers had spotted Ning Xin's distress signal flare and the location was not too far from here. When Ning Xin and Yin Yan had announced their voluntary withdrawal from the spirit hunt, it had greatly puzzled the teachers, and Nangong Su himself had felt a little pity for their loss then. Now that he had heard Lu Weijie's accusations, he found that he was beginning to understand why those two had voluntarily withdrawn when they were practically unscathed. Is it clear to you now? Long Qi asked, his voice dripped with derision. Allowing their disciples to commit murder and robbery, and their teachers played accomplice to those evil deeds by injuring the soldiers of our Ruilin army. In regards to this debt, the Ruilin army will most definitely be coming to the Zephyr Academy to seek an answer for it. Rongheng added, this incident will be reported to my master when I get back, and I'll let our master demand for justice for us. Nangong Su was feeling rather weak in both of his legs. The esteemed Ruilin army and the highly revered Mu Chen, they were in for it for real this time. Even though the Ruilin army would not deploy their military might against the Zephyr Academy, but when news of this incident spread from the mouths of the Ruilin army and Mu Chen, it would not be long before the whole world would know the Zephyr Academy as a place which housed a bunch of petty thieves who would commit despicable murder to loot. The prestigious and sanctimonious reputation of the Zephyr Academy would be crushed to pieces, without a trace left. I plead for the two gentlemen to hold your anger. This incident was caused by the Zephyr Academy's inadequacies in the discipline of our disciples. I would implore that you would take into account of the Zephyr Academy's name and grant us some time. The Zephyr Academy will surely give you men a satisfactory answer. The Zephyr Academy does not tolerate such atrocities. To protect the prestigious name of the Zephyr Academy, Nangong Su had no choice but to hurriedly speak out in assurance. He could not allow the incident to blow up any further. If this matter was not properly handled, the century-old long-standing renown the Zephyr Academy had built up would be completely destroyed. All right, we shall await the Zephyr Academy to give us a suitable reply in regards to this incident. But if the matter is not well handled, we shall employ our own methods to demand justice for this. I would ask that the Zephyr Academy do not disappoint us. Long Qi retorted coldly. Yes. Yes. Nangong Su cowered, as he wiped off the cold sweat upon his brow. The stakes involved in this incident was too big for him to handle, and he could only wait till he returned back to the Zephyr Academy, to have the headmaster, Fan Qi, decide on it. Chapter 510, The Relentless Little Tale in the Shadows, 1. And these disciples, Nangong Su started to say as he stared at Lu Weijie and the others. You can bring them back. Long Qi said curtly. Thank you. Nangong Su was feeling very much ashamed and he hastily retrieved the disciples before he apologized to Rongheng and Long Qi profusely, reassuring them that he would handle the matter with utmost severity before leaving hastily. After waiting till Nangong Su and the rest had left, Fan Jin finally sighed in relief. He was still feeling a little awkward but he put up a brave front and said, Nangong Su has always been straightforward and candid. He will definitely report the whole matter to my father and the incident will be handled appropriately. Fan Jin was feeling most unfortunate at that moment. Why did such stupid disciples choose to enroll into the Zephyr Academy? They only dragged the Zephyr Academy's name down. Long Qi did not speak any more about the matter but turned to look at Jun Wuxie. Does young miss have any other instructions for your subordinate? Jun Wuxie nodded slightly and said, after some time, bring some men to come to the Zephyr Academy. Yes. Long Qi hesitated a moment before he said, has out young miss considered changing into another academy? The Zephyr Academy might not be the best choice. Fan Jin, who was standing just beside them, seriously thought about burying his head into the ground at that moment. No need. Jun Wuxie replied simply. The real reason she went to the Zephyr Academy was not to pursue knowledge anyway. The matter had come to a rest for the time being. The injuries sustained by the Rui Lin army soldiers were not mortal and with a little more treatment, they would be able to move freely. They have acquired the aqua spirit grass they came for and as the herbs have not been processed and treated, they would not keep for extended periods. Long Qi and his group could not afford to remain in the battle spirits forest much longer and they embarked on their return hastily. After reluctantly bidding Jun Wuxie farewell, Long Qi led the group back to the Qi kingdom. When he left, he promised to come see Jun Wuxie again when the men from the Rui Lin army come pay their visit to the Zephyr Academy. After watching Long Qi and his group as they disappeared in the distance, Jun Wuxie finally turned her gaze back after a long while. Seeing Long Qi had reminded her of her uncle Jun Qing, making her feel as if she was still living in the Lin Palace, like she had never left. What do we do now? Continue. Xiao Chu asked, his hands clasped behind his head. Yes. Jun Wuxie forced herself to regain her composure. She still had a long road ahead of her, the path towards strength and power, the path that would ultimately lead her home. And Jun Wuxie and her team embarked on their next leg of their hunt on the spirit beast. With these characters present, the spirit beasts in the battle spirits forest were in for quite a bashing. With the spirit hunt nearing its close, they did not have much time left as they continued to hunt for spirit beasts they could take down. It was dusk when the youths returned from their bountiful hunt and sat down in a circle beside the spirit moon lake. Jun Wuxie bit at the dried meat slowly and watched the sunset, and no one knew what she was thinking. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her. She turned her head to look into the direction she had felt the gaze and caught a fleeting glance of a tiny figure flash past, in between the trees not too far away from them. That fleeting shadow had been too fast and with the low light of dusk, she had not been able to see it clearly. What is it? Xiao Chu stretched out his head to ask. Jun Wuxie narrowed her eyes, but she did not sense any danger. Something's close by. That shadowy figure had been tiny, and did not seem to be human. A spirit beast. The spirit moon lake is where the spirit beasts around here come to drink. With us sitting here at its edge, many spirit beasts might just be sharpening their fangs. Xiao Chu said with a big evil laugh. You should sleep by the lake tonight. When we wake up tomorrow, Brother Hua can come pick up your bones to make a tool out of them. Your bones are tough, the tool might just be of some use. Fei Yan said, smiling wickedly at Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu pouted and shifted his buttocks to come closer to Hua Yao. My tiny bones are not fully grown yet, when I reach beyond 100, I'll willingly present my bones to Brother Hua. Chapter 511, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 2. Hua Yao shot Xiao Chu a depreciating look that would translate to, are you an idiot? Fei Yan literally rolled his eyes at Xiao Chu's shamelessness and continued to tease, by that time, who would want your old brittle bones? They would have become useless. Brother Hua will love to have it. Right. Brother Hua. Xiao Chu asked, fawning coyly at Hua Yao with a pitiful puppy-eyed look on his face. Hua Yao refused to even look at him. Rong Rua watched them banter with a light laugh and reached out her hand to offer some rations to Fan Jin, who had been silent all this while. Fan Jin gave Rong Rua a bitter smile and nodded in appreciation, secretly envious of the close ties that Xiao Chu enjoyed with his comrades. He knew he treaded a different path from these guys, especially after all the recent incidents that had rocked the Zephyr Academy, and Fan Jin only felt deeply ashamed and a sense of guilt towards Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie was still dogged by a strange feeling that something was not right. The feeling that she was being watched had appeared once again, but she had not seen any fleeting shadows this time. And that same situation surfaced once again the next day. Jun Wuxie and the team had just hunted down a high-grade spirit beast when that feeling struck her once more. This time, she did not try to search for it, but to secretly summon Yisha. However, when Yisha came back to them, Jun Wuxie was greatly shocked. She only saw a rotund woolly little sheep gripped in Yisha's hand. Its rounded spherical-shaped body looked very much like a woolly snowball. Two tiny horns curled on the top of the little sheep's head, and its round eyes were brimming over with tears as it looked straight at Jun Wuxie. This is a spirit beast. Xiao Chu was staring in wide-eyed wonder. He looked at the tiny spirit beast, who was not much bigger than the little black cat, and thought what a wonderful world he was living in. Xiao Chu stretched out his finger to poke at the tiny sheep's little body, and the little fella trembled a little. Meh. Jun Wuxie's eyes flashed, but she made no action. This spirit beast has been tailing our young Mississippi, Yisha stated. Huh. That's strange. It's such a tiny spirit beast, it must belong to the lower grades. First grade. Why was it following little CF4? The soft fluffy feel made Xiao Chu enjoy himself tremendously, and he ravaged the tiny sheep's soft wool, rubbing it vigorously. Gripped in Yisha's hand, the tiny sheep's four little hooves kicked and struggled endlessly, but it was unable to escape from Xiao Chu's violation, and could only bleat helplessly, going meh meh. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chu was getting carried away, and was beginning to get a glimpse into the reason why Jun Wuxie loved Raleigh so much. Thud. One of the tiny sheep's front hoof suddenly hit Xiao Chu right on the bridge of his nose. The little but hard hoof had left a red glowing imprint right on the bridge of Xiao Chu's nose. Xiao Chu was suddenly still. Young miss, how do you want me to deal with this? Yisha asked. Give me. Jun Wuxie stretched out her hand. The little black cat on her shoulder silently swept its tail over its eyes. When the tiny sheep was in Jun Wuxie's arms, it turned itself over completely, and they saw that even its underbelly was covered in soft fluffy white wool, and it really closely resembled a white spherical ball. Jun Wuxie's eyes narrowed, as she looked at the tiny wool ball in her arms, and drew in a slight breath. She hugged it tight. Rubbed its fluffy wool. Meh. Meh. Xiao Chu had the others fell speechless, and laughter soon erupted among the teammates. Seeing the tiny sheep cuddled, stroked, and rubbed all over by Jun Wuxie made them all roar out in laughter. Outraging a spirit beast's modesty, only Jun Wuxie would be capable of such a thing. After Jun Wuxie was satiated, she squatted down and put the tiny sheep on the ground. The tiny sheep was still dizzy from Jun Wuxie's ravaging and was slightly swaying as it stood. It shook its head vigorously to clear the dizziness. After it cleared its mind, it tried to turn its head to look behind itself, but found its view obstructed by its own fluffed up and abundant wool on its body and could not see anything else. It finally decided that it had no other choice, and it started to raise its four little hooves up one at a time and turned itself slowly around before it raised its head to look at Jun Wuxie. Chapter 512, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 3. Jun Wuxie's eyebrow raised slightly. The tiny sheep suddenly lowered its head and opened its tiny mouth and started to chew on the green grass around Jun Wuxie's feet, seemingly savoring it exceptionally. This spirit beast isn't afraid of humans. Is it because its grading is beyond low? Xiao Chu said, laughing with tears in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen such a bumbling and foolish spirit beast. When other low-grade spirit beasts sensed that humans were nearby, they would have ran and disappeared immediately without leaving a trace. But as for this little fella here, even after being repeatedly violated by them, it was still not afraid and still hanging around them. And it was even feeding itself happily in enjoyment. Wasn't it afraid that they might kill it? Judging based on its size, it looks to be still an infant born not too long ago and still not too conscious of its surroundings, totally oblivious to danger. Rong Rua said, finding the tiny sheep rather lovable. Have you ever seen a sheep that was just born possessing such a thick layer of wool? Xiao Chu challenged with an eyebrow raised, and Rong Rua could not answer. The tiny sheep seemed not to have heard Xiao Chu and just continued to chomp, 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 not even raising its tiny head once. Jun Wuxia shifted her feet a little to the side to allow the tiny sheep a little more room to carrying on with its feeding, but she had not expected to see after she had barely shifted 2 steps that the tiny sheep followed right behind her, its little hooves tapping on the ground. Jun Wuxia stopped her gait and the tiny sheep halted as well, and lowered its head and continued to chomp on the grass. Does that mean the little fella likes little Xia? I know birds go through a nestling stage, but sheep do that too. Xiao Chu asked, scratching at his head. No, they don't. Hua Yao affirmed confidently. Light was starting to fade gradually and the temperature around the Spirit Moon Lake was dropping. Jun Wuxia and her team had had a long day and they needed to rest. They repeated the same old trick and scrambled up high into the trees. The tiny sheep that had been feeding on the grass around Jun Wuxia's feet saw that Jun Wuxia was suddenly moving and it gave up on its feeding and trotted after her. The tiny sheep looked up into the trees that looked sky-high from its perspective and stared after Jun Wuxia as she shot herself up quickly into the canopies, as despair filled the tiny sheep's teary eyes. Meh meh. Wanna bring it up? Xiao Chu looked down now almost negligible white speck at the bottom of the tall tree, thinking that tiny sheep was really persistent. No need. Jun Wuxia said coldly. As she pulled her clothes tightly around her to lie down, she let a porcelain bottle that contained the medicine that could keep spirit beasts away slip from her hand to fall down beside the tree. The tiny sheep was startled and it hopped aside in surprise. When it did not see any other reaction, it bravely walked over and lowered its tiny head to sniff warily at it before nudging the bottle a few times with its nose. You are afraid that it would be eaten up by other spirit beasts? Xiao Chu had spotted Jun Wuxia's actions and he asked with a wide smile on his face. She had asked him to not bother with the little fella, but she had soft-heartedly dropped that bottle herself. But there was one thing. Xiao Chu deeply suspected that, with that dumb little sheep's low intellect, would it know that that bottle would be its life savior when things got nasty? Sleep. Jun Wuxia turned her body and closed her eyes to rest. Xiao Chu and the others kept their thoughts to themselves and went to sleep, with mirth on their faces. At the bottom of the tree, the persistent tiny sheep was still bleating softly. After some time, night fell and darkness enveloped them. The tiny sheep at the bottom of the tree seemed to have grown tired and its bleating stopped. It trotted around on its little hooves and leaned up against the roots of the tree to rest. After it laid itself down, it did not forget to take a bite of the green grass on the ground. Only this time, it did not swallow and its tiny face creased up in disgust, and it hurriedly spat out all the grass it had just put into its mouth. Meh. Not nice at all. The mournful tiny sheep grumbled in its mind, as it closed its eyes, falling asleep while feeling aggrieved. A crystalline tear lightly sparkled hanging from the corner of its eye. Chapter 513, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 4. It was early the next day when Jun Wuxia and her teammates awoke. The tiny sheep was still sleeping and Jun Wuxia gestured for all of them to remain silent. Xiao Chu and all the rest of the gang slipped soundlessly down the tree and ran away without a whisper. It wasn't until the tiny sheep awoke and raised its little head to peer into the treetops, that all the wool on its woolly body suddenly almost jumped out of its body in fright. Meh. Where did they go? Bwahahaha. You're really killing me. If you don't want that little fella following us, just throw him somewhere further away. But you made us all sneak off silently. Ha ha ha. I can't, my stomach hurts, brother Hua, save me. Xiao Chu had been laughing hysterically throughout the journey. Even the high-grade spirit beasts were not a match for this group, but they had been forced to escape sneakily from a persistent tiny sheep. It was absolutely hilarious. Moron. Scram. Fei Yan kicked away Xiao Chu, who was about to taint Hua Yao with his dirty paws, his face creased up in disgust. But I am rather curious though, little Xia, why are you not willing to keep that little fella? It is rather cute, isn't it? Rong Rua was rather puzzled by Jun Wuxia's reaction. She could see how much Jun Wuxia loved furry little animals, and logically, wouldn't Jun Wuxia be happy to have the moronic little sheep follow her? Will die. Jun Wuxia said, frowning slightly. Rong Rua was taken aback, but knew what she meant. Although the lifespans of spirit beasts were longer than ordinary livestock, but still shorter when compared to a human's lifespan. A spirit beast that belonged to such a low grade might just live a little more than a decade, and June Wuxie did not want to keep it as she was afraid the little beast would die on her one day, and she did not want to deal with the heartbreak that would be sure to come. If it stayed by her for a long period, feelings were bound to develop, and it was the same even for the usually cold June Wuxie. Hence, no matter how much she loved it, she would not allow herself to grow attached to the little fella with its short lifespan. She hated to see anything that she truly loved die before her eyes. She might always seem cold and distant, but once she developed an attachment, it was difficult for her to cut ties. Although she absolutely adored those cute and furry animals, but she allowed herself to only interact with them occasionally, and would never grow too close to any particular one. The little black cat was an exception, due to the fact that as long as she lived, it would be able to accompany her till the end. Raleigh was another exception, as it was a powerful ring spirit and it would not die under normal circumstances. When they would not be parted by life and death, she would not have any misgivings about it. Raleigh will live a longer life than me. Do you want me to summon Raleigh to cuddle? Xiao Chu asked, suddenly coming beside June Wuxie. He had always felt, despite June Wuxie's cold and icy personality, the words she says sometimes made one's heart cringe in bitter sympathy. It might be her extraordinary intelligence that made her much too aware of the potential heartbreaks that caused her to restrain herself so pitifully. At such a young age, but bogged down with so much misgivings causing her to restrain herself from the things she loved, wouldn't that be very tiring? June Wuxie shook her head, and when she looked up and saw Xiao Chu and the others looking at her with a "you're so pitiful, so heart-wrenching" expression on their faces, she was rather surprised. Had she just said anything wrong? Why are all their expressions so weird? Meow. The little black cat swished its tail as it rested on June Wuxie's shoulder. Do not use your own logic to assess the average person. Your words will always make them think that you are just a pitiful person with a tragic past, and you are just silently repressing your real self. June Wuxie felt a slight twitch at one corner of her mouth. She did not think she was pitiful in any way, not even once. After she was reborn, she had felt the bliss that she had never felt before. The noisy banter continued as they went along on their way, as they set their sights on the next target. They easily overcame the spirit beast, who actually had a tear in its eye when it died. Then, a small tiny white figure was once again hidden behind a line of trees not too far away. The round eyes sparkled as it stared at June Wuxie standing just beside Fen Jin. Found them. Meh. Chapter 5:14, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 5. A snow-white spherical ball of wool dashed forward. Its short tiny little hoofs fully extended. June Wuxie could spot the ball of white unidentifiable object from afar, dashing madly all the way straight at her. Meh. Oh no. I will be discovered. Just before it got to the spot right before June Wuxie, the tiny sheep jammed its short little hooves to a sudden halt. But the built-up momentum continued to carry it forward, and the tiny round woolly ball fell onto the soft green grass. The tiny sheep panicked. It hurriedly raised up its two short front hooves to quickly cover its eyes completely. You cannot see me, you cannot see me. June Wuxie stared at the tiny sheep right in front of her. She was speechless. Xiao Chu erupted into another bout of hysterical laughter. You've tumbled, rolled, and stopped right by our feet, for goodness sake. Covering your eyes does not mean no one can see you. Can you come to your sheep senses? Go. June Wuxie turned resolutely and walked away, not wanting to give the tiny white ball another glance. Xiao Chu could not stop guffawing as turned and followed behind June Wuxie and the others. The tiny sheep finally peeked out under its hoof. And when it saw the departing back of June Wuxie, it hopped up onto its four little hooves and followed behind, its hard hooves tapping on the ground. Throughout the rest of the journey, whenever June Wuxie stopped her feet, Xiao Chu would always find a dumb tiny sheep whenever he turned his head behind to look, lying flat on the ground, its tiny front hooves covering its eyes. And once June Wuxie resumed walking, that dumb tiny sheep would follow, its hooves tapping on the ground once again. That tiny sheep was sure exceptionally determined. Till the moon was almost dipping behind the mountains in the west, the tiny sheep was still keeping at it, following behind June Wuxie all the way, maintaining a fixed distance away from each other. Finally, June Wuxie was feeling rather helpless. Drive it away. Understood. Scare it away. It will be done. The little black cat jumped to the ground from June Wuxie's shoulders and walked with poise and grace as it approached the dumb tiny sheep that was still hiding behind its hooves. Xiao Chu and the others watched on with interest, trying their hardest to suppress the mirth and laughter threatening to burst forth in their chests. Meow. Little Black stood before the dumb sheep, its stance incorrigibly arrogant, its eyes looking down in contempt. Meh. The tiny dumb sheep slowly lowered its hooves very slightly, and peeked over them a little to see the little black cat standing before it. I've been discovered. I've been discovered. Meh. At that moment, the tiny sheep was in a panic and every single strand of wool on its body almost stood out on their ends. The little black cat stared at the tiny dumb sheep as it weaved about in circles in a state of panic, and found itself speechless. It licked on its paws and suddenly morphed into its black beast form. It opened its jaws wide, exposing its sharp-pointed fangs, and gave out a full-bodied ear-shattering roar directed right at the tiny dumb sheep that was merely its size of its head. Roar! The sound reverberated, and the soft wool on the tiny sheep's body was pushed back from the mighty roar. The tiny dumb sheep stared wide-eyed at the ferocious and majestic black beast, and it froze, like a little sheep statue on the ground. The black beast tipped up its nose and snorted contemptuously, feeling very pleased at the expression of utter shock on the tiny dumb sheep, its tail swishing happily behind. Little sheep, run before I eat you up. The tiny dumb sheep had not moved and its forehooves finally started to take a few steps backwards then. Just as everyone had thought that they were about to lose the persistent little sheep from the fright the black beast had given it, an astounding sight materialized right before their very eyes. The tiny dumb sheep, after having taken a few steps backwards, all the wool on its tiny body started to give out a brilliant and blinding light. The grass beneath its hooves started to rustle though there was no wind. A whirlwind suddenly kicked up, swirling fiercely around the tiny body, enveloping it completely. The blinding brilliance exploded. And everyone had to avert their eyes. The brilliant light intensified and grew into a humongous glowing body. The rays of light then started to gradually disappear as they dispersed into the air. A gigantic and unbelievably massive spirit beast suddenly stood before their astounded eyes. The gigantic spirit beast was no stranger to all of them there. It was the exact same guardian-grade spirit beast that had attacked the men from the Rui Lin army just days before. Before the sudden appearance of the gargantuan guardian-grade spirit beast, the massive black beast suddenly looked to be so tiny. Chapter 5:15, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 6. The guardian-grade spirit beast opened its humongous jaws and gave the black beast a mighty roar that sounded like it would split the skies. Roar! We're dead. We're so dead. We're so damn dead. Everyone's mind was in suddenly disarray. Nothing in the world would have made them thought that the tiny dumb sheep that had so doggedly shadowed June Wuxie would turn out to be a guardian-grade spirit beast. And it was the same one that they had fought. Tell me please this is not real. Xiao Chu's legs were suddenly feeling weak and he was holding on to Hua Yao's shoulder for support in order to remain standing. That dumb sheep was really the same guardian-grade spirit beast. Were the heavens making fools out of them? Had he really, just some time earlier, violated a guardian-grade spirit beast? And he had remained in one whole piece. It was really great to be alive. The one that was most shocked was actually June Wuxie, however, not much of it actually showed on her face. She only stared wordlessly at the gigantic-sized spirit beast, and no one knew what she was thinking. The most miserable one among them was the black beast. As it had shouldered the responsibility of driving the sheep off, its entire body was now fully peppered with spit from the guardian-grade spirit beast. As it stared at the exposed fang, that was as big as its entire body, reflecting its own image on its smooth white surface, the black beast almost lost its mind. It was thinking that its mistress had really done it this time. Meow! The black beast turned tail, and tactfully slipped with a swoosh to jump up onto June Wuxie's shoulder in hiding, quickly reverting back to its little cat form as it sprinted and leapt. I almost died there. June Wuxie patted the little black cat's head reassuringly. The guardian-grade spirit beast smirked as it saw the black beast revert to its black cat form and it raised its head smugly and snorted indignantly. After that, the spirit beast lowered its enormous body flat upon the ground and stared with its massive eyes at June Wuxie. 9 long tails swished happily behind it and they gradually began to fold back onto its body, wrapping and twisting, and the entire body of the spirit beast started to visibly shrink and decrease in size, until it turned into the mini sheep that had been tailing them, before it stopped. Xiao Chu's mouth was badly twisted. Fei Yan's eyes were like saucers, as she gulped noisily. Hua Yao and Rong Ruo exchanged glances and attempted to smile bitterly at each other. Fan Jin had not recovered and made like a statue. Tap, tap, tap. The incredibly powerful dumb sheep trotted upon its short little hooves to come stand before Jun Wuxie, a seemingly proud expression upon its upturned face, as it stretched its short hooves fully straight, attempting to stand as tall as it could. Why are you following me? Jun Wuxie finally realized the dumb sheep's real identity. It was not a low-grade spirit beast that did not possess any consciousness. It was actually guardian-grade spirit beast, capable of intelligence. It would understand what she said. The dumb sheep trotted closer, and walked one circle around Jun Wuxie's feet. It lowered its head and chomped on a mouthful of fresh green grass, and raised its head, to allow Jun Wuxie to see it chew and finally swallow the green grass in its mouth. The grass around you is delicious. Me likes it. Jun Wuxie did not understand sheep, and fortunately, the little black cat seemed to know what the dumb sheep meant, and translated it for Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie finally understood why a dumb-looking tiny sheep, which in actual fact was an all-powerful guardian-grade spirit beast, would keep following her. As her ring spirit was a plant spirit, although people would not feel it, all plants around her would be able to sense little lotus essence, and under its influence, undergo a subtle change. And this guardian-grade spirit beast here, had in the process of battling Jun Wuxie, detected the scent from her, and been hence attracted by it. Think, what kind of a lure would more delicious and tastier green grass bring to a dumb sheep? The choice is unthinkably obvious. Chapter 5:16, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 7. The fact that the snow lotus would give out such an effect was something that even Jun Wuxie had not thought of. Xiao Chu and the rest did not understand what the dumb sheep had said, and neither did they know what the little black cat had said, so they only stared at Jun Wuxie blankly, waiting for her to explain. Jun Wuxie had no choice but to briefly explain the dumb sheep's bleating to them. So that means when it ran off suddenly when it battled us before, it was all because of little Xie? Xiao Chu asked as he rubbed at his chin. He had wondered at that time why such a powerful guardian-grade spirit beast would beat a retreat that quickly. The dumb sheep possessed a high level of spirit consciousness and had understood what Xiao Chu said. It lowered its head sheepishly, as if slightly ashamed, one of its front hooves pawing at the grass on the ground. Actually, at that time, it had run away just because it was terribly afraid of pain. But that would remain a secret. No matter what, it would not tell this to them. Humph. Not one word. Meh, the dumb sheep raised its head and looked at Jun Wuxie, its eyes unusually determined. I want to stick to you from now onwards. The little black cat's mouth was twitching as it did its best to fully translate the dumb sheep's words for Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie remained silent, but did not choose to reject either. She stared at the dumb sheep, looking as though she was contemplating whether to accept or reject. The dumb sheep blinked its eyes innocently at Jun Wuxie and suddenly, it seemed to have remembered something. It tipped its rotund spherical body and fell to the ground on its side. It continued to struggle and kick, and finally managed to flip itself on its back, exposing its little belly all covered in wool, while it straightened all four of its short hooves outwards. The dumb sheep's compromised position looked so comical Xiao Chu immediately doubled over in laughter, clutching at his tummy. What is this? And coming from a guardian-grade spirit beast at that. Ha ha ha, this is just too funny. Xiao Chu was wiping the tears flowing down his face. The dumb sheep ignored Xiao Chu totally and remained in its position, not moving an inch. Humph. Stupid humans. Its ingenuity would never be understood by common humans like that guy there. Jun Wuxie suddenly squatted down on the ground and stretched out her hand to rub the dumb sheep's belly. That incredibly soft and fluffy touch on her fingers made Jun Wuxie close her eyes in satisfaction in an instant. You can come with me, but you will have to listen to everything that I say. Jun Wuxie said as she continued to rub on the dumb sheep's belly. It just knew that its ingenuity was unparalleled. Meh. The dumb sheep had actually not so dumbly remembered that Jun Wuxie had seemed to be very interested in the wool upon his body when she had carried it in her arms earlier. It had suddenly been struck with this ingenious idea to sacrifice its chastity to win Jun Wuxie's acceptance. After having tasted the grass nourished by the snow lotus essence once, it had not been able to forget the sweet succulent taste and did not want to eat normal grass anymore. If it was not able to follow Jun Wuxie, it might very well turn to skin and bones soon without tasting that unforgettable divine taste again. Name? Jun Wuxie asked. That did not need translating, and the little black cat was spared the task. Meme? She asked, an eyebrow raised. It's Lord Meme. The little black cat translated, its whiskers quivering. Lord Meme. Xiao Chu and the rest of the team stared wordlessly as they watched a human and sheep converse. The conversation was interspersed with the little black cat's meowing, and all of the people watching were terribly confused. After setting the conditions with Lord Meme, Jun Wuxie no longer stopped it from following them. And having acknowledged its new feed tress, Lord Meme was hopping happily along, chomping up a circle of grass around Jun Wuxie's feet. The look of absolute satisfaction showed just how pleased it was with the feed. You really want to keep it? Xiao Chu was still unable to come to terms with this sudden new development. People came to the Battle Spirits Forest to hunt spirit beasts and retrieve spirit stones. Jun Wuxie outshone everyone in this aspect. Besides killing spirit beasts, she was bringing one back with her. And a guardian grade 1 at that. What kind of heaven-defying luck was that? Jun Wuxie nodded. If the concern regarding its lifespan is addressed, she couldn't have been more pleased to keep a cute furry live pet. Chapter 517, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 8. Lord Meme might not be overly smart, but its battle power was rather impressive. It made for an excruciatingly adorable pet and could efficiently double up as a strong melee force. It was an extremely welcome addition to Jun Wuxie in her relentless pursuit of power and strength. Moreover, she did not even have to fork out anything to feed it. As long as grass grew wherever they went, Lord Meme would be well satisfied. Its name is Lord Meme. You named it? Xiao Chu asked, his face incredulous. It told me. Jun Wuxie said stoically. What an unbelievable spirit beast this was. It not could transform, it was able to give itself a name. But what kind of a wacky name was that? Although I'm a little overwhelmed right now, but it's not too bad. With Lord Meme here with us, we wouldn't need to worry about spirit stones anymore. Xiao Chu said, rather optimistically. For a guardian-grade spirit beast to take on other spirit beasts, it would be just like slicing through radishes. It would be so easy. However, Xiao Chu quickly realized that he might have been a little too naive. The possibility that ordinary spirit beasts would confront a guardian-grade spirit beast was equivalent to a big fat zero. Lord Meme would unquestionably be able to kill the other spirit beasts within a second, but there was a prerequisite before that. They had to find Lord Meme a target first. The guardian-grade spirit beast following behind them doggedly, like a tail on Jun Wuxie's back, its hard hooves tapping incessantly upon the ground, and it would take a chomp of the grass, as it followed closely behind Jun Wuxie. Although by all looks, it looked every inch to be just a dumb sheep in its current form, it was nevertheless a genuine and fully authentic guardian-grade spirit beast, and the aura that emanated from its mere presence had well alerted all spirit beasts in a 100-meter radius, and all the spirit beasts had long scattered in all directions from the overwhelmingly powerful aura of Lord Meme before Xiao Chu and the others could even approach their targets. Killed in a blink. Ha ha ha. Blink all you want. Find it a spirit beast in the first place. Xiao Chu could not even find the tears, although he really wanted to cry at that moment. Till the last night before the spirit hunt was scheduled to end, Xiao Chu and the others had not even seen the shadow of a single spirit beast within the vast Battle Spirits Forest. The dark, dangerous forest which had crawled with spirit beasts before, suddenly seemed that they had all become extinct, where they were not able to find a single trace of them. Sitting beside a fire, Xiao Chu looked crestfallen as he stared at Lord Meme, who was grazing the grass around the feet of Jun Wuxie, his eyes filled with resentment. It's all your fault. We did not even smell a single spirit beast. Xiao Chu was indignant. He felt as though he had been conned. Lord Meme raised its head. It looked at Xiao Chu and tilted its head, its face looking rather puzzled. You can't blame it for that. The aura of a guardian-grade spirit beast is too strong, and it had decreased quite a lot by taking its current miniature form. If Lord Meme had remained in its original form, not to mention a 100-meter radius, you double the distance and you still wouldn't begin to dream of seeing a single spirit beast. Fan Jin said with a laugh, feeling extremely happy that Lord Meme had chosen to join the party. He had been feeling very guilty towards Jun Wuxie, and seeing Jun Wuxie gain such an exemplary spirit beast as her protector, he was really happy for her. Spirit stones. Spirit stones. Xiao Chu moaned, his hands covering his face, having no appetite to even eat. We had quite a haul of spirit stones from before, the last few days would not have made that big a difference, right? Fan Jin saw Xiao Chu's mournful look and could not help but feel a little curious. The team had successfully hunted down a good number of spirit beasts throughout the spirit hunt, and that had included quite a few high-grade spirit beasts. With this result, they would most definitely stir up quite a storm after the spirit hunt ended, so why was Xiao Chu still feeling so miserable? You wouldn't understand. Xiao Chu said with a heavy sigh. The few of them in the gang had intended right from the start to not hand their spirit stones over to the Zephyr Academy. To these poor youths who had lived in abject poverty for years, these spirit stones were precious money, rarely available to them. They had not enrolled into the Zephyr Academy aspiring to become diligent and studious disciples, and the spirit hunt had just been a bonus activity for them. They were not about to give up such a large amount of treasured spirit stones in exchange for mere scores. Chapter 518, The Relentless Little Tail in the Shadows, 9. They would naturally keep it and exchange them for money. Without a doubt. Fan Jin was not aware of their intentions and had taken out his own share of spirit stones for the others to distribute, but was rejected by Hua Yao. After filling up its tummy, Lord Meme was finally willing to bother itself with these ignorant humans. In his eyes, only its feed tress was worth its attention. After having heard Xiao Chu's incessant grumblings, Lord Meme raised its head and stared at its feed stress, a look of worry on its face. Under the warm glow from the fire, Jun Wuxie's face did not show much of an expression, but only had her head and eyes lowered, and was only nibbling at the rations held in her hand. But what if its feed stress were to think that it was trying to interfere with the humans' affairs? What should it do then? Worried that it would be despised by the irreplaceable feed stress it had just found, Lord Meme trotted over to stand right before Jun Wuxie. Jun Wuxie raised her head a little and looked at the dumb sheep before her eyes. She then reached out and ruffled the soft wool on the fluffy little sheep. My feed stress, I will prove that I can contribute too. Jun Wuxie was rather puzzled. Anxious to gain Jun Wuxie's approval, Lord Meme turned its tiny little head and stuck its mouth into its thick covering of wool and rummaged through it vigorously. After a while, it turned its head back with its mouth full. It then lowered its head and opened its mouth. Clink, clatter, clunk. A heap of myriad-colored, in assorted sizes, spirit stones poured out and scattered around Jun Wuxie's feet. Jun Wuxie's eyes widened at the sight. The moaning Xiao Chu at the side suddenly found his jaw drop to the ground. These are spirit stones. Fei Yan stretched out his hand, intending to pick up a piece to take a closer look at it, but before he could pick it up, a tiny hoof had suddenly stepped onto it possessively, refusing to let it budge. This is for my feed stress. Fei Yan's mouth twitched in annoyance. Although he did not understand what Lord Meme was bleating about, but judging from the expression and Lord Meme's actions, its meaning couldn't be any clearer, so Fei Yan had no choice but to release the spirit stone. After Lord Meme was satisfied, it finally lifted its little hoof off. It then went to those spirit stones that had rolled a little further and pushed them with its tiny hoofs to gather them all closer around Jun Wuxie. Meh, and Lord Meme raised its head proudly. Lord Meme is the absolute best. Jun Wuxie stared at the dumb sheep that was looking mighty proud of itself and remaining in that position, trying so hard to win her praise. She relented and stretched out her hand to rub the sheep on its head. Meh, the dumb sheep was extremely pleased, and it trotted over to lie down beside Jun Wuxie's feet. Even though it had already eaten its fill, it found out that it was rather invigorating to lie down on the extra sweet-smelling grass beside Jun Wuxie. If it had known that its feed stress liked these sparkling stones so much, it would have kept all those sparkling stones from the spirit beasts it had killed in the past. The little black cat could not make itself look on and raised its paws over its eyes. The little cat could not come to terms with the fact that it had been scared off by this totally brainless and moronic example of a dumb sheep just yesterday. That was a catastrophe. How humiliating. Xiao Chu stared at the heap of spirit stones, and his eyes were totally sparkling with greed. But with Fei Yan having set as a prime example, he did not dare lay his hands of them. But, little Xie, when we get back, what do you say we make a trip to the auction house? The heap of spirit stones before him sparkled just like a mountain of gold. And based on his observation, all those spirit stones were not too small in size, looking to have been retrieved from a medium-grade spirit beast at least, and mixed within that mesmerizing pile, he could see quite a number of high-grade spirit stones as well. Just that one mouthful from Lord Meme had far surpassed what they had managed to slowly gather from days of fighting spirit beasts. Sure. June Wuxia nodded. She had almost depleted the banknotes she had with her, and she intended to keep a portion of the spirit stones and wait till Long Qi and his men arrive at the Zephyr Academy to demand for an appropriate answer for the prior incident and have them bring them back to the Qi Kingdom. As for the rest, using them to beef up their financial resources would not be a bad idea. The amount of money they had needed to raise to enroll into the Zephyr Academy had gradually made June Wuxia aware that it was a necessity to have some money on them all the time. Chapter 519, The Spirit Hunt Ends, 1. With the dumb sheep with them, June Wuxia and her team decided to give up on hunting any spirit beasts. All of them were set to return early the next morning, and that would mark the end of the spirit hunt. This spirit hunt meant differently for different disciples. To some, it might be just the same as all the previous spirit hunts, and to others, it might have been an unforgettable experience. But to another group of disciples, their lives had ended there, within the dark depths of the Battle Spirits Forest. Groups of disciples started to return, wave after wave. Some came back happy while some came back sad and miserable. Quite a number of them came in carrying wounds on their exhausted bodies, and carried by their teammates. The weary youths who had toiled through the entirety of the spirit hunt were ecstatic to finally be leaving the Battle Spirits Forest. The strong ones had the opportunity to prove their strength and power by killing various spirit beasts, while the weak, who would have been a constant target and mercilessly hunted by spirit beasts and other disciples, had to survive every single day by running and hiding, making it a miserable experience for them. The teachers counted and totaled the returning disciples one by one and recorded the quantity of spirit stones they had in their possession. Some displayed their impressive hauls and some presented empty hands, and all kinds of emotions were witnessed. June Wuxia and her team returned at a time that was neither too early nor too late. When they walked into the camp, the place was already filled with other disciples who had returned before them. For most of them, their nerves had constantly been on edge for the past 7 days, and they were finally able to relax. The disciples huddled closely together, sharing their exploits and harrowing experiences, using what they had witnessed in the Battle Spirits Forest as fodder, albeit with much exaggeration. But no one would bother to point out any contradictions or delve deep into their stories and tales of valor at that time, as they all just needed some entertainment, as they rested their weary hearts and bodies. When June Wuxia and her group returned, the teacher that tallied their scores was one that they had never met before. The few of them just handed over a few low-grade spirit stones to just brush the issue aside, and totally ignored the upraised eyebrow of the teacher before them. Fan Jin had initially intended to hand over all the spirit stones he had on him. But when he saw what June Wuxia and the others did, he retained a large part of his spirit stones with him and only handed over a few pieces. Fan Jin, when you take part in the spirit hunts in future, do not pair yourself up with useless disciples again. The teacher who was in charge of tallying their scores had, upon seeing Fan Jin's results, frowned deeply. Fan Jin had always enjoyed a stellar reputation in the Zephyr Academy, and his righteous and upright character had made him popular with the teachers. Although he was the strongest or most powerful, they still expected much from him. When Fan Jin had taken part in the previous spirit hunts, he might not have hauled in the most spirit stones, but his results had still well surpassed most of the others. But this time, the quantity that Fan Jin had handed in was significantly less than what he had acquired before, and they were all just low-grade spirit stones, without a single medium-grade stone among them. That teacher had naturally blamed Fan Jin's less than stellar result onto the ragtag bunch of June Wuxia and the disciples from the branch division. Fan Jin gave the teacher a sheepish smile and did not say anything. Throughout the whole spirit hunt in the last 7 days, he had not had to even exert much of an effort at all. With Xiao Chu and company in his team, there were not many opportunities that gave him any chance to make himself useful at all. After tallying their results, Xiao Chu and the other 3 of them were to go to the camp set up for disciples from the branch division. June Wuxia bade their farewell and they were going to leave when Fan Jin rushed over to them at that moment. Xiao Chu. Guys. Wait a moment. Xiao Chu turned his head, puzzled as he saw Fan Jin running over to them, panting heavily, but with a big smile on his face. Big brother Fan, what is it? Xiao Chu had a good impression of Fan Jin. These spirit stones are for all of you. Fan Jin took out all the spirit stones he had hidden earlier and pressed them into Xiao Chu's hand. "Why didn't you hand them in?" Xiao Chu was surprised. The weight of the spirit stones in his hand was very close to what they had given to Fan Jin in their even distribution. Fan Jin replied, a little embarrassed, "For this spirit hunt, I did not contribute much. All these should rightfully belong to all of you, as I cannot take credit for all the efforts that you guys had put in. I still have matters I need to look into back there, so I'll make a move. Let's talk again." With that, Fan Jin turned without waiting for Xiao Chu to reply and ran off. Xiao Chu scratched the back of his head, and Rong Ruo laughed. That Fan Jin might be a little too inflexible at times, but he has an absolutely honest and upright nature. He is definitely a good guy. Chapter 520, The Spirit Hunt ends, 2. Within the noisy and bustling campgrounds, a single figure attracted many eyes to turn. The youths who had been huddled together chatting away suddenly turned and fixated their gaze on the figure that had attracted all their eyes. Jun Wuxia walked slowly into the campgrounds, the black cat rested lazily on her shoulders. But what had made all those pairs of eyes to stare at them was actually the tiny Lord Meme trotting closely behind Jun Wuxia. The weak-looking tiny lamb trotted, shadowing Jun Wuxia like a little tail on Jun Wuxia's back. Its tiny form and fluffy looks attracted quite a few fond gazes from the girls, but most of the male disciples snorted derisively as their eyes fell onto that scene. The battle spirits forest was filled with all kinds of spirit beasts. They ranged from the strongest guardian-grade spirit beasts to the weakest and lowliest low-grade spirit beasts. Some of the low-grade spirit beasts were not even equipped to perform any attacks and were the prime targets of many of the disciples. They usually possessed qualities just like Lord Meme, small and tiny in size, looking incredibly innocent and harmless, and people could tell with one look that they were low-grade spirit beasts. Jun Wuxia's face was already infamous and was almost a celebrity in the Zephyr Academy, and all the other disciples recognized her identity with a single glance. Having gone into the battle spirits forest and actually bringing a low-grade spirit beast out with him made the other disciples look at him as some kind of a joke. With his powers, I doubt he would be able to even kill that low-grade spirit beast following behind him. If not, why would he want to have such a weak spirit beast dogging his every step? A youth who had always detested Jun Xie could not help himself but grumble to his companion in a malicious tone. He might not be very strong, but no one can match up to him when it comes to shamelessness. Having latched onto Fan Jin, he would definitely make it through the spirit hunt safe and sound even if he could not achieve any outstanding results. You must have realized that disciples from the branch division had always suffered heavy casualties, and if not for Fan Jin's protection, that little brat might very well not even make it back here alive. I saw it very clearly earlier. Senior Fan did not achieve good results this time round. He must have been dragged down by those leeches. If not for them, Senior Fan would never have produced such dismal results with his spirit stones. Several youths gathered together to further criticize and condemn Jun Wuxia, and a youth who happened past them suddenly stopped and stared at them with a frown on his face. Jun Xie is nothing like the kind of person you guys are making him out to be. The youths who had been happily caught up with their condemnations and insults suddenly stopped and turned their eyes to look. They saw that it was a senior from the Beast Spirit faculty. That senior had not really been outstanding, but everyone knew of him now, all because of one reason alone. That he was mentoring a new disciple this year, and that disciple was the only one admitted into the Spirit Healer faculty, Li Zimu. Li Zimu's mentor was actually speaking out for Jun Xie. Not a single one among them would have ever expected that to happen. That youth nagged a little and left with his own companions. After they have walked a distance, his companions asked, "Why are you suddenly defending Jun Xie? Weren't you really angry that he had tried to steal Li Zimu's?" The youth replied with a self-deprecating laugh, "I had been too blind to see," and accused Jun Xie of stealing from Li Zimu. "But even if you kill me now, I will never believe a word of it." The youth had looked at Jun Xie with great disapproval. But in the Battle Spirits Forest, after he had protected Li Zimu from getting hurt, Li Zimu had not only showed himself to be ungrateful, but had even pleaded and begged to be accepted into Fan Jin's team instead, which had really infuriated him. However, it was instead Jun Xie, whom he secretly despised, that left them with a variety of medicine without a word. And it was all thanks to those medicine that had allowed his team to recover quickly, and to fully complete the spirit hunt. If not for Jun Xie's kind gesture, he would expect that at least half of his team would have died in the Battle Spirits Forest. After that ordeal, he finally understood. that rumors were not to be believed. Chapter 521, The Spirit Hunt Ends, 3. The team that Li Zimu had initially been with were greatly helped by Jun Xie in the Battle Spirits Forest, and after returning back to the campgrounds, they began to consciously and unconsciously defend Jun Xie's reputation. They were betrayed by Li Zimu and had almost lost their lives in the dense forest. Jun Xie's kind gesture had saved them and they were extremely grateful to him. But they had also fallen victim to Li Zimu's exaggerated lies and had previously been party to criticizing Jun Xie as well and had condemned him. Hence, although they were feeling grateful in their hearts, they were too ashamed to face Jun Xie, as the guilt gnawed at their hearts. The news that Jun Xie had brought back a low-grade spirit beast back soon spread throughout the campgrounds. But this piece of news had not even stirred up much attention when another piece of news shocked the entire camp. The team reputed to be the strongest with Lu Weijie and the others had surprisingly announced their withdrawal before. The spirit hunt had ended, and no single member of the team remained. They had all been escorted back to the Zephyr Academy by Nangong Su personally. That alarming piece of news shocked all the disciples present and endless speculations and debates ensued. It must be known that the first ranked in the previous spirit tournament had suddenly disappeared that year and had not been seen in the Zephyr Academy for quite some time, and Lu Weijie was the current most powerful disciple in the Zephyr Academy. After the top-ranked disciple was no longer around, everyone had subconsciously presumed Lu Weijie to be the strongest one among them, and his team this time had not only included him, but also the third-ranked Ning Xin from the previous spirit tournament in addition to the 9th and 10th ranked as well. The team had also managed to rope in Yin Yan from the Spirit Healer faculty, and the rest of the team members were all above average. Despite all that most glamorous and star-studded team announced their withdrawal from the Spirit Hunt midway through and led back to the Zephyr Academy by Nangong Su himself. All the other disciples found the situation rather puzzling. Many of them were guessing if they might have encountered a most powerful spirit beast, an extraordinary high-grade one or even a guardian grade, that had severely injured them all and they had to be sent back to the Zephyr Academy. If not, any other reason that would make them suddenly withdraw would make things rather suspicious. All kind of guesses and theories mushroomed and sprouted, while Jun Wuxie and Lord Meme found themselves suddenly overlooked. The first position for this timed spirit hunt had suddenly been opened up to any of the teams there, and the disciples were all brimming with renewed hope. The spirit hunt had finally come to a close, and the mentally and physically exhausted disciples were given one day to rest and recover before they set forth towards the Zephyr Academy. But none of them were aware of the fact that the death toll among the disciples for this spirit hunt had surpassed the numbers for any of the previous spirit hunts. Neither did all the disciples know, in the very near future, a vicious storm was about to hit the Zephyr Academy, throwing everyone into chaotic turmoil. For the journey back, Jun Wuxie brought the little black cat and Lord Meme to share the same carriage with Fan Jin. Throughout the whole journey, Fan Jin felt as though he was sitting on pins as Lord Meme, who was carried in Jun Wuxie's arms, stared at Fan Jin with a look filled with enmity endlessly. Fan Jin wanted to cry. He did not know when and how he had offended this horrifyingly powerful guardian-grade spirit beast disguised as a tame harmless sheep, and could only smile bitterly at the sheep, in an attempt to diffuse the enmity Lord Meme had towards him. It was in futility. Lord Meme still stared him with those hate-filled eyes. This guy deserved to be smacked. He made my feed stress come into this rumbling and tumbling small box, depriving the rabble Lord Meme of tasty green grass to chomp on. Evildoer. Lord Meme should just eat you instead. If Fan Jin only knew what Lord Meme was really thinking, he would have scrambled and fought to get out of the carriage at that very moment. Poor innocent Fan Jin. He wasn't the one responsible for making Jun Wuxie get into the box. Do not eat. Chapter 522, The Wind Kicks Up, 1. The Zephyr Academy was still the same as before, quiet and tranquil, looking as if nothing had happened. The spirit hunt had ended and the disciples returned, all of them comfortably settled back into familiar surroundings as they recounted all that they had experienced back in the Battle Spirits Forest. But it was right within this tranquility that a storm was about to rage. All the disciples had still not fully recovered from the trials they had undergone from the spirit hunt, and it had barely been 2 days since they had returned back to the academy that an astonishing piece of news reached their ears. Lu Weijie and the others in his team who had withdrawn themselves prematurely from the recently ended spirit hunt had been expelled from the Zephyr Academy in punishment. Although they had not revealed the reason, but the marching orders had been given. More than 20 disciples were suddenly struck off from the Zephyr Academy's roster. The list had even included the last Spirit Tournament's second-ranked Lu Weijie. All the disciples driven out of the Zephyr Academy were disciples who had been in the same team with Lu Weijie, and with the exceptions of Ning Xin and Yin Yan, none was spared. It caused a big commotion. Even when the Zephyr Academy tried to hide it, the astounding news could not be suppressed. All the other disciples were shocked by the revelation. Lu Weijie's sudden withdrawal from the spirit hunt with his team had already sparked off much debate and arguments, and now that all of them were suddenly expelled, the voices raised and questions reached new heights. In the vice headmaster's office, Ning Rui's face was dark as he looked at the pale-faced Ning Xin, his eyes narrowed in admonishment. In regards to this matter, I have already cleared it with the headmaster. Lu Weijie and the others will assume the responsibilities for it. Just make sure you stay within the office during this period and do not go anywhere. And only after the matter dies down, we'll make other plans. Ning Rui's mood could not get any worse at the moment. He had thought that after the recent spirit hunt, he would be rid of Fan Jin, one of the biggest thorns in his side. Never had he expected that Ning Xin would stir up such a big mess, failing in her mission, and even offended such powerful people. The disciples of Mu Chen from the cloud-treading peak and the most ferocious strike force, the Rui Lin army. When Nangong Su had just brought Ning Xin and Lu Weijie back and reported the news to him, Ning Rui had almost exploded in rage. He knew better than anyone what kind of a temperament his own daughter possessed. Ning Rui had privately approved of Ning Xin's power and her deviously scheming mind privately. She had always been cautious and dependable when carrying out her schemes, and when he found out that she had stirred up so much trouble with such dire consequences this time, Ning Rui had been rather shocked. Although he knew that the severity of the matter would even implicate the reputation of the Zephyr Academy, but Ning Rui could not leave his own daughter in the lurch. If Ning Xin's misdeeds were made known and spread, not only she would lose her standing in the academy, even his position as the vice headmaster would be put at risk. Hence, Ning Rui had had no choice but to lower himself before Fan Qi this once, and pleaded with tears in his eyes. Fan Qi had relented when he was reminded of the fact that they were fellow disciples under the same master and had allowed them to secretly remove Lu Weijie and the others, to hide the truth of the matter. Expelling more than 20 disciples all at once, was also deemed to be a form of answer to Ronghang and Long Qi. Yes. I have committed a big mistake in this matter and I plead for my father's forgiveness. I promise to be extra careful in future. Ning Xin nodded obediently, but her heart was still in a state of panic. I will leave Yin Yan in your hands for the time being. You should know very well how he should be used. Ning Rui said, his eyes staring at Ning Xin. Ning Xin acknowledged, submissively docile. Ning Rui sighed and asked again, you are sure you saw them clearly? Jun Xie and those boys from the branch division are really that powerful? What really made Ning Rui uneasy besides the fact that their attempt at murder had failed, was Jun Xie's, Qiao Chu's, and the others' overwhelming powers. Before this, Ning Rui had not perceived Jun Xie as a threat at all and seen the boy only as a pawn to be used to attack Fan Jin. He had not seen the need for him to personally deal with such a petty and lowly disciple then. Chapter 523, The Wind Kicks Up, 2. But this time, Ning Xin had brought back shocking news with her. Ning Rui had never even bothered to look Jun Xie in the eye, and he was astounded to suddenly be hearing that he possessed such overwhelming power while those mysterious disciples from the branch division had possessed purple spirits. That was just too unbelievable. Purple spirits, they were the pinnacle of strength and power, and they have not been seen in the last century. Why would the amazing power suddenly show up on disciples of the branch division? All of those revelations had shocked Ning Rui beyond words, and he could not fully comprehend them. I'm sure I saw them clearly. It is all true. When she recalled all that she saw that day, Ning Xin could not help but tremble uncontrollably. Ning Rui's frown grew deeper. Have you ever faced off with Jun Xie before? Ning Xin shook her head immediately. Never did. All the deeds were carried out by Yin Yan. Ning Rui tapped his fingers on his table while deep in thought. After a Fan Jin wins over the youths and all their overwhelming strength, it would deal a big blow to the plans we had in place. Since you have never been in direct confrontation with Jun Xie before, you should use everything within your ability to win him over and convince him to switch sides. He never believed in eternal enmities, and neither in eternal friendships. Ning Rui was able to size up the situation rather quickly. When Junxia had still been perceived as trash, he had been happy to see his daughter use him as a pawn. But when the pawn was found to possess such great power, it would not be wise to leave him at the enemy's side. Ning Xin was aghast. "Father, Junxia might have turned out more powerful than we expected him to be. But he is still rather young and I don't think we need to." "What do you know?" Ning Rui chided sternly. Ning Xin trembled. "Where did you think those few purple spirits had suddenly sprouted out from? I have thoroughly checked on all the people around Fenjin. Even if we don't mention him as he is still a young youth, but not even his well-respected father will be able to win the favor of any purple spirit exponents. If Fenjin was really that capable, he would not have been so badly toyed by your schemes. Those few purple spirit users must be linked to Junxia. If we manage to win Junxia over to our side, we won't just be winning over one person, but also the powerful exponents behind him." Ning Rui said with a chilling laugh, and based on Ning Xin's observations, Junxia had broken through to the yellow spirit level. A 14-year-old who had broken through to the yellow spirit level, what kind of an unbelievable gift was that? And added to that, he had a rather powerful ring spirit as well, which made Junxia an excellent target. But most importantly, it was what the inconceivable purple spirit exponents behind him would bring. If he was able to successfully convince those few purple spirit users to come over on his side, and everything that was happening now would no longer pose to be a problem anymore. Ning Xin gasped loudly, as she realized how important it was to win Junxia over. "But I have mentored Yin all this while," whereas things between him and Junxia, Ning Xin's voice trailed off as she bit on her lip. The fact that Yin had been able to still remain in the Zephyr Academy was never her father's intention, but it was all due to his own position in the academy. The disciples of the Spirit Healer faculty had always been independently controlled by Gu Lixing himself, and not even the headmaster was able to interfere with him. And the incident in the Battle Spirits Forest was known only to the few people Nangong Su, Fan Qi, and Ning Rui. In order to protect the Zephyr Academy's reputation, not a single one among them dared to leak a word of it to anybody. Gu Lixing was hence unaware of the matter and would naturally not drive Yin out. Yin had served as Ning Xin's ward for a rather long time, and clever as she was, Ning Xin knew how Yin felt towards her. But his position and his obedience had made Ning Xin find him useful and easy to manipulate. But if it came to threatening her own interests, there wasn't much that Ning Xin would hesitate to sacrifice. Chapter 524, The Wind Kicks Up, 3. The truth of the matter was that Li Zimu was the one who started the whole farce, and Yin was inexorably duped into playing along with it. Ning Rui said with a meaningful glance to Ning Xin. Ning Xin's eyes lit up and a smile grew on her lips. "What father means is for Yin to go apologize to Junxia." Ning Rui nodded, satisfied. "This time, do not fail me again, or I will really be utterly disappointed with you." Ning Rui's steely gaze fell on Ning Xin. Suddenly felt the chill from those eyes. Even though they were linked in blood, Ning Xin was still extremely fearful of her own father. "I won't," Ning Xin gulped, as she hurriedly reassured. However, things did not turn out the way as what Ning Xin and Ning Rui had planned. Ning Rui had intended for Lu Weijie and the other over 20 disciples to become scapegoats for the disaster his daughter had caused, and thought that the fact that Lu Weijie had a soft spot for Ning Xin all this while would make Lu Weijie be willing to hide the real truth behind the matter for her. Ning Rui did not know that Ning Xin had hidden part of the truth from him. In order to save herself, Ning Xin had quickly only brought Yin back with her and left Lu Weijie and the rest of the team in the lurch, which had almost caused all of them to lose their lives. In view of the circumstances, there was no way Lu Weijie would hide the truth for Ning Xin, especially when they got to know that he and the other over 20 disciples were to be driven out of the Zephyr Academy, while Ning Xin and Yin did not suffer any form of punishment in the least. Lu Weijie was absolutely outraged. At the main gates of the Zephyr Academy, more than 20 disciples who had been expelled from the Zephyr Academy stood, their faces in tears, all dressed in civilian clothing after they were made to change out of the Zephyr Academy's uniforms, staring forlornly at the academy they had grown to become so familiar with, their hearts heavy. They thought back to the day they had first come here, inspired to achieve their lofty goals, having stood out among the sea of applicants fighting to enroll, and had dreamed of the day that they would one day shoot up the societal ranks. But now, they had nothing left. They had not completed their studies and they had been thrown out by the Zephyr Academy. All their dreams and aspirations were suddenly shattered and the pieces lay crumbled upon the ground before them. "Senior Lu, what are we supposed to do in future?" a disciple among the group asked as he looked sadly at Lu Weijie. Before the gates, many disciples had congregated, here to watch the miserable worms who had been abandoned. Lu Weijie's face was ashen as he stared at the whispering disciples grouped together within the Zephyr Academy, and the rage within his chest reached an inferno. What to do? Since the Zephyr Academy is not giving us any other way out, then we need not observe or consider any sense of propriety for the Academy as well. We can just bring them down with us. I will no longer hold this dump of an academy dear to my heart. Lu Weijie shouted angrily. The Zephyr Academy had, after driving them out of the academy gates, said that those disciples possessed dubious characters and were despicable in their deeds. That critique from the academy had inadvertently also killed the futures of all those disciples. With such a testimonial coming from the Zephyr Academy, which other respectable academy would be willing to take them in? Lu Weijie was almost exploding with rage. The prospects for his future had been shining bright. As the second in rank in the last spirit tournament, he had everything he wanted going for him. But he had been bewitched by a slut and had committed a huge wrong, which finally destroyed his own future, and the whole responsibility for it had been thrown onto him. But the one person from whom the whole scheme had originated from, had used her father's powerful position as the vice headmaster, to escape unscathed. She had not only not been expelled by the Zephyr Academy, but was still enjoying her unchanged status as the senior Ning that all the disciples respected. Based on what? A slut like that, a shameless girl like that, why should he allow her to achieve the great future that was denied to all of them? Lu Weijie's expression became grim as his rage and the sense of injustice in his heart grew. It gave him the courage and determination to finally step forward and stand before the gathered disciples behind the gates, and shouted out loudly. Chapter 525, The Wind Kicks Up, 4. The Zephyr Academy does not do its revered reputation justice and abuses its power for personal gain. We will not accept the injustice. Lu Weijie's loud proclamation made all the disciples within the Zephyr Academy prick up their ears. They did not know what had caused Lu Weijie and the others to be expelled from the Zephyr Academy, and when they heard what Lu Weijie had just said, they began to think that there was more than meets the eye in the matter. Among the crowd of disciples, a tiny figure stood right at the back of everyone, and a slight cold smile appeared on the delicate features on that face. Lu Weijie, I spared you your life back then. Today, you must really put up a good show for me in return. Senior Lu. The other youths who had been thrown out with him stared worriedly at Lu Weijie. They were been accomplices to the crime and had been similarly victimized in this matter, hence they naturally knew what Lu Weijie was about to say next. All of our futures have been ruined, and how much longer do you want to hide the truth for that person? All of you might be willing to be stepping stones for that person, but not me. She was the one behind all of this, so why should we bear all the consequences? She is still safe and sound within the academy, enjoying the love and respect from all the disciples who are ignorant of the truth. Lu Weijie scolded the others through tightly clenched teeth. He was not about to go down without a fight. The group of youths lowered their head. The sense of injustice in their hearts were suddenly sparked by Lu Weijie's fiery words. Ning Xin. If you still have any conscience left in you, come out here right this instant. You were overcome by your own greed and attempted to murder the disciples from the cloud-treading peak and the general of the Rui Lin army. The attempt failed and you pushed all the blame onto us. In order for the Zephyr Academy to answer to the cloud-treading peak and the Rui Lin army, they have dumped all responsibility for the matter on all of us here and thrown us out of the Zephyr Academy, making us bear all the blame. We have no other way out of this, while you are being absolved completely from the matter. Just because your father is the vice headmaster of the Zephyr Academy. Just because the headmaster and your father are fellow disciples. Lu Weijie was not going to hold back in the slightest. Since Ning Xin and Ning Rui were not giving them a way out of this, he didn't see any need to hide anything. Even if he would not be able to finish his academic studies, he was confident he would still succeed with his family's strong connections. Lu Weijie's words stirred the crowd of disciples gathered before them. What is this about the cloud-treading peak? What is this about the Rui Lin army? The two names uttered endlessly thundered in the ears and stuck like lightning into the hearts of the disciples there. Ning Xin plotted against those two powers. What really happened? Fanned by Lu Weijie's inflammatory words, The other youths who had been prepared to forgive and move on were suddenly acutely made aware of the discrepancy in the punishment meted out to Ning Xin and them. They grew angry and joined with Lu Weijie, spilling every single detail they knew about the incident that happened in the Battle Spirits Forest. More than 20 youths chirped, one after another, as they explained in detail all that had gone on in their own words. The real truth, when revealed, had all the disciples tongue-tied and staring in disbelief, their faces in shock. Lu Weijie and Ning Xin were both well-known and leading figures among the disciples of the Zephyr Academy. Although Lu Weijie was not as worshipped and loved like Ning Xin was, but he possessed great power and was an individual who won everyone's praise as a prodigious youth. Both of them had enjoyed a rather good relationship with each other, and all the disciples knew that they had been in the same team during the spirit hunt. But now, everyone in that team had been thrown out together with Lu Weijie, but for the exception of Ning Xin and Yin Yan. The circumstances were already suspicious by itself, and with Lu Weijie and the other statements, a fiery debate suddenly erupted heatedly among all the disciples. Nobody could easily accept the picture of the usually gentle and graceful senior Ning they had in their minds could possibly be the very same person as the image of a greedy murderer who lusted for personal enrichment and was a despicable girl, who would betray her own fellow disciples, as described by Lu Weijie and the group of 20 overuse before them. Lu Weijie and the other youths grew angrier as they spoke, and they went on to blast at Ning Rui and Fan Qi for the unjust and unequal way the matter had been handled. You think that you can use us to appease the rage of the cloud-treading peak and the Rui Lin army? I think you are making a very big mistake here. As brilliant as General Long is, he will never believe your one-sided response. You just wait till the Rui Lin army comes knocking upon these very gates. Chapter 526, Sudden Affability, 1. Lu Weijie had told Long Qi every single detail of the truth of the matter, and if Ning Rui intended to use the fact that they had expelled more than 20 disciples to brush the whole matter aside, they would have to see if Long Qi believed them at all. I will state today that I, and the brothers with me here today, hereby cut all ties with the Zephyr Academy. With an academy that practices such fraud and cronyism, I, Lu Weijie, refuses to dance according to their whims. Today, I declare that it is not the case that the Zephyr Academy has thrown me and my brothers in arms here out, but that we choose not to remain in this place of filth and contamination. Lu Weijie said resolutely, and after he finished, he turned to leave without looking back once, refusing to look at the place for another moment. All the other youths who had been expelled from the Zephyr Academy followed suit and left behind them countless questions and conjectures to rise within the disciples of the Zephyr Academy. At that moment, the simmering pot that was the Zephyr Academy suddenly exploded as everyone started throwing their own versions and opinions on the matter into the overflowing pot. While the tiny figure at the back slipped away unnoticed, carrying her little black cat in her arms. It seemed that Lu Weijie wasn't that dense after all. Instead of allowing the Zephyr Academy to fully pin the unequivocal blame of the matter onto him, he had chosen to reveal everything and left in an indignant rage of righteousness, cleansing off the accusations pinned on his back. In that way, he might still have a sliver of a chance for his future with that gamble. At least he understood what he stood to lose. Jun Wuxie faded away among the crowd as she left. She knew after today's events, not matter what heaven-defying abilities Ning Xin possessed, she would not be able to erase all the doubts and malicious guesses from the hearts of the disciples in the Zephyr Academy, as it was a fact that she still remained there, while Lu Weijie and the other youths had been forced to leave. The show was just beginning. Would Ning Xin be able to withstand what was about to come? Very soon, the speech that Lu Weijie had given just before he left reached the ears of Ning Xin. She almost exploded with rage, but she realized that Lu Weijie's actions was his last gamble, and a form of revenge against Ning Xin herself. The rumors currently pervading the hallowed halls of the Zephyr Academy was that Ning Xin attempted to rob by murder, and when it failed, she persecuted fellow disciples to escape. Suddenly, Ning Xin's reputation fell from the clouds and was quickly trampled in mud. Ning Xin did not even dare to leave her room then. She had already been deeply worried that Long Qi would not let the matter rest so easily, and now Lu Weijie had stabbed her so badly, causing the voices in the academy to rise in dissent. Many of the youths who had previously adored and worshipped her have now been turned by those swirling rumors and despised her to be a beautiful and vicious witch. Ning Rui had wanted to help salvage Ning Xin's tattered reputation and got several disciples to spread rumors saying that Lu Weijie had failed in winning the heart of Ning Xin in his pursuit and had harbored hatred after being spurned. And when he was expelled for committing those heinous crimes, he had acted on that hatred and tried to smear Ning Xin as he left. Those false rumors might have dampened the heat a little and led some easily manipulated disciples to believe them. But the majority of the disciples were still doubtful and suspicious, and even when they did not debate the issue openly, the discussions that went on in private, however, did not abate in the slightest. Ning Xin was not able to maintain her image as the perfect senior among the disciples anymore this time. The glories of her past faded into oblivion, and if she dared to appear before the disciples of the Zephyr Academy, she would no longer be greeted by the looks of adulation and worship, but faced with eyes filled with mistrust and suspicion. Although she had not been confronted with accusing fingers, but being forced to face such treatment was hell for someone who was so used to having her every whim catered for. She sought endlessly for a way to get herself out of the predicament, but she could not think up any suitable plans. She could only force herself to put on a facade of calm and bury all the accusatory voices deep in her heart. But in private, she had smashed countless scores of ceramics and porcelains and shredded embroideries and tapestries in vent. Lu Weijie, you've got guts. Ning Xin clenched her jaws. She was unable to stop all the rumors, and she still had to carry out the next step in their plans. Early that morning, Ning Xin had painstakingly dressed herself up and hurried over to come to the quiet and tranquil little bamboo grove. After meticulously checking over her looks outside the doors, she finally knocked upon the main doors leading into the little bamboo grove. Chapter 527, Sudden Affability, 2. When Fanzhuo opened the main doors in front of the yard, he was surprised a moment as he looked at the beautiful girl standing outside. His eyes flashed briefly with an unidentifiable emotion, but it quickly disappeared. Little Xin. Fanzhuo looked puzzled, as his eyes fell on Ning Xin, a person he had not seen for a long time. Although the two of them were betrothed to each other in marriage, Fanzhuo's declining health by the day had soon stopped anyone from bringing the topic up. In order for him to have a proper place to recuperate, Fanzhuo had moved into the little bamboo grove, and Ning Xin was seldom seen to appear at this place. He remembered the last time Ning Xin came here was more than a year ago. Big Brother Zhuo. Ning Xin's face lit up in an innocent sweet smile, looking like the pure and naive little girl next door, that made people warm up to her easily. Big Brother Zhuo, little Xin has not come to see you in a rather long while. Are you angry with little Xin? Fanzhuo smiled gently and said, not at all. Ning Xin looked apologetically at Fanzhuo, her eyes lowered, her face filled with anguish. I was actually missing Big Brother Zhuo quite a lot, but father reminded me repeatedly that Big Brother Zhuo needed to rest and did not allow me to come disturb your rest. Hence, little Xin had been holding herself back for so long and not come visit Big Brother Zhuo. Big Brother Zhuo, would you please forgive little Xin? Fanzhuo gave out a light laugh and shook his head good-naturedly. The joyous smile quickly returned to Ning Xin's face, and as she looked at Fanzhuo, she made herself say meekly, little Xin prepared some glutinous rice cake for Big Brother Zhuo to eat. I remember that Big Brother Zhuo loved to eat it when we were younger. As she said those words, Ning Xin raised up her hand and shook the small intricate lunchbox she held in her hand. Fanzhuo's eyes lowered slightly just a brief moment, and he raised his head back up quickly to look at Ning Xin and say gently, little Xin is so thoughtful. The sun out here is too strong, come in and have a cup of tea and rest a little. Ning Xin nodded her head with a smile and followed Fanzhuo into the little dwelling within the bamboo grove. The look of pure innocence and shy manners of a little girl had all disappeared completely the moment Fanzhuo had turned his back. As she stared at Fanzhuo's thin and skinny back, her eyes dangerously narrowed. Fanzhuo actually possessed outstanding looks, and his character was just as exceptional. His failing was his ill health that did not allow him to achieve anything significant. If Fanzhuo was in good health, Ning Xin would be only too happy to be joined in conjugal union with such an outstanding young man. But Fanzhuo's weak constitution had dragged him down, and he had seemed to be always on his last breaths, and who knew how soon his last breath would come. And if Fanzhuo was dead, the Zephyr Academy's ownership would most probably fall into the hands of Fan Jin, and by that time, she had her father would not stand a chance anymore. Ning Xin curled up the corners of her mouth. Fanzhuo had his own usefulness as well. His pure heart that was free from worldly desires made him easy to manipulate. In his heart, he must be still looking at her as the naive and innocent little girl from young. Ning Xin recollected herself and composed her emotions, as she contemplated the situation at hand within the little bamboo grove. After Ah Jing was driven out, the little bamboo grove was left with only Fanzhuo and Jun Xie in here, with Fan Jin making frequent appearances during mealtimes. Fan Zhuo was here before her eyes. Where was Jun Xie? Ning Xin squinted her eyes to peer around, trying to locate her real target. Just as she was deeply absorbed in her own thoughts, Fan Zhuo suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ning Xin did not realize it and nearly walked into Fan Zhuo. She muttered something apologetically and raised her head. Suddenly, she saw a tiny figure standing on the steps right before the bamboo huts, looking directly at her with those piercingly cold eyes. Ning Xin's heart jumped. Ever since the day she had witnessed the glorious battle where Jun Xie had fought the guardian-grade spirit beast, she had developed a sudden wariness and fear for the tiny youth that was younger than she was. Those eyes on the youth made her tremble involuntarily whenever she saw them now. Chapter 528, Sudden Affability, 3. Big Brother Zhuo, this is. Ning Xin tried to calm herself, trying to look puzzled as she looked at Jun Xie. Fan Zhuo said simply, "This is Jun Xie." And just that, seemingly having no intentions to introduce Jun Xie to Ning Xin. Nevertheless, Ning Xin had amicably stepped forward herself and pasted her most perfect smile on her face to say, "So you are Jun Xie. I had heard that someone was staying here with Big Brother Zhuo and was feeling rather curious. I had thought that whoever Big Brother Zhuo chose to be friends with must undoubtedly be a nice person. And seeing you today has just confirmed my thoughts." Ning Xin's voice was gentle and moving, her smile warm and sincere. Jun Wuxie was however unmoved and retorted bluntly, "Senior Ning must then be blind. She had a nice personality." Yelp. The smile on Ning Xin's face froze. She had not expected Jun Xie to be so blunt with his first words to her. Fan Zhuo did not seem to have noticed Ning Xin's awkward predicament and said smilingly, "Little Xie's personality is a little cold and does not like to mix with people. I hope little Xin will not hold it against her." The way he put it might have sounded like he was helping Ning Xin to lift her out from embarrassment, but he had in reality taken the cue from Jun Xie and slapped Ning Xin across the face. She was able to tell that Jun Xie was nice just with one look. Jun Xie might be right when he had said Ning Xin must be blind. The corners of Ning Xin's mouth froze, but fortunately for her, she was used to putting up a false front before others and she managed to hide her embarrassment rather well, as the smile on her face continued to shine. "Nonsense, I still think little Xie is a rather warm person." Jun Wuxie raised an eyebrow slightly and said, "It seems that Senior Ning is not aware of my reputation among the people in the academy." The infamy of her name within the Zephyr Academy had spread to cover every corner, and even Ah Jing, who had previously resided within the detached little bamboo grove, had heard about it. Moreover, for Ning Xin, who resides at the academy itself. Clumsy acting, a fail. Ning Xin had never spoken to Jun Xie before, and she had thought that Jun Xie kept to himself because he was ostracized by all the others. And she had not expected that barely 2 sentences into their first conversation with each other, Ning Xin was suddenly feeling a stinging burn forming on her cheeks. That little brat's words were all filled with thorns, and it pricked at her to no end. Ning Xin drew in a deep breath and quickly tried to recall if she had ever crossed paths with Jun Xie before, but after trying her hardest, she had no recollection of anything like that. She finally concluded that Jun Xie must have known of Yin Yan's undeniable link to her and was hence so openly hostile to her now. After she was able to ascertain the reason, Ning Xin was finally able to relax. Those unfounded rumors are not to be believed. Even now, hanging heavily over the Zephyr Academy are many vicious rumors about me. But the innocent knows they are innocent, and those rumors are spread only to vindicate the good. Big Brother Zhuo must have known what kind of person you really are before he agreed to let you stay here, and he knows me, that I would never believe them. Why should we allow ourselves to get upset over nothing? In an attempt to draw Jun Xie closer to her, Ning Xin had even exposed her own predicament to him, hoping to win some sympathy from being in the same boat, to diffuse the hostility that Jun Xie held against her. At the same time, she was trying to exonerate herself, when in the future if Jun Xie or Fan Zhuo were to hear anything about the vicious things being said about her in the academy, they would just treat them as baseless ramblings. Ning Xin had always prided herself on her ability to cover all bases when she carried out her schemes, but little did she realize that she was no match for the nimble-minded Jun Wuxie this time. Jun Wuxie watched on as Ning Xin played out her role in her act, her eyes chilly with frost. But what if they said were true? Ning Xin froze once more. "I have never been a nice person." Jun Wuxie was taking great delight in taking repeated digs at Ning Xin. The game had only just started, she wanted to see how Ning Xin would squirm and writhe. Ning Xin heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that Jun Xie was not talking about her but Jun Xie himself. But even before she could exhale that breath when she suddenly felt uncomfortably stifled and panicked. Who in the world debased themselves like that? She had already said so many nice things to smoothen the whole situation, yet Jun Xie was still unhesitatingly admitting that all that had been said about him was true. What did he expect her to say in reply to that? Chapter 529, Sudden Affability, 4. Ning Xin had always possessed the gift of the gab, but when faced with Jun Xie's unconventional way of speaking, she found herself at a loss and her mind suddenly went blank, not knowing what to say in reply. Ning Xin suddenly felt that if she was to continue carrying on the conversation with Jun Xie, it would only make things worse. Jun Xie's undisguised hostility must be due to him still holding grudges against Yin Yan. It seems that she would have to make Yin Yan come apologize to Jun Xie first. After having decided on her next course of action, Ning Xin no longer persisted on making Jun Xie talk and decided to turn her attention back to Fan Zhuo, putting forth a bashful manner, showing deep concern for his well-being, with a series of gentle words. And Fan Zhuo's well-mannered personality finally invited Ning Xin to stay longer for some tea. Ning Xin quickly but unhurriedly took out the snacks that she had prepared, and had seemingly unconsciously prepared some for Jun Xie as well, discreetly trying to close the distance between them. Jun Wuxie sat on one side stoically, carrying the little black cat in her arms. Ning Xion's sudden cordial and affable actions were seen to be a tad bit too obvious. She had stayed here at the little bamboo grove for quite a period but had never seen Ning Xion come anywhere close. And finally, just after the spirit hunt had ended, she had so eagerly come to their doors, and her words and actions had taken on a stance of familiarity and proximity between them. If Jun Wuxie still could not see Ning Xion's underlying intentions, she would have lived her 2 lives in vain. And since someone had been so eager to come and ask to be made to feel uncomfortable, she saw no need to reject such an open invitation, right? Jun Wuxie picked up the snack and bit at it indifferently. When Ning Xion saw Jun Xie eat the snack, she allowed herself to relax a little. Fan Zhuo was the most natural one among the 3 people there, seemingly oblivious to what was going on, and was just chatting with his housemate and his betrothed over tea. Ning Xion patiently played along, while she secretly observed Jun Xie. If it wasn't for the several purple spirit exponents behind Jun Xie, just the attitude that Jun Xie was taking towards her would be enough to make her flip the table before her and fall out with him. But in that situation, Ning Xion could only clench her jaw tight and swallow the insult. Forced to maintain an amicable smile on her face, Ning Xion sat through the farce, having no other choice but to tolerate the intolerable tea session. Ning Xion managed to endure it for almost half a day and could not make herself stay a moment longer. She forced herself to keep up the waning smile on her lips as she bade Fan Zhuo and Jun Xie goodbye. She hurried to escape from the overly stifling bamboo grove, not even bothering to retrieve the intricate lunchbox. Although the rage was threatening to spill out within her as she left, she forced a smile on her face and promised to come visit again soon. After Ning Xion had left, Fan Zhuo suddenly put down the snack he held in his hand and raised his head, to look at Jun Xie smilingly. "Little Xie, do you like these snacks?" Jun Wuxie replied, "Don't mind them. If you don't really like them, then don't eat it." Fan Zhuo stretched out his hand as he spoke and took the half-eaten piece of snack that Jun Xie held in his hand, to throw it into the lunchbox. He closed the lid tightly and brought it to the kitchen and threw it into a corner. He then brought out some chestnut cake and offered them to Jun Xie for them to share. Jun Wuxie observed Fan Zhuo's actions silently and an odd idea came into her head. She looked at Fan Zhuo's gentle-featured face as the chestnut cake melted in her mouth to flow down her throat. "You do not like her?" Jun Wuxie asked suddenly. Fan Zhuo was rather taken aback, but he said with a laugh, "She's no good, little Xie, you should avoid having any contact with her." Jun Wuxie stared at the unlucky youth who had been born inherently weak and with a gentle disposition. She stared for a long while and when saw that the gentle smile on Fan Zhuo's face still did not fade, she finally turned back, but still did not give Fan Zhuo a reply. That same evening, as the dark night fell, Fan Zhuo got up. Dressed in his inner robe, he came to the kitchen and lit up the fire in the stove, before he threw the lunchbox into the roaring fire. Within the flames, a crisp crackling sounded and the red glow from the fire reflected off Fanju's handsome countenance. The face bathed in the fire's light did not show a single trace of its usual gentleness or amicable smile. In that pair of clear eyes, a malicious cold chill shone brilliantly against the warm glow from the fire. Part 4 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.